Hey everyone, welcome back to the channel. So in this particular video we are going to cover each and everything that you need to know about Next.js. So first let's quickly discuss the curriculum in details and what are the projects and theory that we are going to cover. Now before discussing the curriculum, the first thing I want to mention is that I've given a lot of effort while creating this video. You will also understand if you watch the complete video. So it's my humble request, please like this video, comment down, subscribe and share this with your friends. My target for like for this particular video is 10k, so 10,000 likes. If this video gets around 10,000 likes, I will create the similar kind of videos for all other like React.js, React Native and everything. So let's see what are the things that we are going to cover. So first we'll start with creating a brand new Next.js project and discuss the folder structure. We'll understand the concept of Page.js file and the concept of client and server components. Then we'll be moving to nested routes, dynamic routes and catch-all routes. Then we'll understand how to navigate using link component, navigate using useRouter hook, how you can redirect in server components, the concept of useParam, usePathname and useSearchParam hook, params and searchparam concept in server component, what is the concept of loading UI, how you can build custom 404 or not found page. Then we'll be moving to a data fetching section. So here we'll be learning how you can data fetch in server component using fetch API, the concept of caching and revalidating, how you can revalidate a path. Then we'll be moving to data fetching in client component using useEffect and SWR hook, and after that we'll be moving to some of the projects. So each and every project actually dedicated to a particular concept. So the first one will be recipe app. Here we'll be basically learning how you can do a simple data fetching and how you can create a dynamic route. Then we'll be moving towards second project which will be a blog application. So in this application we'll be doing this one using API routes, okay, and then we'll be moving to very important, and that is the server action. Now you know that in the latest version they have introduced the concept of server action. So learning both in server component and client component, because most of the projects that we are going to build we will be learning or covering using server action. Then we'll create a very simple project, user management app using server action. After that we'll be moving to authentication section. So here we'll be having two projects. So the first one will be simple user registration and login using MongoDB database and the concept of middleware. And after that we'll be learning the next auth package or the latest Auth.js package, and also we are going to integrate that one using Redux Toolkit. And after all of this we will be creating a full stack job portal application. So we are going to see the demo. So this will be total, it will be almost like 15 hours. So first let's go to this one. So you can see that this will be a first project. So here we'll be having some recipes and we'll be rendering the list of recipes. If I click here it will go to the recipe details page, and here we'll be rendering the list of recipes. That's it. Then we'll be creating a simple blog application. So here you will be able to add, edit, delete and update a blog, and for this one we are going to use API routes. Then we'll be moving to our third project. This will be authentication. So let's say here I will be going to a sign up page. I will be able to sign up a user, let's say John Doe. I'll give John Doe 234@gmail.com, and here I'll go 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. I'll do sign up. It will go to login page. I'll give this user and I'll sign in, and it will go to this auth page now. So now if we try to access the sign up or sign in page, it will automatically redirect back to this home page, and until unless you log out then only it will go to the sign in page. Okay, now you'll not be able to access the home page because you are unauthenticated. After that we'll be moving to this application. So here we'll be basically implementing using server action. So here we'll be able to add a user, let's say Sam Smith. We'll give some email and some address. Now here we'll be using server action for this one. So this will automatically add it. You'll be able to delete a user, you'll be able to edit a user. So John, let's say edited. This will be edited. For this one we'll be learning the concept of server action in both server component and client components, and then we'll be moving to this next auth. So here we are going to integrate using GitHub. So let's say if I click on login, so it will automatically check if you're authenticated using GitHub or not. If yes, you'll go to the products page, you'll be able to go to the details page, and for this one we are going to also use Redux Toolkit. You can add to cart, go to cart, you'll be able to remove, and if you log out you will be go to the unauth page, and at the end we'll be having our main project which will be a full stack job application. So let's see what are the features that we are going to build. So I'll open another incognito and I'll do localhost 3000 Now we will be basically having two view. One will be the recruiter view, okay, and one will be the candidate view. So for this one we are going to use a clerk. So let's say if I log in first, and this is a user, and I log in on this side. So let's say I'll use this user here. So I'll continue. Okay, first let me show you from the start. So we'll go to our clerk dashboard, and I'll create two new users here from scratch so that it will be easy to understand. Go to dashboard. Now go to users, and then I'll create two users. Okay, so one will be, let's say, sam1@gmail.com. so this will be a candidate 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8, and then I'll create another user. This will be sam2 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Now what the first will start one by one. So first we'll go to this sign in page. Alright, so first let's say I'll log in with the sam1 user. So once you log in, right, you can be either a candidate or a recruiter. So you'll go to the onboard page. So in the onboard page you will be having options. Either you'll be onboard as a candidate or you'll be onboard as a recruiter. So let's say onboard as a recruiter. So I'll be able to upload a resume. So I'll go here and let's go to our documents, and let's say I will add this resume, and then I'll give my name here, sam1. I'll give my company name, current location, this is my preferred location, current salary 20 LPA, 30 days notice period. Then I'll give HTML, React.js, Next.js. Previous companies, let's say I worked in Google, and total experience is 10. My college, let's say ABC College. College location is India. Graduated year 2018, and LinkedIn profile, let's say I'll give this one. Now once we'll give all of this, we'll be onboarded as a candidate. So once we'll click here, this user is now onboarded. Now once we'll go to, we'll be having activity page, jobs page, and the membership page. So we'll go to the jobs page, and in the jobs page you'll be able to see all the jobs, okay, all the jobs that are posted. Now here we'll be having dynamic filter functionality also. You will be able to filter based on company name. So let's say click on Google, it will be automatically added here. Let's say title will be software engineer. See, this is basically filtering. You'll be able to uncheck, and this will be automatically updated. You'll be able to see view details. It will show the details of that job, and you'll be able to apply that job. So once you'll apply, so for this one, before that, let's create another user. So I already log out from here, and I think I already created another user, right? So that will be sam2. So I'll give here sam2@gmail.com. continue 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Continue. Now it will go to the onboard page. Now I will onboard this user as a recruiter. So I'll give here sam2. Let's say this person is a recruiter in Google, and company role is HR specialist. Onboard as a recruiter. And once you'll be onboard as a recruiter, it will go to the membership page automatically. Here you'll be able to choose your membership. Let's say get premium, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. For some reason you don't want to opt for membership, so you'll go to the jobs page, and you'll be able to post a job. Let's say you'll post a job like IT consultant. Okay, job type will be full, job location will be, let's say, USA, experience will be 15 years, description will be same, and skills is needed HTML and CSS. You'll be able to add. So this is added. Now once I'll come here in this candidate view, refresh this, you'll see that you'll be getting this IT consultant here in Google. And if I view details, and let's say I'll apply for this job, so this will be, I will be applied. If I go to now activity, now you can see that you will be able to see that job I already applied. So here you can see these are updated. So now I have one applicant here, I already applied now. So here you'll be able to see the details. So this is sam1. I'll be able to view the profile, and I'll be able to see the resume also here. And this I already uploaded in my Supabase storage. So here you'll be able to see the resume, and then you will be either reject or select the candidate. So let's say I'll select this candidate. So once you'll selected, now here if I come in this page and refresh this, Now this will be dynamically updated. So you applied on this IT consultant and you actually selected in this job. Okay, so this is one functionality. Now let's go to this membership page. So we'll go to membership. So here you will be able to, and this will be same for both candidate and recruiter. So you'll be able to opt for membership. Let's say you'll opt for tier 1. So click here, it will go to Stripe checkout page. I'll give some email, and here I'll select this card and I'll do subscribe. Now once this is successful, this will go back and this will be automatically updated. So here you can see that now you are a premium user, this button is not there, and this is tier 1. Now let's say for this particular candidate, if he already applied for more than 2 jobs, right? So I'll apply it here. Now let's see if we try to apply one more job. So we'll be getting that you can apply max 2 jobs. You need to opt for membership. So here you can apply here. So you're getting this message here. Okay. So that means either until unless you will opt for membership, you will not be able to apply for more jobs, and this will be same for recruiter. So this is the all functionality, and in the account page we'll be basically having all the account details, and you will be able to basically update all the details. Okay. So that's all for this particular project that we are going to build, and here we'll be implementing a lot of things. We'll be using Next.js, Clerk for authentication, Tailwind CSS, Stripe, setcn UI for CSS or UI components, and a lot of other things. So this is what exactly we are going to learn in this full video. I'm pretty sure you'll like and learn a lot of things. If you so, please give a like, and let's get started, and good luck. Alright everyone, so let's get started with installation first. So the first thing what you need, you can see that you need the node version which should be greater than 18.17 or later. Alright, so you can go to the Node.js official website and you can install that. Now let's quickly install one Next.js project from scratch, and then we'll be understanding the folder structure. So we need to, just like you will create a React.js app like npx create React app and the name of the app, similarly here you have to use npx create next app @latest, and then you have to basically give the name of the app. After that it will ask some of the queries, and based on that it will automatically create the project, the configuration that you have chosen from here. So I'll just copy this, and then okay, first let's go here, and I already created a folder. I'll copy this path, I'll go to command line, I'll do cd, and then I'll paste this path, and now here I'm going to copy this and let's paste it here. Okay, so you can see that it's basically telling me that you need to install these following packages first. So I'll do yes. Once this is done, and you can see that it is asking for the name. So here one thing you can do, you can see that I have given like npx create next app @latest, and after that only you can basically give the name of the app. So I'll give here like for example Next.js codes 2024. I'll give enter, whether you want to use TypeScript or not. Now because this complete project or basically the course will be from a beginner perspective, so that is the reason I've chosen not to use TypeScript for now, because I know for some of the beginners it will be very difficult to understand the TypeScript. So that is the reason I'll keep this one as no. I'll keep ESLint also as no. Tailwind CSS definitely we are going to use, so I'll keep yes. Source directory, this is also recommended because we are not going to learn Next.js 12 version, we are going to learn the 13 and the 14 version, and it is also recommended to use source directory and the app router. So you can see that it is recommended to use the app router, so I'll keep this one as yes. And it is asking also that whether we want to customize the default import or not. So I don't want to do anything here, I'll just give no. Once this is done, then it will automatically install the project. Okay, so once the installation is completed, then we'll go to the VS Code and we'll discuss about the folder structure in details, and then we'll be start learning each and every concept by using some simple example, because the whole video will be from a practical point of view. So let's say we are learning some concepts like routing or data fetching, how this will work. Instead of from a theory perspective, what we are going to do, we'll be learning those theories by creating simple examples. So once this is done, then we'll discuss the folder structures. So you can see that the project installation is now complete, and now let's quickly discuss all the files that we are having, the important ones, because at the end later we are going to discuss each and everything from scratch. So the first thing is that you will notice one thing is that you are having a source directory, and the reason is because while creating the project you have chosen this one and as yes, and inside this you have the app directory. So here you will be having all the pages and everything, the route API routes that you will be creating. You'll notice here inside this you are having this layout.js. Now this is the root layout, alright, and this is very important concept. Again, I'm not going to discuss each and everything in this particular section because this root layout pages all the concepts that we are going to discuss later. Then we are having the page.js file. We are also having this global.css. So as the name suggests, this you can basically use for your global styling purposes. Then you're having this next.config file. So here you'll be writing all the configuration that you need. Let's say I'll give one very simple example. You're using some third-party from some third-party images that you are using. So what you need to do, you need to basically configure the domain that you will be using here, all right, and also the HTTP protocol. So those configuration you will be writing in this file. Then we are having the package.json. I think I don't have to discuss this one. We all know that this basically will track all the dependencies and the dev dependencies you'll be having for this particular application. Then we are having the public folder, which is basically used for static assets. So you can basically paste all the static assets that will be publicly accessible, alright. So that is the reason this folder name is public. Node modules, I think, is the combination of all the dependencies and the sub dependencies that you are having. You don't have to change anything here. And at the end we are having the Tailwind, because while creating the project we have chosen the Tailwind as our CSS utility framework. So that is the reason here you'll be having all the Tailwind related configuration. So this is all about a very simple brief overview of the folder structure. Now to run this project, what we need to do, we need to basically run npm run dev. Now this will automatically create or basically run the project in our local host 3000, and let's open this one. Okay. So now here what will happen, once this is compiled, you will be able to see this page.js file, which is basically getting rendered by this root layout file. Let me just minimize this one. So this page.js file is content that you are seeing. This is basically receiving these children here in this root layout, and the same you are seeing in this particular file. So for example, if I go to this page.js file, and here I'll remove everything. So let's remove all of this, and I'll take h1 and I'll do here welcome to something like welcome to Next.js course 2024. Save it. Now you can see that you are basically seeing this one here. And also let's do one thing, go to global.css file, and I'll just remove all of this. We don't need these things, body for now. Okay, so you're having this one. So this is fine. This is all about very simple basic explanation of the folder structure. Now in the next part, what we are going to discuss is we will be basically starting with the routing concept, the very basic fundamental thing that you should know in Next.js, and also we are going to learn how we can create client components and the server components. So let's start working on those concepts. Alright, so before learning the routing concept, so let's quickly understand the concept of client and the server components and how you can create one. So one very interesting thing is that by default, all the components or pages that you'll be creating, that will be server component by default. Alright, all will be server by default. Now, what are the advantages of creating or using server components? So the first one will be, whenever you need any kind of data fetching concepts or you need to fetch data from a server, this server component, what as the name suggests, it will basically fetch the data on the server side. Now in that case, it will be much more faster because data can be cached, and also the main reason is that the security will be more. Alright, so this is one of the very big reason that you should always fetch data in server components. Now on the other side, the client components, in which scenarios that you need to use. For example, let's say you need to add some kind of interactivity. So you have a button, and on click of this button you want to do something. You need to use some use effect hook, and you have to handle some side effects. Alright, you need to use some use state management or use reducer. So in those scenarios you basically can use a client component. Now how you can create a client component and server component? So as I already mentioned, that server component, this is a server component. Now to convert this one to a client component, what you need to do, you just have to use this use client directive as the at the top of this particular page. So now I have written use client. That means now this will basically work as a client component. So one of the advantages of using client components is that you will be able to use all the React hooks, and one of the restriction is that you can't use a React hook inside a server component. So for example, if I now remove this, okay, now this is a server component and I try to use let's say I'll use some value, set value, and this will be use state of false. Now what do you think it will happen? So if I now save this and let's go here, so you can see that you are getting that you are using a hook inside a side inside a server component. It only works in a client component, alright, and none of your parents are marked with use client, so that's server components by default. So you can't use a hook basically inside a server component. But what will happen if I now convert this one to a use client? That means inside a to a client component. So now save this. Now this will work definitely. Okay, so this is very simple basic example of how you can create a server component and a client component. Okay, now I'll just remove this one from here. Now let's understand the very basic concept, or basically the concept of page.js file, or how you can create a route. Now notice is that this is very important. If you have some idea on Next.js 12 version, so in the Next.js 12 version we basically call this one as a concept of index route. So that means whatever route that you'll be creating, you have to basically give the name of index.js. Now here in Next.js 13 version they have introduced the concept of this page.js file. So that means whatever page that you'll be creating, so each and every page will be considered as a route. It can be a normal like root level route, it can be a nested route, it can be a dynamic route, whatever. You need to basically give the page name as page.js. Alright, this is very important, not page name, the file name. If I now just change this one to something else, let's say index, and let's see what will happen. Save it, and we'll go here. We are getting that page could not be found because it is not getting that page.js file on the root level. Alright, because we don't have anything, that means this is a root level. So that is the reason you have to basically give the name as page.js file whenever you will be creating any component or page, not component. So now this is working fine. Now let's say I want to create some more page here. So what we can do, let's say inside of this I'll create a folder. Now let's give this one name as products. Okay, so now this is my products route. Now whatever name you will be giving, Next.js will consider this name as a route. If I go to this / products route, let's see what will happen. So you're getting page could not be found. The reason is because this is not getting any page.js file inside this products folder. So if I now go here and create a page.js, and here I'll create export default function, and I'll give this a name as products, and let's return here, we'll return this one as products page. Save it. Now you're getting a products page here. Alright, so that means this is now your products route, and inside this it is checking whether there is a page.js file or not. So this is basically how you can create a page.js file, or basically a simple route. Again, if you want to create a separate folder inside of this or separate route, so you'll give this one name as account, and again you will create a page.js file inside of this account. And if I copy this and paste it here, I'll give this one name as accounts. So now this will become your accounts page or accounts route. The reason is because the name of this file is account. So I'll go here and let's go to account. So now you're getting accounts page. Alright, so this is the concept of page.js file. Now in the next section we'll be learning how you can create a dynamic route and also the nested routes. You might think one thing is that I'm creating each and everything very simple. Now you'll see that the video will be very long, and I'm creating this video in such a way that I'm assuming that you don't have any idea on Next.js latest version, which is 13 or 14. If you have, that is well and good. You already know these all concepts, but I think it will be better if you start from very basic, so that it will be easy when you will be learning the very complex job portal application that we'll be creating at the end of this particular video. So that is the reason we'll be learning all the theory based concept with a very simple example, and believe me, this is going to help you a lot. At the end, what you need to do, these concepts that you are writing whenever you'll be creating a project for your resume or for your company, you will be able to apply these concepts in the project that you are working. All right, so that is the reason it's very important to understand all the concepts and then apply those concepts in a real life. All right, so now let's understand the concept of a nested route. So now let's say what I want to do inside this account page that we are having. So let's go to the account page first. So I want to have some pages which will be like a child pages or sub pages that will be under this account page. So in that case, what I can do inside this account folder, I can create some nested routes. So for example, let's say inside account, I'll be having a membership page. Okay, so now this membership, this is now a route or basically a page that is nested inside this account page. So this is the parent. So now here again, inside this membership, you have to create Page.js. This is very important. And now I'll quickly create the membership page. So we'll do export default function, and this will be my membership. Let's keep this on as membership only, and I'll just return here a div, and I'll return h1, and this is membership page. Now let's save it. Now how we are going to access this page? So again, you have to start from the root level. So root, we have app, then we have account. So slash account, then we are having membership. So it will be slash membership because this is under account page. This is very important. Now let's go to slash membership. So now you're getting the membership page. Now again, let's say there are some sub pages is required after this membership also. So again, what you can do, you can create another folder inside this membership. So I'll create another one, let's say some info page. I will do membership info. Okay, this is just to give you example. Now here again, you will create a page.js file, and I'll create the file here. So we'll do membership info, and we'll copy and paste it. So this is now your membership info page, and to access this again, you have to go to slash membership info. Okay, now let's see what will happen. So now you're getting the membership info. So start from the first. So you have an account page, then the nested one is membership, then again the nested one is membership info. All right. Okay, now you might think that, okay, what will happen if I have some 100 params after this? All right, so every time I will create a new folder in that nested level. Well, that is not the case. So to achieve that, we have a different concept like cache or routes. So that we are going to learn later. But before, let's understand now the concept of dynamic routes. So first I'll go to the products page. And now what I want to do, let's say this products page has a 10 products. Okay, and every time I'll click on each and every product, it will go to a product details page. Now you might think that now this is very simple. So what we can do inside these products, I'll create 10 subfolder with product ID 1, 2, 3. It will not work like that because the ID of that product can be anything. So it is a dynamic value, right? So that is the reason we have the concept of dynamic page. So let's see how we are going to create a product details page, which will be a dynamic route. Okay, so to create a dynamic route, what you need to do inside this products folder, we will create a details page, and here you need to give this bracket, and now I'll create a details page. So this is now a dynamic route. So Next.js now will consider this as a dynamic route. The reason is because this details param value can be anything, and again inside this you have to create this page.js file. So now this is your product details page. So let's quickly create this export default function, and this I'll give this one as product details, and we'll return a div. This will be h1, and this is product details page. Okay, save it. Now see what will happen. So now let's I'll go to product/1. Now again this is nested inside product level, right? So you can see inside product we are having details. So now I'll give a value of 1. I'll enter and see what will happen. So getting a product details page. Now I'll give a value of 2. we are getting product details page. I'll give a value of 3. Again the same thing, I'll give a value of anything, and still the same page will come. And this is extremely helpful because whenever you'll be dealing with some dynamic params, in that case you need to create a dynamic value, because this value that you are writing, this can be anything. All right, so if I give some random value also here, you'll see this is still working, right? Alright everyone, so now we know that how we can basically create a dynamic route. Now let's understand another very important concept, and that is called catch-all route. So for example, let's say for dynamic route, what will happen here in this case, you can only have one param or only one slug. So this is called as a slug. So here you can have, like, instead of one, as you already discussed, you have some different param, and this you will be able to extract. And let's say this data you need to pass to a API call, and that dynamic call, and based on that you'll be receiving some data from your backend, and the same you have to render in your UI. But what will happen if you have multiple slug here? So for example, you have product of one, and then after this something else, then something else, and the list will go on, right? Now what will happen if I now just enter this one? So you can see that it is telling that the page could not be found, and the reason is very simple, because this is now, it is not considering this route as a dynamic route. So till this part it will consider as a dynamic route, but once you will have multiple slug, so this will not work. So to convert this one to a catch-all segment, what you need to do, so inside these products we can create another page here, or basically folder, and to create a catch-all route here you have to give this 3 dot. So you have to basically spread it, and let's give this one like product. I will give product review or something, anything, like just for example purpose. So now this is a catch-all route, and again inside of this you have to create your page.js file, or else it will not able to identify. So here I'll create export default function, and let's give this one name as product review, and here I'll give this one as a div. Let's return this one as this is product review page, and this is a catch-all segment or route, whatever you can say. Now I'll save it. Now see what will happen. Awesome. So now you can see that you are able to basically see that this page is coming. Now in this case this doesn't matter that how many slug you are having in your URL. So let's say I'll give something else here, whatever you can give. Okay, I'll enter, still this page will be getting rendered. Now it will be very easy for you. Let's say you need to extract all of these values, and obviously we are going to learn how we are going to extract all of these in later section, but now we'll be able to extract these values, and then you will be able to do certain operations that you want to do. Either you want to use this one in your component, or you want to pass this one in an API response, whatever. So what very important things that we have learned. So let's recap one by one. So the first thing is that whenever you'll be creating a page, inside this app folder you have to give the name as page.js, and the folder name that you will be giving, that will be considered as a route. So for example, here I have given product, so this is a route. Account, this is a route. Membership, this is a nested route. So inside account we are having membership, then inside membership again let's say we're having something else, and it can go to a number of level. So these all are called nested routes. Third thing we have learned is that how we can create a dynamic route. So to create a dynamic route you have to give this bracket, and inside of this you have to give the value. Now obviously this details name that you have given here, this is very important, so this is also we are going to learn. But whatever route that you'll be creating, this page.js should be there. If you give this file name as something else, let's say index.js or abcd or anything else, it will not work. Alright, so this is the syntax of page.js, and this is very important. And last thing we have learned is that how we can create a catch-all route or catch-all segment, and that is, it is almost similar to dynamic routes. The only difference is that you have to give a spread operator before that folder name, and then again you have to write your page.js. Alright, so what are the things we have learned? We have learned how we can create page.js file, we have learned how you can create a nested route, how you can create a dynamic route, and also how you can create a catch all route. Now what are the next step? So next step, we need to know how we will be able to navigate from one page to another page. So let's do one thing. Let's go to our home page. All right, and you'll see what are the example that we are going to learn. It will be very basics, and believe me, this is going to help you immensely, because if you start from very basics and if you do very simple example, it will be very easy for you to implement these things in a real life project. So we'll go to our main page.js file, so which is basically this page.js we are having. I'll just close everything else, and now let's say what I want to do here. I will be having two button or whatever, to text, and on click of each text I want to navigate to products page, and on click of another one I want to navigate to account page. So how we are going to do that? So there are multiple ways we can do. So the first one, we can use a link component. So how we are going to do that? So first you need to import this link from next/link, and then you will basically give the name here. So I'll give something like this, that navigate to products page. Save it. Now you're getting an error. Okay, this is very important, is that link will need a href. Href will expect say string or an object here. Now what this basically is, that you have to basically tell that on click of this, in which route I want to navigate to. So here I will give a href. So what is the name, route name? So route name is products. So here I'll give products. Save it. Now see what will happen. So you're getting products here. I think this is because of some styling is there. Let me just quickly check once. Yeah, justify. So let me check from where this is coming. Okay, let me just remove this one for now. Okay, so now if I click this, so it's going to the products page. Awesome. Here I think if you remove this one, this will also work. Let's see. Yeah, it's working, right? Now one thing is very important here, is that you have to give the proper path name. So let's say if I give, instead of products, I'll give product. So this will not work. So if I click here, it will show that this page could not be found because there is no such page here. Okay, so you have to give the proper path name. So this is one very important point. Now for you, the to do will be create another link and then do the same thing for accounts page. I hope you'll be able to do that. So what you can do, simply use a link. I will do navigate to account page, and here in the href I'll give /account. Save it. Now if I click here, it will go to account page. If I click here, it will go to products page. Alright, so this is one very important thing that we have learned. Now let's see how different way or alternative way we will be able to do that. So there is a there is a hook that you can use basically, that is called useRouter, and that you need to get it from next/navigation package. Okay, so using that also you'll be able to do the same. So let's quickly do that, and this is very easy to understand. So what I'll do here, I'll give a h2 and I'll give alternative way of navigating using useRouter. Okay, let's give some class name. So I'll give a class name of font bold and margin top of 3, and let's give a text, we'll give text large. Okay, so now here the first thing what you need to do, so we need to first import it from next/navigation. So here I'll take const and we'll give this one name as router. So this is the variable name. So here we will be initializing this one and also invoking. So you can see that you have a next/router. Now this will not work. Okay, so you have to import it from next/navigation. Now another very important that you are going to learn, just now I'll show you, and let's see. I'll just log here this router and save it. Yes, so this is the thing. So now you can see that you're importing a component that use a useRouter. So that means this is a client component hook that you can't use inside server component. So this is very important concept. right? So that means whenever you will be using a useRouter from Next/navigation, you need to convert this component as a client component, and this is extremely important. And believe me, whenever you will be having a client component, most of the times you need this one, because this is a very important hook. So here for now what I'll do, I'll just convert this one to a client component. Now let's save it. Now obviously this will work, and now let's see what we're getting in this router. So here first we'll inspect. Let's go to our console first, and we're getting an object. So here you are having so many methods. So the first one is the back. So back is basically to go back to the previous history. So this I think uses the window.history.back. Okay, it's already there here. Then there is forward. Prefetch. Prefetch is basically to fetch the component before rendering, so you will be able to prefetch a component using this. But the most important one you need to learn from here is that most of the times you'll be using push. This is very important. Then you are having refresh, to refresh the current page. Replace, you want to replace the URL with something else, so this you can use. And also the back also sometimes you can use, but most of the times you'll be using the push. Now this is actually alternative way of using this link. So in the link component just now you have passed the href, so this router.push will take href and some optional options that you will be able to pass. So let's say what I'll do, I'll create a button here, okay, and I will give this one as navigate to products page using useRouter. I'm giving the long name so that it will be easy to understand. Okay, now what you need to do basically, I'll take a on click and I'll do handle navigate. Okay, now let's create this function. So we'll do function handle navigate, and what you can do, you can use this router.push, and here you need to pass the same thing, you need to pass the href. So I'll pass here products, save it. Now let's see what is happening. So first I'll click on this link one, it's going to the products page, go back, click here, it's going to the same products page. So there is not much difference. So I will highly suggest that most of the times you'll try to use link, but I personally don't see any performance improvement in this case. Like if you use link, your website will be much faster. It's not like that. So whenever you have some kind of like you have to dynamically navigate to some page, I think most of the times it will be really helpful to use this useRouter only. Okay, and there is nothing wrong with that. So, and this push method is extremely helpful whenever I'll be creating some projects. You'll see that most of the times I'll be using this router.push, and this is actually my one of my absolute favorite hook to use. Okay, so this is another very important thing we have learned, and this is also a very important interview questions also, that how we'll be able to navigate using Next.js. So there are multiple ways you can do that. Obviously in server component there are some different ways, so that also we are going to see. But here we have a link component that we can use, and then there is a useRouter hook that will be able to import from Next/navigation. This router will give some of the methods that you will be able to use. Okay, alright, so I think this is now let's move on to the next topic. Alright everyone, so now let's understand another very important concept, and that is how you will be redirect from a server component to a different URL, and this is a very important concept. So let's like assume a scenario. I know that some of the scenarios will be very weird, but this is just to explain. Alright, so for example, let's say we are in this account page somehow, and now here this is a server component. Currently we don't know how we can like fetch data from a server, or like how we can do data fetching, because we haven't started that section yet. So what we are going to do, we will assume that the account info or profile info is null. Now if the profile info is null for a particular user will be automatically redirect to this membership page. Alright, so they need to first or let's do one thing. For if the account is null, so they will go to a profile page. So first they need to fill the profile, then they will be able to access this account page, something like that. So you are creating a project, and let's assume this scenario that you are having. So for that first thing, what I'm going to do, inside this app I'll create another folder, and let's give this one name as profile. Okay, so this is your profile page, and I'll give this one as page.js. and this also will be a server component. So we'll give export default function, this will be profile, and I'm going to return div with h1, and this is our profile page. Awesome. How you are going to redirect this user to this profile page? Because see, we already discussed, right, we can't use useRouter inside a server component, right? And you can't use also this link here. If there is some logic or something, how we are going to use this link, right? That doesn't make any sense. So what we are going to do, for example, we will assume that profile info is null. So, and this is practically will be receiving from a database, but for now let's assume this is a null. So we'll do user profile info, this is null, and if this is a null, so there is a logic written. So we'll do if user profile info, if this is null, we are going to redirect. Now this is very important, again you need to import it from next/navigation. So this will automatically redirect. I'm pretty sure that this will not return anything, alright, and also you'll be able to use this in a route handler and server actions. So we haven't started our actions part, that we are going to discuss later. What this will do, this will insert a meta tag to redirect the user to the targeted page. Targeted page is nothing but the href you'll be giving here. So in this case I want user to navigate to the profile page, so I'll just pass here profile. Awesome. See what will happen, I'll save this. Now I'll try to access the account page. So I'll go to account page, see what will happen. Click here, it's immediately going to the profile page. You notice, right? I'll give account, refresh this page, immediately it's going to the profile page, right? It's not even rendering that account page. See how fast and very useful this is. Okay, and the project that we are going to create in the end section of this particular video, the job portal, this one we are going to use a lot. So I hope you already got it, that how we are going to do that. See, even if I go back, it's not working, right? Let's go here and let's say I'll click again, and it's going to the profile page. So you understand, right? Three things how we are going to do that. So you can use either a link, on click of this you have to pass the href. You can use the useRouter hook. Okay, so this hook will also allow to programmatically change routes inside client component, and inside server component you can use this redirect, and you have to pass the path that you want to navigate to. So I think that's all for this navigation section. Now let's move on to the next part. Alright everyone, so now we understand how we can navigate from one page to another page for both client and server component. Now let's understand some of the tips and tricks how we will be able to retrieve the current URL and also the slug for both client and server components. So for example, let's say for somehow you have a scenario and you have to basically get the current URL name that you are currently having in this page. So this is /profile. So how you are going to do that? Alright, so to do this one, let's go to our client component. So this is our client component, which is our main home component. Alright, or let's do one thing, I will create another component. So let's go to our app.main root folder, and here I'll create a cart component. I'll create Page.js and I'll make this one a client component. Now this will be export default function, and this is our cart component, return div h1. So this is cart component. Now let's go to our cart page. Okay, now you want to basically extract the current URL name. So to do that, you need to do const path name. You can use another hook, and that is called use path name. Now again, this is very important. You can't use this hook in a server component. All right, you have to use this one in a client component. Now what this does, client component hook that let's say read the current URL path name. So let's log here path name, save it, see what is happening. So go to console. So you are getting /cart. Okay, so this is fine. Now let's say for some reason you are having something here after this. So cart, then you have some search param, and you have a product one. So this value that you want to get, all right, what is the search param value, how you are going to do that? Obviously if I refresh this page, nothing will happen. So let's do one thing, we can do another thing. Let's go to our account page, and here instead of redirecting this one to the profile page, let's redirect to the cart page, and here I'll give a search, and this will be my product 1. Save it. Now now I'll go to our account page. Now notice we are redirecting to this cart page with the search param, and I want to extract this value. So to do this one, you have another hook that you can use, and that is called search param. So we'll give this one name as search params, and this will be use search params, and let's log here search params. Now why I'm explaining each and everything in details, because these all are very important and useful hook that you can use most of the times. I'll see that you are not getting anything here, so this will basically give you some method that you can use. So we are having the get method, so here I will just pass get, and I want to get the search value, that what is the search param value. Save it. So you are getting product 1. Now the reason is because this is the search here that you are having. All right, now let's say I'll give something else here, or let's go here in this page, and I'll give, and we'll give some random value which is equal to ABCDE. Save it. Alright, so now here let's do one thing. So we already we are getting the search value, and I'm appending another random value. So let's copy this, and I'll simply do search params dot get, and I'll pass the random value. So this should be, I believe it is ABCDE, so you are getting ABCDE. Okay, so using this hook you will be able to extract these query params from your URL. Okay, now third thing that you need to learn, and that is how you are going to do this one in a server component, right? So you remember we have this products page and this dynamic page right here. Now somehow I want to extract this value, this one value, which is the dynamic value. For example, I need to pass this value to an API. So how we are going to do that? So let's go to our details page. So this is our dynamic page, and here this will automatically give you this params prop. Very important. This is the params prop that this will automatically give in the server component whenever you'll be having. Now what will happen if I now log this params here, save it, and you can see that you are having details, and this is 1. The reason is because you are having the 1 value here. If I make this 100, refresh this, and you'll be getting 100 here. Now you might think that from where this detail is coming. Now remember, I already told you previously that there is a reason why this name is there. So you don't think like this is like anyhow we have given. This is the name that you have given here, you are getting. So details is coming from here. If you give this one like details something, so it will come details something. So whatever value you'll be giving here, this will be the param value. So this is nothing but you can consider as a key, which is the dynamic key, and this is the value for that. Okay, so this is done. And now next thing you might think that okay, in client component we are able to extract this queries, right? So let's say you are having some search here, but how we are going to do this one in a dynamic component? So that also we are going to learn. So for example, again we'll go to our account page, for example, and instead of now redirecting to the cart page, let's say I'll redirect this one to the products page. Now products is a dynamic component, right? So we'll do products, and then I'll do search for product 1. So I'll save it, and we'll go to our products page, we'll go to our account page, and it will redirect to the product page. Okay, so product page is nothing but this page here. So this is our products page. Now somehow you need to get this search param value here, but this is a server component. You can't use search param hook that we just now discussed. So how we are going to do that? Now to do this one, just like this server component always give you params, this will also give you another prop, and that is called search params. Let's copy this and let's log it here. Let's save it and see what is happening. Now you are getting search and the product 1. Now it is like very simple, you will be able to get the key and also the value. So if I do search param dot search, so that means this will give you the search value. So you're getting product one. Now with this value, you'll be able to do any kind of API operations that you want to do. Okay, so we have learned a lot of things. Let's recap everything. So for client component, you can use path name to get the current URL. You can also use search params to get the search params. For server component, you need to use either params. Params will give you the dynamic value from a dynamic route, and also search params will give you the search params from a dynamic page. Now see what will happen if I go to the catch-all route. You remember we have a catch-all route. So this is a catch-all route, means it can have multiple. So let's go to our products, then /1 /2 /3 /4 /5, and this is a catch-all route. Now here also this will give you a params, right? So this is similar to that concept only, but in this case, because you are having a multiple, so this will give you as a form of array. So here if I now save it, see what will happen. So you're getting product review. Again, this is the name of the folder that you have given. Okay, so that is the reason it's coming here. Now you're getting 1 2 3 4 5, and this is nothing but these values that you are having. If I give this on 6, enter, so this will be 1 2 3 4 5 6. Okay, so for catch all routes or dynamic routes, both the cases you can use these params. Now again, very important, if I remove this one to param, now you might think that it will work, but it will not. It is coming undefined. It has to be params or search params. Okay, so this is all about this particular section. So you've learned a lot of things. Now I will not go into very advanced level of concept. I might create another video for that. Now I already mentioned multiple times, and again I am going to tell this one in throughout this particular video, is that this video is for beginners, and I will highly suggest to all of you is that please start from a beginning, because Next.js is like, there are a lot of things to learn, and you will not be able to master it in like 15 days or 1 month. You have to learn it for minimum 3 to 6 months to create or build a project from scratch without using any help. All right, so that is the reason in this particular video we are going to learn each and everything from very simple example. You can see that these examples are very simple, and it will be very easy to understand. So we've learned how we can create all the routes, dynamic routes, catch-all routes, nested routes, how you can navigate from one page to another page in both client and server components using redirect and those useRouter hook. And then we have basically learned is that how we will be able to extract the current URL, current search params, dynamic values in both client and server components. Now let's move on to the next concept. So next we are going to learn some very simple logic that you need to know, and then we'll be moving to the data fetching section. After that, we'll be creating our first very simple project in Next.js. So there are a lot of things to do. Let's get started. Alright everyone, so till now we now have a good understanding of most of the routing concept. Now let's understand another very important and very effective things that you should know, and that is the loading UI. So this loading UI concept is basically, this is a special file that you can create, and the name has to be loading.js, and this will basically created with React Suspense. Now so what will happen, it will show you a instant loading state while you will basically navigate from one page to another page. So let's say you are having a navbar, and in that navbar you are having multiple menu items. So you are having a home page, product details page, cart page. Now whenever you will go from one page to another page, let's say for some reason you're moving from product to cart page and the data is loading little late. Okay, so there is a delay. So in that case, what will happen, this will automatically detect that, and it will basically show the loading UI until unless the data will be loaded in that particular page. So this is the concept. So here it will be very not very simple to debug. So let's try this one. So let's see whether this is working or not. So what I'm going to do, I'll be creating a loading.js file in our root folder. So let's create in our app, and here I will give loading.js. so the name has to be loading. Okay, and this is very important. Okay, so I created here. Now we are getting an error, so let me just quickly create. So we'll do export default function, and I will give this one as loading, and let's return here h1, and I'll return loading, please wait. And let's give a class name. So we'll give a class name here. So let's give a text. I will give this one as let's give text large or 5XL. Okay, save it. So now how we are going to do that? So we'll go to our layout, and you can see that if I go here, so we basically can use a suspense, and then we can wrap the content inside that suspense, and in the fallback we need to pass the loading component that you have created. Now this is not like you can create on the root level. You can create each and every individual subfolder, and then based on that you can use the same logic. So here I'll give a suspense. This is our root, so I'll give a suspense. I'll pass the children. Children is nothing but all the child components or the pages, and here I'll give a fallback, and I'll pass the loading page. Okay, so now let's save it. Now see what will happen if I let's say try to go to the products pane. Obviously again I'm telling this will come very little, it will come very quickly, so you have to observe it. So if I click here, so see for some time it's came loading, please wait, and then you got the products page. If you notice very carefully, again if I go to account page, then it's coming loading, and then probably it's going to it's redirecting to the products page, because this is the logic that we have written. This is fine, but just I want to show that now this page is already loaded, so now you are not able to see that. So first time you can see if I go there, you will be basically getting this loading UI. So this is coming from here. Alright everyone, so that is all about the concept of loading UI or loading.js file. So now let's understand another concept, and that is custom not found page or 404 page. So for example, in this project that we are creating, we are having an account page, cart page, products page, and a profile page. Let's say there is a membership page that we need to create, but for some reason we haven't created, or that page is not exist only. So whenever as a user I will visit that page, you want to basically inform the user that okay, this is an invalid page, and you will show some kind of message. So for now what will happen, let's say if I go to / and I'll do this one as membership, enter. So this page is not present because this is an invalid route, but here this is a by default, it is coming from the Next.js. We haven't written any code for that, but let's say we want to give some custom message here for the user. So to do that, just like loading.js is a special file, you can also create another special file, and that is called not found page. Okay, so this is the file that you need to create, and here I'll create this one as export default function, and this is my not found. And now I'll just return here h1, or yeah, I think this is fine. So we'll do this page does not exist. Okay, now also we can do another thing that okay, so this page doesn't exist, so let's take a div, and then we'll take a link, and we'll inform the user that go back to home page, go back to home. So now here I'll give a href of / save it. Now see what will happen. Alright, so you can see that we are getting this custom message that this is an invalid page, or this page doesn't exist, or this route, and you can go back to the home page. Okay, now if I give some any other random, let's say value here, so this page also doesn't exist, enter this one, so you're getting this custom, and this is getting served from this not found page that you have created. Whatever you want, you will be able to add the logic here also. Alright, so you've learned two things, is that one, how you can create a loading.js file, and also the not found.js file, or basically custom 404 file. Now I think with this we have completed the basic to intermediate level of routing concepts. Now again, I already mentioned that we are not going into much advanced level. There are so many things to learn, and the video length will be extremely long. So that is the reason I'll create a separate videos for only for the advanced concept. So as a beginner to intermediate level, this will be more than enough. Now let's move on to the next section, and that will be our data fetching section. So in data fetching, mainly two things we are going to learn. The first thing is that how you can fetch data using fetch data in a server component, and also how you can fetch data in a client component. So for this one, let's create some two very simple page here. So I'll give this one name as server data fetching. Now I'm giving this name very odd. Now you might think that what kind of name is that, so this is just for understanding purpose. When we'll be creating project, then that time we'll be giving the name based on the project that we are getting. So for now I'll give this one as the server data fetch. So this is one page, and I'll create another folder here, and this will be client data fetch. Okay, so here what we're going to do, let's create our page.js file, and I'll create this one. Let's close everything else. So this will be export default function. This will be our server side data fetching. Now as I already mentioned, is that the main advantage of using server based component is that most of the times you can fetch the data in a server component. It will be much more faster. There will be facilities like caching and like revalidating kind of concept, then also the security will be more. So it is always advisable that you can use the server side component as a data fetching. So here I'll return some div, and this will be h1, and this will be server side data fetching. All right, save it. Let's copy this and let's go to our client side client data fetch. So this will be page.js. So this will be client side data fetching. All right, and this will be a client component. So I'll convert this one to use client. I'm pretty sure that you already know this client side data fetching. The reason is because in client side data fetching we are going to use two things. One will be how can fetch data using useEffect hook, and also we are going to use another very useful hook that is called SWR or use SWR, something like that. So both the ways we are going to learn how we can do that, and these we are going to implement with loading state. Okay, so these all are the things we are going to do. So the first thing is that server side data fetching. Now there is a concept they have introduced in the Next.js, I think the version 14 or something, that is called the server actions and data mutation, and that is an excellent thing that they have created, and that is one of my absolute favorite. Now what are the projects that we are going to create? Like the first, not the first two projects, but from the third project we are going to use server action basically in both server side component and class based components, and we are going to learn that. But before that, let's understand the very fundamental way of data fetching. So basically Next.js also use the fetch API of fetch API to fetch data from your server. So what we are going to do, basically we need to first convert this component to a async function, and before that let's open a like API endpoint that we are going to use. So I'm going to use a dummy JSON API, and here let's we are going to fetch some list of products or something, anything. So let's do like users. Okay, so this data point we need. So we are going to list the users here. So the first thing is that what you need to do, we are going to give or create a function, and this will be async function, and this will be fetch list of users. Okay, now here so this is my the function utility functions from where I'll be fetching the data, and here I need to call this data. But see what will happen. So we'll do list of users. Okay, and this will be await, and this will be fetch list of users. But this will not work, right? Because you can't use await without using async. So I'll convert this one to a async function, and this is mandatory that you need to do. So now here we'll take a try block, and in catch block we'll do error, and I'm going to just throw a new error. Now what this will do, this will basically trigger the nearest error boundary that you have created. So you will be able to create error boundary. So that is a React concept. I'll not go into much details, and whenever there is error, so it will basically catch that error boundary, and it will throw that particular error, that what kind of error that it's catching here. But here what we'll do const API response. Okay, so here I'll do await fetch. So fetch we are going to use, and let's pass this users here. So I'll copy this and I'll pass it here. Okay, and then I'll do const result equal to await API response dot JSON, and I'm going to return. So I'm thinking it's will give you the users, so we'll return results dot users. Okay, now let's save it. Now I'm going to copy this list of users here. So we'll copy here, save it. Now see what will happen. I think the file name is server data fetch, right? So let's go to this file. So we'll do /server data fetch. Okay, now I'll just expand this one, see what will happen. So I'll enter. Awesome. So you got the data, right? So you can see that we are getting all the data here. So, and that is getting fetched on the server side. Now you'll see that the concept of caching is that Next.js will by default it will cache this data until unless there is a change. Now in terms of the caching concept, what Next.js will do, Next.js will basically do a cache of this data. So first time whenever you render this data, so it will call the API, and next time it will basically render from the cache data. Now you will be able to change the cache option. So like that, here you need to pass some option, like you need to do cache, and let's say you don't want to cache the data, so you can pass this one as no store. So that means it will not store any data. Here you are having reload, then there is no cache, for cache, and default. I believe there is a default will be like they will always cache it. So let me quickly check. So I think we are having okay, let's go to the data fetching section first. So caching is there, right? So if I go here, so you can see that force cache is the default one, and you can basically omit this one or change this one. So if I go here, right, so you are having force cache means it will always cache the data. If you want to change it, you will be able to change this one. So you can pass some options like I don't want to store the data, so you can pass no store, something like that. So this is the concept of caching, but for now this is fine. Now let's first render this list of users here. So what we can do, we'll take a UL and I'll do here list of users and then list of users dot length. If this is greater than 0, so I'm going to render the data, or else I'll do null. So here I'll do list of users dot map. So I'll do user and I'm going to return li, and I'll just render user dot, I think we are having first name or something. So having first name, right? So now let's go here and let's save it. So you're getting the first name, all the first name here. Okay, if I now refresh this, so this is basically this data is coming from the cache, because Next.js will automatically cache the data. Okay, so this is how very simple way you will be able to fetch the data from server. Okay, so you just have to create a method and then just call that method from here. Obviously we are going to learn how we are going to do or basically fetch the data in a dynamic route, so that will be our next one. So let's say every time I'll click on this user, I want to go to a user page. Okay, user details page. So that times, let's say if I click on the first user, so this is the ID 1, so I need to specifically get the data of this particular ID or particular user. So how we are going to do that? So that we are going to do next. So to do this one, what we can do, okay, let's go to our server side data fetching, and here I'll create another folder, and let's give this one name as details. So this is our details page, and here again I'll create page.js. Okay, so now here I'll do export default function, and this will be our user details will give, and this I'll return, and I'll do a h1, and this will be, this is user details page. And also here I'm going to give this on a server side data fetching, and this is our user list page, correct? Okay, and let's give a class name some. So we'll give a class name p of 10 will give. Okay, and here let's give a class name, so we'll do empty of 5, and we'll do cursor pointer. Keep this one simple. Now every time I'll click on this one, I want to navigate to the details page. So how we are going to do that? So I think that we have already discussed. So let's wrap this one in a link, and here we'll pass href, which will be / server data fetch, correct, / and here we need to pass the ID, or basically the dynamic value. So what will be the dynamic value? Dynamic value is nothing but this ID here that you are having. So here we'll pass user.id, right? Now the reason we are going into server side data server data page, because we have created the details page inside this folder, so you have to go by hierarchy. So now let's see what will happen if I go here and click on the first one. So it's going to the user details page. If I click here, going to the second page, click here, going to this page. So now let's go to our details, current user, not current user, I think user details, single user. So now again this will be basically the same process. What you need to do, you have to call this data and then you have to pass this ID here. So how you are going to fetch this ID? Now pause the video and try to find, because we have already discussed how we are going to get that ID here. See, remember that we already mentioned it, this will give you, because this is a server component, this will give you a params here, and these params will be the current value. So let's log here this params and let's see what is happening. And I'll just remove this list of users log from here. Okay, now let's go back. Okay, let's click here, getting details of 1, click here, getting details of 6, right? So that means now we are getting the current ID. Now we will be able to fetch the data. So how we are going to do that? So again here you need to create another function or utility basically. So okay, so here we'll do async. So here I'll do async function fetch user details. Now this will receive what? The current user ID. You got it, right? So this current user ID is nothing but this param.details. Now here what we can do, we'll simply do const, and this will be user details, and this will be await fetch user details, and here you need to pass the params.details. Alright, so here again we'll take a try block, and in the catch we'll take error, and we'll just throw a new error here. So here we'll do const API response, which will be fetch, and here I think let's copy. Okay, we'll copy this one, we'll do await, and we'll pass it here, and then slash we need to pass the ID, which is our current user ID, correct? And here we'll do const result, which will be await API response.json. Okay, and then we are going to return. Let me check what is the data that we'll be receiving. So we'll be getting the data. So let's render first name, last name, email, phone number, and birth date. Okay, so we'll return result. So this is done. Now what we can do, simply take some paragraph. So we'll return user details dot first name. We'll copy this, we'll give space, and we'll do user details dot last name. Okay, then we'll take another one, then we'll do user details dot we'll do user details dot age, we'll do email, then we'll do what else, we are having email, phone, so we'll do p, we'll do phone, and we'll do another p, and here I'm going to do birth date. Awesome. So now let's save it, let's see what is happening. Awesome, right? So now we are getting the data. So now let's go back, click here. Okay, I think we need to first refresh it. Let me refresh this page once. Okay, now let's click here. We are getting the data. Next time I'll just refresh this, it will getting the data from the cache. Now let's go back, getting the data for second. Let's click any other, last one. Awesome. So you're getting the data, right? So this is how you need to fetch the data in a dynamic route. So this is a very, very important concept, and this you are going to use, I can guarantee 100% that in all the projects, because whenever you'll be creating any kind of projects in your company or as a freelancer, you will be facing this kind of scenario that you are having a list page, and on click of that you have to navigate to details page. So whenever you'll be navigating this, the ID you need to fetch, and based on this ID you are going to call the API, and then you have to pass this ID in this API response, and the data that will be receiving, you just render this data. Alright, so this is all about the server side data fetching. And now next thing we are going to learn the client side. I'm pretty sure that client side you are already aware, but it will be better again the same thing we are going to implement using the client side data fetching. So first thing what we are going to do, we will take two state. So one will be my loading state and one will be my set loading state, and here I'll do a use state of false, and I'll do another one, and that will be my data, or let's do users and set users, and this will be my use state of empty array. Now what I'm going to do, I'll take a use effect, and on page load I'm going to fetch the list of users. So we'll do fetch list of users. Alright, now let's create this. So we'll do async function fetch list of users. We'll do try catch, and I'm doing little fast because I'm pretty sure if you know React, these things you have done multiple times. So we'll do const API response equal to await fetch, and then let's use the same one because we are going to render the same thing. Okay, I'll do const result, and this will be await API response dot JSON, and now we are going to simply check if result dot users is true. So we are going to do two things. So the first thing is that before calling the API, we are going to make the set loading state as true, and once we'll get the data back, so first we are going to set the users as result dot users, and we'll make the set loading as false again. And if there are any error, so let's do one thing, we are going to make the set users as empty, and set loading will make this one as false. So this is a very simple logic that we have done. Now simply we'll do if loading is true, so we're going to return h3, and we'll do loading users, please wait. Let's give a class name of font bold. We'll do font extra bold, and text will do 3XL. Okay, and now save it. Now here what we're going to do, we'll render the same thing, we'll not write the same thing again. So copy this from here and we'll paste it here. Now instead of list of users, this will be my users. Sorry, this is my users. Now this users is the state users here. Save it. Now let's go to our client data fetch. So we'll do client data fetch. Okay, we are getting error, link is not defined. Okay, that is fine. I think we can remove this part for now. So let's save it. Okay, now again we are getting the same results. Refresh this. So now this data is getting fetched from the client side. So what we have done, now this is very important to manage any kind of loading state, and it is basically for your users experience that until unless you are getting the data from your API, show some kind of loading state in to users. Then we have taken a state, simply call the API here, and this API we are going to trigger in a use effect because we need to get the data on page load. So this is one way of doing. Now let's discuss another one, and that is using this HWR hook. Alright everyone, so this will be very simple, and so let's see. So this is this HWR documentation. So you just have to first install this package. So we are using npm, so npm install HWR. So this will basically create a fetcher. Now again and again this is the same thing, but the only difference is that this is much more cleaner way of writing. Now obviously there are absolutely no disadvantage or like downside using this approach that you have written, but it's always better if you know this one, because sometimes in interview also you can get some kind of questions is like, is there any other way or like any custom hook that you can create? So you will be also able to implement the same thing by creating your own custom hook. Here they are doing the fetcher, they're passing the arguments, and at the end they're using the native fetch API only, okay, and returning the response back. And here this will return this hook, useRouter hook will take the URL is basically the URL that you'll be using, and then you have to call the fetcher. This will return the data. If it is a success, if there is an error, it will return the error, and for loading it will automatically return the is loading, or basically the loading state. So that means you don't have to manage this loading state separately. So let's see how we are going to do this one. So I'll just quickly install this one. I'll copy this and I'll paste it here, and for now let me just comment out from here. So I'll comment all of this, okay, and then also from here. So next we are going to create this feature, so I'll copy this and we'll keep it outside. And now we are going to call the copy this line, that what are the things that it will return. So it will return a data, it will return a is loading and useWR hook that you need to import, and here I'll pass the URL. So I'll copy this URL from here, the users, and I'll pass it here. Okay, so from this user I want to fetch the data. I'll pass here if loading is true, so we'll show this one, or else if there is an error. So first I'll do if error, so we will return this error here, okay, and this data is nothing but this data that we are having here. So for this one we need to do data.users because it will return the data because it is a nested, right? So inside that we are having users, so we'll do data and data.users, and if data.users dot length greater than 0, so we're going to map it. And now let's go here. So now let's save it and let's see what is happening. We are getting the same result, correct? So you can see that also we are getting the loading state here also. We are not managing anything, but we are getting the result here. Awesome. See what will happen if I now let's go here and then just give some wrong URL. So you are getting a error here. And also I'm thinking, sorry, I think we can basically return this something like this. So let's see what is happening. If I return here that failed to load, okay, so now you are getting the failed to load, so that means there is error. So this is how you can use. So this is all about the client side data fetching, so you're getting the same result here. So again I'll repeat one more time that we created a fetcher. This will basically return all the arguments that you are passing. Here in this case we will pass the URL, or this is kind of input along with the fetcher. It will return the data if there is an error, and also if there is loading, or basically the loading state, and based on that we will be able to show some kind of state here. So this is all about the very basic theory part of the and practical part of the data fetching section. So we've learned how we can fetch data in server components and also the client components. We know how we can create routes, dynamic routes, almost all the concepts of routing. So we completed routing in the data fetching part. So what will be the next step? The CSS I'm not going to cover, I already mentioned, because this is not a CSS course and you can easily get any other courses. So I'm going to use Tailwind CSS. Obviously if there are any new things that I'm going to write, that I'm going to explain, but I will not cover any CSS section for this one. So next I'm going to create a very simple project, and this project will be a recipe application, and what this project will include whatever things that we have learned so far. So we have completed routing and data fetching, right? So that project will combine all the concepts that we learned so far, and that we are going to create in the next. After that, what we will do, we will create our second project with API routes. So we haven't started the API routes yet, which is basically our full stack, how we can create a full stack Next.js application. All right, so those two projects that we are going to create in the next section. So let's get started and good luck. Alright everyone, so let's start with our first project. So first will be a very simple recipe application. So what we are going to do, so we will be having a home page, and there will be having like some text, and then there will be a button, and on click of that button we will be navigating to the recipe list page. So there we will be fetching the list of recipes from this URL, and then on click of each and every recipe we are going to render the recipe details. So this is nothing but the thing that we have done in the routing in the data fetching section, but just I want to combine all the concepts and create one simple project so that it will work as a revision for all of you. So I already created a very simple project. So this is a new project I've created, and first what we are going to do, so let's go to our home page, and then okay, let me just, so I'll just remove everything from here. And let's take one simple div. We'll take a h1, and here I'll do welcome to recipe app, something like that. Also let's go to our global.css, and then I'm going to remove this from here. Okay, so here we will take a link, and then we'll do go explore recipes, something like that. And here we need to give some href. So here I'll create a list, so this will be our recipe list. So let's quickly create our file. So here I'll do create a folder, and let's give this one name as recipe list, and then inside this I'm going to create Page.js. so this will be our recipe list. And also remember that we have learned the loading concept, right? So what you can do, you can create two more files. So now you'll understand that what exactly I'm doing. So whatever things you've learned so far, those only we are applying here. So we'll create a loading file, so this will be loading.js, and also we'll create another file, and this will be not found.js. So let's quickly create these components. So first I'll start with loading file. So here we'll do export default function loading, and let's return some div. Alright, so now for all the UI controls and UI forms or UI elements, we are going to use this UI library that is called this setcn UI, and this is a really good and popular UI library that you can use for your Next.js project. So the same we are going to use in all the projects that we'll be creating with the combination of Tailwind CSS. So both the things we are going to use. So now let's go there, and then we'll go to docs, and then let's install this one. So we'll click on Next.js, and then I'm going to copy this one, npm, and then let's install this one. So this will ask some query that you need to answer, and based on that it will create the configuration. So here you will get all inbuilt components that you will be able to use. If you want to modify those, you will be able to modify using Tailwind CSS. So here I'll keep this one as default. Let's keep this one yes, and then it will automatically create a component.json file. And if you noticed here, it will automatically create a components folder, and inside these component folders, so if I go here, we are having different components that you can use, like button component, data table, drop down, form, whatever you want to use. So that you will get from here, and whatever components you will install, it will create a folder here inside these components, and then you'll create a UI folder, and inside this UI folder you'll be having all the components, and those components you can import and use throughout the application. So now in this case we are going to show a loading, right? So there is a component that we can use that is called the skeleton. So this is a loading UI. So you can see that we are getting this kind of loader, right? Or like this one. So let's use something like what we can do. We need to install this one. So you can see that we are having the add skeleton. So we have already added the package. So whatever component you want to add, that command you need to run here. So for example, I want to add skeleton, I need to add this command. So I'll copy this and then we'll run it here. So paste it. I'll see what will happen. It will automatically create a UI folder inside this, and inside that it will we will have this skeleton component, and the same we will be able to use. All right. So now this is done. So inside UI we are having skeleton.jsx. Okay. So this is the component. So now what we can do, simply let's return this skeleton here. Okay. And we'll give a class name. So let's give width of full. And we'll give a we'll do min height screen. I think it will give 100 VH or something. Yeah. Okay. So this will be our loading file, and then we'll be having our phone of 4. So here also we'll create our component. So we'll export default function. This will be not found, and I'm going to return a div with h1. This will be this page cannot be found. Okay. And then we'll again use the link. So we'll do link, and we'll do go to home page or home, and let's pass href of slash. Okay. So everything is done. So now let's see if I go to some file. So we're getting page cannot be found, right? So this is fine. Okay. So now first we'll create our explore recipes, which will go to the recipe list component, right? So this page we are going to create. So we'll do export default function, and this will be my recipes. Okay. So here we are going to fetch the list of data. And first let's create another folder inside this component. So this will be our reusable components. So I'll create a folder. I'll give this a name as recipe list, and inside this I'll create index.js. So here we'll do export default function, and this will be my recipe list, and I'm going to return div. For now I'll just do recipe list component. So now let's go to our page, and here what I'm going to do, because this is a server component, here we are going to fetch the list of data, and these data we are going to pass to this component, and here I'm going to render all of this. Okay. So here we'll do return, we'll do recipe list. Now this is much more clean. That is the reason I'm using this. So save it. This is fine. So now if I click here, this is going to the recipe list component. Okay. Now next thing, we have already learned that we need to first fetch the list of recipes from the API endpoint. So the first thing what we are going to do, we will convert this component to a async, correct? And then I'm going to create our method to fetch the list of recipes. So we'll do async function, we'll do fetch list of recipes. So here we'll do try catch. So this part we already done. So here I'll do throw new error. Okay. And in the try, I'm going to do const API response. This will be await fetch. And here let's copy this URL. And then I will pass it here. All right. And now I'll do const. This is our data. So this will be await API response.json. And at the end, I'm going to return the data dot recipes, because this will return the list of recipes. And now we need to call this from our component. So what we are going to do, this we already done. So we'll do const recipe list. This will be await fetch list of recipes, as simple as that. And now I'm going to pass this recipe list as a prof here, save it, and I will go here. So we'll receive this recipe list. Alright, so let's log this recipe list here and let's see what we're getting. Alright, so you can see that we are getting all the recipes. So now we just need to render. Now before that, let's go to our here and then let's install this card component. Okay, so we will copy this and I'll just paste it here. So this will also add the card here, and the same we are going to use. So we need to use all of this import. So I'll copy this, and you can see that card component already added. So we'll go here and then I'm going to import, and here the first thing I'll remove this. Let's take another div and inside this I'll take h2 and let's give this one name as recipes. Okay, let's give a class name. So I'll give a class name of padding of 4 mx auto. For large I'm going to do max w6 xl. For md I'm going to do max w4 xl, and for sm I'm going to do max w full, so it will take full width. And for this h2 let's take a class name of text 4 xl. We'll do font bold, we'll do text gray 800, and also let's use a margin bottom of 12. Let's save it. So we're getting recipes here. So now after this let's take another div. Here we'll take a class name. So we are going to render all the recipes. We'll take this one as a grid. We'll do grid columns of 1. For SM I'm going to do grid columns of 2. For MD or medium devices, or let's do for large only, we'll do grid columns of 3, gap of 8. Alright, so here now what we can do simply, so we'll check if recipe list and recipes list dot length greater than 0. So we're going to render the recipe list, or else this will be null. And here I'll do recipe list dot map recipe. Now the first thing what I'll return here, I'll return a link on top of it, because on click of each and every recipe we are going to go to the recipe details page, and inside this I'm going to now use the card component. So this card, now here you can see that we are having some description, footer, header, and those things we are going to use, but for now we'll keep this one very simple. We'll keep only card content. So for now I'll remove all of this, and inside this I will take a card content. So we'll pass a card content here. Okay, and here I'm going to take a div. So let's give this one a class name. Or I think this div is not required. Let's take a class name here. You can remove this part. So for this one, what we can do, we'll take a bg of white. We'll do rounded md. We'll do overflow hidden. We'll do shadow md. Cursor will do pointer. Alright, let's take a hover, and for hover I'm going to scale to let's take some custom value. So we'll do 1.1, and we'll do transition all. Okay, and inside this we're going to take a div. Let's take a class name. So we'll do width of full. We'll do aspect W of 16. We'll do aspect height of 8, and for large we are going to do height of 80. Inside this I'm going to take an image. So now here we can pass this image directly, or we can also pass the image of next/image. Okay, so for now we'll take this one as image only. and here we need to pass the source. So source will be our recipe.image that will be receiving from our API, and also we are going to pass a alt. So here I'll pass recipe.name as alt. Let's take a class name. We'll do height as full, width as full. We'll do object cover, and we'll do object top. So now let's see what is happening. We'll go here, save it. Oh sorry, we also need to give a href here. So we'll do href, and here I'm going to pass. So on click of this will go to our recipe list slash, so it will go to the id with id. So id will be our recipe.id. So this will go to this detail space that we are going to create. So save it. Let's see. Sorry, this will be href. Awesome. Okay, so now we are getting all the images. This is fine. And now after this, let's do one thing. We will take another div. We'll take a class name. So we'll do padding of 6. Inside this we'll take a h3, and we'll do recipe.name, and we'll take a class name. So we'll do text as large, we'll do font as bold, and we'll do text gray 800. Let's make 900. So let's save it. Okay, so we're getting the name. What else we need? So after this we'll take another div. So here we'll take a class name. We'll do empty of 4, margin top. We'll do flex, item as center. We'll do flex wrap, and we'll do gap of 2. Now inside this I'll take a paragraph, and I'll make the rating, which will be our recipe.rating. Here also we'll take a class name. So we'll do text large and text gray. Let's make this one 600. So we'll be getting the rating here. Okay. And after this, let's take another div. And here I'll do a margin left of auto. So we'll do ml auto. And we'll do a paragraph. And we'll do recipe.cuisine. And here also we'll take a class name, and let's copy this from here, the same. And now here I'm going to pass this one as font bold. So let's save it. Now this is coming. Now see what will happen if I click here, right? So it should go to the details page, but we haven't created the page yet. So I think it should come. That page cannot be found. So what I'm trying to say, so you can see that this not found page is getting subbed. So the main idea behind this project is that whether you are able to apply those concepts and the theories that we have learned so far. Okay, you might think that okay, we are doing the repetitive same thing again and again, but this will give you a great understanding, so that these concepts will be like a very simple for you whenever you will be implementing in a big project. So this is done. So now what we are going to do, we'll be creating a details page. So here we will create another folder. Inside this we'll give this one name as details, and we'll create page.js. So this will be our recipe details page. We'll export default. We'll do async function recipe details, and let's return here div, and we'll do this is recipe details page. Okay, now let's go back. Now let's click here. Okay, still we are getting this page cannot be found, so there is something is wrong. Sorry. Okay, see, I've added this one inside component, so you have to add this one here in recipe details. So now let's refresh this. Okay, so now we are getting recipe details page. Now one very interesting thing we need to do, and that is we have a loading.js file that we have already created, right? So here let's do one thing. Let's use this in our main layout.js file. So we'll go here. This part also we have done. So we'll use a suspense, and in the fallback I'm going to pass the loading page. That's it. So now let's click here. Now obviously this is very fast. Currently you will not be able to see, but it's always better to give this one. So let's go to the home page. So we are getting this one. Let's give this one. We'll go to our another thing we need to do. I think let's go in this page, and there will be some kind of link or button, and on click of that I want to go back to the previous page. So in that case, what we can do, let's go to, where is that page, recipe list, and here we are having the recipes. So we'll keep this one simple. So after this I'll take another link, and I'll do go back, or we'll do go home, and then we'll pass a href, which will be slash. Okay, so on click of it, it's going here. Now let's go to our loading.js file. We'll do bg black. Let's see what is happening here. Okay, this is happening very fast, but this is fine. I think we will be able to use the loading.js file. Okay, so now everything is done. Now on click of this, we are going to the recipe details page. So now we are going to call the API here, right? And then we are going to render very simple logic. So let's go to our here, and then we'll create another method. So we'll do async function fetch recipe details, and we'll take a try. We'll do catch, and we'll throw new error. Awesome. Now here the first thing, remember, I will not repeat again. So here we'll be receiving the params. Params will be basically the details, which will be the ID of individual recipe. So here we'll do const API response. This will be await fetch, and here we are going to use the, so let me just close all of this. We are going to use this URL, then slash will do. So here we'll be getting current recipe ID, and this we are going to pass it here. Okay, and here we'll do const recipe, we'll do get recipe details, which will be await fetch recipe details. And what you need to pass, you need to pass the params dot details, right? Because this is the name you have given, so this will give you the dynamic value. And here we'll do const data equal to await API response dot JSON, and we are going to return the data. Okay, so this is all about the logic that we need, very straightforward. Now I'm going to go to our component and create another folder. We'll give this one name as recipe details, and we'll do page, sorry, here we can do index.js. Okay, so we'll do export default recipe details. Okay, I think we already have the same. What we can do here, we'll do recipe details item. Now here also we can return some card component or something, but let's write it like that. So we'll return a div. Something we are doing wrong here. Okay, we need to do function, and here inside of this I'm going to return another div. We'll give a class name. We'll do a padding of 6, and before that let's go here and we'll call the recipe details item, and we'll pass this get recipe details, which will be our get recipe details. So this one will receive in this component, and then we'll do here now we'll do large max w6xl, we'll do max w2xl, and we'll do a max of auto. Inside this we will take another div, we'll take a class name, we'll make this one as grid item start, grid columns of 1, and for large I'm going to do grid columns of 2. Let's make a gap of 10. Okay, now inside this I'm going to take a div, we'll take a class name, we'll do w full, we'll do large sticky, we'll do top of 0, and for sn we're going to do flex, and we'll do gap of 2. Inside this I'm going to take an image, we'll do source, so this will be our get recipe details dot image. Then we'll have a name, here we'll give get recipe details dot name, and we'll do a class name. So here I'm going to give a width of 4 by 5, and we'll do rounded, and we'll do object cover. This is fine. Let's save it and let's see what is happening. So getting the image here, and also you can see that we are now also getting the loading page. So we have given the black background, right? So that is also coming. So let's click here, go back, so it's working fine. Okay, so now after this what we are going to do, we'll take another div, we'll take h2, and I'm going to render get recipe details dot name. Let's go to this page, so let's save it. So we're getting the name here, and I'm going to give some class name. So we'll do text 3xl, and we'll do font extra bold, and we'll do text gray 900. Let's give 950. Okay, after this I'm going to take another div, let's take a class name of flex, we'll do flex wrap, we'll do gap of 4, and let's give a margin top of 5. Here I'm going to take a paragraph, and I'm going to render the get recipe details dot, so there will be meal type of 0. Okay, this is fine, and let's copy the same class name, and I'll make this one as 700, we'll make this one as 2xl, and we'll remove this one. Okay, so this is fine, and after this what are we going to do? So we'll take another div, and here we'll take a paragraph, and let's render some cuisine. So we'll do get recipe detail dot cuisine. Okay, and let's, for this one we'll give a margin top of 4, let's give 5 only, and I think this is also not required here. So copy this, and we'll make this one 800, and I think we'll keep this one same. Okay, and we'll make this one text XL. So this is fine, and then we are going to, at the end we are going to render some ingredients. Okay, so after this we'll take another div, and we'll do a margin top of 5 for this one also. We'll take a h3 and we'll do ingredients. Awesome, and we'll take a class name, we'll do text as large, we'll do font bold, we'll do text gray 700, and here I'm going to do ul. So here we'll give a class name, we'll do a space y of 3, we'll do list disk, we'll do margin top of 4, PL of 4, text sm and text gray let's make 700. So here what we are going to do, we'll do get recipe details dot ingredients, okay, dot map. So we'll do item and let's return a li, and I'm going to return the item here. Let's save it. Let's see what is happening. Awesome. So we are getting this one, and I think this is fine. Also let's give a back here also. I think it will be good. So we'll do a link and we'll do go to recipe list, and here I'll do href. You can also use useRouter hook here, that is also fine. So we'll do recipe list. So we'll click here, it's going back. We'll click here, let's go to the home page, explore recipes, click this one. Okay, let me refresh this page. Okay, now this should work. So we'll go to this one, rendering, go back, click this one, and we're getting the data here updated. So this is working fine. Alright, so I think now for this one, with this project, I believe that you have a really good understanding of how you can apply the routing concept and also the data fetching, how you can do server-side data fetching, client-side data fetching. Although we haven't done any client-side data fetching till now, but that is very simple. Most of the times we are going to fetch the data from server-side only. Okay, so that's all for this particular section. Now in the next section, what we'll be starting, we'll be creating a very simple full-stack project, very simple one. So there we'll be learning how you can create API routes. So how to create get route, post route, update route, and also delete route. And for that one, I'm thinking either we are going to create a notes application or any kind of blog application. So let's get started for this one, and after that we will be starting the server actions and the data mutation. There are a lot of things to do. So the first will complete the API part, and then we'll be moving to the server actions. Alright everyone, so in the previous section, we have completed the concept of routing, data fetching, and also have created a very simple project by applying those theories that we have learned so far. So in this section, what we are going to do, we'll be learning very important thing that you should definitely know, and that is how you can create a full stack application using these route handlers. So in typical application, what will happen whenever you will create a MERN application, so you will have a front end that's let's say that is React, and then you'll be having a separate backend. Let's say in Node.js or Express. But in Next.js, you will be able to create a full stack project from scratch. Obviously, there are multiple ways we can do that. So one of the basic way, and that is most efficient way, is using route handlers. So Next.js will give you this privilege that you will be able to create your API routes inside inside the project only, and based on that you will be able to communicate with database. Now there are other ways we can do that, and that's the one that we are going to use in most of the time, and that is called the server action and the data mutations. But for now, you should definitely know this concept. So what we are going to do, so because this concept will be much easier if you try to learn this one by applying or creating a simple project. So what I'm going to do, I'll be creating a simple blog application, and in that blog application we will be completing the CRUD theory basically. So we'll be creating a blog, we'll be getting or fetching the list of blogs from database, we'll be updating the blog, and also we'll be deleting the blog. So by using all of this, you will get a very good understanding of how you can basically create a full stack application from scratch. Before that, let me quickly create one MongoDB project. So I'm not going to show because I hope that you already know how you can create. I will just simply create a very simple project in MongoDB, and the same I already created here also. You can see that this is another new project that I've created, that is Next.js blog, this project. So I will highly suggest that you do these two activities, create a simple project and also create a MongoDB, and then after that we'll be start working on this particular project. Alright everyone, so I already created one project. So now let's quickly create our database connection. So we'll click on this connect here, and then let's go to MongoDB for VS Code, and I'm going to copy this from here. Now let's go to our project, and inside source, the first thing we are going to create a folder, and that will be database. Now this project we are going to do very slowly, so that this will give you a very good understanding of how you can create these API routes and everything. Here I'll create index.js, and now before that we also need to install two things. So the first one is that, so we'll install npm install mongoose, and also we'll need another package that is called joy. So we'll install this one. Now let's go to our database connection. So here what we are going to do, basically I'll minimize this one. So first we need to import mongoose from mongoose. Next we'll create our connect to db function. So this will be const connect to db. This will be async method, and here we are going to do const connection URL. This will be equal to await, sorry, not await. So for now I'll just paste this one, this URL here, and here I'll just change this. Now please don't use this URL. See, I always notice whenever I'll create some different projects, so most of the time people will use this URL and the passwords. I'll get so many emails and everything that some kind of security issues and everything. Please create your own project and then just replace this section with the password that you have given. Okay, I'll highly suggest this one. Next what we'll do, simply call this mongoose, and this will give you a connect method. Here you need to pass the connection URL, and then this will return a promise. So here simply we can log here, like what we can do, we'll give console.log that blog database connection is successful. Okay, dot, if there are any catch, so we'll do error and we'll just log this. Okay, so this is all about the database connection that you need. I'll do export default and we'll just export this one. Okay, so this is the first step. Now what is the next step? So next step will be to create your models. Now for each and every, so let's say you are creating a blog, right? So in that blog you will be having some field whenever user will be creating a new blog. So blog can have a title, it can have a description, it can have multiple things. So that is means you need to define some model that what kind of data types that you will be receiving for that particular form input. So for this one, inside this source, next step will be creating our models. So we'll do models, and here we'll create blog, we'll give blog.js. all right, now here what you need to do, you have to basically define the schema. So here also first I'll import mongoose from mongoose, and here we'll do const we'll give this one as blog schema. So this will be new mongoose dot schema, and here you have to pass the field. So title, so title will be string, we need a title, and also we need another description which will also be a string. We'll keep this one very simple, that's it. So these two are the things we need. If you have some other things you want to experiment by yourself, you can add more fields here. For example, like XYZ you want to add, so you'll give this one as boolean, something like that. Okay, so these two things we need. Now we'll create here const blog, and this will be mongoose dot models dot blog, or else this will be mongoose dot model. Here I'll give the name as blog, and here I'll pass the blog schema. That's it. Now here we'll do export default blog. Okay, so this will create your model. So two things we have done, we have connected to database, right? We have created our model. So now we need to create our API handlers or API routes, right? So we have four things. We have first we have add. So we need to add a blog, we need to fetch the blogs or get the blogs, we will be able to update the blogs, and also we will be able to delete it. So these all the API routes we need to create. Okay, so now it's time to start creating all the API routes. So to create an API route, what you need to do, inside the app folder, this is very important, you have to create a folder and the name has to be API. So this is very important. So that means Next.js will know that whatever files and folder that you will be creating inside this API, all of that will be considered as a API routes. So this is actually similar concept as the page routes. So for example, here you are having models, right? So you will be able to also not model, sorry, you are having, let's say, some folder name inside this app folder, products. So you will be able to access that using /products. Similarly, in this API folder, whatever folders inside that you will be creating, you will be able to access those using /API/folder name. So let's see how that will work. So inside this API, I will create our first API route, and that has to be add blog. Okay, and here, very important, to create a file here, just like in page cases, you will give this one name as page.js. To create API route, you have to give this one name as route.js, and this is very important. All right, so that means this will be considered as an API route, and this is the path. So path will be /API/add blog. Let's say you are having something else, so it will be /API/the folder name. So first we are having add blog, then we will need get blogs. So here also you need route.js. Here you need also update blog. Here also you need to create route.js. If you give some different name apart from route.js, it will not work. And at the end you are having delete blog. So here also you need to give route.js. Alright, so now add blog. So we'll start with our add blog. I'll close everything else. So what will be the functionality of add blog, right? So add blog will be a post request, because you are going to save the data in your database. So this will be a post API route. So let's see how we are going to create that. So the first thing is that we'll give export async. So this all will be async function, and here it will be a post. So post means it will be receive a request here. So here I will do try catch. This will be error. Now here what we are going to return, so first we'll log the error, and then we are going to return. So this next will give you a next response. Alright, so this basically extend the web response API, and here you will be able to return the response that you are expecting. So it will return a JSON method, and here you will be able to pass, let's say we'll do success as false, means if there are any errors, so success will be false, and message will be something went wrong, please try again. Okay, so this will return in case of any error. Now inside try, what first you need to do, pause the video and try to find. So first you need to connect to the database. So here you will do await and will do connect to DB. So this is the first step. Next you will get the data. So do const extract blog data. So from where you will be getting the blog data. So this blog data is nothing but, let's say you are having a form, and whatever data you will be entering here, so and then user will type submit button, this data will be receiving here, right? So this will be that data. So here it will be await. So here you are having the request.json. So now you will get the blog data. Now we are going to validate the data, whether this is correct or not. So how we are going to validate? So in this data will be having two things. So it will have a title, and also it will have a description, right? So this will be receiving from this extract blog data. And now what we can do, we can simply create a schema here. So this will be const add new, sorry, we'll give add new blog, and this will be joy. You remember we have installed this joy package, so here you'll be able to check. So this will give an object. So here you'll be giving, let's say we need a title, and the title has to be joy.string.required. So that means this is a mandatory field you need to pass. Okay, so this is the validation we are doing. Same for we'll be doing for description. So it will be joy.string.required. Okay, oh sorry. So now this will validate. So now how we are going to validate? Simply this will return an error in case of any error will be there, and here we'll do add new blog, and this will give a validate method. You can see that this will validate the value using the schema and the option. So this is the schema that we have given. So this will validate, and now what we want to validate, can you guess? So you want to validate this title and description that will be receiving from the request. So here we need to pass the title and the description. So now if there are any error, this will automatically return you a error. So what you can do, simply check that if error is exist, so and then simply return a next response.json, and then here will be returning the success will be false, and to show a message, so we'll do this error that you are having, this will give you details, so you can see that, and here there will be a message. Okay, so this is the joy.validation error item.message. so this will automatically give you the message. For example, like instead of a title string you are passing a number, so this will automatically check and it will return like this has to be a number, this has to be a string, but you are passing a number, something like that. It will automatically return from here. If there is no error, that means now we need to save this data in our database, right? So what we can do, we'll do const newly created blog item, okay, and this will be await, and now we are going to use the model that we have created. So you created a blog model, right? So this will give you a create method, and here you need to pass the extract blog data. So extract blog data is nothing but this title and description. Okay, now here what you can do is simply check if newly created blog item is true, that means the data is now being saved. So we'll return next response.json, and we'll return now success is true, and in the message we'll show blog added successfully. Okay, so this else will return this one, that something went wrong, please try again. So now I hope you are getting that how we can create a API route. So I'll recap everything once again, that first you need to create an API folder, which will be a root folder. Inside that, whatever you will be creating, all of that will be a API route. For example, this is API route, this is API route. Now for each and every API route, there will be has to be a method. Either it can be a post method, it can be get, it can be put, it can be delete, whatever. And then based on that you need to connect to the DB. Then we are doing a validation based on the data we'll be getting. If there are any error, we'll simply return the error. If not, we are going to save the data in our database, and then we'll return a message. I hope you are getting. So now we have completed our first API route. So now let's do one thing. Instead of creating all the API routes, it will be difficult to understand. Let's quickly create a very simple UI, and then we'll check that whether we are able to store this data in our database or not. So what we can do, simply go to, I'll minimize this API folder here, and then we will go to our page.js. okay, now here let's do one thing. What I'm thinking, like whether we should do multiple pages or only one page. Let's do something like that. We will be having a home page, and there will be a kind of button, and there is a text that navigate to the blog list page, something like that. And on click of that blog page, on click of that, it will go to the blog page. There will be rendering all the blogs. Okay, and then there will be a add button, and on click of this button we will open some kind of dialog. Alright, and then based on that we are going to save the data. So let's see. Okay, so the first thing is that let's go to our here. Okay, I'll cut it from here, and then we are going to write very simple API, so very simple UI here. So let's return a div, and we'll give a class name. So we'll do mean height of screen. Let's make this on flex. Justify center, item center. Let's do a bg gradient to r. Okay, then we'll do from purple. We'll do like what you can do. Let's make 500. We'll do we'll do 2 blue 600. Okay, and we'll do p of 6. Okay, and then what we can do, we'll take another div here. We'll give a class name of container. We'll do mx auto. We'll do flex column, justify center, and item center. Inside this we'll take a h2. and we'll do browse our blog collection, something like that. And here we'll give a class name of, we'll do text for Excel, text white, we'll do font bold and MB of 4. Awesome. Okay, now next we'll take a paragraph. Let's don't take any paragraph. I think we'll keep this one simple. What we can do, right? So here we'll take another, let's take a button only. We'll take a button, and what we can do, or let's make a link only, not button. We'll take a link and we'll do explore blogs, something like that, and href will give /blogs, and here we'll give a class name. So we'll do bg as white, we'll do text sm, we'll do text blue 700, let's make, we'll do font semi bold, we'll do py of 2, px of 6, we'll do rounded. Let's see how this is looking. Okay, I think let's keep this one very simple. I think this is looking good. So this will be our home page, right? Now on click of this, we need to go to the blogs page. So we'll create a blogs page. So inside app, now don't create the pages inside API folder, right? So this, I think you are already clear. So you need to create outside of it. So we'll create a blogs, and here I'll create a page.js, and here I'll do, this will be our blogs, and now here let's do one thing, let's return a div. Now what we can do, right, we will be having two sections here. One will be add new blog, and then there will be a what we can do, right, let's do one thing. I think it will be very complicated in that case, complicated in the mean like I don't want to go into much UI and those things. I just want to explain the functionality in more detailed way. So that is the reason, let's do one thing, let's return a simple blog page here. So we'll do blog overview, and here only we'll keep everything, we'll not create separate file. And to do this one, I will create a components folder. So we'll do components, and here I'll create a folder, and this will be our blog overview, or yeah, I think blog overview is fine. And inside this I'll create an index.js, and this will be my blog overview page. Now this will be a client component. The reason is because here we need to manage the form and everything, right? So we need useState to manage the state. So here I'll return a div, and this will be my blog overview page. Let's import, and now let's see. So if I click here, so we're getting blog overview page. Okay, and also we'll go to our global.css, and I'll remove this one from here. Okay, so this is fine. So now in this blog overview page, what we are going to do, right, we will be having we'll be rendering the list of blog, and also there will be a button, simple button, and on click of that we are going to open a model, and then we will basically fill the data. Once we'll submit, we will refresh this page. Okay, we'll not do hard refresh obviously, because we are going to fetch the data from a server side, so you have to refresh this page, and then we'll be getting the updated data. So let's say how we are going to do that. And before that, let's do one thing. I think I'll copy the same here, it is looking good. So I'll copy this one from here, and then I will paste it here, and then let's remove this one. We'll do flex column and gap of 10. Okay, now here we will be having so one section, this will be our add new blog section, and there will be another one, which will be my blog list section. Okay, so this is my blog list section. So one is add blog section and one is blog list section. So in the add blog section, let's render a button. So inside this I'll create a button, or let's do one thing. I think we have already used this setc and UI, right? We'll use the same. So let me just quickly install this one. So copy this and I'll install this one here quickly. Okay, so I think it will ask some query, so we'll give this on default. Awesome, so this is done. So now let's install some of the things that we need. First we need a let's do a button. We'll copy this, so let's copy button. Also, what else we need? We need a dialog. So dialog is basically the model. So on click of this, we want to open this one, right? So for this one, let's see what is the code. What are the things they need? They need an input, they need a label, and they need a button. So we are going to install this also. So I'll copy this. And also you need input. So we'll go to input. And we'll copy from here. Okay, let's install this input, and also I think we also have to install the label, so we'll install this one also. So copy this and we'll install the label. Okay, so everything is done. So now let's use the button first. So here I'll import the button from button. Okay, and we'll do add new blog. Let's see how this is looking first. Awesome, we don't have to change any style also. This is looking good. Okay, so now here on click of this button we need to open the dialog, right? So we'll go to dialog first, and I'm going to copy this whole code from here. Then we'll change something. So we'll copy from here, or let's do one thing. First we'll do step by step, or else it will be difficult for you to understand. So we'll copy the import of dialog, input and the label, and then we'll paste it here. Then we are going to copy the dialog from here. Okay, and now let's paste it here. So here it is basically triggering based on this edit profile. So what we can do, right, we don't need this trigger from here, we will do manually. So we'll also understand how we are going to do this one. So to do this one manually, you have to pass the open property here and on open change. Okay, so we can do simply const open blog dialog set open blog dialog, right? And this will be use state of false. So here we'll pass that on click of this button we want to open, right? So we'll do on click, and in the on click we'll simply make the set open dialog as true, and here we'll pass the open as the open blog dialog, and on open change we'll pass the set open blog dialog. And I think that's it. So let me just remove this one from here, save it. So if I click here, we are opening this, right? Click outside, and awesome, this is working fine. Now we'll change some of the things here, and let's go start with this edit profile. We'll make this one add new blog. Description we don't need, we'll remove this one from here. Label will give this one as title. Input, this will be title, default value we don't require, and this will be my description, right? And this will be also description, and this will be submit, or save changes is also fine. We'll make this on type as button. So let's save it. So we're getting title, we are getting description, save changes. Awesome. So this is done. So now I'm thinking to do another thing is that we can do, right, it will be much more cleaner. So this part, that whatever these things we have written, we can also write this one in a separate component. So let's do this one. I think it will be better. So a blog overview, right? So inside components I'll create another one, and this will be add new blog, and this will be index.js, and this also will be a client component, and we'll do function. This will be add new blog, right? And from here what we can do, we can copy all of this, and we don't need the blog list section here definitely. Okay, I think we need to give this one some fragment. So we'll do fragment, and let's paste it here. So now this is done, and then I remove this, all of this from here, this dialog section, right? And then I will also remove this part from here, and let's make this one as add new blog. Okay, so we are going add new blog. Now definitely we need to pass some other things. I'll remove everything from here, and then I'll pass this open model dialog as a prop to this component, and set open model dialog as this one. So we'll receive this one here, and set open model dialog, and that's it. So now save all of this. We'll save this one, this one. Okay, we're getting button is not defined. Oh, sorry, I think we need to import all of this. Okay, let's do it. So we'll import dialog content, header, title, label, input, footer. Okay, so now click here. We are getting, now the reason why I have done like this, so it is now much more cleaner, right? So you have add new blog. Now you might ask me like why you are not using context and Redux. Obviously you can do that, but let's not go into those things though that way. I think for now it will be much better if we understand how we can create these API routes and everything. Okay, so for now this is fine. So now let's quickly handle the form here now. So what do we need to do? We will take two things. So the first thing, we'll do a loading state and set loading, and this will be use state of false. And also I'm doing wrong. Let's make this one in this component only. We'll manage here, and we'll do another one. So this will be my const blog form data set blog form data, and this will be use state of initial blog form data. So initial blog form data will be, so we'll take it here. So this will be title, which will be empty, and description, this also will be empty. Awesome. So now I'll pass all of this here. So in this component, set loading as set loading, blog form data as blog form data, and set blog form data as set blog form data. So now let's get all of this here. So we have a loading, let's copy from here. So we have loading, set blog form data, and blog form data. Okay, so this is done. Now what we are going to do, so here we will take a name also in this input, which will be title. We will take a placeholder. This will be enter blog title, and there will be a value which will be blog form data dot title, correct? And also there will be a on change which will be, this will give you an event. Now again, I'm not discussing all of this, and here you will destructure the form data you are having, and then you'll do title, which will be event dot target dot value. Okay, similarly for this one also, we'll take a name which will be description, then you'll be having a value which will be form data, sorry, this will be blog form data. We are having blog form data, right? So I've done something wrong. This will be blog form data. This will be blog form data dot description, and then on change will be also almost the same, only okay. So here we'll do set blog form data, which will be blog form data, and then we'll do description will be event dot target dot value. Okay, so let's see first of what is happening. I think most of the things you have done. Now let's log here blog form data. Okay, so we'll go to console. So we'll type something here we are getting, and type something here in the description we are getting. Awesome. Now what are the things that we need to do? So here one thing we can do, so the first thing is that the handling is done. So now on click of submit, we need to basically create the method, right? So what we can do, right? So here I'll give on click, and this will be handle save blog data. Okay, so now this also will be receiving from our parent component. So now here I will create async function handle save blog data. Now here what you need to do, so first I'll take a try block, and here we'll take a catch block. Now again, I'm repeating, it will be better if you try to do all of this along with this video. So here we'll just log this error. If there are any error while saving the data, we'll make the set loading as false and set blog form data as initial blog form data. So we'll reset everything, or else here what we are going to do, look const API response, and this will be await fetch. Now one very important point, now which path you need to go to, this is very important. So first you have to go to the root where it will be slash, then you're having API, right? So it will be slash API slash, inside this you have to check which one you want to target. So we want to target add blog, so it will be slash add blog. So this is the API route. Here you need to pass method, so method will be post for this one, and body will be json.stringify, so we'll pass the blog form data. Done. Now here we'll do const result, this will be await API response dot JSON, and let's log here the result. And I think we have done most of the things. So now we'll go to console, we'll add, so we'll do first blog added. Here also will give first blog added. Let's click on save changes and let's see what is happening. Awesome, nice. So you're getting success true, blog added successfully. If I go here and then we'll do where is this browse connection? Okay, here only. So we'll go here, right? You'll be able to see that. So go to test. This is some sample data. Here you are having blogs, and here you are having the first blog added, first blog added. So this is successful, right? So what you need to do, if this is successful, so you'll be able to check if this is success is true. So here will come that if if result dot success, if this is true, first we'll do set blog form data as blog form data. We'll do set open blog dialog as false, and we'll do set loading as false. And before calling the data, we'll make set loading as true. Okay, save it. See now what will happen. If I go here, right, I think this set loading we don't need here. If loading is true, so simply we'll do that. Here we'll do if loading is true, right, we'll do saving changes, or else we'll do save changes. Okay, so let's see if this is working or not. So I'll save it. Okay, so this is done. Now another very interesting thing that we need to do, and that is if you noticed here on click of this data is still persisting here. So on close we need to reset it. So that what we can do, right, on open change here, so we can make something like this, that make the set set open dialog blog dialog as false, and then make the set blog form data as initial form data. Now that we will be passing initial blog form data. Let me check what is that. Or let's make this one like that. This is fine. I will copy this because we only have two fields, right? So we'll do like this. Now this will work. So if I close here, so this is now empty. Now let's add another one. So we'll do second blog added. Now what will happen, so if I noticed, right, we have given like if this is success, we'll make this one as set blog form data as okay, so this we need to make initial form data, blog form data, set open blog as false, and set loading as true. And once we'll save this one, this will be saving changes instead of save changes. So let's see if this is working. So click here, saving changes, save, then it is done. It's closing, open. Now this is again resetted. If I go here and then refresh it, so we should get the updated data. So now we are getting two data. Awesome job. So now we have almost completed like how we are going to basically save the data in our database using API handler. Now what will be our next step? So next step is very important. Next step is that how you need to fetch this data from our database, right? So to do this one, what we need to do, we need to create another route, and that will be get blogs. So get blog will be to fetch the list of blogs from a database, right? So that will be a get request. So let's see how we are going to do this one. Alright everyone, so let's start working on the get blogs route. So here this will be again export async function. So this will be a get method, and here we'll do try, catch, we'll log the error, and we'll just return next response .json. So return success as false, and we'll return a message which will be something went wrong, please try again. Okay, and here the first thing you need to do, connect to DB. So we'll do connect to database, And this is very straightforward. So whenever you'll be getting all the list of blogs, you don't have any like user specific, like based on the user ID you have to get the blogs, then you have to pass certain parameters. But here you'll just simply do extract all blogs from database. Now I'm giving the name because it will be easy to understand. You don't have to give like that, you can give any name you want here. So we'll do await. So again we'll call our blog model, and just you need to pass the find method. So find will basically find all the record that you are having here. This will give all the list of documents. And now you can simply check that if extract all blogs, if this is true, so we'll return this. So return next response dot JSON. We'll return success. We'll return a success as true, and here you need to pass the data back, because the list of blocks that you'll be getting from database, that you need to render it here. So here we'll do data, which will be your extract all blogs from database. Else, if something goes wrong, means you'll return this message. And this is done. So this is all about the get blogs API route you need to do. Connect to the database, get all the blogs, and then simply if this is true, return the data back. Now where do we need to go? We need to go to, I'll close almost everything here, all else this is. So we'll go to our blogs overview, and now what you need to do. So here this is a server component, right? So here we are going to fetch the data, and this data I'm going to pass in our blog overview, and there I need to render the blog in the blog list. So here I'll convert this one to a async function, and then I'll create a method here. So this will be async function fetch list of blogs. We'll do a try catch, and here I'll return throw new error of this error. And now here we'll do const API response, which will be await. Now here one very interesting point is that here you need to pass the absolute URL. So that means because currently we are in local, so you have to pass the complete this localhost 3000, or else it will not work. So this will do fetch, and here we'll do this one, and now you need to go to /API, right? So we'll go to /API, and then which one? /get blogs. So we'll do /get blogs, and here you need to pass the method, which will be get. Now very important thing that we've learned so far, we need to make the cache here. I'll do cache as no store. I don't want to cache the data, so I don't want to store anything. So this will be my API response. Now again we are going to learn another very interesting point that we are going to discuss. So we'll do const result, and this will be await API response dot JSON, and now we are going to return the result dot data. Now why result dot data? So I'll show you quickly. So the reason is because here we will be returning this success and this data here, right? So this data will be receiving here, and now what we can do, we'll do const blog list, and this will be await fetch list of blogs, and here we'll pass the blog list. Sorry, not blog list, and that's it. So this will give you a blog list, and now I'll just log here this blog list, and let's see what is happening. Save it. See, we are getting two data, right? Awesome. So now these two data will be able to render. So now let's pass this one here. So I'll copy this, pass this blog list, and this we are going to receive in our this component block overview, and this we are going to render. Okay, so now let's quickly return the logic here, or the UI. Very simple. So we'll take a div, and we'll make a class name. We'll make this one as grid. We'll do grid columns of 1. For SM we'll do grid columns of 2. For large we are going to do grid calls of 3. We'll do gap of 6, and we'll do margin top of 6. Let's make this one as 5. Now here we are going to check if this blog list and then blog list dot length greater than 0, so you're going to render it, or else this will be null. And then here I'm going to do blog list.map, this will be blog item. And then what we can do, we can simply return this card here also, right? So let's go here and then check the card, and let me just quickly install this one first. And let's see if we are having any simple example or not that we can use, or else we can simply render. Yeah, I think this is done. Let's go back. Let's see what are the things we need to. So we'll copy all of this, and then I will import it here, and then we are going to use the same. So we'll do card, so this will return a card. Okay, then I'll simply need the card content only. And then what we can do, right? So simply we will return the card title. So this will be my blog item dot title, and then I'll simply return card description, which will be my blog item dot description. So let's see how this is looking first. Save it. Okay, now let's go here. Let's give a class name of padding of 5, and here I'll do a margin bottom of 5. Awesome. Now very interesting thing, you will notice one thing is that, okay, before that another thing we need to do. So I'll just import button here. So one will be my edit and one will be my delete. Okay, and let's keep this one in a div, and we'll make this one class name. So we'll do margin top of 5 flex, and we'll do gap of 5, and we'll do justify content center item center. How this is looking if I remove this center one, let's see. Yeah, I think this is fine. Okay, now I'll try to add another blog. Okay, third blog added. See, this is not reflecting, right? Why is that? The reason is because this page is not getting refreshed. So what we can do, we can simply, once the data is saved successfully, we just need to soft refresh this page. How we are going to do that? So to do this one, we can simply do const router. This will be useRouter. Now there are multiple ways you can do that. I'm not saying this is the only way, but this is one of the way that you can do. So now here we'll do use effect, and every time page will getting refreshed, so we are going to do router.refresh. This is the first step, and every time this data is getting saved to database, then also you will do router. Let's do this one at the end, and then also we'll do router.refresh. Now let's see, save it. So now you are automatically getting the third blog. I'll add another one. So we'll do fourth blog added. See what will happen. Save, you're immediately getting, right? We'll do fifth blog added. Save, you're getting. Even if I refresh, we will be getting here. So this is working fine. So you learn two things, that how you will be able to save data into database, how you will be able to get the data using server component, and then you need to basically refresh this page using router.refresh. There are multiple ways you'll be achieve this one. This is one of the way. And also learn how you can save the data using post request. Now two things are left. Now why this CRUD is very important, you'll notice that every YouTuber will make this video, and that every time someone will start a project, they will start with create, edit, delete and update. The reason is because whatever big application you'll be doing doesn't matter. At the end you are going to do either of these 4 operations. Either you are going to create a data, either you will be fetching the data, either you will be updating the data, or either you will be deleting the data. So that is the reason this is very important concept. If you know this one very well, actually doesn't matter how much complex project you are doing. Obviously there are some logics you need to create, but at the end it's simply like the CRUD application. You'll be creating, updating, deleting or fetching. So now let's start working on the delete functionality first, then we'll be doing the edit functionality. Alright everyone, so let's start working with our delete functionality first. So first we'll create the API route. So here as the name suggests, so this will be a delete request, right? So let's quickly create that. So we'll do export async function. So this will be delete, and here also we are going to receive a request. Let's do a try catch. So log error, and then we are going to return next response dot JSON. We'll do success as false, and we'll return a message, and this will be something went wrong, please try again. Okay, now here again first we will connect to DB, and then here what will happen, so let's say I try to delete this particular blog here. So whenever I'll click on this delete button, I need to basically get the ID of this particular blog, and similarly for this one also, right? So this ID we need to somehow get here, so that we'll be able to delete this particular item by ID. So for that what we are going to do, we will be passing that ID in our URL, the request that we'll be doing, and we'll be passing in a search param. So how we are going to do, so here we'll do const search params, and this will be equal to new URL, and here we'll pass request dot URL. So this is what we are going to pass, and here we'll do const get current blog ID, right? And this will be our search params dot get, and here we need the ID param. So ID param will give you the current ID, blog ID. Okay, now here one very important point, that if this get current blog ID is not present, so we are going to return next response dot JSON, and we'll make the success as false, and here we'll return a message like blog ID is required, right? Else what we will do, we'll delete the current blog. So we'll do delete current blog by ID, and this will be await. So we need the blog from model, and here you need to do this method that will be find by ID and delete, and here we'll pass the ID or get current blog ID. So this will automatically delete, and then what we are going to do, so if we'll check if this delete current blog by ID, if this is successful, so we are going to return next response dot JSON, and we'll do success will be true because that will be deleted successfully, and message will return that blog is deleted successfully. All right, else we are going to return this, that something went wrong, please try again. All right, so this is all about the delete route that we need. So first we will basically extract the current blog ID, and based on that we'll be deleting. So now the backend work is done, so let's go to our UI part. Okay, so the first thing is that here you can see that we are having the delete button. So first we will take a on click here, and here what you need, we need to basically pass, so we'll do handle delete blog by ID, and we need to pass the ID. Now this ID will be, so if I go here, right, this ID is nothing but this ID that you are having. So that we need to pass. So that will be easily able to get it from this blog item.id, right? So we'll do blog item, this will be blog item item.id. So this will be passing this id, and now we'll create this method, and this will be also async method. So we'll do async function handle delete blog by id, and this will receive the get current id. So here also we'll do a try catch. Let's log the error, and here we'll do const API response, and this will be equal to await fetch. Now here one interesting thing what we need to do, so we will go to /API /delete blog, right? So we'll do /API /delete blog. Now what we need to pass, so if I now go here, right, so if you notice we need to pass this id, and this id will give you the current blog id. So here what I'm going to do, I'll do a question mark, and here I'll do id, which will be equal to this get current id. So this value basically we are passing here, and this is the same that we will be receiving here. All right, so this is done, and then we'll do const result, and this will be equal to await API response dot JSON. And if the result.success is true, that means the blog will be deleted successfully. So we'll do if result.success, if this is true. So what we need to do, can you guess? So we will refresh this page again. So that means we'll do this logic that we need to get the updated, right? So if I, let's say if I delete this blog here, so this data should not be there, so we should have 4 blog. So that we can simply do, we'll just do here router dot refresh, and this is done. So now let's save it. Now let's see what is happening. So I'll try to delete this one here, click. Okay, I think we are getting some error. Let me check. Sorry, we need to pass the method. Sorry, my bad. So we'll do method here. We need to pass the method as delete. Okay, so now let's see. So let's try to delete this one. Deleted, right? Refresh this page, we are not getting here, and if I go here, refresh this, we should have 4 data now instead of 5. So getting 4. Now let's try to delete 5th one. Delete, deleted, 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 and deleted. Now one thing we'll do here, and instead of null, we'll show some label that no blog found, please add 1, and let's give a class name. So we'll do class name of text, we'll do 6 XL font extra bold. Okay, this is fine. I think there is, let's make this one 3. Okay, now let's add one. Added. Okay, this is working fine, right? I'll add something else. This is also very fast. Saving changes. Let's delete this one. Deleted, deleted, and deleted. Refresh this page. Now we're getting this one. Alright, so now with this, the delete functionality is also completed. Now next thing we need to do the edit functionality, right? So edit will be, what kind of method it will be? Can you guess? So it will be a put method, because we will be updating a portion of the data. So let's say instead of updating a title, we only want to update the description. So let's start working on the edit API route. Alright everyone, so let's start working on the edit functionality. So we'll create the route first. So let's go to our update blog. Okay, so this will be a put request. So we'll do export async function put. Here also we'll be receiving a request, and we'll do a try catch as usual, and let's log error in case of any error, and then we are going to return our next response .json. So return success false, and message will be something went wrong, please try again. Okay, and here we'll first connect to our DB, and then here also you're going to do the same logic, because when we'll edit this one we need the current ID of this particular blog, right? So we'll pass that ID as similar to the delete one. So we'll do const search params. There are different ways also you'll be able to do that, and this will be request.url. Here we'll do const get current blog ID, and this will be search params.get, and here we'll be passing the ID, right? Also here also we need to basically get the title and the description, right? So we'll do const destructure from await request.json, and here we'll need the title and the description. So these two things we need. Now here we can basically add the same logic that we have written here. So here we are having this validation, right? So this also you'll be able to do. So we'll do edit blog, and then we will check, we'll validate this one, and if there are any error we'll return the message. So I'll just copy this one instead of rewriting, and here we'll do this one as edit blog, and if there are any error then also we're going to return this one. Similarly, if this ID is not present, so if this ID is null, so means we are not getting any ID of this blog, that means then also we'll not be able to edit. So we'll check if this is not there, so we are going to return next response.json. so in this case also we'll do success will be false, and here we will show a message like blog ID is required. Okay, so this is fine. Now next we will basically update the blog. So we'll do const update blog by current by blog ID, and here we will do await blog, and here we'll do find one and update. So here we'll pass the ID. So we are updating based on the ID, right? So we'll pass the ID, which will be this get current ID. So we are talking about this ID here. So we are updating based on ID. And what are the things that we want to update? We want to update the title, and also we want to update the description. And here also we'll pass a property, so new, and we'll keep this one as true. Now this will automatically update. So now we can simply check that if update blog by ID is true, so we can simply return next response.json, and here success will be false, sorry, true, and message will be will show like blog is updated successfully, else we are going to return this. Okay, so let's recap once. So we take the put request, we are connecting to the database, we are getting the current ID. If the ID is not present, so blog ID will be required. If there are any error in this data, then also we need to check that. So if any error, we are going to render the error message, then we are going to update this one. So this is all about the backend logic. Now we need to start working on the front end one. So we already have this edit button, right? So here what we are going to do, we'll do on click, and we also need the current ID. So in this case we'll do handle edit, and we are going to pass blog item.id. Okay, now one thing you need to do, so what are the things we need to do on click of this handle edit? So now this will be a function, so we'll do function handle edit. So the first thing is that this will be get current blog ID. So the first thing, when I'll click on this one, I'll store this ID somewhere in a state, and also you need to open this model here with the pre-populated value of this particular ID, correct? So these all the things that we need to do. Okay, so in that case, what we can do, right, instead of this, we will pass only the blog item here, so we'll get all the information. And now I will take another state, so let's do something like that. Const current, I will do current edited block ID, set current edited blog ID, and this will be use state of null. And now what we'll do, simply first thing, we will make the set current edited blog ID, which will be, this is our get current blog, not ID, because we are getting all the things. So this will be get current blog dot ID. So that means we are setting the current blog ID. So let me just quickly log here, or else it will be difficult. So log here current edited blog ID, right? Save it. So let's go to console and see what will happen. We click here, we are getting this ID, right? If I click this one, we are getting this ID. That means we are setting that value. Okay, now next thing what we are going to do, will make the set open blog dialog. This will be true, and also before this we are going to set blog form data, and we'll do title, which will be blog, will be get current blog dot title, and then we'll do description, which will be get current blog dot description, right? Now let's save it, let's see what is happening. So I'll click here, you're getting this. Okay, if I click this on fourth blog added, now this one we need to change. Instead of add new blog, we need to do edit new blog. So here we'll pass current edited blog ID as current edited blog ID. So we'll save it, and now we'll go here, so we'll get it here, and then we can simply make this change, like, okay, we have the header, right? So here we'll do if current edited blog ID is not null, so we'll do edit blog, or else this will be add new blog, correct? So we'll copy this, cut it from here and paste it, save it. Let's see. So click here, we're getting edit blog. Now also we are getting edit blog. So in that case, what we can do, on close, we every time we are going to, when we'll close this one, right, every time we'll make this set current edited blog ID as null. So that we need to do. So we'll go here, set current edited blog ID. So we'll also pass it here, and then we'll get it here, and then we'll make this one as null when you close this one, basically. So we'll do set current blog ID will be null. So now let's see. Okay, so first time I'll edit, we're getting close it. Now add here, now we're getting add new here, close, add, we are getting. But if I edit, we are getting this one. Okay, so now everything is done. So here what we can do, you can see that we are having handle save blog data. So what are the things that we need to do now? This is very important point. Whenever you will be editing this one, instead of calling add new API URL, so here we are doing add new, right? Here we need to pass the edit one, correct? And also the method will be different. But how we are going to check that? So that we will be easily check it using this current edited blog ID. If this is not null, means we are currently editing. If this is null, that means we are currently adding, something like that. So what we can do, simply we'll come here in the same logic only, and we'll do if this current edited blog ID, if this is not null, so we'll do something, or else we'll do this one. So what we are going to do, we'll do await, and here we'll do fetch, correct? And here we'll call /API /update blog, and here also we are going to pass the ID. Remember, this ID is nothing but the current edited ID. So we'll do current edited blog ID, correct? And here we need to pass the method. This will be put, and the body, this will be json.stringify, and we'll pass the blog form data, and this is done. So that means we are doing the same thing in same logic. For this is for edit, this is for adding. And if this is successful, we'll make this one a reset, we'll make this one as false. And another thing we need to do, will make the send current block ID will be null. Now see if this is working or not. Okay, so let's edit this one. So I'll do first block edited instead of adding. Save. Okay, something is going on wrong here. Let's see. Okay, we're getting internal server error. Let me check what is the problem here. Okay, I got it. So I think we need to import this joy here that we haven't done. My bad. Okay, we'll go here and then we'll import this one first. Okay, now let's see. Okay, I'll close this one. Okay, let's edit, edited, save. This is edited. Awesome, right? If I refresh this, we'll be getting updated data. Edit, and we'll do this one also. Edited, edited. So let's edit this one. I'll add my name. Let's add name here. So this is updated. Let's add a new one. So we're getting a new one, and this is working fine, right? So if I tell to delete, deleted, let's delete this one, no block found, please add one. Awesome. So I think now with this we have good understanding of how we can basically create API routes. See, I have taken very simple example so that it will be easy for understand how we can create get, put, post, delete this API request. That's it. So that's all for this particular project and the section. Now in the next section we'll be starting the server action and the data mutation. Alright everyone, so let's start the concept of server action and data mutations, and this is a very important concept that you need to know, because in the upcoming sections, whatever projects that we are going to build, we will be using server actions instead of creating API routes. So server actions are basically asynchronous functions that are executed on the server. Alright, so what will happen? So let's say you are creating a full stack application. Now you need to create API routes, for example get, post, put, to basically communicate with your database, and then you will be saving your data in database. So using the server action, you will be basically able to mutate your data, and then you will be doing this database operation directly. So how we are going to do that? So that we will be learning by creating some very simple example, and then I'm going to create a very simple project also, so that it will be easy. So I already created one project here, and now I'll just remove everything from here, and then let's give this one name as div. Okay, and I'll give h1, and let's give this one server actions. Okay, and let's go to our global.css, and I'll remove this one from here. Now we are going to basically learn how we are going to fetch the data in both server component and also in client components. So what I'm going to do, right, in this project only, in this particular project only, I'm going to also create that project. So let's do one thing. Let's create one folder here, and this will be my theory section. Okay, so here I'm going to explain the theory, and after that we'll be starting the project. And here let's do one thing. Let's create one more folder or file here, and let's give this one name as server example, server page example, and let's create one page.js. So now let's create server actions example. Okay, and let's take a div h1. Okay, so this will be server actions example, and this is for server components. So now let's go to this page. So we are having /theory /server. I think we have given server page example, server page example. Okay, so see, let's say you have a task, and that you have an endpoint, and from this endpoint you have to fetch the list of products. So what you are going to do, so let's see if we are using a fetch API. So we'll create a function here, right? So we'll do async function, and we'll do fetch list of products. Now I'm going to write all of this from scratch because this is a very important concept and that you need to know, because in the next all the projects we are going to use this server action. And then what you are going to do, you'll do a try block, right, and catch block, and then we are going to simply call the API. So we'll do const response await fetch, and then here I'm going to copy this and let's pass it here, and then we'll do const data equal to await res.json, and then I'm going to do return data.products, right? And then here first I need to convert this one to async, and then you will do const products, and this will be await fetch list of products, right? And if I now log this, so we will be getting the products here, correct? Okay, so this is one way of fetching the data. I think this we are already aware. Now let's say how we are going to do using server action. So you can see that server components can use this inline function level or module level use server directive. So just like when you create a client component, you use client at the top of the file. Similarly, to create a server action, you in your server components you can create a function, and then inside this you have to write this use server directive, and this Next.js will automatically understand that this is a server action or we are doing some kind of data mutation here. All right, so let's see how we are going to do that. So I'm going to create this method here. So we'll do async function, and we'll do fetch list of products, and then I'm going to use here use server. Okay, and then we'll do the same logic. So we'll copy this and paste it here. I'll remove this from here, and I will save it. Now this will give you the exact same result. Okay, if I scroll down, so you can see that we are getting the list of products here. So this is one way, and second one is module level use server directive. So this is basically, and this is the best approach. So what you will be doing, right? So let's say you're creating a project and then you have to do the data mutation in both server component and client component. So instead of doing this one here, you will be creating a common file, and that file you are going to convert that file using this use server directive, and then whatever actions that you will be writing for that particular project, you will be writing in one file, and all of that will be stored in one place, so that we'll be able to import that wherever that is required. So that is much more organized, and we are also going to use the same. So this is one way of writing your server action in a server component. But how you're going to do that in client component? Now you can see it's very clearly mentioned that client component you can't use the server inside that particular component. What you need to do, you need to create a module level file. Module level means you have to create a separate file, and there you will be using this use server directive. And now here it is clearly mentioned that to call the server action in a client component, create a new file, all right, and add this use server directive at the top of it, and all function within the file will be marked as server action, and that can be reused. Now this is the point that I mentioned, that reused in both client and server components. So for example, let's say you need to use this one in a client component also, so it's always better to create a separate file and use the same. So that obviously we are going to do, and then we are having some example like how you will be able to do the form, but I'm not going to go into much details because these all we are going to learn by creating project, and I think that is the best way of learning. So I just want to give some very basic idea. So now let's do one thing. Instead of doing like this, let's go here inside source, and then we'll create a something like actions folder, and here I'll create index.js. Now to convert this one to a server action, you need to use this use server at the top of the page. Okay, this is very important. If you don't use it, it will not work. And then you are going to basically use all of this logic that you have written here. And in that case, if I now copy this, let's say we'll do export async. You don't need to use this use server separately in each and every individual function. The reason you already used at the top level or at the module level. Now save it. And now what will happen, let's see, if I come here, cut it, and then simply just import it from there, from your actions. And if I now log it, now let's say let's render something. So we'll do ul, and I'll do here products, and then products.length if this is greater than 0. So I'll do products.map. item, and then let's return here li, and I'll return here item dot title. If there is nothing, we'll return something like h2 no products found. Now let's go to this. We are getting all of this, right? So this is a very simple way how you'll be able to fetch your data using server action. Now let's do one thing. Let's create a client component now. So I'll come here, create a client page example, and let's create a page.js, and let's create a client component. So we'll do use client, and we'll do function, and this will be our client page example. Okay, so this will be client page server actions example. Okay, now to use this one, what we can do, right? Although in client component it is not recommended to use the server to fetch data in a server action. So based options, what will be, I'll tell you. So fetch the data always in a server component, just like this, and then you can basically serialize this data from server to client component. You can pass the data, all right? But in client component, what you can do, right, you can do certain operations, like let's say form related activity. So you're having a form in a client component, you are managing some state using useState, and then you need to store that data in a database. So in that case, what you can do, you can call a server action, and then you'll be basically do a post request, and that data will be basically getting stored in your database. All right, but it is not recommended that much to use this server action in a client component, and I think the better will be you can use some hook like SWR. I think that we have also already discussed in the previous section. First, I'll just show you how we are going to do that. So let's say here we'll do export. We'll take a use effect, and we'll do a fetch list of we'll do get list of products, and we'll do async function get list of products, and we'll do const data equal to await fetch list of products. And if you log here this data, let's see what is coming. So let's go to our client page example. So we'll make this one a client, and let's open our inspect. Okay, so you can see that we are getting this 30 data here. Now what you can do, you can basically take a state const products set products, and this will be use state of empty array, and we'll do if data is true, make the set products as data, and then you can simply log this, render the same here. Let's save it, and let's see what is happening. So you're getting this one, right? You can also manage some kind of loading state. So let's say before the data is getting loaded, you can mark the loading as state as true. So let's do that one. So we'll do loading. I'm just showing you, but please don't fetch the data in client component. Try to always do the same in a server component, and that is much better. And here we'll do set loading as true, and then simply make this one false here. We'll do set loading as false, and then here if it is true, so return some loading or something. Loading data, please wait. Okay, so this is my, also you can make this one as true here. Now see, so refresh this, loading data, please wait, and then you are getting the data. And if I go to server page example, it will be the same. Okay, so this is how you can fetch the data. Now to save the data, what you are going to do will be creating a very simple application. So I already created a MongoDB database here, So what we're going to do, right, we'll be creating a user management kind of module. So where you'll be able to create a user, you'll be able to edit a user, you will be able to save a user and also delete a user. So I think the similar we have also have done in this API route section, the same project. The only reason I'm doing the same project using API route and also using server action, so that it will give you a very good idea that based on your scenario you'll be able to implement the same. And I'm going to use the same repository here. So what I'm going to do, right, here inside this, go to app, and then I'll create a folder here, and this will be our user management. Okay, and inside this we'll create our page.js, and I'll close everything else, and we'll do here user management, and we'll return a div, and we'll do user management. Okay, now let's go to our user management. Okay, so the first thing what we need to do is to create our database connection. So let's create a folder. So we'll do database, and here I'll create index.js, and here we'll do const connect to db, and this will be async method. We'll do const URL. Let's copy this from here, and I'll just change the password. Then we also need to install Mongoose, so let me quickly install all of this. So we'll do npm install Mongoose. Okay, so this is done. So now we'll do import Mongoose from Mongoose, and we'll do here mongoose.connect. We'll pass the URL dot then, and here I'm going to do console.log database connection is successful. Dot catch, if there are any error, we'll just log the error, and then let's do export default connect to db. Okay, so this is all about our database connection that we need. Then we are going to create our models. So we'll create a model here. So we'll do models. Let's give this one name as user.js. All right. Now what are the things this model can have? We'll keep this one very simple. Let's say user have a first name, last name, email, and I think that's it. Then we'll do const user schema. This will be new Mongoose. So we'll do import mongoose dot schema. So here we'll give a first name, which will be string. We'll give a last name, which will also be a string. We'll give an email, which will be a string. All right, and let's give a role or something. Not role, let's give like address, which will be a string. Okay, so these four things we need. Then we'll create const user, which will be mongoose dot models dot user, or mongoose dot model user. Then we'll pass the user schema, and we'll do export default user. Okay, so this is all about the model that we need. Now let's do one thing. Let's install our this UI library. So we'll go to our docs, installation Next.js, and then I'll install this one. Now this will ask some of the queries, and then after that we're going to start implementing the UI first. Okay, so go to our page. Now here what we're going to do, right? So let's cut it from here, and here I'm going to give a class name. Let's give a p of 20. Max w will give we'll give here max w 6 XL. Now here I'll take a div. We will take a h1, and this will be our user management. We'll do a class name here. We'll do flex. We'll do justify between, and here I'm going to basically install the button component. We'll go to this button, and let's add the button here. So basically what we are going to do, right, we'll be having a add button. On click of that, we are going to open some kind of dialog, and in that dialog only we'll be having the basically we'll be having the labels and the inputs, and once the user will be stored, we are going to do, right, we'll revalidate this page, and based on that we'll be getting the updated data from our database. So let's do one thing. Let's create a component. We'll go to our source. I think we should have some components folder, and here I'll create a add new user component. Let's do index.js, and this will be a client component. So this will be add new user, and here let's return div, and I'm going to import our button, and this will be add new user, and let's import it here. We'll do add new user. Okay, so we're getting here. Now I'm going to install another thing, and that will be our, I think let's install this dialog. Yeah, so we'll copy this, and let's go here. So after this we'll be having our user list. So here what we can do, right, so simply we'll create this one later, but for now first let's implement the UI for this dialog. Okay, this is done. So now let's copy this, and we'll paste it here. And now let's copy this. I think let's do one thing. We need to install two more things. One will be our input and the label. So let's copy this one here, and I'll paste it. And once this is done, then we are going to install the label also. Okay, this is done. Now let's install the label. Okay, now let's see the structure once. So we'll go to our dialog, and we'll copy this. Now here alright, so now let's do one thing. Let's copy some of the things. So this all we need. We'll copy this one, paste it, and now I will also copy this content from here. Okay, let's paste it here. Now we can remove this trigger part from here. We will give some prop instead of that. So we'll do const open pop-up set open pop-up, and this will be use state of false, and here you need to pass this open, which will be your open pop-up, and then you have to on open change, which will be your set open pop-up. Okay, and on click of this button we'll pass on click, and here we will pass set open pop-up will be true. So let's see what is happening. Go here. So getting all of this, obviously we need to change some of the things here. So you are having edit and okay, let me just do some of the things. We'll do add new user. First of all, add new user. Don't need the description, remove from here. And here I'm going to create some form controls so that it will be easy to manage. I think this also we have done multiple times. So we'll do form controls. Let's do this one in a separate file. So we'll create a folder here. Inside this we'll do utils index.js. Okay, and here I'll do export const user form, add new user form controls. We'll do add new user form controls, and this will be we'll give a name. So this is our first name, then we are having the label, which will be first name, placeholder, enter your first name, and what are the things that we need. I think 3 will be fine. If I go here, right, all of this will be a type of input. I think this also you have already discussed, that if you are having multiple type of input, then you can create a common file, and then based on the component type, if that's the input, then you'll create an input. If that is a select, you'll create a select. If that's a text area or radio button or checkbox, based on that you can create that. But in this case, because we are having only input, so we don't have to pass the component type or anything. So I think these 3 will be fine. Now let's copy this, paste it here, 2, 3 and 4, something like that. And here this will be our last name, this will be last name, this will be email, and this will be my email. Enter your email, and what else we are having? I think we are having a row address. Okay, so this will be my address. Enter your address. So this is your form controls that we need. Now what I will do, right here, we will basically map this. So we'll do add new user form controls dot map, and here we'll do control item, and here what I'll do, right, so we'll return a div, we'll pass a key, so we'll pass the control item dot name, and then I'm going to copy this part from here, paste it, and for HTML for this will be our control item dot name. Here this will be our control item dot label. ID will be control item dot name. We'll also pass a name, which will be control item dot name. We'll remove the default value. We'll pass a placeholder, which will be control item dot placeholder. Okay, now let's save it. Now we can remove all of this we don't need. Okay, so I'll remove from here this, and let's see how this is looking. Save it. Something we have done wrong, and that is we don't need this from here. Remove this one from here. Serving name, last name, email address. Again we are having name. I think that we are okay. This part we need to remove, sorry. So remove this one from here, and let's do one thing. Let's give a class name. We'll do margin bottom of 5. Okay, now this is fine. So let's see once. We'll click here. We're getting first name, last name, email and address, and this will make this one as submit. or save. Okay, so now this is done. Now what will be the next step? So next step will be we need to somehow save this data and we have to store this data in our database. So for that one, what we need to do basically, obviously we're going to use server action. So now you learn that how you'll be able to work with form, and then you'll be able to call a server action, and based on that we are going to store the data in our database. All right, so now let's go here. Okay, I'll just save this one. From now we'll go to our actions. So we are having these actions, right? Now this we have done only for the theory purpose. I'm going to remove this for now. Okay, comment out, or let's remove this one. And we need to create for this particular project, we need to create how many server actions. So one will be for add new user action, then you'll be having fetch users actions, correct? Then you'll be having edit a user action, and then you'll be having delete a user action. So we'll start with add a new. So I'll create here export async function, and this will be add new user action. So first thing what we are going to do, this is almost similar to how we have created the API routes. First we need to connect to DB. So to connect to DB, and here I'm going to take a try block, catch block. Let's log the error, and I'm going to return that. Let's return a success of false, and we'll return a message of some error occurred, please try again. Okay, and here obviously if you want, I think in the API section, API route section, I have showed you that how you'll be able to validate data using Joy package. Now obviously other packages that you will be able to use, other packages also you can try here, you can use. Okay, but for now I'm going to just directly store the data. So we'll do here simply, so we'll be getting the data from here, right? So we'll do form data, and simply we can do that const new newly created user, and this will be await. We need to first get our model, that user model that we have created. So this will be user model, and this will be dot create, and here we'll pass this form data. Okay, this form data, and then we can simply check that if newly created user, if this is true, so we are going to return that success will be true, and we'll do a message of user added successfully. Okay, else we'll return the same, that some error occurred, please try again. So this is all about the add user actions that we have created. Now somehow we need to basically call this from our client side component or client side form. So how we are going to do that? Okay, so let's go here. First we need to manage the state. So for that we'll create some initial state. Okay, so we'll go to our utils, and let's create initial state. We'll do export const add new user initial, add new user form initial state. So here what fields that we need? So we need a first name which will be empty, we need a last name which will be empty, we need an email which will be empty, and also we need an address which will be empty. Another mistake we have done, so that we need to do here, everywhere you need to give a type. So this will be type of input, and last name will be type of input. For email this will be type of email, for address this will be type of input. So this we need to basically pass here. So what we're going to do, right, we will pass here type, and this will be our control item dot type. Awesome. So now we have created our initial state. So now let's create here form data. So we'll do const add new user form data, and set add new user form data. So this will be use state of add new user form initial state, correct? And now we'll pass here that value. So this will be add new user form data of control item dot name, and then also will pass on change, which will be event. These things I'm not going to discuss, like this we have done multiple times. So this will be add new user form data, and then we'll do control item dot name will be event dot target dot value. So let's log here and let's see what we're getting. So log here, add new user form data, save it, and now let's go to inspect. So getting an object, type here something, we are getting last name, email, and address. Now let's disable this button here if the form is not valid. Okay, and if I close this one, then also I need to reset this form, these two things. Okay, so first when I'll close the pop-up, so simply will make these two things. So first I will do here set open pop-up will be false, and set add new user form data will be initial form data. Okay, so add new user initial state. So now see what will happen if I go here, and let's say if I close this, open this one, this is getting resetted, right? Awesome. Okay, now next thing we need to handle the button disable state. So we'll do here disabled, and this will be first we'll check here that if the button is disabled. So we'll create a function, do function handle button handle save button valid. So when this will be valid, so we'll return that if the object dot keys of this add new user form data dot map, so this will be our key, and here we'll do add new user form data of this key dot trim, this is not equal to empty. So basically we are doing that if all the fields that we are having something wrong we have done. Okay, what is the problem here? Let me just try it again. I'll do dot map, I'll do key, so we'll do add new user form data of key dot trim not equal to empty. I think we have done, oh sorry, we are missing there only, this is fine. Okay, if this is not empty means that means this is valid, the form is valid. So we'll check if the form is not valid, so we'll do not equals of this, right? So now let's see. So if I open this one, okay, we need to give some disabled state here, so we'll do class name, we'll do disabled, and we'll do opacity as 55. Okay, this is not getting disabled. Let me check what is the problem here. Okay everyone, I think the problem is let's see what is coming in this. Okay, all are empty. Okay, what is the problem? Sorry, you need to make this on every. Now this is, so if I try to put some values, okay, now this is fine. So now we need to call the action, server action that we have created. So this action, right? How we are going to do that? So the first thing what we need to do, right, the form that we have created, so this is the form, we will wrap this one in a form element. So this is the first step. Now form will accept a action property. This is a property, right? So here you will create a action, and that will be handle add new user action. And if you notice here in the button I have given the type as submit, that is fine. So now this action will automatically handle. So here I'm going to call this server action that I've created to store the data in our database. So I'll do async function. This will be definitely async method, and here what you need to do, right, we'll do const data equal to, or let's do result equal to await, and this will be add new user action, and here you need to pass the form data, which is add new user form data. So this is this one here, and then I'm going to log this result, and let's see what we are getting. So let's save it, and now go to console, and I'll just add my name here, give some email and address I'll give, and now I'll try to save this, and let's see what is happening. Okay, I think this is not getting called. The reason is sorry, again this is my mistake. So we need to wrap this one, right? So let's do one thing, let's wrap it inside this form. That is the reason, because buttons should be inside that form only. Okay, so now let's see. Okay, so I will try to now save it. Awesome, success true, user added successfully, and this is working fine. So you can see that without creating the API route, you are able to mutate your data, you are able to save your data in your database using this server action. Obviously I'm going to recap everything what you have done, but first let's go here and let's browse the collection, how we can do that. Okay, here this is coming. Now let's go here, we should have some users is coming, and now here is the user, and this is working fine. Let's go here, let's add another one. Now, once I'll save this one, then also what I can do, right? So let's close this form, and then we also need to revalidate the path, so that we are going to discuss. So revalidating means once I'll save the data, I need to get the updated list of users, right? So that user will be able to understand, okay, I've added this particular user. So first I will do something like this. So we'll do set open pop-up will be false, and we'll do set add user form data will be add new user initial state. So I'll reset the form. Okay, so now let's open this one, I'll add another user. So we'll do something like John, and I'll do johndoe@gmail.com. address I'll give something, let's save. User added successfully. I'll refresh this here. Now we should have 2 users. Okay, now the add user is done. So now we need to fetch the list of users. So you need to create another action, right? Now you'll understand that how easy this is to create this server action, and then how you'll be able to mutate or fetch the data. Okay, let's start working on the fetching the list of users. So this fetch user actions. Now one thing I'll suggest that please try to write some of the server action by your own. It will give you some practice. So here we'll do as export async function, and we'll do fetch user action, right? And what we'll do, simply first we'll connect await connect to DB, and then we'll do try catch. We'll log the error, and let's copy the same thing from here, and here I'll do const list of users, and this will be so what we can do, right, we'll do await user dot find. So I need all the users, and you can check if the list of users is true. So I'm going to return here, let's return success will be true, and data will be this list of users. Okay, now you can also do something like this. We can json.parse json.stringify, and we'll pass this one, else we'll do the same here. Okay, now save it. Now this will be your fetch user actions users. Now this I will call from our main page from here. So first what I'm going to do, I'll convert this one to async method, and then I'll do const get list of users, and this will be await fetch users actions. And now I'll just log this get list of users, save it, and let's see what you're getting. Okay, I'll go below. So you're getting 2, and in this data you are getting this one, right? Two users that we are having. Okay, so now you will render the list of users. So for that I'll create another component. So this will be my user item, not user item. What you're doing, we'll do single user card. Let's do index.js, and I'll make this one a client component. So we'll do use client, and I'll make this one single user card, and let's return here user single user. Okay, now see what will happen. So I'll come here, I'll do div, let's do a class name, we'll do margin top of 6, and I'll check here if this get list of users and then get list of users dot data and then get list of users dot data dot map. Now dot length, if this is greater than 0, so we'll do get list of users dot data dot map. So this will be my user item, and what I'll call, right, I'll call the single user card, and I'll pass the current user or user here. So we'll do user, which will be this user item, or else we'll do let's return here h3, that no users found, please create one. Let's save it. Let's see what is happening. We are getting 2 users for now. Let's add another one. So I'll add third, this will be some email. We'll do third@email.com, and address will be some India. Let's save it. What is happening? You're not able to get the updated data, right? Now this is the main trick. So what is happening, this is although stored the data in our database. If I go here, right, refresh this, data will be stored. So it's stored here. Okay, so now, but you are not getting this updated data here. The reason is that this is not revalidating this path here, and this is very important. So once we will save the data, we need to revalidate the path. So here we are calling these actions, right? So we will basically tell that, okay, first revalidate this path. So this path means this user management path I want to revalidate or refresh once I'll add a new user. So I'll pass this one as a another input. We'll go here, and then we'll do revalidate path to revalidate. Okay, and then once this is successful, so returning this one, and we'll revalidate this path. So we'll do revalidate path, and we'll do path to revalidate. So let's save it. So now let's add another user here. Now let's save it. You're getting the current user immediately. So this is revalidating the path, and immediately you are getting the updated data. Awesome. So this is working fine. So now let's start working on this single user. So I'll install another component from here. Let's install this card. Okay. Okay, now let's go to our single user card, and I'll copy this, paste it here, and let's copy from here, and now I will use this user here. Okay, so now this component will use this user prop that we are passing from here, right? This user, and here we are going to render. So let's render user dot first name space user dot last name. Let's render here user dot email, and I'll render here, I don't need the footer part, and we'll render user dot address. Save it. Okay, now we'll go here and let's do one thing. Let's make this on grid template. We'll do grid columns of, let's make this on 4. Let's do 3 and gap of 5. Okay, now let's try to add another user. So we'll do new user email. I'll give some user@gmail.com. Address, I'll give some value. Save. Added here immediately, and this is working fine. That means this is revalidating data every time I'll add this user. So now we'll go here. I think we need the card footer, so let's import the card footer, and I'll need button here. So I'll do here edit, and I'll do another one, and that will be delete. Let's give a class name here, and this will be flex, and we'll do justify between. Okay, so first let's start working on the delete functionality. So again, for delete one, what we are going to do, that we'll create another server action, and that will be to delete the user. So let's start working on that part. Okay, so we'll create another one. So this will be export async function, and this will be delete user action. We'll get the current user ID, and we'll do await connect to DB. We'll do a try catch, and here let's log the same thing, and we'll log here error. And here what we are going to do, right, simply that will do const deleted user, which will be await user dot find by ID and delete, and we'll pass the current user ID. Okay, and we'll check if this deleted user is true. So we're going to return like what we'll do, return a success as true, and message will be user deleted successfully. Else we'll return here, sorry, it will be outside. So else will return success will be false, and message will be not able to perform delete operation. Please try again later. Okay, and I think that's it. So now what we'll do, we'll go to our single user card, and here I'll create a on-click method, and this will be handle user delete. So I'll call this handle delete, and here we'll pass this user dot ID. So this ID will be receiving, right? If I go here, we'll be having this ID, and based on this ID I'm going to delete. So we'll do here async function handle delete. We'll do get current user ID. Now one thing what we'll do, simply do const we'll do result and what we'll do, right, let's do result, and we'll do await handle what is the name of the action, delete user action. So we'll do await delete user action. So we'll pass the get current user ID, and here we also need to revalidate the path, because once the user will be deleted, I no need to show that particular card, right? So we'll revalidate that path to revalidate, and here we'll pass this same path. And let's log this result here. Okay, now let's open inspect. This is breaking. I think this we need to change some. Okay, let's go here. We'll do for SM, let's do grid columns of 2. For MD, we'll do grid columns of 3. Okay, so now let's try to delete a user. So I'll delete this one, this deleted, and here you are getting user. Now what you can do, right, if the success is true, what you can do, you can show some kind of pop-up or something that user deleted successfully. So let's say if I try to delete another one, delete this one, deleted. Even if I refresh this page, you'll not be able to see that, and from here also this is deleted, right? Let's say delete first user and refresh this page, and now you should have only 2 users here. So you're having only 2 users. This is working fine. Let's add a new one. Added, delete, deleted. Okay, so everything is done now. Only thing edit is left. So let's start working on the edit server action part. Alright everyone, so let's start working on the delete functionality. So for delete, what are the things that we need to do? So the first thing, if I open this one, right, first I need to change this text to edit user. I need to repopulate, or basically populate all the values here, correct? So let's say if I click on this edit, so it should open the pop-up, and then it will populate all the values related, or basically from these particular users. Okay, so now for this one we need to go to our let's do one thing. So first we need to somehow we need to come here, and then on click of this edit we need to store the state somewhere. Now here the trick part, and that is these two are different component, correct? So that means we need some kind of global state. So what we can do, we can create a context, and then from that context we are going to basically store that current edited user, and from there we will be able to extract that. So let's do one thing, let's create a context here. So I'll do context. Now this will also give you how you can work with it. I'm pretty sure you already have idea how to work with context in React. So here I'll create a context. We'll do export const user context, and this will be create context of null, and I'll do export default function user state. So this will receive a children, and here I'm going to return user context dot provider, and I'm going to pass the children. We are also going to learn Redux toolkit in some of the projects later, and here we need to pass the value. So here what I'll do, right, so I will basically store a state, and that will be current edited ID, something like that, and set current edited ID, and this will be use state of we'll do this one as null. So we'll pass both. So we'll do current edited ID, set current edited ID, and also let's do one thing, let's manage all of this state from this context only. But before that we need to use the context or user state in our root component. So let's go to our layout, and we are going to use this one here. So we'll do user state, and we'll pass this children here. Okay, I think we are sorry, we can't use this one. we will create another component here, and that will be our common layout. Sorry, my bad. So we'll do here index.js. we need to convert this one to a client component first. So we'll do export default function, and we'll do this one as common layout. This will also receive a children, and here we are going to use that user state. We'll pass this children, and now what I'm going to do, right, I will use this common layout instead of this one here. So I'll remove this, and I'll use the common layout and pass this children. And also I think there is mistake we have done also. I think that will definitely work, the mistake that we need to use client here. But if you create a common layout here, it will be much more organized, because this is what I think. Let's say you are using some Redux provider also, so you'll be able to wrap that one here. Okay, now let's save all of this, and it should work. So let's refresh this. Okay, we are getting some error that could not found the module. There is a problem in the React server component bundler. Let me rerun this. Okay, I think we are missing something here. Let me just do one thing. Let me run this and let's see what is happening. Okay, let's refresh this. Okay, this is working fine. Yeah. Okay, so this is done. So now what we'll do, right, we will basically go to our, I'll close all of this, add new user, and then I'll move all of this in our context instead of using here. So let's go to our context, and I'll pass all of this. So we'll do open popup, set open popup, add new user form data, and set add new user form data. And these four I'm going to use in this component from context. So we'll do const all of this from use context of user context. Okay, add new user is not defined, so we need to import this. Awesome. So now this will work. So now let's try to add something. Let's see if this is working or not. Let's save here, and this is adding here. Okay, so now on click of edit, the first thing we need to basically store the current edited ID, and we need to populate this form, and we need to also open the pop-up. So we'll go here, and then first we'll import all of this. So we'll do const, and then we'll take all of this that we needed. So the first thing is what are the things that we need? We'll go to context. We need the set open popup. We also need the set add new user form data, and we also need the set current edited ID. These three things, and this will be use context of user context. Okay, and then on click of this edit, we'll do on click, and we'll do handle edit. Now I'll create this. So we'll do function handle edit. So the first thing we'll do set open popup will be true. This is the first thing. Then we'll do set add new user form data. So what we need to do, right, here we need to basically pass the current user. So let's pass it here. So we'll do handle edit, and then we'll pass the user, and here we will pass all of this. We'll do first name, which will be our current user. So we'll do get current user. So we'll do get current user dot first name, Then we are having last name, which will be get current user dot last name. Then we are having email, which will be get current user dot email, and then we are having the address, which will be get current user dot address. Next we'll do set current edited ID, which will be get current user dot ID. Okay, so now let's see what is happening. Save all of this. Now see, if I come here and click on edit, so you're getting all of this data, right? And also we need to change this, so this we are going to change it. Close this one and then add new user. This is fine. Edit. Now we are getting this data. So now what we can do, we can go to add new user and we can basically simply get the current edited ID. So we'll get the current edited ID and we'll get it here, and we'll simply check that if current edited ID is not null, that means we are currently editing the data. So we'll do current edited ID if this is not null. So we'll do edit user, or else this will be add new user. And when I'll close this form, right here, one thing I will show you. So now you can see the we have done the wrong one, not this one, sorry, my bad. This will be add new user only. We need to change this one here. So we'll do current edited ID is not null, we'll do edit user or add new user. Now notice one thing is that if I click here, right, this is getting edited, close this, still this is edit user, correct? The reason is because when I'll close this, that time I'll make the set current edited ID is null again. So if I go here, so we'll get the set current edited ID in this add new user, and when I'll close the pop-up, so I'll make this set current edited ID is null. Okay, so now let's see, if I now click on add new user, we are getting edit, right? So if I click on edit, close this, now we are getting again add new user. If I click here, this is edit user, close this, now again add new user, we are getting add new user. Alright, so this UI set functionality is done. Now we need to create our edit new user action. So we'll create another method here. So we'll do export async function, and this will be edit user action. Okay, now this will also receive the form data. And what we can do, let's do one thing, let's get the current ID, current user ID, let's get the form data, and also we'll get the path to revalidate, these three things. I'll do await connect to DB, we'll do try catch, and we'll log the error here, and we'll return this like something wrong in this same thing. And in the try block, what we can do, right, simply we'll do const, we'll do updated user, this will be await user, and we'll do find one and update. So you can see that. So here what you need to pass, right, you need to pass the ID, based on that ID or filter query that you want to update. So you want to update based on the ID, right? And this ID is nothing but this ID that we are having here. So this ID I'll be passing in this current user ID. This is the first step. Then we'll be passing the form data. So in the form data, what we can do, right, we can destructure all of this. So we'll destructure the first name, we destructure the last name, email, and the address from this form data. And I want to update all of this. So I want to update the first name, to update the email, last name, and also the address. And let's pass new will be true. Okay, so this will automatically update the data, update the user, and we'll check if the updated user is true. So we'll return something. What you can do, we'll do success will be true, and message will be user updated successfully, right? And else we will return the same. So we'll return here that success will be false and message will be not able to update the user, please try again. Okay, now this should work. Now this is all about the logic that we need, and if the updated user is true, so we'll revalidate the path, and this will be our path to revalidate. I think this we've already done, so I'm not going to discuss the same thing again. Okay, so now what we need to do. Now one thing is very important in this point. So now we need to basically check whether this current edited ID is null or not. If this is not null, that means we are currently editing the user, and if we are editing the user, that means we need to call the edit user action, server action, not add user actions, right? So now here what we can do, you can simply check if the current edited ID is not null, so we'll call here await and we'll do edit user action. I hope you got it. Or else I will do add new user action, and here we need to pass three things. We need to pass the current user ID, form data, and path to revalidate. So current user ID is nothing but current edited ID. Then we'll pass the add new user form data, and the path to validate will be the same path. So user management. Let's save it, and this is done. Okay, so now let's see if this is working or not. So refresh this page. I'll change this one to John Doe to my name. Okay, let's edit here. So we'll do Sangam and I'll do my name here. Let's click on save. This is getting updated. See, right? Awesome. And this is working fine, and this, you can see how fast this is, right? And if I click on edit again, I'll change this one to Bangalore. Click on save. Updated. Add a new user. Okay, now click on save. Okay, now here there is a problem. Now this is the point I want to check. The reason is because here we are not making this set current edited ID as null, and this is very important. So we need to make the set current edited ID as null again. So now let's save it and let's see. So first I'll edit this one to my name again, and if I save this, this is working. Add new user, John 123, some value, and now let's save this one. Now you can see this is getting, and now change this one to, let's say, Doe. Save. This is getting saved. Add new one and save. Let's delete this one. Deleted. Let's remove this, and this is updated, and this is working fine. Now I hope that this will give you really good idea that how you are going to create server action, how to work with in client component and in server component. Now again I am repeating, please try to fetch the data in a server component and try to pass it to client component as a part of serializations. Okay, and whatever form related data or form related manipulation you can do, that you can do simply in client component. So what we have done, right, we wrap this one in a form, then we added an action in that form, and this action will automatically call the server action that you need to call, and it will automatically mutate your data, and then you have to revalidate the path, and it will automatically give you the updated data. So that's all for this particular section. Now let's move on to the next one. And again, very important, please practice this section, because whatever the projects that we are going to do in the next sections, we will be using server actions, not API routes. Alright everyone, so let's start with our next project, and in the next couple of projects we are going to learn different ways we can basically implement authentication in a Next.js application. So the first one, we are going to create a very simple registration and login page. We are going to use MongoDB database for this one, and also we'll be learning the concepts of like how to store cookies, how to work with middleware, and a lot of things. In the next project we are going to implement either Next Auth or Auth.js using Next.js. Alright, so these two are very important thing that you should know. So what I've done, I already created a simple project, and also I created a MongoDB. Now if you want, you can use any database you want, it's up to you. First we should basically understand how we will be able to implement all of this. Alright, so let's do one thing. I'll remove from here, okay, all of these. And for this one also I'll do very minimal level of CSS, and I'll give this one name as Next.js Authentication. Okay, let's remove this. Let's go to our global.css and I remove this part from here. Alright, now next thing what we are going to do, the first thing is that we'll be creating the very simple UI. Alright, and we will be having two pages. So one will be the sign up page and one will be the sign in page. Alright, if the user is not authenticated on the page load, so they will be automatically redirect to the sign up page, and from sign up page they will be able to switch from sign up to sign in and vice versa. So first let's create our both the pages. So I'll create a sign up page and I will also create another sign in page. Let's create our page.js and this will also be page.js. Now in both the cases this will be a client component because we need to manage some state. So this will be our sign up, and let's return here div, and this will be welcome to registration. Okay, then we'll go to, sorry, this is sign in. Okay, so we'll do sign in. So we'll do please log in or something. We'll just give login here, and this will be our sign in page. For this one also this will be a client component. So we'll do use client, and this will be our sign up page, and we'll give this one name as user registration. Awesome. So now the first thing is that what we are going to do, right? So let me just install this setcn we are going to use. So we'll go to our installation and let me just quickly install this one. You already have this one multiple times, so till now I hope that you'll be able to install by your own. Let's open another terminal, and now it will ask us a couple of queries. So once this is done, we are going to create the UI first, and then we need to do a couple of things. So first I'll keep this one as default, CS variables yes, and now this will automatically install. Now what else we need to install? We also need to install JSON web token, right? And also need to install bcrypt.js. So we'll do npm install bcrypt pt.js, and also we're going to install JSON web token. Alright, now we'll install both. Now let's do one thing. Let's go to our component first. So we'll go to form, right? Now form either we can use, or let's do one thing. Let's install first input and label. Alright, so we'll copy this one from here, and we'll install this one. We'll paste it, and here I'm going to install the label also. Alright, so once both are done, then we'll create the structure. Let me check here. Okay, so both are done. So now let's do one thing. Let's take a form simple, and here we are going to take a label, and we'll give this one name as, for registration we will be having three fields. One will be username, one will be user email, and then user needs to also give the password. But before that, let's do another very important thing, and that is we'll quickly create our database connection and the model first, so that it will be much more easier to do. So first we'll start with our database, and here I'll create index.js. Alright, so we'll give this one name as const connect to db. This will be async method, and we'll give this one name as connection URL. Alright, so let me quickly copy from here. We'll go to connect, and then here I'll copy this one from here, and then we'll paste it here, and I'll change the password. Alright, now this will return a promise. I think this we have done multiple times. Another very important thing, we need to install Mongoose also, and this I always forgot, actually I don't know why, and once I'll try to import, that time I'll remember that okay, I need to install this Mongoose. So once this is done, then we'll just connect this one. Okay, this is done, so we'll simply do Mongoose dot connect. We'll just import like that, and then we'll do Mongoose dot connect. We'll pass the connection URL. This will return a promise, and simply we'll log something like that connection is successful. So we'll do auth database connected successfully, and then we'll do catch. If there are any error, we'll simply log the error, and then we'll export this one. So we'll export default connect to DB. Alright, so this is done. Now next, let's go to our models. So we'll create another folder here, and I'll give this one name as models, and here let's do index.js. Now what are the things here basically we need? So as we have already mentioned, so we'll be having a user schema, because we are going to store the user, right? So we'll do const user schema, and this will be new mongoose dot schema. Let me copy from here, and this will be mongoose dot schema. So we'll pass a name, and let's make this one username, right? So we'll do username, which will be a string. We'll do email, which will be also a string, and we'll do password, which will also be a string. Now after this, we'll create const user, and this will be mongoose dot models dot user, or else this will be mongoose dot model. We'll give this one user, and then we'll pass the user schema, and then we'll do export default, and this will be our user. So this is all about the model that we need, correct? Now we'll go to our sign up, and then we'll quickly create our form. So we're having input, and then I'll take a input here, and then we'll pass couple of things. All right, now we can do another thing. Let's do something like that, or else it will be much more cleaner. So you can create some kind of form controls. So we'll create form controls. Let's do this one in a util file, so that it will be much more cleaner. So we'll do utils, and these concepts also will be doing in some of the projects. So we'll basically define our that kind of controls that we need, and based on that it will automatically create the form inputs. So you're having form controls, and here I'll give a name, which will be my username. Then I'll give a label, which will be my let's give this one username. Then we'll give a placeholder, and this will be please enter your username. And here we are going to pass a component type also, and this will be input. Also will pass a type, which will be text. So these all the things that will be passing. If you want, you can add as many properties as you want. Let's copy this and paste it 2 more times, and here I'll give this one name as email. This will be email. Component type will be input, type will be email. Then you are having password. Here this will be password. Please enter your password. Component type input, and type will be password. So now here currently we don't have any select or text area or radio button checkboxes. Currently we are only having input, that is fine. But if in case you are having multiple, what you can do, right, you can create a very separate kind of common form component, and there you'll be passing this component type, and you'll be checking that if it's an input, it will create an input. If it's a email, if it's a text area, it will create a text area. If it's a select, it will create a select based on the options that you'll be providing, something like that. So now here what you can do, right, it will be much more cleaner. So you can simply copy these form controls, and let's give this one name as user registration form controls. So now we'll import this one, that user registration form controls dot map. This will be our control item. And now what we are going to do, right, because currently we have only input, so we can simply give some direct condition, or we can directly pass the component. But let's do one thing. So I'll just show you that how we are going to do that. So first of all, here I'm going to render, I'll take a div, and then I'll take the input, and I'll render the control item dot level. Now here we'll basically check if this control item dot see component type, right, if this is an input, it will create an input, something like that. And I'll also show you that how we are going to do that. Although in our job board application we are going to do something like that, but let me just quickly show you how we are going to do this one. So let's say here you can create a utility function that render will create this one, a common one. Okay, let's create another component here. So inside source I'll create a components folder. Okay, we are already having components. So here I'll give this one name as common input, or let's give this one as form element. Okay, and this will be page.js. Now I'll create this one. This will be a function, and this will be common form element. All right. Now here what we will basically do simply, so we will take a content. So this will be a function, and we'll take this one as a, let's say, content, which will be null. Okay, and at the end we are going to return this content. Now what you need to do, and before this we'll take a switch, and here we'll be getting our current item. Okay, so look, current item, and we'll check this current item dot component type. So we'll be getting what exactly we are doing. So if you go to this utils, right, we are having this component type. This will be passing here, and we'll check if it's a input. So it will return an input. If it's a select, it will return a select, something like that. So in this case, content will be, so we'll do a input, right, and here we'll be passing the following things. So name, so name will be current item dot name. Then here we have ID, so we'll do current item dot name. Then we are having placeholder. This will be current item dot placeholder. All right. Then what else we can do? So here we also need to pass the value. So we can do value, and this will be value, and then also we need to pass the on change, and this also we are going to receive. So this will be our on change, or basically we can also pass the method. And also we need to do another thing, we need to mark this one as prop. So value will be receiving, and also on change will be receiving, right? So we'll pass a on change also here, something like that. And in default for now, if there is no component type is being passed, so in that case also will return the input only by default. Okay, now we'll go here, and then instead of calling this one, what we can do, right, simply we can basically call this common form element, and here we need to pass couple of things. So we'll pass the current item, which will be our control item, right, and then also we need to pass the value and everything. So for this one we will take a state here, so we'll do const, and this will be let's do sign up form data, and we'll do set sign up form data, and this will be use state. We'll do initial sign up form data, and these things what we're going to do, right, will be managing in our utils. So we'll do something like export const, and here we will copy this. So what will be the initial? So initial will be having username, which will be empty. We also will be having an email, which will be empty, and also will be having a password, which will be empty. And these three things we are going to import, right? And now here we need to pass the value, right? So value will be, what will be the value? Value will be this sign up form data of this control item dot, and here you need to pass the name. Now you might think that what are the things that we are doing here basically. See, simply sign up form data is nothing but initial form data, which is username here. Now for the first control item, if you go here, right, this is also username, and the name is also, if you see, this key and this key both are same for this email key and this email, and password. So what will happen, first time sign up form data of this control item dot name will be nothing but this username, which will be empty. Okay, and then also you need to pass the on change. So on change, this will give me an event, and here we'll do set sign up form data, which will be our sign up form data, and then we'll pass username, which will be event dot target dot value. Okay, now lot of things we have done. Now obviously this I have done this one just to show you this part. You can definitely skip this part, but I will suggest this is helpful, because when you have multiple component type, then it can be very helpful instead of rewriting the same thing again and again. So here what we can do, right, so let's go here, and then I'll just log this sign up form data, and now we'll open our inspect, go below, and then we will go to /sign up. So we are getting the input here, name, email, password, and if I go to control, so you're getting empty, right? So now let's say if I type something here, see, this is getting updated, right? And okay, there are some problem is there, so this part we need to check. Okay, I got it. So you're only updating the username, that is a big mistake. We need to basically dynamically change this one. So we'll do event.target.name, which will be event.target.value. Sorry, the reason is because for username it will be username, for email it will be email, for password it will be password. Now let's see. So I'll give username, I'll give email, so now email is getting updated, and I'll give password is also getting updated, right? And this is working fine. Now if you notice here how much things that we have done. So first of all, we've created the form control, so we're creating a common component, and based on that, whatever things that will be passing, it will automatically generate this one. Alright, so this is done. Now what we are going to do, we'll create our button here. So also let's install the button from here. So we'll do, I think we are having button. So once this is done, what will be the next step? So first we will basically save this user into our database. Once this is done, what we are going to do, right? So either we can basically directly redirect the user to the home page if the user is authenticated, or else they need to first go to the login page. Okay, so here, okay, let me just import button, and we'll do sign up, and here we'll pass a type, will be submit. Okay, so this is fine. Forget about the CSS part, we'll change this one at the end. But now first we will basically do some of the validation here. So the first thing is that let's do some very simple client-side validation, that we will check function handle submit I'll do sign up button disabled. So how we are going to basically check if this button is disabled or not? Or let's make this one sign up button valid. If this all the fields are filled, then it will be enable. If one of the fields are not filled or empty, then it will be disabled. So what we can do, right, simply will return that if object.keys of the sign up form data dot. So what we can do, that every element that we are having, every key has to be some value should be there. So we'll do sign up form data of that key should be dot trim, will do should not be empty. And so disable will be, so we'll be passing disable, right? So if this is not enabled, so we'll do not equals handle sign up from valid. Okay, and also we'll give a class name here. So we'll do here disabled, and we'll do opacity of 0.65. So now this is disabled. If I put something here, then only it is getting enabled. And also one thing is that we are getting the type is not coming here. Okay, so we need to also give the type. Sorry, my bad. So we'll do type here also, and this will be current item dot type. The reason is because you can see we have given a type, so now this is getting changed, right? So this is working fine. Okay, so now the sign up part is done, but now we need to do the action for this sign up. Now again, I will be using server action. If you want, you can definitely use API route also. Both are exact same thing, not exact same thing, but the logic will be same. Like you don't have to like calculate or write some extra code for that. If you know one of the concept, you'll be able to replicate the other way around. Okay, now the main thing is that what I will suggest, that if you are like if you're doing for the first time or if you are doing it for experience, try to implement in both the ways. First, try to implement this logic, the backend logic, using API route. So you need to create API folder, and then you have to create all the routes, and then again you will do the same for server action. All right, but in this case I'm going to use server action. So I'll create an actions folder here, and let's give username as index.js. all right, so first we will start with our register user. So first thing, we need to give use server at the top of the component, and we'll do here export async function, and we'll do register user action, right? So first thing what we'll do await connect to DB. Okay, then we'll take a try block, try catch. If there are any error, we will log the error, and let's say we'll return something like message something error occurred, and then we'll do success will be false. Okay, now what are the things we need to do here, right? So the first thing is that whenever you will be sign up for the first time, first you need to check whether that user is already stored in our database or not, and that we are going to check it using our email, right? And this is very important, because if you will not give that check, any user can basically register with the same email multiple times, and that will create some kind of chaos. So that is the reason what we are going to do right here. So first we'll check that if the user is exist or not. So we'll do a const, and we are going to basically receive three things. One will be our username, one will be our email, and also one will be our password, and this we are going to receive from our form data. Okay, so this will be our from our form data. And now here what we'll do first, that const check user, and this will be we'll do this on await user dot find one, and here I'll pass the email. So basically we're checking with this email if this user is exist or not, and if this user is exist, so we'll return simply that success will be false, and we return a message like user already exists, please try with different email. So this is done. So this will automatically return. Alright, so now here we need to hash the password. So we'll do hash. Let's create first the salt. So we'll do bcrypt dot gen salt, and we'll give it of 10, and then we'll do const hashed password, and this will be await bcrypt dot hash, and here you need to basically pass the password that we'll be receiving from our client side, and then you have to pass this salt. Okay, this will automatically create the hash password that we are going to store in our database basically. And now here what we can do, right, we'll do const newly created user, and this will be we'll do new user, and here we are going to pass this. We'll pass username, email, and also the password. Okay, and now here we'll do const saved user, and this will be await newly created user dot save. Alright, and now once this is successful, so we are going to return this. So we'll simply check if the saved user is true, so we'll return let's return a success of true, and we'll return a data which will be json dot parse json dot stringify, and we'll pass this saved user. Else we are going to return a success of false, and we'll return a message of the same message that something went wrong, please try again. Okay, I think we have done some mistake. We need to pass the hash password, sorry. So we'll do hash password here. Okay, so I think now this is done. So now next step what we are going to do, right? So once from here from our sign up page, we will basically create an action. So I'll create an action here, and this will be our handle sign up. Now we'll create this method simply. Now this would be pretty straightforward. So we'll create here async function handle sign up, and we will simply do const result equal to await register user action, and here we need to basically pass this sign up form data, right? And here what we are going to do basically, once if the user is successfully saved, we are going to redirect this user to the sign in page. Okay, so what we can do, right, first we'll take our router. So we'll do const router, which will be useRouter, and now we will simply check that if result, so we'll be getting the data. Now if you notice that this data is coming from where, right, I'll show you quickly. So if you go to these actions here, okay, if the data is saved successfully, we are going to return this data, right? So we will be basically able to identify that whether this is getting successful or not. So if result.data is true, so we can simply do router.push and then just redirect this user to sign in page. So I think I've given sign in here. Okay, and now this should work. So let's see what is happening. Okay, so now, and also I log here something. I log this result here. And let's remove this log from here. Okay, so now I'll give name. Okay, let me quickly check one more thing here, what is coming in this. Okay, type is text, that is fine, and here it should be email, type is email. Okay, so I'll give my name here, I'll give email, and now I'll do 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8, and let's see what is happening. Click on sign in. Okay, this is in pending state. This is done. Something error occurred, and I know the reason. I think there is some problem with the database. I think let me quickly check. I think it's showing the timeout. Okay, now what we can do, right? For now, let me just quickly close it. Go to network access. We need to add this IP address. I think I'll do allow access from anywhere. Confirm this one. Now this will take some time. Let's go to our database back. Let's go to browse collections. I don't think we that is getting saved here. Okay, so in that case, let's see if this is done or not. Okay, this is done. Now let me try again. So I'll do here sign up. So here it is showing connection is successful, but it's showing pending here. Okay, some problem will be there. I think something went wrong. Okay, let me check what is the problem here. Okay everyone, so I think the problem is we are missing await here, so we need to give await. Okay, so now let's see, this should work. So now if I click sign up, awesome. So now we are getting success true, and data we are receiving, and here we'll be receiving the password, email and username. Okay, and it's going to the login page, and this is working fine. All right, so now once you'll go to the sign in page, this user needs to basically sign in with the email and password that they have just registered. So now next step, we will be start working on the sign in part. Okay, so let's quickly create the form controls and the UI for the sign in page. So first we'll start one by one. We'll go to our utils, and then I will create another here. So this will be export const login registers. We'll do login, user login form controls, and let's copy this one. So we'll only need email and password, right? So we'll copy both and we'll paste it here, and we'll do export const, and this will be login. We'll do initial login form data, and this will be email and password. Awesome. Now we'll go to our sign in page, close everything else, and let's quickly create the structure first. All right, so here also we'll do first login, and here I'm going to take a form. Now here also we are going to map this login user login form controls dot map. So this will be control item, and this will basically going to return a div. And here we also need to give a key here. I think that we have also missed in the, so we'll give the name as a key, right? So we'll do the same in the sign up page also. So let's go to sign up page, and we'll pass it here. All right, so here first we'll take a label, and we'll do control item dot label, and then we are going to import the form. I think common, what is the name we have given? I forgot, let me check. Common form element. Okay, so we'll do common form element. So for this one, first I will create another state. So we'll do const login sign in form data. We'll do sign in form data, and do set sign in form data, and this will be use state of initial login form data. Correct. So here what are the things we need to pass? First we need to pass the current item, which will be our control item. Then we need to pass the value, which will be sign in form data of control item dot name, and then we need to pass the on change. So again this will give us event, which will be set sign in form data. So this will return our sign in form data, and then we'll do event dot target dot value, sorry, this will be, no, not value, this will be name, which will be equal to event dot target dot value. So these things we need, and then we are going to use our button, and this will be our sign in. Here also we'll give a type of type of submit. So we're getting login and password, email and password, sorry, that is fine, right? So now we will create our actions. Now here the main thing, that logic that we need to write for the sign in. So let's quickly create another method here. So I will do something like export async function. We'll do login. What is the name that you have given here? Register user action. So we'll do login user action. This will also receive the form data, and first we'll connect our database. Okay, then we'll do try catch, and here I'm going to log the error, and I'm going to return success will be false, and message will be something went wrong, please try again. Awesome. So now first thing what we are going to do, right? So here also first we need the email and password, right? So we'll do const email and password, these two things, and this will be receiving from our form data. Okay, now here first we will check that if this user is exist or not, right? If this user is already there, if it is not there, means they need to sign up. Alright, so here now what we are going to do, that we will basically check if the user is exist or not. So check if user exist in DB, right? So do const check user, this will be await user dot find one, and here we are going to pass an email. And if this user doesn't exist, so what we are going to do, that means they need to return something, that will do success will be false, and then we'll return some message like user doesn't exist, sorry, does not exist, please sign up. Okay, if this is not the case, then we are going to check now that check if password is valid or not. So here we'll do const check password, and here what you're going to do, we'll do await decrypt dot compare, and now what are the things that we need to compare? We need to compare this password, that means the user already added here, and the one that is currently stored in the database. If both the password are same, that means that password is correct. So do password comma check user dot password if both the things are correct. All right, if this is wrong, check password, so that means we'll return like some error that password is incorrect. So we'll do message that password is incorrect, please check, and we'll return a success of false. So this will do that part. Now what are the things that we need? Now we need to create, very important, we need to create the token data. So how we are going to create? So do const create token data, and here I need the ID, which will be my check user dot ID. Now this ID is obviously coming from our MongoDB database, and then even if I show you right here, so let's go to browse collections. So test users, and we are having this ID here, this ID. So this ID we need, then we need the username, which will be our check user dot username, and then we are going to do something like email. So we'll do email, which will be check user dot email. So this will create the token data. Now I'll create our token. So const token, and this will be we are going to import this JWT. So we'll import JWT from JSON web token, and we'll do JWT dot, I think the method is sign, and here you need to pass the created token data. You need to basically pass a key here, right? Privacy key or the secret key. Now obviously it is recommended to keep this key in your environment variables, but for now I'll just pass some default key. So you can keep in your environment variables, and here you can also pass another property, and that is expires. So we'll keep this one as 1 day. Okay, so this will create our token, but now somehow we need to store this token. So how you are going to do that? So for this one, next we'll give you this method that we are going to use. So we'll do const get cookies, and we'll do, this will be our cookies. So what we are going to do, right? So here I'll do cookies from next/headers, and now this will do get cookies, and this will be dot set. Now I'm going to store the token, which will be this token. So this is basically just like your local storage or session storage. This is the key name, and this is the value, the token. That's it. Now if all of these are done, so we have already stored the token. So now what we are going to do, right, we'll simply return. So you can return success is true, and message will show login successful. Login is successful. Awesome. So now this should work. So we already taken, let me just quickly check one. So taken this one, we'll check if the user is exist. If not, so we'll show like user does not exist, please sign up. Then we'll check if the password is valid or not. If it is valid, then we'll create our token. We'll store the token using this next/header, this method cookies, and then we are going to return true and login is successful. And let's see what is happening. So now I'll go to sign in, and then I'll create another action here. So we'll do action, and this will be handle sign in, and this will be async handle sign in. Okay, now we'll do const result equal to await login user action, and here we'll pass the sign in form data. Now let's log here the result. Now obviously if the result is successful, so what we are going to do, so we will be basically redirecting the user to the home page. Okay, so for this one we will take const, and then we'll do router. This will be useRouter, and we'll do here if result dot success is true, so we'll do router dot push, and this will go to the home page, and all are done. Now let's see what is happening. So we'll go here, this is fine. We'll do 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Okay, 1 2 3, okay, 1 minute, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. We'll do sign in, login is successful, it's going to the home page. Awesome job. Now comes the main part. Now what will happen, let's say, so first of all, if I go to the home page, right, I want to basically show the user information, username and the user email. And also now what will happen if I try to go to the sign in page, this is still getting rendered, right, but user is already authenticated. So how we are going to check this one? Okay, before that, let me first quickly render the user information. So if the login is successful, right, so if I click here, it's going to the home page. Here I need to render the user information. So for this one we need to create another action, and that will be fetch user action. So we'll do go to our actions, and here I'll do export async function. We'll do fetch auth user action. Now here what we are going to do, right, we'll simply take a try catch. All right, and okay, also we'll do await connect to dv, and here let me just copy from here only instead of rewriting. Okay, now the first thing what we're going to do, right, first we'll do const get cookies, which will be our cookies, and we'll simply check that if the token is exist or not. If the token is not empty, in that case we are going to get the user information, or else we'll simply return. So we will do token will be what, it will be get cookies dot get. So this will give you the get. So just like you have set it using the set method, we will be able to get it using get method, and here you need to pass the key name. So in this case this is token, right, and this will basically give you this value property. So here you'll be able to check. Now what you can do, right, you can simply check if this token is empty. So in this case we'll return success will be false, and message will be token is invalid, something like that. Okay, if this is not the case, so in that case what we are going to do, first we have to decode the token. So we'll do const decoded token, and this will be jwt dot verify. So now we'll verify using the token that we'll be getting, and now you need to pass the secret key, because in this case we have passed the secret key as default key, but if you are keeping this one in environment variable, you will use that key only, not this one. Okay, this is just for example. Now here what will happen, now we'll basically do, now decoded token will give you what, this will basically give you these three information. So we are having this token data, we are having the ID, we are having the username, we are having the email. That is basically based on this we have created the token, right? So when we decode, this will give me this information only. So this is vice versa, from here we are creating token, from token we are again decoding, so we're getting this one. So we'll go here and then we'll do const, and we'll do user info, we'll do get user info, and this will be await user dot find one, and here what you need to pass, you need to pass the ID, which will be your decoded token dot ID. Okay, and then what we are going to do, simply if we are going to get this user info, so we'll return success will be true, and we'll do we'll return a data which will be json dot parse json dot stringify this get user info. If it is not, so we'll return success as false, and message will be some error occurred, please try again. Okay, so I think this is done. So now what we can do, right, simply go to our main home page. So we'll go here, and here I'm going to fetch the user information. So we'll do async, and we'll do const current user. This will be what, this will await fetch auth user action. That's it. And now here we are going to render this. So we'll do render p, let's do h1, and we'll render this current user dot name, and let's make this one h2, and we'll do this on p, which will be current user dot email. Let's save it. Let's see what is happening here. Okay, first let's go to the sign in page. Okay, we'll go to sign in, and we'll click here. Okay, we are not getting anything, so this part we need to check what is happening here. Okay, let me log this one here. I think we are getting data, right? Yeah, sorry, this will be result.data. So what we can do, right, simply we need to do here dot data, my bad. So we'll do dot data. Now this should work. Data dot username, not name. So you're getting name and the username, correct? So this is working fine. But now again the same problem will come. What will happen if I try to go to the sign in page? Still loading, right? So this part we need to fix. So because of that we are having this middleware concept. So this will, what will happen, right? So this will allow you to run the code before any request is completed, and based on the incoming request you'll be either modify the response by redirecting or modifying whatever. So for example, when I try to go to the sign in page, in any case if the user is already authenticated, so I no need to show this page, right? So I'll be automatically redirecting this user from this page to home page. So that is the reason it is really useful, this the concept of this middleware. So obviously there are a lot of things to learn here, but let's understand this on very simple example. One very important point is that you need to create this middleware with the same naming inside the source folder. All right, so I'll create here middleware.js. okay, now here what we are going to do, right, first of all, so let me just create this one. So we'll do export function, and here I'll give this one as middleware. So this will receive request, and now here the first thing is that we need to basically get the current path. So do const path, which will be your request dot next URL dot path name. And here also we need to basically check that if this is a public path or not. So what basically public path or public route is, this sign in. So this page any user will be able to access without authentication. So this will be a public page or public route. Same for sign up, right? So we'll do like const get, or we'll do set public, not set. Let's do check public routes or path. And here we need to basically check if this path is equal to what we need to check. We need to check if it is sign up, or we'll check path is equal to sign in. So that means this is a public path, right? Now we'll do const get cookies, which will be cookies, and we will get the token very easily, right? This we have already done. So we'll do token, which will be your get cookies dot get, and here I'll do token dot value, or else this will be empty. Now here we are going to basically check that if check public path, if this is true, and token that we are having is not equal to empty, so that means we are currently in the public path. This is the public path, and then the token is not empty. Token is not empty means what? The user is authenticated, and that you'll be able to see if I go to application, there is a token already stored here. So that means we'll redirect this user to the home page. So what we can do, right, simply we'll return here that return next response dot redirect. So this will give you redirect method, and here we can pass new URL, and we'll pass slash, so it will go to the home page, and we'll simply pass this request dot next URL. Okay, so this is one logic, and next logic will be if this check public path is false, that means we are in a different path, and token is empty, that means what? The user is not authenticated, but currently he is in a auth page. So we'll redirect user to the sign in page. So we'll do next response dot redirect, and we'll return here new URL, and we'll return sign in page. Again we'll pass the request dot next URL. Alright, so now what we need to do, right? So we need to basically pass a matcher here. So let me just quickly show you. So you can see that this will basically allow to filter the middleware to run on the specific paths. So either you can pass a single path or you can pass a multiple. So in our case, we need to check this on our sign in route and on the sign up route, in both the routes. So what we'll do, right, so we'll simply pass this on here, const config. Now this has to be config, and here you will pass a matcher which will be array. So this will be /signin and /signup. All right, and also this will be same here. Let me do in the same. So this will be sign in or sign up. Save it. Now let's see what is happening. Awesome. So now you can see that it's automatically going to this page, right? So let's say if I try to go to sign in, it's going to the home page. If I try to go to the sign up, it's going to the home page. And that makes sense, right? Because the user is already authenticated. So this is how this middleware will run. This will run on the first time, and it will check that whatever thing that you want to do. Let's say in our case, we are checking if the user is authenticated. We will redirect the user to the home page. If user is not authenticated, so we'll redirect the user to the sign in page. So this is done. So now what are the things that are left? So only the logout functionality is left, right? So let's quickly implement that one also. So for this one, what I'll do, right, go to components, and here I'll create a folder, and let's give this a name as logout, and let's do index.js. So for this one, what we are going to do, right, so here we need to basically pass an on-click method, and for this one also we are going to create action. So let's do one thing first. Let's go to our action here, and I'll quickly create another one. So this will be export async function, and this will be logout action. And now this will be very straightforward. So what we are going to do, right, we just need to basically set the cookies as empty. So we'll do const get cookies, which will be our cookies, and then we'll just do cookies dot set. So sorry, not cookies dot, this will be get cookies dot set, and this will be token, which will be empty. That's it. And now what we'll do, right, we'll go to our main page.js file. Now here we will check one important thing, and that is that if the current user is not so here what we can check, right? So first we'll go here, we'll go to this action, and let's see what we are returning here. So we are returning get user info, and if the token is empty, we are returning the success is false, correct? So you can simply check that if this current user dot success, right, if this is false, so we'll redirect this user to the sign in route. Okay, and now what we're going to do, right, so let me just quickly create this one. So we'll go to logout, we'll do this one as use client. So this will be our logout, and now what we are going to do, right, simply, so we'll create a button here. So I'll return button, this will be logout, and I'll give a on click, and this will be handle logout, and this will be this will be const. First we'll take our router also, because we need this one. So we'll use router, and then we'll create async function. This will be handle logout, and here I'm going to use await logout logout action, and I think that will be more than fine. I think we no need this one, because we're already handling this logic here. Okay, if the token is empty, so we'll save it. Now let's see what is happening. So now we will go to our main file, and I'll just render this logout here. Okay, so now let me first go to sign in page. It's going to this page. Let's go to sign up. It's going to this page. Now let's try to click on logout. It's going to the sign in page. Even if you try to go to the home page now, it will be going to the sign in page. Awesome, right? Working fine. Obviously now you'll be able to go to the sign up page also. So here this is working, but you can't access the home page, because the reason is because we are already redirected to the sign in page. Now let's do one thing. Let's go to the sign up page and try to do another one. So I'll do abc@gmail.com 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Sign up, go here, paste it, click on sign in, going here. Now try to go to the sign up page. It's going to the home page, go to the sign in page, going to this page only. If I click on log out, it's going to the sign in page. Awesome. So now I think this is done. Obviously you can see that looking very weird and very bad in terms of CSS, but I hope that we'll learn a lot of things in terms of functionality. So I think now this will give a very good understanding how you will be able to do a very basic authentication, registration, login, saving the user information in database using server action. Feel free to implement the same using a route handler also. So you do the same logic, but you, instead of creating server action, you need to create the route API routes, and also learn the middleware. Obviously there are a lot of other things to learn in middleware, because I already mentioned that I'll create another video just to cover the Next.js advanced concepts. So this video is only for basic level. So basic to intermediate level, I think this is more than enough. So that's all for this particular project. Now let's move on to the next one. Alright everyone, so in the previous project we have actually implemented the registration and the login, and also learned the concept of middleware. Now in this particular project, what we are going to learn right now, this will be a very interesting one. So here we are going to learn this Next Auth, which is basically Auth.js. So this is the latest version of this particular package. So we are going to integrate this one, and along with we are going to create a shopping cart application kind of using Redux Toolkit. So now what this project will give you as output, so you'll be able to understand how Auth.js will work, along with how you will be able to use Redux Toolkit in your Next.js project. So the first of all, along with that, we are also going to use the SetCN components, and also I already created a MongoDB database. Now it's up to you. If you want, you can use any other database as you want. Now here, the first thing, I already created a project. Now let me just remove all of this. Okay. Now let's give some div for now. Now here we need to install a couple of packages. So let's start with all of this. Okay. So let's open another terminal. Let's install. So we'll copy from here. Okay. Then we'll go to our Redux Toolkit package. Now here also we need to install Redux Toolkit, along with we also need to install React to Redux, because we need the bindings. So we'll copy this from here. Okay, let's keep this on default. Open another terminal, and also install React Redux. Okay, now the first thing is that how this Auth.js will work. Right, so this is the first thing that we need to understand. So let's go to get started, click on Next.js. Okay, so first you need to install this. This is still in the beta version, so you need to install this Next Auth beta. So I'll copy this, let's paste it here. Now next thing, we need to create a secret key. So if you run this in a terminal, it will automatically create a secret key, and then you have to create an environment file, and then you need to use this secret key that you have created. Okay, now next you need to create a auth.js file or ts file in case you are using TypeScript at the root of your app. Okay, so this is very important. So this you need to create, that means inside your source folder. Once you have done this one, we need to create this API route handler. Now this basically will use whenever we'll be using any kind of auth or anything. So therein we need to basically mention the callback URL. So once the user is authenticated, for example, let's say through Google or GitHub, so they'll come back to the callback URL, and based on that the user will be authenticated, and you will be redirected to the specific result that you want to achieve. Now once you've created the route, and after that we need to use the same in our middleware, and then we have to set up our authentication methods. Now authentication methods is like how you want to authenticate the user. So once we'll go to the authentication, we have different like auth, magic links, credentials. Now because in the previous project we already have done using credentials, so there is no point of using the same. And also if you noticed here, right, they'll also highly recommend to use some new technologies like auth, magic links, or web auth, something like that. So we are going to use Google Auth. If you want, you can definitely going to use the any other providers like Google, Facebook, anything like that. The concept will be exactly same. So the first thing what I'm going to do, right, so let's create our application first. So I need to create a GitHub application here. Now from where we are coming, so from settings to developer settings you have to go, and from there you have to create a auth project. I'll show you quickly. So we'll go to our settings, right, and then go scroll down, go to developer settings, and then create auth apps. I already have created one, so I'll create another one. Now here what we are going to do, right, so you need to give the application name. So I'll give this one name as Next Auth Redux Toolkit. Alright, so in the homepage URL I'm going to give our localhost 3000, and now we need to give the callback URL, right? So I'll show you quickly. So you can see that we need to give this localhost. If you're using localhost, in prod you have to give your website name, and then this route you need to give, which is /API auth callback and GitHub. I'll copy this from here, and then let's paste it here. Then click on register application. Once this is done, you'll be getting the client ID, and also you'll be able to create a secret ID. These things we needed. Alright, so now these are done. So now next thing what I'm going to do, right, so let's go to get started, then Next.js. Now I'm going to create a secret key. So I'll copy this npx auth secret, and then I'll run it here. Now this will give you a secret key, and the same I'm going to use in my environment file. Alright, so you can see that we already got a auth secret. Now let's create an environment file. So I'll create .env.local, and I'll copy this, paste it here. And also we need to use, I'll just minimize this one from here. We need to use this client ID, and that also we need the, let me just check. So we'll go to auth, GitHub. So these two things we need. So I'll copy this and then paste it here. Now we will go to our auth application. So this is our client ID. Okay, we'll copy this, and this is same with your GitHub ID. And I'll create a secret client secret. Don't use the same. Okay, please create your own, and then you can use the same. So this is all about the configuration that we need. Now next thing what we need to do, so we need to create our API route, right? So, and also we need to create our auth.js. So we'll go to our source folder, and inside this I'm going to create a auth.js file. So we'll create auth.js. Now first thing what we are going to do, we need to basically, here you can see that this next auth will eject some of the methods that we will be able to use. Okay, sign in, use for sign in method, sign out, and then auth will give you whether the user is authenticated or not. So this is very simple. So first thing what we can do, right, we'll do export const, and we'll basically first just export some of the handlers as get and post. Then I'm going to export this one, so which will be from next auth. And here you need to provide the providers. So providers will be my GitHub. Alright, so now let's import GitHub from, so we need to import it from next auth /provider/GitHub. And that's it. So this is what we need. And also we need to import here sign in and sign out. So these all the methods that we are going to use. So once this is done, now next thing we need to create the API route. Okay, so here let's go to our app, and inside this we'll create our folder named API, and inside this we need to create an auth folder. Alright, and then we need to create this next auth, and here we are going to use route.js. So this will be a route. Now here you don't have to do anything, very simple. So whatever this get and post method that we are having, we just need to basically export it. So we'll export these from our auth, and here let me just do it get. Okay, and this will be from our @auth, and this will be also our post. Okay, if you want you can also pass another property here, that is runtime, but I think that is optional. I think these two will work. Okay, now once this is done, next thing what you need to do, we just have to basically handle our sign in and sign out. So what will be our application functionality? So that thing we need to first discuss. Okay, and another thing let's do, I think we also need to create a middleware, right? So we'll go here and let's create our middleware. Okay, so we'll do middleware.js, and here what we can do, simply we'll do export. I think we already have here, let me just copy it from here only. So we'll go to installation and we'll copy this one and we'll use the same. That's it. Now see what will happen. So let's say if I logged in for the first time here, right, or if I just come on this particular page, so I'll check that whether the user is authenticated or not, and that is very important. If the user is not authenticated, so they will not be able to see the products, they will not be able to access the product details page, and also they will not be able to access the cart page. So they need to sign in first, that is mandatory. So first let's do one thing. What we are going to do, right, we'll go backwards. So first we'll implement all our functionality. So we'll create our products page, we'll create product details page, and also we'll create our cart page. Once all of these are done, then we are going to implement the authentication, and that will be very easy to learn. So let me just quickly open the URL that we are going to use, and that will be this dummy JSON. We'll go here and then we are going to use this product endpoint. So we'll go to our products, get all products. Alright, so first we will go to our main page.js. So let's go to page.js, and then here let's take one h1 and let's do shopping cart. Okay, and then what I'm going to do here, we need to basically fetch first the list of products. Now we can do one thing, either you can, I think in the previous section we already understand the server action, right? So you can definitely use the server action inside this component, but I will always suggest that please create a separate file and keep all of your server action into one file, and that will be much more organized and very easy to understand for other developers also, readability purposes. So what you can do, right, inside source I'll create another folder and I'll give this one name as actions. So these will be all our actions. So what do we need to do first? We already discussed that we have to write use server at the top of the file, and then we are going to create all the actions here. So first we'll do get all products. Okay, so we'll do export async function fetch all products. So here what we can do, right, we'll do try catch. So log here error, and then we'll return simply like we'll do success false, and we'll do a message like some error occurred, please try again. And here what I can do, we'll do const result equal to await, and we'll do fetch, and then let's go here, copy this. Okay, and then we are going to do a method of get cache, will do no store. Okay, then we'll do const data, and this will be await result dot json, and then we are going to return let's do one thing, let's return something like this. We'll do success will be true, and here I'll pass a data. Now this data will be our data dot products. Now the reason is because it will be data dot products, because if you go here we'll be getting this products array, and this array of list of products that we need. Alright, So now this will be receiving in our page.js, so we'll be able to fetch it. So first we'll convert this one to async, and we'll do here const get all products, and this will be await fetch all products. That's it. And now let's log get all products. Let's see what we're getting. We already got all the data. Awesome, right? So now what we can do, right, we'll pass this data to another function, another component. So what we can do, simply let's take another div here, and we'll basically map this get all products and get all products dot length. All right, I think we will be passing data here, right? Sorry, my bad. So this will be data, get products and get all products dot data, and get all products dot data dot length. If this is greater than 0, we're going to map it, or else this will be null. And I'll do here get all products dot data dot map. This will be product item, and here what we'll do, we'll create another component, and that will be a product item component. So inside app, we'll create a folder, and let's give this a name as components, and here I'll give this one as product card, and let's create our index.js. all right, now what we can do, right, so either we can make this product item component as a client component, because we need to do certain functionality here. So we'll do use client, and we'll do function, and this will be our product card. Okay, and let's return here simply a div, and this will be product card. Now let's go here and let's import this product card, and this will receive a item. Okay, so I'll pass here item, which will be my product item. So now let's see whether all of these are rendering or not. So we're getting all the product card here. Awesome. Okay, so this is done. Now we need to create the structure first. So let's do one thing. Let's go to here and let's import our card component first here. So we will copy this one. I don't know what is happening here. Okay, let's install this one. I think this will automatically import, it will automatically install the card component. Okay, this is done. Now let's copy all of this. Now let's go to product card and import all of this. Now what we can do, right, simply return the card here. Card. Now inside this, what we can do, right, so card header, I think we don't require here, so we simply do card content. All right, inside this we'll do a card content. Okay, now I'll take a div here. Let's take a class name. We'll do w as full. We'll do aspect w16, aspect height of 8, and also we'll do large height of 80. Okay, now inside this I'm going to use the image source. I'll give here item dot thumbnail. Okay, alt, let's give here item dot title, and also let's give a class name. So we'll do height as full. Okay, we'll do width as full. We'll do object cover and object top. So let's go here and let's save it. Let's see what we're getting. Okay, so we're getting all of this. This is fine. Now let's go to our this page component. So we need to give some style in this div. So we'll give a class name. So here we'll do mean height of 80 VH. We'll do grid. We'll do SM grid columns of 2. For MD we'll do grid columns of 3, Okay, for large we'll do grid calls grid calls of 4, gap of 10, let's make. We'll do max w6 xl, mx auto, and p of 2. Okay, so you got all of this. Now next thing what we are going to do, right, we need to also handle the title and everything. So we'll go here, and after this div, let's do one thing. Let's take another div here. We'll do class name, we'll do padding of 6, and we'll do a card title, and I'm going to render item dot title. Let's give a class name here also. So for title we'll give text as large, we'll do font bold, we'll do text gray, let's make this on 900. Okay, this is fine. Now next thing what we're going to do here, so we will also render our description, or let's do one thing, let's render only the price. So after this what we can do, right, so let's take another div, and I'll give a class name here. So we'll do margin top of 4, and we'll do flex item center. Alright, we'll do flex wrap and gap of 2. Now inside this we'll take a p, and we'll render item dot price, and here we'll take a class name. So we'll do text large, we'll do font extra bold, and we'll do text gray. Let's make this on 800, and I think this is fine. Now after this we will take another div. Now here I'm going to use the button, right, so we'll go here and let's install the button. So this will install the button, and on click of this button what will happen, we will redirect back to the details page, right? Alright, so now after this here we'll take a button, and we'll do this one details, and here let's make this one justify between. Okay, yeah, I think this is fine. Okay, now what we are going to do, right, on click of this we have to go to the details page, right? So let's implement the details page here. So let's go to our app, and then what we can do, simply we will make a details page here. And inside this I'll create page.js. So this will be my details page. So we'll do product details. Okay, now what we can do, simply on click of this details page we will redirect the user to the details page. So here we'll do on click, and so let's first import our router, and these two things are not required for now. So we'll do const router, this will be useRouter, and then we'll do router.push, and we'll do item.id. Okay, so on click of this it will go to the details page, and here this will be our details. So if I click here, it's going to the details page. Now we need to create another action, and that will be to fetch the details data. Go to actions, and now let's create another one. So we'll do export async function fetch product details. Now this will receive the current product ID, right? And here let's take a try catch, and then we'll copy this, then we'll do the same here, and then we'll write the logic. So we'll do result this will be await fetch. Now this will be same logic, but only thing is that we need to pass the current product ID. Copy this and then slash, we are going to pass the current product ID. We'll do method will be get and we'll do no store. Okay, now after this we'll do const data. This will be await result.json and we're going to return the data. Now how we are going to pass the current product ID? Now if you remember, in the multiple times I've already discussed that this will give you a params property, right? Now this params property is nothing but these details that we have given name. So this will give you the key, the dynamic key. So if I click here, we are getting these two value, right? So this will be able to extract from there. So what we're going to do, simply we'll do const and we'll do get product details. This will be await fetch. Also need to convert this one to async. And this will be fetch product details. And we need to pass the ID, which will be our params.details. Now let's see what is happening. So if I log here, right, get product details, so we'll be getting the current product details. So now let me just expand this one. Let's go here. Okay, now I'll go back and I'll click on this. So you're getting the product details here, if you noticed. Okay, so this is our product details. Now we'll be able to render all of this here. So let's quickly implement the details page, and after this we'll be start working on our Redux logic. And once the Redux logic is completed, then we will be basically implementing the authentication. So authentication in the sense means role-based authentication. If the user is currently not authenticated, we have to redirect the user to the login page and those things. So first let me quickly write the logic for this UI. So remove all of this, or let's remove this one from here, and I'll give a class name. So do max w6 xl, do mx of auto, padding of 2. We'll take another div, we'll do p of 6. Alright, and here I'm going to take another div, and this will be class name. Here I'll take grid items start, we'll do grid columns 1. For large we'll do grid columns of 5 and gap of 12. Inside this we'll take another div, we'll take a class name, and we'll do a large here. We'll do column span of 3, we'll do bg gray of 100, we'll do w as full. For large we'll do sticky, we'll do top of 0, text center, and p of 8. Here I'll take an image. Now I'll render our this get product details that will be receiving dot thumbnail. Okay, alt will pass the get product details dot title, and for class name we'll do width of 4 of 5, we'll do rounded, and we'll do object as cover. Okay, now once this is done, we will give a hr, and here I'll take a class name, we'll do border as white, then we'll do border of 2 and my of 6. Okay, let's make this one black. Now after this, what I'm going to do, right, so this will give you some of the images. So you can see that we are having some images array. So this I'll map it, and then I'll render all the multiple small images here. So after this hr, we'll take another div, we'll take a class name, and we'll do a flex, we'll do flex wrap, gap of 5, justify center Amex of auto. All right, and here I'm going to do this get product details dot images dot map. This will be image item, and let's render an image. I'll do source, which will be our image item. Okay, alt will do the same image item. Class name will do width of 25 and cursor as pointer. Okay, so this is fine, but here we need to check something. So I think this is not the images. Let me check what is the, I think it is images only. Let me go back and check what is coming for the others. Okay, here I think we have done some mistake. Let me just check quickly. I think everything is correct only. Let me just check what is the value for this W25. I think something is wrong here. Okay, there is no value. It should be W24. My bad, sorry. Yeah, now this is fine. Okay, so now next thing what we are going to do, right? So after this, let's take another div here, and we'll do a class name, and we'll make this one as large column span of 2. Inside this we'll take a h2, and let's render our get product details dot title. So we should be getting on the right side. Okay, now here I'll give a class name. So let's do text 3XL, font bold, and text gray 900. Okay, now after this what we'll do, we'll take another div here, or let's quickly render the image only, no need to take any div. So we'll get product details dot not image, the price. Will take a class name, we'll do empty of 5, we'll do text gray 800, and we'll do here text XL. Let's see how this is looking. Yeah, this is fine. Now after this, if you notice that I'm not, obviously I told you guys multiple times, not focusing at all CSS, it will look very bad. That is fine. At the end, I just want that at least the functionality is working or not. I'm pretty much sure that you'll be able to change the CSS by your own. We'll do text large, font bold, and we'll do text gray. Let's make this one 700, and here I'm going to render the get product details dot description. Okay, now after all of this, here what I'm going to do, right, I'll create a add to cart button. All right, and that is, so that button will automatically take care of the functionality that what we are going to do. Whenever we'll be clicking on this, we need to store that in our Redux store, and then vice versa. When we'll remove this one, that will remove from our Redux store. So let's go to components, and then I'll create here another folder. I'll create a folder here, and let's give this one name as add to cart button. Let's create index.js. This will be use client, and this will be function add to cart button. So this will return a div. Now we'll do a class name. Sorry, we had already have this margin top of 8, and we'll do max wmd, and here I'll take a button. So we already have our button, right, and we'll do this one for now, add to cart. Okay, that's it. Let's save it, go to details page, and then after this I'm going to render this add to cart button. Awesome. So now this is done. Now let's go back and let's see if this is working or not. Let me refresh this. So we click here, this is coming. If there are no images, obviously that will not come. Let's click here, it's coming, and this is working fine. So now next step, what we need to do, we need to start working on our Redux store. Okay, So in Redux store, how the logic will work. So the first thing is that you need to create a global store, and then you'll be having multiple slices. So in each and every slice, or for example, if I try to explain this in a simple way, that let's say you're having multiple modules, cart page, product details page. For each and every module you have a different slice, and that slice will export a reducer and obviously some actions. So reducer, what you are going to do, you'll be using you have to import each and every individual reducer in your store, which will combine all of this and create a root reducer. And then what you are going to do, you will be basically using that store, or you will be wrapping your component in a store or provider using this Redux that will connect your store with your Next.js application. This is similar logic like your React also. So let's see how that will work. So the first thing, now here two things we need to do. Okay, so first we need to create our store. So go to source, create another folder, and now I'll create a store, and let's give this one index.js, and inside this store only I'll create another folder. This will be slices. Now each and every slice is basically a combination of the multiple logics that you'll be writing. For now we have only one slice, that is for the cart page, but you can have n number of slice here. Okay, so here I'll create a cart slice.js. Now what we are going to do, okay, so the first thing is that this slice should have an initial state, correct? So I'll do const, and I'll do initial state, and here what we are going to do, right? So let's make this on cart items, and this will be empty array. Okay, now you can have multiple state here. So for now we only have a cart items. Now I'll create here a slice. So look, const cart slice, and here you need to create a slice. I think we have already installed this. Let me check whether we have installed or not. Redux Toolkit. I think we haven't installed. Okay, so let me quickly install this one. I'll go here, I'll copy this, and we'll also install React Redux. Okay, so this is done. Now let's do create slice. Now here you need to give a name, and this is very important, you have to give it. So I'll give this a name as cart. You need to pass the initial state, and then you have to create the reducers. As simple as that. Each and every slice consists of a name, initial state, reducer, then there is extra reducers or something, but for now you have to pass these reducers. Now reducer is combination of multiple actions that you will be having. Okay, let me import it like this. We'll import create slice. Now here I'll be having multiple, for now I'll be having two actions. We'll do add to cart. Okay, and here I'll be receiving our state actions. This I'm going to discuss, and then I'll be having another one, and that will be remove from cart. And here also we'll be receiving our state and action. Okay, so this is all about the slice that we need. Now we need to export this add to cart action, remove from cart action, and also you have to export these reducers. So we'll do export const, and this will be our cart slice dot actions. So here you are having add to cart, remove from cart, these two actions. Now we're going to see why we need to use all of this, and after this we are going to do export default export, and we'll do cart slice dot reducer. Okay, so now you have created your individual slice or reducer. Now these you need to use in your main global store. So what you need to do, right? So this store is nothing but this will handle all the middlewares and the reducer that you'll be creating, and it will combine multiple reducers at once. So here the first thing is that so do const store, and this will be configure store, and here so here I'll pass reducer, and I'll give the name. So I'll give this a name as cart, and here we need to import. So look, import cart reducer from, so we'll go to store slash slices slash cart slice, and here I'll pass the cart reducer, and at the end we'll do export default store. If you have multiple reducer, you will pass all of these. Let's say you're having a product reducer, so we'll do product reducer, something like that. Okay, so now what we are going to do, right? So here now we'll create a provider. So now we'll go to source and we'll create a provider. Let's create index.js. The reason, because we are going to use some client component that we can't use in a server component, so we need to convert this one to a client component. And here I'll give this one name as export default function. We'll do this one name as Redux provider. This will receive the children, which will be the children of components, and here I'm going to return provider from React Redux. So this just basically used to bind your Redux store with your application, whether that is a React application or Next.js application. Here you need to pass the store, which will be store that I just now created at that store, and here you need to pass the children. Okay, that's it. Now here also we are going to create a header component, but for now first we'll check whether this is working or not. Okay, now let's save it. So now this is done. Now what we are going to do, right, we'll create another component, and that will be a common layout. Now you'll understand later why. So I'll create another component that will be my common layout, and let's do one thing. Let's create this one inside components. So we'll do common layout. Okay, now here what I'm going to do, okay, so we need to create common layout where I've created. I think we have created multiples component, is it? Okay, something mistake we have done, guys. Okay, let me just do one thing. Let me remove this one to this product card in this component only. Okay, and then this component will be, we can remove, we don't need inside app, and I'll remove this one. So now I think this should work still. Okay, so what we are going to do, inside these components I'll create common layout, and this will be index.js. Now here what I'm going to do, I'll do this on a async function, sync function common layout, which will receive children, and here I'm going to return. So I'll import the Redux provider that I've created, and I'll pass the children. And now here we are going to do certain things, and I think this will receive a children property, right? Yeah, I think this is fine. Now let's save it. Now we'll do export, and here I'm going to do default, sorry, export default common layout. Now what we are going to do, simply go to our layout page, and here I'm going to import our common layout, and I'm going to pass these children here. Okay, so this is working fine. So you can see that we have common layout. We are going to this page, we are passing into a Redux provider, and here I'm going to using this provider. These children are nothing but all the child components that you are having. Okay, so now this is done. The details page is also done. Now on click of this, we need to add this product to cart page and also remove the product, and also then we are going to create our cart page we haven't created yet, and also the header component. So first what we are going to do, right, first let's start with the header component, and then we'll be start working on this add to cart functionality. Alright, so first we'll start creating the header. So let's go to our components and let's create a folder header. Alright, so now this will be a client component. So this will be our header. Let's return a div. Alright, so first let's return a header here. So we'll do class name, we'll do flex, we'll do shadow MD, py of 4, px of 4. Alright, bg will do white, we'll do mean height of 70 px, we'll do tracking wide, we'll do relative z of 50. Okay, inside this we'll take a div. Here we'll take a class name, we'll make this on flex wrap, we'll do item center, we'll do justify between, gap of 5 and w of full. Inside this we'll take a link and we'll make this one as shopping cart. Okay, and href will do slash. Now where we are going to use this one? So we'll use this one in this component which is our header here. So we'll do header. So let's save it. So we're getting shopping cart, and this one obviously we are going to remove. That is fine. Now go to header. Now after this what we are going to do, right, we'll take another div here. Now obviously this is not responsive, we are not going to do this one responsive, and here I'm going to take a li. Inside this I'll take a link, I'll make this one as products, and I'll create another one, and this will be my cart, and here I'll do href which will be products, or this will be in the home page only, right, not products. And here also I'll give this one as cart, and sorry, this will be inside one li, and then we'll take another li and we'll paste it here. We are doing opposite, sorry guys. So here we'll do this one. Okay, now here what we are going to do, right, so after this we will take another div and we'll make this one class name, we'll do flex, and we'll do space x of 3. Let's make this one 3, and I think this is fine. Now here we are going to take a form, and then inside this I'm going to import our button, and this will be our login button, let's say. Okay, so this is fine. Now here in this particular div what we're going to do, right, let's do one thing. Let's make this in this ul here we are going to do this one as large, or let's simply make flex gap of 6, then we'll do item center. Okay, and we'll do justify center. Now after this what else we need? We'll make a margin right of, I'll do 10, and in this div I think we do not record, we'll remove this one. Okay, serving products, cart and login, that is fine. I'll go to li and let's go here and let's give a class name of, we'll do text, we'll do large, let's say how this is looking, large. Okay, then we'll do font as semi bold. Okay, let's copy this and use the same here. We are in products, card. Now what we can do, right, so I think this is fine. We need to now obviously implement the login and logout functionality, but before that let's first implement the navbar. Okay, not navbar, we already have implemented the navbar. We have to implement the Redux logic, the add to cart and the remove from cart, and also we need to create the cart page. Alright everyone, so now we'll start working on the add to cart functionality. So let's go to our details page. Now on click of this add to cart, what we're going to do, right, we are already have a add to cart button, so we will simply create here some logic. Now the first thing is that what we need to do, right, so let me first see what is currently in our Redux stored or Redux state. So how we are going to do that? So first we'll do get state. I'll just quickly show you, and this will be our use selector and this will return state, and we'll see what is there actually in this get state. Let's save it, and now let's see what is happening. So you see that we are having object, and inside object we are having cart, because this is the reducer name we have given, and inside this we are having the initial state, which is the cart items. So now we'll be able to destructure this cart from here, and this will give us cart dot cart items, right? If I save it, right, so this will be empty. So now what we are going to check, basically, if there is already some items that are added in the cart, that means, for example, let's say I'm adding this particular product here. Now this product is already added in the cart, so instead of showing add to cart, we need to show remove from cart. That means this is already added in our cart page. So how we are going to check that? Now to check this on, what we can do simply, that is very simple, and that is, we'll do that if this cart dot cart items dot sum item, and here we'll do if this item dot id is equal to product item dot id. Now from where this will come, so this we are going to receive from our props, and let's go to our add to cart, and let's see where we are using. So we'll do add to cart. So here we will simply pass this product item, which will be our get product details. Okay, so this will receive here, and then okay, I think we are getting some error. That is fine. Let's go to this page. So here we'll do this if this is true. So in that case we'll show remove from cart, or else we'll show add to cart. Okay, what is the problem is happening here? Let me go to the home page first. Okay, we are getting some error. Product card, I think we are doing some mistake. Let me check. I think there is some problem with the import. I think we haven't saved this one. Is it? Let's see what is happening here. Okay, now let's go to our details page. So we're getting add to cart because these haven't added in the cart yet. That is the reason we are getting add to cart. Okay, now we will go to our add to cart button. Alright, so now we need to create two methods. So here I'll take, so we'll give a type. So here we'll give this one as button, let's say, and I will take an on click, and I'll do the same logic that if this cart dot cart items dot sum item, if this item dot id is equal to product item dot id, if this is true, so we'll remove from cart. So we'll do handle remove from cart, or else we'll do handle add to cart. Okay, now we'll create these two methods. So one will be function handle add to cart, and we'll do function handle remove from cart. Okay, now what we need to do when we'll add this one? So first we need to import our dispatch method. So we'll do const dispatch, and this will be use dispatch. What this dispatch method does, this will basically dispatch an action, and based on that we want to do certain operation. So if what this will dispatch, remember we already created action that is named add to cart, right? And here we are going to pass the current id. Current id is nothing but this product item. Similarly for handle remove to cart, we'll do dispatch. Now instead of add to cart, we need to import remove from cart from our store, and then we'll pass the product item dot id. Okay, so now this will automatically do the logic, but now what we need to do, we have to go to our slice. Alright, so now first we'll start the functionality, but before that let's log here and let's see what we are getting in this state and this action. Okay, so now see here, if I just click on this, so you're getting the state object, and then you are getting the type here. Action will consist a type, which is your add to cart, and the payload is nothing but the current item that you are having. So now what we can do simply, right, so we'll do state dot cart items dot push, and we'll push the current item. So we'll do action dot payload. That's it. And for remove from cart, first thing what we are going to do, right? So we'll do let copy cart items. So we'll not directly mutate the state. So first we'll copy this one from state dot we'll do state dot cart items, and then we'll do copy cart items will be copy cart items dot filter item, and we'll do item dot id is not equal to action dot payload, and then we'll do state dot cart items will reassign, and at the end we are going to return the state. If I now save this, right, so let's see what is happening. So I'll add here, we are getting in the state. I'll remove here, this is now empty. Add, remove, this is working fine. Alright, so now let's add this one, and we'll go to our products page, add another one. Let's add this one here. So now we're getting 2 data, correct? If I remove one, only one is coming, working fine. So now we need to start working on the cart page. So let's go to our app, and inside this I'll create another folder, name this one cart, and we'll do page.js. okay, so here what we are going to do, right? So first we'll do function, this is our cart page, and I'm going to return a cart component. So inside this I'll create a cart inside components, and I'll do index.js, and this I'll make this one as a client component. So this will be our cart, and what I'm going to do, I'm going to import this cart page here. So we'll do import cart, that's it. So now let's go to our cart page. So obviously we don't have anything, but that is fine. I'll go to our cart component, and we'll start creating the UI first, and before that let's import our cart items. Now we'll be able to get it very easily, right? So we'll do const, we'll get cart, from where we'll do use selector, and we'll do state will be state. Now I'll be getting the cart items. So if I log here, right, we'll do cart dot cart items. So we're getting one here currently. This is working fine. So now we'll start working on the UI. So we'll do class name, we'll make this one bg as white, py of 4, and inside this we'll take another div, we'll do class name, we'll do max w7xl, mx of auto, and then we'll take a h2, and we'll make this one as cart, and here we'll take a class name, we'll do text 3xl, font extra bold, let's make text as 333. okay, this is fine. Now after this what we're going to do, we'll take a div, we'll do overflow x auto, and we'll take a table here. Let's take a class name, we'll do empty of 12, w full, we'll do border columns, and we'll do divide y. okay, here I'll take a t head, and if you want you can also use the setcn table component. I think they also have the table component if I'm not wrong, or they don't have. Yeah, table is there. So this also we can basically use if we want, but I think that is fine. Let's do implement this one, or else this video will be very long. That is my only worry actually. So that is the reason I'm trying to keep everything very simple. T-head, and then we'll take a class name here. So we'll do white space node app and text left. Then after this we'll take a tr, and we'll do a th. So we'll make this one as, let's say we'll do title. Then after this we'll take another th, we'll do price, and here we'll do another one, so th, and this will be our remove. Okay, let's take a class name. So we'll do text as base, text gray 700 and p of 4. Okay, now after this, after t head, we'll take a t body and we'll do the same that we are using here. And we'll do this one as divide y, and inside this we are going to map this cart items, cart.cart items. So we'll do cart.cart items dot length if this is greater than 0, or else we'll do null, or else we can basically show here like no item is present, something like that, or we can do that here, right? So we can directly check here that if the cart items dot length, if this is false, so we'll return a h1 and we'll do cart is empty. That's it. And here I'll take a text 4XL and font bold. Let's take a p of 10. So that is the reason we don't have to take this logic here then, because we are already handling. So you can simply do map. This will be our item, and here I'll return a tr, and inside this now we'll be having all the td. Okay, so here we'll take our first td. Let's take a class name. We'll do py of 5, px of 4, and now inside this we'll take a div. We'll do a class name of flex, item center, gap of 6, and w max. Here we'll take another div. We'll take a class name height of 36, and we'll do shrink 0. And here I'll take the image. Source will be our this item that we are having dot thumbnail. Alt we will make item dot title. Okay, class name we will make width as full, height as full, and object content. Let's see what is happening. Currently we are having cart is empty because we are not storing this these products anywhere, right? We don't have any database, so that is the reason. We go here, go add, go to cart, so we are getting this. Now after this, what we are going to do, we'll take another div. Inside that we'll take a p and we'll render item dot title. And here what are you going to do, right? So let's take a class name. We'll do text as large, font bold, and text we'll do text black. Okay, now let's take another div, another td, and here we'll take a class name. So we'll do py of 5 and px of 4. Now we're going to take a button, so we'll import our button and we'll do this one, remove. So we're getting remove here, and then after this we'll take another td. Oh sorry, I think we have done the opposite, right? So this will be on the third because we have this one at the end. And now we'll do here, we'll just take another p and we'll render item dot price. So let's go to products, let's go to details, add to cart. So we're getting price and everything here. Okay, so now what we're going to do, right, we'll take another state here, and that will be to display the total amount. So we'll take one state, we'll do here total amount, set total amount, and this will be useState of 0. Now what we can do, simply we'll take a use effect and we'll keep this cart items as a dependency, and we can simply do set total amount will be cart items reduce. Okay, and here we can simply just do dot price, because we have the price that we want to add, right? And then we'll do 0. So this will give you the total amount. Now we can simply render the total amount. So let's go to the below. So after table, after this div, so close this one. So after this div, we'll take another div. We'll do class name, we'll do max w excel. Okay, we'll do ml of auto and empty of 6. Here what we're going to do, we'll take a div and here we'll take a p and we'll do total amount. So total, and then we'll render span, and here I'm going to render the total amount. Okay, and let's give a class name of text large, font bold. Let's see how this is looking. So we're having total 12. Now let's go to our products and we'll click on this details, add to cart. Total will obviously increase. If I remove here, we need to also remove from here, right? So that is a very important point. So we'll go to our this div. Now that is very simple. So we have this button right here. So we'll do on click. So we'll do on click, and here we'll pass this handle remove from cart, and we'll pass the item.id. So we'll go here. So we'll do function handle remove from cart get current item id. And now what we're going to do, so first we'll import the dispatch method, which will be our use dispatch, and we'll pass this dispatch, and then we need to import the remove from cart action, and then we'll pass the get current item id, and that's it. Now this is the advantage of using Redux, because you have all the state in one place, and then from there you'll be able to manage everything. Go to details, add to cart, then details, add to cart, cart page. Now remove from here, updated, remove here, cart is empty. So now this, till this part, this is done. Now what will be our next step? So you remember we haven't completed the authentication part yet, because we have completed the login. We need to now manage our state, manage the session, and based on that we need to check if the user is authenticated, then only they will be able to access all of these pages, or else not. So first we need to implement our sign in method, correct? So we have this login method here, right? So now we need to create two action. Okay, so two action, the first option action will be sign in using GitHub, and then we need to do sign out. Let's go to our action first, and then we will create two more methods. So one will be export async function. We will do login action one, right? And we'll do another one, export async function, and this will be our logout action. And this will be very, very simple. So what we need to do, right? Simply you just need to call await, and we need to call sign in from auth. Now from where this is coming, if you go to the auth page, let's go here. So we have this auth page right here from auth that we have already exported, sign in and sign out. From here we are importing, and here you need to pass the GitHub. So using GitHub I want to sign in, and here you need to call the sign out method, and that's it. Okay, so these two are done. Now we will go to our header page, header component, and we have this login, right? So here we'll give a type which will be submit, and then we need to pass an action, and this action will be doing handle sign in. We'll do handle auth sign in. So we'll copy this one, we will go here, and we'll do async function. This we already have done that, how we will be able to call server action from a client component in the previous section. Here you just have to call await and we'll do login action. That's it. Okay, let's save it. This should implement the login. Now let's see what is happening. Click on login. Now it's asking for me authorize, so I'll authorize because I already created the auth. Now let's see what is happening. It's in this page. Awesome, this is working fine, right? But the thing is, now what we need to do, we need to first check that if the user is authenticated or not. If the user is authenticated, then only I need to show here logout. And first time, if the user is not authenticated, it should go to the login page. So here it will be going to say, let's say localhost 3000/login, something like that. Okay, so now second, what we are going to do in this app, I will create, so let's create a unauth page. Okay, so do unauth page, and let's create another file inside of this, and that will be our, sorry, inside app we need to create, I believe. So we will create our loading.js file also. Okay, and this will be our loading. And then here I'm going to do one thing. Let's go to our skeleton component, and then I'll install this one. Okay, so this is done. So now let's copy this code from here. I think we can copy this one only, pass it here, and width will do full, and height, let's make this one mean height screen, mean height screen, and bg black, something like that. Okay, now what do we need to do, we'll create our unauth page. So this will be function unauth page. I will return a div, we'll give a paragraph of 10, padding of 10, and here simply return that you are not logged in, and we'll do please login, something like that. And here I'll do class name, we'll do text 6XL, font extra bold. Now see what will happen now. Okay, so first time when I just rendering this page or in the home page, so we'll start one by one. We'll go to our page.js, and now we will be able to basically get our session, that if the user is authenticated or not. So we'll do const get session, and this will be await auth. Now this will give you whether this get session will give you whether the user is authenticated or not, as simple as that. So we'll just log here, and let's see what you're getting. I'll save it, and let's go to our home page. See, we are getting this user, if you noticed, right? This user. So this user will tell you that okay, this user is already authenticated. So here we'll be able to check if this user is not authenticated. So if get useSession.user is false, what we can do, we'll redirect this user, right? So we'll redirect this user to unauth page, and this we need to do it in every place. So we'll save it. Now I'll go to our cart page. Let's go to our cart page, and here also now we'll be able to do the same. So the async function cart page, and we'll do const get session, which will be await auth, and we'll check if this get session dot user, this is false, we'll redirect the user to unauth page. And then we need to do the same logic in product details page also, and we'll do the same here. Okay, and now you'll notice one thing is that how we will be able to change this one. to log in to log out. See, we already have, that is the reason I kept everything in a separate way so that it will be easy to manage. You'll see that we already have a common component that we have created, common layout page, right? This file. What we can do simply here, we'll take const get session, which will be await auth, and now we'll pass this get session as a prop. This I'll receive here, get session, and this get session I'll be able to pass in our header component. So if I go to this header component, right, and I'll receive this get session, and let's log here, get session in header. Let's see what we're getting. We're getting an object and we are having the user. So now I'll be able to easily check that if this user is exist. So here will be do that if this get session dot user, if this is true, that means the user is already logged in. So we'll do handle auth sign out, or else this will be sign in. And the same thing we can do here if this is logged in. So we'll do here log out, or else we'll do login. Now let's create this method. So we'll do async function handle auth sign out, and what we need to call, we need to call logout action that we have created from our action. Let's save it. So you're getting logout. Now see what will happen if I click on logout, right? Okay, we are getting some error that this is coming in page.js, so we need to give this logic, my bad. So we'll go to page.js and we'll use this one here. Okay, now that the loader is coming, that is looking very odd, but that is fine for now. I think let's do one thing, let's keep this one. I will go to a loading page. We'll keep the width as for now, keep it like 400 px, and height will keep 400 px, and rounded will don't keep. Let's save it. Now this is going to the unauth page. Notice what will happen if I try to go to the products page. If you want, you will be also able to hide this header from here and put the login button here. Just do this kind of a experimental thing so that it will be easy for you. Click on this product page, right? It's going to the unauth page only. You'll not be able to access. Let's see. Go to the cart page. Again, we need to give this one. Sorry. So go to the cart page, and let's go to the cart page from here, and we'll do this one. And also let's do the same in our this details page. So go to cart page, not be able to access products page. Even if you try to go to the, let's say this is a product details page, right? See what will happen. It will be going to the unauth page only because you are not authenticated. But if you are logged in, so in that case what we need to do, if I see log in here, so still in the unauth page, correct? So what we can do simply that go to, I hope you'll be able to do it by your own. So if I go to unauth page, so now we can simply do the same logic, async, and then we'll do const, because currently we're in unauth page, so we'll do get session, and this will be await auth, and we'll do if this get session dot user is true, we'll redirect the user to the home page. That's it. So now this will be going to the home page, and you're able to see all of this. Click on this details page. You're also getting the loading. Now if I try to click on logout, it's going to the unauth page. Click on login. Okay, it's going to the home page. Click on details, add to cart, go to cart. You're getting this. Go to products, details, add to cart. I'll see that this loader is looking very odd because that is a CSS problem, not functionality. I'm just trying to demonstrate that how we'll be able to. Now if you try to give some proper CSS, it will look very nice, but at the end the functionality will be exactly same. Add to cart, go to products, details, I think we have to do another thing that I forgot, that I'll quickly do this on 1 minute. Go to details, add, so you're having 5 from here. If I try to remove, this is getting removed. I think we have to go to this layout, and let me just check once quickly. So we'll go to Next.js and we'll go to this loading. So we need to wrap this one in this suspense component, I think, although it should work. So you can see that we are wrapping this one, right? So what we can do, simply we are having this common layout. So I think here also you can do. So let's wrap this one into suspense, and then we'll pass the fallback, and here we'll pass this loading component that we've created. That's it. Okay, now go to products page, details, add to cart, we're getting log out. This is going to the Auth page. If I try to go to cart from here, not be able to access it. It's going to the Auth page. If I go to the home page, then also will be going to the Auth page. If I log in, now it's going to the home page. Alright, so that's all for this particular project. Now with this project you have learned two things: how we'll be able to use Next.auth or the Auth.js package and implement Auth authentication. Also you will understand how we'll be able to implement Redux toolkit in your application. So that's all for this particular section of the project. Now let's move on to the next one. So let's get started. So the first thing is that I already created a brand new Next.js project, and we are going to install some of the packages. So the first thing is that obviously we are going to use Tailwind CSS, but apart from that we are also going to use this SAD-CN UI. This is a really popular and really good like CSS utility package that you can use, and for authentication we are going to use this Clerk. Now this is also one of my absolute favorite. So the first thing what we will do, first let's set up this Clerk / Next.js. So let's copy from here. So we need to first install this package. So let's open a new terminal. Next what we are going to do, so we need to basically go to the dashboard, and then we need to create some API keys, and then we need to create this env file, and we need to paste this publishable key and also the secret key. So this will be our next step. So let's go to our clerk.com. Alright, so now here what we can do, let's do sign in. I already have some project created, so I can use that one, or else let's create a new account here. So I'll give my email address. I believe I already have this account. Okay, let me just check and give the code here. Alright, so you can see that I already have some application created, but let's create another one. So I'll create, let's give this one name as job board Next.js. Now we have some options, like we can keep email, we also can keep Google, and some other like GitHub and everything that you can keep. For now we'll keep this email and this Google only. Now let's do create application. So we have Next.js here because we are using Next.js, so we can click here. I think it's already clicked. This is fine. Now we will be basically getting this key here from this key that we need to use. Now next, I think we already have installed this one. Let me just quickly create this env.local file. So here I'll create .env.local, and let's copy that value from there. And we'll paste it here. Now next step, what we are going to do, we need to basically use this provider, and this one we need to use in your main layout component, which is our root layout. Okay, now let's do one thing. Let's go to our layout. So this will be our main layout page. Now here we are going to do little some very minor changes. So the first thing is that whenever we'll switch from one page to another page, if there is kind of delay or like something like that, what we are going to do, we will be showing some kind of loading state. Alright, so for that one we are going to create a global loading file, and each and every time we are going to render that loading.js file. So for this one we are going to use the sadcn.ui. so here let's copy this from here. We'll install this one also, so we're using npm, and I'll paste it here. Now I think it will ask for some of the options. Okay, so we'll keep this one as default. Variable yes. Now it will automatically create this component.json file. Now let's go here, and I think this will be that's it. I think we don't have to do anything else. But here what we are going to do for this loading.file, we are going to use some of the components. So here we'll be getting this skeleton component that we will use. So let me just quickly check here, this one. So here let's copy this. Okay, now if I go here, right, it will automatically create this components folder, if you noticed here. Now let's say each and every time I'll install a new component, what it will do, it will automatically add that component here, and that component we are going to reuse in our application inside pages wherever we want to use that. So I'll paste it here. Now this will automatically add that component, a skeleton component here, you'll notice. Okay, so this is done. Now you can see that inside this UI folder we have a skeleton.jsx file. I'm going to minimize this one here. Now the first thing what we'll do, let's create our loading.js file. So here what we are going to do, here inside of this app folder, I'm going to create a loading.js file. So let's quickly create this component. So this will be export default function loading. Now I'm going to return, let's return a div, and inside this I'm going to return the skeleton component, and inside this div I'll give a class name. We'll do flex column, and we'll do a space y of 3, and for the skeleton we'll do a class name. So here I'm going to do a mean height of let's make this on 630 px. We'll do height of full, width of full, and we'll do a background color of. Now again, I already mentioned this point a couple of times that we are not going to focus much CSS. I'm going to keep the CSS as minimal as possible. The one and only reason is because obviously if we write so many complicated CSS, this video length will be more. Now it's up to you, whatever you like, you can change the CSS style based on your preference. All right, it's all about learning the functionality, so that is the reason we are going to focus much on functional point of view, and then we're going to keep the CSS as minimal as possible. Now here I'll give a empty of 5, and I think that will be more than enough. Now what we are going to do, this loading we are going to use in our layout.js file. Now the reason is because what we can do inside this body, we can I'm going to create another component, and that will be a common layout page or main layout, whatever you can give the name. So let's do one thing. Inside this component folder I'll create a folder, and let's give this one name as what we can do, we can give this one name as common layout, and I'll create index.jsx. Let's keep js, and here we will do this one function. We'll do common layout. This will receive children. Now I'm going to discuss what is this, and here this is going to return a div, and here let's give a class name. We'll do mx of auto, we'll do max w, we'll do 7 xl, padding of 6, and for large we are going to do px of 8. Now inside this, here this part we will be having our header component. So let's give a comment. So this will be our header component. Okay, and now rest of the part, this will be our main content. All right, now here what we are going to do, we'll use a main, and then I'm going to render these children here. Now these children obviously you will understand very easily, so this I'm going to import in our layout.js file. Now the reason why I created this one in a separate way, so it will be much more cleaner and we can basically organize the code in much better way. Now I'm going to cut it from here, and here what we'll do, we'll use suspense. So here we are going to use the loading component that we have created, right? So loading component, so every time there is a fallback, it will render this loading component automatically. And inside this suspense, I'm going to use the common layout page. All right, and here this will receive a children, and this will be nothing but the children, or all the children pages, and this is done. Now let's save it. Okay, so now we are getting common layout is not defined. Okay, let me just import this one. I think we have to export. So we'll do export default to common layout, and now let's import it. Okay, now nothing is happening. The reason is because currently the common layout is coming from this page.js file. So here we need to make some very minor changes. Now obviously we haven't started the header component yet, so that we are going to start, and then we'll be start working on the authentication part. But before that, let me just quickly clear some of this content of this page dot. So here what I can do, let me just remove all of this, and here we'll use a section. Now here what I can do, we'll do this one as main content, something like that. And I'll remove this one from here. Okay, so we're getting main content, and then we will be having the header content here, right? So this is our header. So you have header and the main content. Okay, now in the header, what are the things that we need? See, the first thing is that we need to create all the menus on the right side. Now when the user is not authenticated, how many menu items we need? So we need the home, the login page, and the registration page, as simple as that. Once the user is authenticated, based on the user role, if that is a candidate or if that is a recruiter, we are going to change the menu items. So this is the first thing we need to do. So now let's quickly create on the header component first. So we'll go to our components, and let's create a folder, and this will be our header. And here we'll do index.js, and here I'm going to do, now this will be a client component, so we'll do use client, and this will be export. Let's do like that. We'll do function header. All right, and we'll do export default header. Okay, now here let's return some div first. Okay, let me do one more thing. So we'll do this one side by side. Okay, now this will be better. So now here inside this, let's take a header. So here we'll take a class name. Here we'll do flex, height of 16, width of full, we'll do shrink 0, and we'll do item as center. Now this one I'm going to import it here. So this will be our header component. Okay, so this is fine. Now next what we are going to do, we are going to install some other component here. So we need this seat. Now this is nothing but, if I open here, right, so you can see that on the right side we are getting this kind of model view, pop-up view. So this we are going to use. So let me just quickly install this one. So we'll copy from here and we'll paste it here. So if you're not able to see, we are actually installing this one. So if we go here, right, it should add another component inside of this UI. I think it's already adding. Okay, so this is done. So now let's quickly create the structure. So the first thing is that, so here we need the seat. Okay, now here inside this we need the trigger, so we'll do seat trigger, and we are going to pass this one as child. Now inside this we are going to take a button. Now for again button also we can use the button from here. Let me just install that. So we'll go here and copy this. So this will also add the button, and the same we are going to use. Alright, so here now we are going to use a button. So let's import the button. And inside this, so we also need a some icons package. So for this one, we are going to use this Lucid React. This is the package name. So let me just quickly install this one. So I'll copy here. And for the navigation menu to show on the mobile devices, we are going to use this icon. So I think the name of this is this align justify. Okay, so let's copy the JSX, and now let's paste it here. Oh sorry, we need to first import it. So let me just do import something from, so this will be align justify. Okay, now inside this I'm going to use this align justify, and we'll give a class name. We'll do height of 6 and width of 6. Okay, now obviously this will not come because this is for smaller devices. This is fine, not smaller devices, my bad. When we'll open the seat here on the right side or left side, inside that we will be basically getting this one. And here we are going to use another span, and we'll give a class name of SR only, and this is our, we'll do toggle navigation menu. Let's format this. Okay, now after this we are going to import the content. So we'll do set content, and here you will be able to basically give the side. So for this one I'm going to give side of left. Inside this I'm going to import a link from next link, and here we'll give a class name. So we'll do MR of 6, we'll do hidden, and for large we are going to do flex. Alright, okay, so you can see that this is coming here. Now again, all the style improvements, icons and those things, once the functionality is completed, at the end we are going to complete all of this one by one. Okay, so this is done. Now here we also give a href, which I'll give this one as has. Now inside this let's take a what we can do, we'll take a h3 and we'll give this one name as job scope. Okay, save it. Now after this what we are going to do, we'll take a div, and here I'll give a class name. So we'll do grid gap of 2 and py of 6. Now here we are going to render all the menu items that we will be having. Now for the menu items, we'll create the menu items here. So we'll do const menu items. So this will be array of object. Here we'll be having the label, so which will be home. Then we'll be having a path, like in which path we want to navigate on click of this menu, and also there will be show property, that whether we want to show this menu item or not. Okay, so having home, then we'll be having our login page. Now for now we don't have any condition or anything, so we'll keep the show as true for all the menu items. So we'll give this one as login, and then we'll be having the register. So let's give this one name as register, oh sorry, this will be true, and this will be, or let's give this one as, instead of that we'll give sign in and we'll give sign up. So these are three menu items that we are having at the first. Now we are going to map these menu items. We'll do menu items dot map. So we'll do menu item, and here what we are going to simply check that if the menu item dot show, if this is true, then we are going to render, or else we'll show nothing. And inside this we'll take a link and we are going to render our menu item dot label. And here we also need to give the href. Href will be menu item dot our path. Alright, and also let's give a class name. So we'll give flex, we'll do w of full, we'll do item as center, py of 2, text we'll do large, and we'll do font semi bold. Okay, so this is all the menu items that we need. Let's save it. So you can see that this is coming and this is looking nice. Okay, so if I also keep on the right side, on the outside, it is automatically closing. Now we haven't done any functionality for that because we already use this SADCN UI, this seat component here. So this is internally doing all of this or managing all of this. If you want, you can basically change the behavior by passing some of the props, or you can also pass some ref, forward ref, those properties, but we will not go much into those details. So this is done. Now here what we need to do, so let's go to our this. So if you remember that we already copied this environment.local file and these two keys that we need. Now second, we need to basically use this clerk provider, which will be kind of a main wrapper, and that we need to wrap in our main layout component. So which component we are going to use? So we already have this common layout component that we have created, right? Or we can also do the same in our main file. So let's go here, not here, we'll do in the main layout file. So here you can see that they're using, so I'll cut it from here and then we'll use this clerk provider and we'll pass it this this structure here inside. So you're basically wrapping all of this so that we will be able to use all the functionalities that clerk will provide inside all the child components. So this is the idea of this. So this is done. Now next thing what they are telling that, well, let's check, we need to also create a middleware.ts file, and you need to create this one in root of the project. All right, so let's quickly create this one. So let's go here, because we are using the source directory. So they have clearly mentioned that either you need to create the root of the project or inside source directory if you're using the source directory structure. So let's copy this, and here we will create middleware.js and we'll paste it here. That's it. Okay, so now this is done. All the functionality that is completed. What we need to do basically now, we are getting some error that the middleware source must export a middleware or default function. Okay, let's see. I think we need to pass some properties here. I think we need to pass the public routes. Okay, sorry, my bad. So here what we need to do, we need to pass the public routes that we can basically pass, and this will be an array. And for now we'll keep this on slash, because that means we are basically telling that whenever there is, so this is our default route. So if this is a slash route, or basically there is nothing after this will be a public route. Now whatever value that you will be adding here, that will be considered as a public route. Now what is a public route concept? The public route is nothing but when the user is not authenticated, then also they will be able to access this route. So now let's save it. Now I think this should work. Okay, now this is working. Now next thing what we need to do, so we also, I think if I now expand this one, this is not working. The reason is because we haven't done it for the larger devices. So let's quickly create that structure first. So we'll go to our header. Alright, so let's start writing the logic for the desktop version of this header. So after this So this sheet is basically will handle the mobile version. So after this we'll give enter, and let's do one thing here. We are going to take a link, and for now I'll just paste the name here. Later we are going to add any images or any icon if it is required. So now, okay, so we'll have to give some class name. So let's give a class name here. So we'll give a class name of hidden. For large we are going to give flex, and then we'll give a margin right of 6. Alright, here we are also going to give a href, which will be slash, because this on click of that we need to go to the home page. So now let's save it. Now what we need to do, if it is for large device, you can see that we are getting this text, but this icon we need to hide. So can simply go here, and in this button we'll give a class name, and for large we are going to give this one as hidden. Now this will work. So now let's see. So this will be for smaller devices. So now you can see that, and if I click here, this is working fine. Alright, so this is done. Now next thing, again for large device, if I go to the large larger resolution devices, so on the right side we need to basically render all the menu items. So for that what we can do, so after this link we can simply take a nav. So we'll do a nav here, and here we are going to again render the menu items. So we'll do menu item dot map, we'll do menu item, and here again we'll do if this menu item dot show, if this is true, then only we are going to render the items, or else we'll show nothing. And here again I'm going to take a link, and here first let's give the href. So href will be menu item dot path, and also you need to give the class name. Before that, in this nav also will give a class name. So we'll give a class name of ml auto, we'll do hidden, and for large we are going to do flex, and also we'll do a gap of 6. Okay, so this is done. Now in this link we are going to give a class name. So we'll do this one as group, inline flex, height of 9, we'll do w max, we'll do item as center, we'll do rounded md, bg will do white, ex of 4, py of 2, text sm, font let's do medium, and I think this will be more than fine. So now let's format this, and now let's save it. Also here we need to render the menu item dot label. Awesome. So now we are getting home, login and register. Now one thing is very important. If you noticed here, currently this show is true for all the use cases, because currently we haven't implemented anything, right? So now what we are going to do, because we will be implementing the authentication using this package, so the first thing we need to complete here, on click of this login page, it will go to the sign in route, and because we are using this package, so it will automatically render the sign in form for us. We don't have to create anything, and that is the biggest advantage of using this package. Now if you noticed one thing, that when we created this particular project, we already selected that what kind of providers that we need. So we selected email, so it will come for email and password, and also we have selected the Google. So let's see how we are going to do that. So the first thing is that on click of this, you can see that we are having this path, and which will basically go to this path. Currently if I go here, and let's see if I click this, so you don't have any sign in page. So you can see that it's going to some different sign in page, which is coming from the clerk. Okay, now here what we need to do, first we need to create some sign in route here. So let's quickly do that. So the first thing what we are going to do, inside this app, we'll create a folder, and let's give this one name as sign in, and inside this we'll create another folder, and I'll give this one name as sign up. Okay, Now here what we are going to do, we need to basically create another folder here, and this will be sign in, and inside this sign in page we are going to create our page.js file, which will be our login page or sign in page. Similarly, inside the sign up page we are going to create the sign up route, and here I'm going to create page.js. Awesome. Now inside this sign in page, what we are going to do, so here we need to import the sign in component from clerk.next.js. So simply we'll do export default function, and we'll give this one name as, let's say, sign in, and we are going to return sign in, and this will be from let me just quickly import it. So we'll do import something from clerk.next.js, and this will be our sign in. So this sign in we are going to return here. Awesome. So now let's see what exactly is happening here. So if I go here, right, so let's click on login. You will notice one thing is that it will still redirect to that particular page only. Okay, but now we need to basically navigate to the sign in page. So how we are going to achieve that? So I'll show you one simple thing that I actually missed. So let me just go to this Next.js guide, and here you can see that we have completed this part, that we created the sign in page. Now we need to update these environment variables, that which sign in URL we want to navigate to. So in this case, on click of login page, we want to go to the sign in route. For sign up, we want to go to the sign up route, and once the user is authenticated, then we want to go to the / route. Okay, so now let's copy this, and we'll go to our environment file, and then we'll simply paste it here. Okay, so now let's go here, refresh this page. Now let's click here. Okay, so we are getting this error. Okay, so let's do one thing. Let's give this one name as sign in page. Okay, let's see what is happening. Awesome. So now you can see that here we are getting this page which is automatically created by this clerk package. Now you'll notice one thing is that what kind of this name is. So this actually I already created some practice project so that it will be easy to integrate, and this name you can see like Billy and everything, this is my actually my pet name. So that is the reason these things are coming here. Okay, so but for this one we are going to create everything from scratch. Now notice here we are getting this email address and the password, and also you're getting the continue with Google. The reason is because you have selected that part. If you go here and let's say if I modify to let's say I also want GitHub login or Facebook login, so you just have to come here and then you have to enable that options, and it will automatically reflect here, and this is a very good package. Now this is for the sign in part. Now let's say how we are going to do the sign up. Sorry, this is for the sign in. So let's go to sign up. Again we need to import something from clerk package, and this will be our sign up, and we'll do export default function sign up page, and just return this one. Okay, save it. Let's go here. Now you'll also notice here that when we are changing the page, the loader is also coming. See, so this is the reason we have done this this suspense part that we have completed, right? I think in the main layout page. So here, so that is the reason we're given this loading functionality. Okay, so now we are getting the sign up, we are getting the sign in. So now let's say I'll go here and I'll register some let's register my email address only. Okay, now one thing is very important, the flow we need to understand, that how we are going to approach this one. So the first thing is that when I will register or any user will register, so first they need to register with a proper Gmail or they can continue with Google. So once they have done it, the user is registered, they will go to login, they will log in. Once they will log in, we are going to do a very interesting thing. So you might think that how we are going to know that if it's a candidate or it's a recruiter. So once the user is authenticated, we are going to basically store a profile info. Now user info and profile info both are different. User info will give whether the user is authenticated or not, and that we are going to basically get that info from this Clerk package. So this will give some of the hooks and everything that we can use to check whether the user is authenticated. If the user is authenticated and profile info is not available, that means user hasn't onboarded. So what we'll do, we'll immediately redirect this user to a onboard route, and there will be options. Either you can onboard as a candidate or you can onboard as a recruiter. So if you onboard as a recruiter, your profile info will be registered as a recruiter in our MongoDB database. Similarly for candidate, it will be registered as a candidate. Alright, now the reason why I have done it, so that it will be easy to understand. Now again, if you want, you can definitely create this form custom, and on the first step only, we can, instead of email password, you can also add another like input here, and that is like select or something that you choose role. So either it can be candidate or recruiter, but I thought that that will be a little more complex and little more interesting to implement. So let's see how we are going to do that. So first we'll go to our register, and I'll give my name here, okay, my Gmail. So I'll give my Gmail, okay, and here I'll give 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. I'll do continue. Okay, so they are telling to add some different passwords, so I'll do pass @ 1 2 3 4. Okay, so again, okay, let's do one thing. I'll use some password @ 0987. Okay, now you can see that it's asking for my Gmail, so it will send a verification code automatically. So I'll quickly give this one. Let me check. Now obviously this I am showing you, we can also do this one in a very different way. We can create some dummy user also, because we have a limited number of Gmail, right? So we can't test with multiple users. So we'll create some dummy user for that purpose. For now I'll just show you with one. So I'll give this one. So now you can see that user will be basically registered. So now user is actually registered, but we are still seeing login and register. That is fine. We'll go to our dashboard. Let's go to our user. You can see that there is already a user that is created here. So here we'll be able to create a new user. So that we are going to do later. So now if the user is authenticated, so what we need to do, as I already mentioned, so you need to basically check that whether the user is authenticated or not. So that we are going to do. So for this one, the first thing, this Clerk will give you some of the like, I'll show you quickly. Let me just go to the official documentation. So here I think you will get some hooks and everything that you can use. Go back and let me search for current user. So here you can see that this will basically return a backend API user object, whether the user is a current active user or not. So now currently I already logged in with my Gmail, so that means the current user data should be there. So let's see whether it is coming or not. So how we are going to do that, we'll go to main page.js file. So this is, I'll close everything else, or else this is getting little. So here I'm going to import. So first I think we need to convert this one with a async function. Okay, so let's keep this one little clean. I'll cut it from here. We'll make it async, and I'll do export default home. Okay, and here I'm going to do const, this will be user, and this will be await current user, and let's log it here, user, which is our current user. So now let's save it and let's see what is happening. Awesome. So now you can see that we are getting all the information here. It is coming user, and this ID is extremely important. This we are going to use throughout this particular application. So this is the user ID that we are getting back from the Clerk package. So we can easily check if this user ID is available, that means the user is authenticated. And if the user is authenticated, so there is two parts. I'll just explain once again. So one is user is authenticated, and if the user is authenticated, so we'll check if profile info is there or not. Currently we haven't created this route, but we will create. So if user is authenticated, we'll check if the profile info is there or not. If profile info is there, that means the user is already onboarded as candidate or as a recruiter, right? So either it can be a candidate or a recruiter. But if this profile info is not available, so first time, let's say I already registered, so this time I don't have, so Sangam Mukherjee is not a candidate or a recruiter first time. So what we are going to do, we will basically redirect this user to onboard route. I hope this is clear. So first we'll check if the user is authenticated. Yes, then we'll check if the profile info is there or not. If profile info is there, well and good, that means the candidate, it can be either candidate or recruiter. But if it is not there, so we'll redirect this user to a onboard page, and in that onboard page we will be basically give the user the options to select. Either you can register as a candidate or you can register as a recruiter. So let's see how we are going to do that. So first thing, I'll cut it from here, all of this, save it. Now here, let me first do, I'll quickly create a route here, and let's give this one name as onboard. All right. So we'll do onboard, and here I'll create Page.js, and this will be function onboard. Do export default function. Sorry, what you're doing. So this will be onboard, and here I'm going to return a div, and this is our onboard page. If you noticed here that I'm explaining each and everything step by step so that it will be easy for you. Okay, so that is the reason I'll keep everything very simple from the styling point of view. See, the reason why I am mentioning this point again and again, because I already see some of the comments in my previous videos that why the website is looking terrible, it's not looking good. See, our prime objective is not to learn CSS. See, CSS you will be able to learn very easily, but if your functionality wise, like your JavaScript, React, and these things that you are going to do, if it is strong, then obviously it is going to help you, not the CSS. Okay, so that is the reason. Try to implement all of this along with the video, and this is going to help you. Now you will thank me later that how I'm going to explain each and everything in this particular project from start to finish. Okay, now you can see that here we are getting the user, so that means user is available. Now currently the profile is not there, so for now we will keep the profile info as null, something like that. So here what we'll do, right, so we'll do const, and we'll do this one as user profile info. Now don't get confused with user and user profile info. Profile info is basically either it can be a candidate or it can be a recruiter, and user info is basically if the user is authenticated or not. Both are different. Okay, so we'll give this one name as, let's give, I'm thinking whether to give profile info or user profile. Let's keep we'll give profile info only. Okay, so we'll do profile info, and for now I'll keep this one as null. So now what we'll do, now later we are going to change this logic. For now I'm keeping this on a static value. So we'll check if user is authenticated, so that means user information is there, and not equal to profile info, that means if profile info dot id, so this id we are going to having, if this id is not present, that means the current user is not onboarded as a recruiter or a candidate, so they need to onboard first. So what we are going to do, we'll use this redirect method. Okay, so this we are going to import from next/navigation, and this will redirect this user to the onboard route. So here I'll do onboard. Now see what will happen if I now save it. See, it's getting onboarded to it's going to the onboard route, correct? Every time, even if I try to go to this page, it's going to the onboard page. So that means you need to onboard first either as a candidate or as a recruiter. Once you have completed your onboarding, then you will be able to see other pages. Okay, Now again, one more thing is that, see what will happen if I go to sign in page, because currently the user is authenticated. So if they try to access the sign in page, they will be redirected back to this page only. See what is happening. Awesome, right? So it's going to the sign in page, it's checking the user is authenticated, again it is checking the profile info is not there, so it will redirect to the onboard page. Again if I go to sign up, it will be also same, right? So this is working fine. Now let's quickly do some of the menu items that we need to do here, right? So menu items we are going to show. So for this one we'll go here, our header component, and we need to do a couple of changes here. Okay, so first time home will always be available, right? So here this we don't have to give any condition. So for login page, so login page we will only show if the user is not authenticated. So how we are going to get this data here in this component? So now that is the reason you'll notice why I created this common file here, common layout. So we'll go here. Now here what we are going to do, we are going to pass couple of things. For now we'll pass only one thing. So here we'll check, okay, let's make this on async first, and we'll check const. So this will be our user, which will be await current user. Okay, and this one we are going to pass in our header. So look user, and this will be, we'll just do json.parse, json.stringify, and we'll pass the user here. So in this case we'll be getting the user info. Okay, so now let's save it. Let's go here, user. So here we'll receive the user. So we are only going to show the login page if the user is not there. That means if the user is not authenticated. If the user is authenticated, there is no need to show. So I'll save it. These two will not be there, correct? Okay, so this is done. Now next thing what we are going to do, we'll also add some of the more menu items. So the first thing is that we'll be having one menu item which will be, so let's quickly add here. So I'll copy this and we'll do this one as jobs. Now again, all of this will not show all for candidate. For candidate the menu items will be different, for recruiters the menu item will be different, but that we can't do until unless we'll complete the onboarding functionality. I hope you're getting. Once we'll complete all of this, again we'll come back to this page and we'll change those logic. For now I'll just keep like if user is there, so we'll show the jobs page, but this is not correct, so we need to change it later. So jobs will come here, then we'll copy this, then we'll add another one, and this will be our activity page. Now activity is like user candidate activity, that candidate will be able to see whether they have selected for that particular job or rejected. So candidate will come, then we'll be having a membership or premium, whatever you can give. I'll give this one as membership only. Okay, and this will be our membership page for both candidate and candidate and recruiter. We are going to show this page. And what else, we will also have a, I think for now this will be fine. Let's add another one. I think we also need a account page, so we'll do account. So you got home, jobs, activity, membership and account. Okay, so this is done. So now next thing what we are going to do, so let me just quickly check if the login is also working or not. Another thing, we also need to show some logout section here, so that we will be able to do very easily. So this clerk will give you this component that you will be able to use. So what we are going to do simply here we are going to import this user button, I think user button, yeah, and here you need to pass this after sign out URL. That means after sign out, where you want to go to that particular page. So if I now save this, right, you will get this here, and if I click here, you are getting the sign out page. And the same I think we need to do for mobile device also. So let me just copy this, and I think we have this here, and we'll save it here. So now let's see if this is working or not. So if I click here, so we are getting here. Awesome. So now let's see what is happening. If I log out, see, now login and register, these two are coming, And now another thing, now those authentication part that we are going to do later. Let's say now what will happen if I go to onboard, right? This page, see, it's going to the sign in page again. You are not able to access this. So now you might think that why this is happening. This is happening because this is extremely important concept. If you notice here in the middleware, you have only public routes, which is slash. That means what is happening, this clerk will automatically detecting this if this is a public route or not. So no, this is not a public route, right? Because we don't have here. So that is the reason when you try to access this route, it's automatically redirecting you to the sign in page that you have to sign in first. What will happen if I just add this here, that okay, just add this onboard, let's save it. Now see what will happen if I try to access this onboard page. You are able to access the onboard page because currently now it is a public route, so unauthenticated user also will be able to access, but this is not the case, just to show you. So I'll remove this one from here. Okay, so this is a really good package. So now if I refresh this, you will not be able to see, it's automatically redirecting you to the sign in page, correct? Now let's say I'll just log in, and I don't know, I only forgot what we have given. So I think we have given password we've given password 0987. Let's log in. Awesome, right? So now it's logged in, and now directly it's going to the onboard page. The reason is because the user hasn't onboarded yet, so that is the reason they need to first onboard, and based on that we'll be showing all of this, but for now this is fine. And here again, let's check one more time. So let's log in, continue. So it's going to the onboard page. Okay, so I think the basic authentication is done. Obviously nothing is completed till now, because each and every time we'll go to this page we have to do certain functionality. But in the next part, the first thing we need to do, we have to first complete the onboard functionality, because that is very important. So in the onboard functionality we'll be having two sections. One will be either you can onboard as a candidate or you can onboard as a recruiter. Okay, and if you onboard as a recruiter, some of the options here will not show. If you onboard as a candidate, then based on that we'll show some of the menu items. So let's start working on that particular section. Alright everyone, so we'll start with our onboard page. So as we already discussed, in the onboard page we'll be having two sections. One will be for the candidate onboarding, and then one will be for the recruiter onboarding. So the first we'll start with recruiter onboarding. The reason is that because first recruiter will post a job, then only will be start working on the candidate part, so that the job apply functionality is also will be able to complete. So the first let's start with our common form component. So common form will be creating a common form based on the input type that will be passing from the parent component, and based on the type of input it will automatically generate the form. So for example, it can be input, it can be a select, it can be text area, it can be a file, something like that. Okay, so here what we'll do, first we'll go to our components, and here I'll create a folder, and let's give this one name as common form. Okay, and this will be index.js. I'll close this one here. Okay, so now this will be common form. Now here what this will return, this will return a form. Alright, and here we will be basically receiving the form controls from our parent component. So this all will be receiving from the prop. So form will take action, and this action will also receive as a prop. So we'll pass action here. Next we will be having a form control. So we'll see form controls dot map, and this will be our control. So here we are going to create a function. So we'll create something like that render input by component type. So this will be a function, and here we will be passing this control. Now obviously we are going to create this function here. After this we will take a div. Let's take a class name of margin top of 6, width of full, and here I'm going to import a button, and this button will receive some of the props definitely. So it will also receive a button text. So this we will receive here. Then it will receive a disable property. So this will have a disabled. So we'll do is button disabled. This also will receive from props, and then also will receive a type. So type of the button will be either will be receiving from button type, which will be a prop, or else by default will give this one submit. Okay. Then we'll use a class name. So class name will give this one like if the button is disabled, so we'll make the opacity as 65, or let's make this one 60. We'll do this on flex. We'll make height of 11. We'll do flex, already I've done. Item center will do, justify center we will do, and also do ex of 5. Alright, so now these form controls will be receiving. Okay, so form controls also we need to take. Then we'll receiving button text, is button disabled, and also button type. So these are done. Now let's create this function. So what this function will be, so here let's create it here. So the function render input by component type, and this will be get control. We'll do get current control. So here we'll do let content as null. Then we'll do a switch statement. So switch will be this get current control dot component type. So what this component type will be, so this component type can be this basically can be a input, right? And this can be a select, this can be a text area. Now I'm not going to add all of this. If in any project that you are working you need all of this, so you will be able to add. I'll just give some simple example. So this can be anything, and based on this component type, if it is input, it will create an input. If it is a select, it will create a select, something like that. So this will be the component type. Now here what we'll do, so here we'll be getting that if the case is input, that means if it is a component of input, so here we'll do content. So the content will be, so we will return a div, and let's give a class name. So we'll do relative flex item center margin top of 8. Now here we need input, right? So input we need to, I think, install. Let me just install it. So we'll go to our input section. Let's copy this, and also I think we need to install this label also. So I'll install both. So paste it here. Let's see whether this is installing or not. Okay, so input is done. Now let's do a label also. Okay, so now we'll import this input from our UI. Now this will receive some of the things. So first thing will be the type of this will be a text, right? Disabled will be this get current control dot disabled. So if it is disabled, so it will basically render that particular property. Then we'll add a placeholder, which will be get current control dot placeholder. It will take a name, which will be get current control dot name. It will also receive a ID, which will be same. Name will be the ID. It will receive a value. So value we are going to do it something like that. So what will happen, in this component we are going to pass a form data, right? And that form data will automatically handle this one. So this will receive a form data prop and also set form data, right? So here this will be form data that will be receiving form data of this get current control dot name, and here we are going to pass a on change property also. So what we are going to do, so this will be set form data. So it will destructure the form data that we are having, and then it will do event dot target dot value will be event dot target, sorry, I have done the opposite, it will be dot name equal to value. All right, then we will be having a class name. So class name will do this on width as full, let's make rounded MD. Height will do fixed as let's make this on 45 or 50, let's make 60 px. Px of 4 will do border, bg gray 100. Text will do large, will do outline none, will do drop shadow sm, will do a transition of all, duration will do 200, ease in out. Okay, then for focus we'll do bg as white. For focus we'll do drop shadow large. For focus visible we'll do outline none. For focus visible we'll do ring of 0, and for focus visible we'll do ring offset as 0. Okay, so these many class names are required. So this will automatically generate the type of input. Now here it will automatically break here. You can add multiple cases for now, because in this case we will not have multiple like complex input types like radio button, checkbox, switch, those things. We will only have an input and a file for now. So that is the reason I'm going to add only 2. Now you might think that the reason is because if I try to add 10 type of input types, it will obviously take a lot of time. So if in your case you want to add a, let's say, checkbox or in a radio button, do the same, just pass the case here as radio button or select, and then change this input to a checkbox. Okay, so this is what you need to do. Now next we will write another case. So we'll do case here, and in this case I think we'll do case this one as file. So for file, okay, let's do a break here, and here we'll do a content will be, so first we'll take a label. Okay, and here I'll pass a h2, and here I'll do get current control dot label. So this will pass, and here we are going to pass another input, and for this one, right, we are going to pass a different kind of handle. So in this case we'll pass a handle file change, and here we'll pass a id, and let's do a id of get current control dot name. And here in this case we can directly pass the type as file, because it will be always file, right? Now this handle file change will also receive from props here. Alright, now in label we'll give some class name. So this will be for, we'll give a, so for this will be this only. Let's copy this. Okay, and also we'll give a class name. So we'll make this one as flex. We'll do bg gray of 100. We'll do item as center. We'll do px of 3, ey of 3. We'll do mx of auto, margin top of 6. We'll do text center. We'll do border of 2. We'll do border dashed. We'll do rounded large. Cursor will do pointer, and I think that's it. Alright, now in case of default, so something will be there. Let's say for some reason the user forgot to pass the case. So in default also we are going to do the same input. So in default we'll return a input. So we'll copy this. So in default we'll pass the same thing. So it will do a input only, and at the end what we are going to do, we will return the content. So we'll return content. Okay, and I think that's it. So now you'll understand what we have done. We created a form. We will be dynamically passing the form controls from our parent component, and based on the type of component input, it will automatically generate. Okay, now here again I'm repeating, if you want you can add more cases like select, checkbox, radio button, it's up to you, but for now this is more than enough. So now we have completed this. Now let's go to our onboard page and start implementing the UI first. Okay, so now the first thing is that what we need to do, we need to install the tabs here, because we will be able to switch from candidate to recruiter, right? So we will install tabs. So go to tabs and let's install this one. Alright, so now let's start working on the onboard UI page. So we already installed the tabs, so let's remove this text from here and let's give a class name. So we'll keep the bg as white. Now inside this we will import tabs. Alright, and inside this we are going to take a div. So class name will take w as full. Now inside this we'll take another div, and now we'll take h1 and let's give this one as welcome to onboarding. Okay, now for this one we will take another class name and we'll do flex items baseline, justify as between, we'll do border as b, pb of 6 and pt of 24. Okay, h1 here will take a class name, we'll do text for Excel, we'll do font as bold, we'll do tracking light, and then we'll do text gray. Let's make this one 900. Awesome. Now after this, what we are going to do, here we'll import our tabs list. So we will be having two tabs, basically one will be for candidate tab and one will be for recruiter. So here we need to import tabs trigger, and here I'll give this one as candidate, copy this and then we'll paste it, and this will be for recruiter. And here we need to give the value, so we'll give the value as, this will be candidate, and for this one value will be recruiter. Let's see. So we're getting candidate and recruiter. Okay, so now here in this tab, which is the main wrapper, we are going to take some state. So let's make this one as, so we'll do, alright, and before that I think we need to convert this one to, sorry, I think I have done some mistake, guys. So I think this we are doing in the app. Okay, let's do one thing, let me just quickly create another component here inside this, because we will do all the data fetching in the server component, and these all of the logic will keep in a client component. This is what we discussed, right? So we'll keep this one as onboard, and we'll keep this one as onboard page, and here we'll keep our index.js. We'll mark this one as client component, and we'll give this one name as onboard. And whatever logics that we are writing here, we'll just write all of this in this client component. Okay, I think some mistake we have done. Just copy this and we'll paste it here. Okay, this is fine. So we just moved all of this in a client component, and now this component I'm going to import here. So we'll do onboard, and we don't need all of this here, we'll paste it here. Alright, okay, this is fine. So this is our onboard page and this is our onboard component. So here we are going to do all of this logic. So now I will take here const, this will be my current tab, set current tab, and this will be equal to use state of, so by default let's keep this one name as candidate. All right, and this one we are going to pass it here, so this will take a value property. So here we'll pass this one as current tab, and here we will get another prop that is on value change, and this will be handle tab change. So let's create this function. So we'll do function handle tab change. This will give us a current value, and this we are going to set it here. Set current tab will be the value. Okay, so now you can see that we are getting this current candidate, which is basically the current one, and based on that we will be able to change the tab here. So this is done. Now next thing what we are going to do, we need to create the tab content. So after this tab list and div, this one here I'll just minimize, and after this we'll take our tabs content. Now we will be having two tabs content, one will be for candidate and one will be for recruiter, and here we need to basically pass the value. So here this will be our candidate, and here we'll give this one as recruiter. So let's pass it here and let's see what is happening. So we'll do candidate and recruiter. So we're getting candidate here. Now I'll change this one, we're getting recruiter, and we'll be able to change this. Awesome. So now here what we are going to do, so here we will be basically importing our common form component that we have created, right? So we'll import our common form, right? And we need to pass a lot of props, but for now first we'll pass our form controls, that based on which we will be basically creating this one. So let's do one thing. I will create another folder inside of this, and this will be my let's give this one name as utils, and we'll create index.js, and here we'll do export const recruiter onboarding, recruiter onboard form controls. So here we will be passing, so quickly open this one and let's see what are the things that we need. So if you noticed here, we need name, we need the type, which is the component type. We also need a placeholder, right? So let's add all of this. So first we'll do label. So here this will be name, then we'll do name, this will be also name. Placeholder will pass, placeholder will be enter your name. Component type, so this will be input, right? So this, what else we need? So disable is fine, name. Okay, so these all the things that we need. Now copy this and we'll paste it two more times. So we will be having name, second will be the company name. That means the current recruiter, he or she that is creating the account, in which company they are working. So this will be the company name. Here we'll do enter your company name. This is also will be type of input. Then we are having the company role, in which role they are working. So this will be company role. So this will be the input that we need for now. I'll go here and then we'll pass this recruiter. What is the name we have given? I think recruiter onboard form controls, right? So this we need, and also we need a button text. So button text will pass this on as onboard as recruiter, right? So this will be onboard as a recruiter. Now let's save it. Now let's see what is happening. Okay, we're getting some error. Okay, we have taken 2 times button text. Okay, that is a mistake I think we have done. So now let's go here. Okay, we are getting cannot read property of name of undefined. Right, I think we need to pass some form data. So let's quickly pass the form data also. Right, so we'll create a state here. So here we'll do const recruiter form data set recruiter form data, and here we will take a use state and we'll do initial recruiter form data. Let's copy this and we'll go to utils and we'll do export const initial recruiter form data. So this will be having a name which will be empty, then we'll be having a company name which will be empty, and then we'll be having a company role which will also be empty. Now we'll import this one here, right? So this recruiter form data will be passing here. So here we'll pass the form data which will be recruiter form data, and set form data which will be set recruiter form data. Save it. Now let's see. So we'll go here. Awesome. So now you're getting enter your name, enter your company name, and enter your role. Looking good, right? This is fine. Awesome. So this, for now, see what I'm trying to say. So if you want, you can add multiples input here. The reason why I'm not adding, because multiple times I told you this is a tutorial video. You're not going to create a real life LinkedIn clone, right? Not clone LinkedIn, because it will take lot of time, like the length will be like more than I think 40-50 hours. It is not at all possible. So that is the reason we'll keep everything simple. It's up to you. Let's say you are creating a project for your resume, right? Or you are in college and you need for your final year project, and if you want little more complex, what you can do, just think and then add the controls that you need. For example, let's say you can add some more input here for the recruiter, that from which time she or he is working for that particular company, what are the previous companies the recruiter worked, something like that. For now this will be fine. So these three things we need for recruiter. Now for candidate also, let's quickly create that. What are the things that we need? Again, for this also I'm going to keep everything very simple. So we'll go to our utils and we'll do export const, we'll do candidate onboard form controls. Now here, what are the things that we need? So the first thing is that here also we need name. So we'll do label, this will be name, then we'll do name, this will also be name, because both candidate and recruiter can have will have name, right? So this will be name. Then we are having placeholder. Let's copy from here only why I'm writing. Okay, next we'll copy this. So here we will be having current company, or let's what else we can add. So we'll add current company, and this will be current company that the candidate is working, and this will be enter your current company. This is also will be input, right? Next we are having current job location. So we'll do current job location, this will be current job location. This is also will be input. Next what else we are having? We are having the current salary. So we'll do current salary. So here this will be current salary, and this will be enter your current salary. Next we are having the notice period. So we'll give a notice period here, how many days notice period, and this will be enter your notice period. Next we are having the skills. So we'll do skills, this will be skills, enter your skills. Now what we are going to do, you will be basically giving this one as a comma separated, and later we are going to change the format. For now we'll keep this one as input only. Current company, I think we have already done, or yeah, current company is done. Then we'll be having the previous companies that the candidate has worked, previous companies, right? So this will be previous companies. This will be input. Next we are having the total experience, so we'll do total experience. Enter your total experience. Next, what else we can add? Okay, college we need to add, so we'll add college, right? College location we'll add. So this will be college location. Graduated year, so this will be graduated year. DUATD, graduated year. Then we'll add the LinkedIn link. LinkedIn profile will give, so LinkedIn profile. This will be enter your LinkedIn profile. Also we'll add GitHub. This is also important, GitHub profile. Right? Then what else we need? I think we also need the resume, right? So resume will be a component type of file. So for this one we'll start, we'll keep this one at the first. So label will be this one, resume. Name will be resume. Here it is not required, and component type will be this one, file, because this will be a file, right? Okay, so this will be all the form controls that we need. Now we also need to add the form data. So we'll do export const initial candidate form data. So here we'll add all of this. We'll add resume, which will be empty. Then we are having the name, which will be empty. Then we are having the current job location. This will be empty. We have, I think this we need to add another one. Let me just check. So we'll add current company, current salary. Okay, so we'll add another one, and that will be preferred job location, means in which location you are currently looking. So look preferred job location, and this will be preferred. All right, so we'll do preferred job location. Then we'll add current salary. Then we'll having notice period. What else? We have skills. We have current company. Then we have previous companies, right? We have total experience. We have college location. We have graduated year. Then we have LinkedIn profile, GitHub profile, right? And anything else? I think, let me quickly check. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15. So we'll check here whether we have 15 or not. So we have 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15. Now here one more thing we need to add that we forgot, and that is premium user, because we also will be having a whether the user is a premium user or not. But first time when the candidate will or the recruiter will onboard, obviously by default they will be a false. That means they will not be a premium user, right? So we'll keep this one as false in both the cases. Is premium user, this will be false. Okay, so now let's save it. Now what we are going to do, we'll be passing all of this here. So here. So we already passed for the recruiter. Now same thing we are going to pass it here. So we'll call common form. So form controls, will pass this one as candidate. Onboarding form controls. Button text will pass this one as onboard as candidate. Then here we'll create another state, and this will be const candidate form data set candidate form data, and this will be use state of initial candidate form data, right? And this one will pass it here. So the form data will be candidate form data and set form data will be set candidate form data. And I think we are done with the basic thing. So let's see whether this is working. Awesome. So now here you can see that we are getting welcome to onboarding, resume, enter your name, current company, job location, preferred job salary, notice period, skills, previous company's total experience, enter your college, location, graduated year, LinkedIn profile, and your GitHub profile. So now this will be recruiter, this will be candidate, right? And the basic UI part is done. So now what we need to do, first will, as I already mentioned, that will be start with recruiter. First we'll onboard the recruiter. So let's see whether this is working or not. I'll just log out. Now let's go to login. Now if I continue, right, it's to go to the onboard page. It's going to the onboard page. Now it's up to you that whatever you want to onboard. You can onboard as a candidate, or you will be able to onboard as a recruiter. Once they will, let's say, just forget about the candidate for now, because first we'll start with the recruiter. There are a lot of things to do, and also there are a lot of logic we need to change here. The reason we haven't written those logic, because this onboarding part is not completed yet. Once we'll store this data in a database, that means we'll be able to understand, okay, so this user is a recruiter. So if this user is a recruiter, after onboarding we will redirect the user to the membership page, because for example, let's say you are a company recruiter. So obviously if you want to post a job, you need to pay, right? So that is the reason, that logic we need to do. So those things we are going to do later, those extra functionality. But if the candidate, if the user is onboarded as a recruiter, and if this is successful, so they will be again redirected back to the membership page. So for that, first what we need to do a couple of things. First we need to create the model for this, then we are going to create our server action, and then we will store this data in a database, and after that we are going to start those things. So let's start by creating the model first. Alright everyone, so let's start creating our model first. So you can see that I just created a brand new MongoDB project here. So we will go to our first, let's click on connect, and then first we'll create our database connection. We'll copy this, and inside our source I'll create another folder, and that will be our database index.js. Alright, so here we'll do const connect to db. This will be async, and here we'll do const connection URL. So here we'll paste it, and this will be 2024. This is the password that I have given. And now here what I'm going to do, right, so we'll do mongoose. I think we also need to install mongoose, that's correct. So we'll quickly do npm install mongoose, and I think this is also will be done here. Let's refresh this. Okay, so this is done. So now I'll just import here mongoose dot connect, and here we'll pass the connection URL. It will return a promise, right? And here we'll simply log like console.log job board database connection is successful dot catch error, and we'll do console.log error. And then we'll do export default connect to DB. Alright, so this is all about the connection that we need. Now where we need to go, so first we'll create a models folder. So I'll create another folder, and this will be my models, right? And here I'll create my profile. So we'll be having the profile, right? So we'll do profile.js. Now one very important point, in this profile we are going to manage both candidate and recruiter, because either you can be on board as a candidate or a recruiter, right? So if you want, you can also change this format also as you like. At the end you should understand the concept, and if you know the concept you will be able to implement all of this very easily. Alright, so here we'll do const, and this will be my profile schema. This will be new mongoose dot schema, and here we need to pass lot of things. First we'll start one by one. So first we need a user ID. Now this user ID is the clerk user ID. Clerk means the user that currently is logged in, the authenticated user ID, and this will be a string. Then we'll need a role. Role means either candidate will be a either user will be a candidate or it will be a recruiter. Then we'll have an email, which will be a string. Then is premium user, if the user is a premium user or not. This will be a boolean. Then we have the membership type, so this will be a string. Then we are having membership start date, which will also be a string. Then we are having membership end date, this will be a string. Now we are having the recruiter info. Now in the recruiter info we are having three things. So you already have created, right? Name of the recruiter, company name of the recruiter, and the role of that recruiter in that company. So you are having name, which will be a string. We are having company name, which will also be string, and we are having the company role. This is also will be a string. So this will be a candidate info, the recruiter info. Then we are having the candidate info. So either it can be a candidate or it can be a recruiter. So here this will have a name, which will be string. Then we are having the current job location, this will be string. Then we are having preferred job location, this will also be a string. We are having current salary. Then we are having the notice period. We are having skills. Then we are having the current company, previous companies, this will be companies. Then we are having the total experience. We are having college location. Then we are having graduated year. Alright, then we are having LinkedIn profile. Then we are having the GitHub profile. Then we are having the resume. So these many things we need. All right, now we'll do here const we'll do profile, and this will be mongoose dot models dot profile, or else it will be mongoose dot model profile, and we'll pass the profile schema. All right, then we'll do export default profile. So this will automatically create our model. Okay, this is done. So now what we are going to do, will be creating a server action, and first we need to handle this form. I think the form handling is already done. The reason is because if you go here, right, in the common form, so here we already managing all of this, so we are having the on change and everything, right? So it should automatically work. So let's quickly check once. So let's go to our onboard page, and then I'll just log here this recruiter form data, and you'll notice that this will work. So we'll do recruiter form data, save. So I'll bring this one down, go to console, and I'll give my name here, so you can see that this is working. So let's say I'm working in Amazon and I am HR. All right, so these three things are coming, and also this is getting updated. So now what you need to do, let's manage some of the disable property, that if these three things are empty, so this will not be enabled. So this is mandatory. So what we can do, we'll create a function, that function handle recruiter form validation. So here we will be returning that return, and we'll do object. No, let's do one thing. We'll do, if this is true, we'll give this on valid. So we'll do recruiter form data, and recruiter form data dot name should not be equal to empty, and recruiter form data dot company name should not be able to empty, and also recruiter form data dot company role, this will be empty. If you want, you can also add the trim here. Yeah, and same here, right? And here we'll pass in this one that is button disabled. So if this form data, if this is false, right? So let's save it. Let's see. Okay, I'll go here. So now this is disabled, you can see, and we'll give some. Now this is enabled, right? So this is working. Even if you give space, right, this will not work because we have given the trim. Okay, so this handle is also done. So now next step, what we are going to do, we need to basically create the model. Now I think we already have discussed this, like how we can create server action. If you also don't have any idea, I'll highly suggest to check once. That is very simple. Like server actions will allow you to do the data mutation and to interact with a database without creating any API route, and that is what we are going to do. So let's do one thing. Here I'll create our folder, and this will be my actions. So this will be my actions folder. So here I'll give index.js. Okay, so the first thing what you need to do, so because this will interact on the server side, so we'll do change this one to, we'll be doing use server, right, or else this will not work. Now first what we are going to do, we'll be creating the actions for create profile action. So this will be my first action. So here we'll do export async function create profile. This will receive a data. Let's make this on form data, and also it will receive a path to revalidate, right, because we need to revalidate the path. And here simply we'll do await connect to DB. So it will connect to DB, and then we'll do await profile. So we created the model, right, and it will create using this form data, right? So this form data, and after this we are going to do revalidate path, and we'll pass this which path you want to revalidate. So this is a very simple server action, right? So this is what we need. Now let's save it. Now we will go to our onboard page because we have to create the action, right? And if you noticed here, let's go there. We'll go to our onboard page. Let's go to our common form component first. So we are using a action here. See, this action we are using, so this one we need to create. So we'll go here and we will pass action. So this will be our create profile action, right? So this will be, so we'll create here, so we'll do async function and we'll do create profile action. Now here we also need to handle for candidate, but because for now we are only doing for recruiter, so first handle this recruiter first. So we'll do const data or whatever you want to do. Yeah, let's make this one data. Now here one thing is very important, like first we need to basically get some of the things. Now if I go to the model, right, so you can see that we need the user ID, we need the email, these things, but from where we will be receiving. Now we already have authenticated using clerk, right? So the clerk will give you a hook, and using that hook you will be able to get those information. So let's see how we are going to do that. All right, so here we are going to do const current auth user, and this will be use user. So you can see that from clerk this will return the current auth state, and if the user is signed in, then it will return the user object. And let's see what we are getting in this current auth user. Save it. So you can see that here we are getting user, right? And you will be getting the user ID, correct? You are getting the image URL, and also I think you will be getting the email address somewhere, primary email address, and awesome. So you can see that you are getting the email address here, right? So these all the things we need. So what we can do right here, we'll destructure the user from the current auth user. So we'll do user from current auth user, and now we'll be able to pass all of this. So we'll do data. So data will be, so here we need to check if the tab, if the current tab is candidate, then we'll pass the candidate data. If the current tab is recruiter, we'll pass the recruiter data. So what we are going to do for now, for now, because we are only doing for the recruiter ones, we'll simply pass here object. And now let's see what are the things that we need to pass. So we need to pass recruiter info. So in the recruiter info, this is nothing but your recruiter form data, correct? Then we need to pass the role. So role will be, this will be recruiter, right? As simple as that. So this is the recruiter role, and then we need to pass the user ID, and also we need to pass the email. And another thing is that, okay, let me just check quickly one thing, that we are doing the use premium user here. Okay, so in that case I think we have done some mistakes. So let's do one thing, let's go to our initial recruiter form data, and here let's not put this is premium user because this will be on the outside, and we can remove from here also. So let's go here and we'll do is premium user, and this will be false. First time this will be always false. Then we'll do user ID. Now this is very important. This we are going to use in all the time. This user ID is the clerk user ID. That user is authenticated, right? That user ID. So I basically mean this user ID here. I think you'll get it somewhere. This ID basically. So this user ID will be your user, right? .id. And then we need to pass the email. So we'll pass email. This will be user dot, so you're having the primary email address or something. Let me check. So we are having the primary email address, right? And then we'll do dot email address. That's it. So now this will automatically give you the data. Now this data we are going to call this server action that we have created. Let me just close this. So you call this create profile, will pass the form data, and will pass the path to revalidate, and which path we want to revalidate. We want to revalidate this onboard path, right? So now here what we are going to do, alright everyone, so till this part this is done. So now what we can do, we can simply do await, and we'll call the create profile action. We'll pass the data and we'll inform that which page to revalidate. So we'll revalidate the onboard path. Okay, so till this part this is done. Now what we are going to do, we'll create another action, and this will be to fetch the profile info, and this is very important. The reason is because if you'll see that after saving, we will be basically fetching the profile info, and if the profile info is available, that means the candidate is onboarded either as a candidate, the user is onboarded either as a candidate or as a recruiter. If the user is a recruiter, so that means we'll basically check if the user is a premium user or not. If no, then we will redirect that user to the membership page. Alright, so let's see how we are going to do that. So let's create another action here, and this will be export async function, and this will be fetch profile action. Okay, now here what we are going to do, first we'll do await connect to db. Now this will be pretty simple, and then we'll do const result. This will be await. We'll do profile dot find one, and then here we'll pass the user ID. So this user ID is basically, if I go to the model, right, so I'm talking about this user ID, which is the authenticated user ID. So we'll do user ID will be the ID, and this ID will be receiving this ID will be receiving from here. Now once we'll get the result back, then we're going to return the result. We'll do json.parse json.stringify of that result. Now there are a couple of things we need to do. Now let's do one by one. So the first, we'll go to the onboard page, not the onboard component. So we'll go to our onboard page. Now here we are directly returning the onboard component, right? So here we need to do some logic. Now let's see if you got it, what we are trying to do here. So the first thing what we are going to do, we'll first get the user, authenticated user. So we'll do get the auth user from clerk, right? And this will be const user, which will be, and also you need to make this one async, and this will be await. This will be current user from clerk. So this will give you the current user. Now here what we are going to do, now we'll do fetch the profile info, which will give either user is candidate or the user is recruiter, right? So here we'll do const profile info, and this will be await. So what this will be fetch profile action, right? We have created. Now this will expect ID, and this will be the user dot ID. So this will give you the profile info. Now we'll check that if the profile info dot ID, if this is available, and the profile info dot role, if this user is a recruiter, and this user is not a premium user, so we'll do profile info not of premium user. So what we are going to do right here, so we will simply, we need to keep this one in a if. So we'll do if this, so we will redirect this user to I think we need to redirect from navigation, yeah. So redirect this user to, let's do this one to membership page, correct? Else what we are going to do here, we'll redirect the user to the home page if the user is already a premium user, correct? Else we are going to return the onboard page. Now I know this is very complicated first time, but if you give some time, you'll be able to understand what we are doing. So let's understand one by one first. Okay, so first is that we are getting the current authenticated user, right? Okay, so we're getting some okay, so here we'll give this that if profile info available, then only you will give this one. Let's see. Okay, this is fine. So first we are getting the current authenticated user from clerk. If the user is authenticated, then we are checking the get the profile info. So in this profile info, we'll be able to understand whether the user is a candidate or a recruiter, right? So this is what we are doing. If that profile info is available, if the profile is a recruiter profile and the profile is not a premium user, we'll redirect to the membership page or also redirect to the home page. Correct? So this is for the onboard. Now we need to do another very important point. Now you'll understand. See, here we have, if you remember, we have keep this profile info as a static, but because now we have completed the profile actions, we'll be able to do this one also. So here now what we can do, simply we'll do await, we'll do fetch profile action, right? So here also we'll check that if the user profile info is available or not. So here we'll do fetch profile action, and here we'll pass the user.id, and here we will be able to check that if user is available, and also profile, if user is available, that means if it is auth user but the profile info is not available, so profile info dot id, then only will redirect this user to onboard page, or else not. And we can remove this logic from here. So let's see what we are doing. So first we get two things. First we'll get the user and the profile info. If the profile user info is available, that means user is authenticated, but the profile info is not available, we redirect to the onboard page. See if this is working or not. So if I try to go to the home page, right, it should go to the onboard page. So it's going to the onboard page, correct? So now two things we have completed. So the first is let me go to the actions. So you go to created the profile action and fetch profile action. Now let's see if I try to create a profile here with recruiter. Once I onboard as a recruiter, whether it is going to the membership page or not. So before that we need to create, I think, membership page here. We have onboard sign in. Okay, we don't have membership. I'll quickly create membership page, and this will be page.js, and this will be a membership. So we'll do membership page, and this will return membership. Okay, and also let's go to our header once. Let's see what we have given in this membership. Okay, we are having membership here. This is fine. Now let's go here. So okay, so now let's go to the home page first. Go to the onboard page. Now go to the recruiter. Let's create a recruiter here. I'll give this one as Google, and we'll give this one as HR specialist. Let's create here. Okay, we are getting some error, so this we need to check. So we're getting maximum call stack size exceeded. Okay everyone, so after spending 5 minutes, you can see the silly mistake what I'm doing. I'm calling the same here again. So this is what I missed. So this will be not create profile action, it will be create profile, I think. Yeah, so it will be create profile. Let's do one thing, right? Let's make this one create profile action only, and then I'll change here. We'll do this one as create profile. Where is that? So we'll do this one as create profile, and this one I'll pass it here, because we'll keep the action as all of the at the end action, so that it will be easy. So now I think create profile actions is correct. So now let's see whether this is working or not. Okay, we'll go to recruiter. I'll create a here, and let's give HR specialist. So now what will happen? Once I'll save, if this is done, it should go to the membership page. Let's see. Click here. Awesome job. Now it's going to the membership, right? So let's go here and let's refresh this and see what is coming here. So we got the ID. Now again guys, please don't confuse with this ID and the user ID. I'm again repeating, this user ID is the auth user ID. That means this is the clerk user ID. This we are getting from clerk, and this ID is the profile ID. Now we are not going to use this one most of the time. We'll use this auth user ID only. Role we are getting recruiter. This is my email. Is premium user false, and recruiter info we are getting the name, company name and company role. Awesome. And you can see that we are going to the membership page, because now it is checking that if the user is not premium member or not. So if I go to the home page, right now it will go to the home page. The reason is because now the profile info is available, so it's not going to the onboard page. Even if I try to go to onboard page, see what will happen. See, it's going to the membership page, right? Because onboarding is done. Now let's log out and check again. See, so here I'll log in, and if you noticed here, right, it will go to the onboard page one time, and it will check whether the user is onboarded or not. If yes, it will go to the membership page. So you continue. Okay, now here it is going to the main content, but I'm thinking whether we should redirect this user to the onboard page on membership page or not. I think this is fine, because if the user don't want to opt for membership, then we can't force the user to go to this page every time, right? I think this is fine. But let's see, if I try to go to the onboard page, right, it will still go to the membership page this time, correct? Because the user, but if the user is already a premium member, then it will go to the home page. Now see what will happen if I try to sign out, and I'll go to the onboard page from here. So we are getting a sign in page, right? And then if I continue, onboard, and now membership page, this is working fine. Awesome. So I think the main authentication part we have completed. Obviously the candidate one is left, but first we'll complete with the these menu items. So now if you are a recruiter, you will be able to see only membership, account, and jobs. You will not be able to see activity. So this part we need to do. But if you are a candidate, then you will be able to see activity and jobs and all of this. For recruiter, we don't have any activity, right? So remove this one. So we need to go to the header. So let's go to the header, and now here what we're going to do, right? So first we need to get the profile info. So how we are going to get the profile info? So for this one, we already have a common layout page that we have created, right? So let's go to the common layout page here, and this is a server component. So now here what we can do, simply we can extract the profile info also. Just now we have created. So profile info will be await fetch profile action, and here we'll pass the user.id, right? And this profile info we will be passing it here. So this will be my profile info. So this will basically give you whether user is a recruiter or a candidate. Now this I'm going to receive here. So we'll receive user and profile info, and now we will be able to check, like, okay, first I'll keep the activity and then jobs. So here we can basically check that if the profile info dot role, if this is a candidate role, then only I will be able to see candidate, or else not. Now see, save it. You will not be able to see activity, right? This is not working. So that means for a recruiter, they will be able to go to the jobs page, membership page, and the account page. If you are a candidate, then only you will be able to see the activity. So this is done. So what will be our next step? So next step will be in the jobs page, recruiter will be able to post a job. So that part we are going to do next. Alright everyone, now it's time to start working on the jobs page. So what will be the functionality for the jobs page? So in jobs page, as a recruiter, you will be able to post a job, but that is also will be limited. But that functionality we are going to do later. So what kind of limitation will be there? Let's say if you are not a premium member, you will not be able to post more than 2 jobs. I hope you got it. Let's say you are tier 1 premium, then you will be able to post 5 jobs in a year. If you are tier 2 premium member, you will be able to post 10 jobs. And if you are tier 3, you will be able to post unlimited jobs. But those things we are going to do later. For now, as a recruiter, you will be able to post a new job. And as a candidate, you will be able to see all the jobs that are posted by all the recruiters. So for example, in our application, we are having 10 recruiters, and each and every recruiter posted 10 jobs. So there are total 100 jobs. So as a recruiter, you will be only able to see the jobs that you have posted. That means I'll not be able to access other recruiter jobs, right? That is invalid. But as a candidate, you will be able to see the jobs posted by all the recruiters. So that means you'll be able to see 100 jobs when you will be logging through candidate account. So for that one, first thing what we are going to do, first we will go to app, and then I'll create another folder, and then I'll give this one name as jobs. Let's create a page.js, and this will be jobs page, and this will be async. Now here what we are going to do, return a job listing page, job listing. Okay, first let me quickly create this component. I'll close everything else. If you're getting any sound, sorry for that, that's coming from the outside actually. So in this component I'll create another one. This will be my job listing, and this will be index.js. Now this job listing part, this we need to create as a client component. The reason is that we have to manage some kind of state here. So we'll do this one as job listing, and we'll return here job listing. So this one I'm going to import here. That's it. Now we need to pass couple of things in this job listing page. Alright, so what are the things that we need to pass? We need to pass the profile info, and also need to pass the current user. So here we'll do const user, and this will be await current user, and also we'll do const profile info, which will be await fetch profile action of user.id. So this will give us the profile info and the user. Now here I will be passing we'll pass the user, which will be we'll do json.stringify user, and also in the profile info we'll pass this one as profile info. So we'll go here, and this will be my user, and then there will be my profile info. Awesome. I think these two things are fine. Now let's start working on the job listing page. Alright, so let's start working on the job listing UI. So let's remove this. We'll take a div. Here I'll take another div. We'll give a class name. Let's give this one mx auto and max w 7xl. Alright, inside this we'll take another div. We'll take a class name, we'll do flex, we'll do item baseline, we'll do justify as between, we'll do border bottom, and we'll do border gray 200, db of 6, and padding top of 24. So let's go to our jobs. Okay, now here inside of this we will take a h1. Let's take h1 is fine, and here I'm going to give a class name. We'll do text 4xl, we'll do font as bold, we'll do tracking tight, and text gray 900. Now here I'm going to give a condition that if the profile info that we are receiving, if the role is a candidate, if it's a candidate, sorry, this will be small. So we will basically show here explore all jobs, because candidate will be able to see all the jobs, and for recruiter it will be jobs dashboard, because they need to maintain the jobs they have created. So you're getting jobs dashboard here. Awesome. So after this I will take another div. Here I'll give a class name, we'll do flex and item center. So here also we'll check if the profile info dot role, if this is candidate, we'll do candidate logic, or basically on the right side we'll do the filter. So this will be our for now I'll give a each one, let's give a we'll give something like paragraph, and this will be our filter. And for recruiter, so for recruiter it will be a button, so from where we'll be able to post a job, right? So here we'll be creating another component, and I'll give this one name as post new job. Okay, this will be index.js, and here this will be definitely a client component, and here we'll do post new job, and we are going to use this one here. So this will be post new job. All right, so this is fine. Now after this, here what we are going to do, so here we will be having basically the job listing section where we will be showing all the jobs, but for now we haven't done anything, so we'll just do job listing. Okay, now let's start working on the post new job component. Okay, so here the first thing, we already have div, so we'll import a button and we'll do post a job. And here I think I believe we are using button component somewhere. I think in the onboard component we'll use the same style here, sorry, in the common form I believe. So let's copy this class name and I'll paste it here. So we're getting post a job. And now what we are going to do, so I'll import, I'll just install the dialog. Let's see, we are having, so we'll do dialog, copy this, and I'll just install this one. Okay, so now we need to basically first create the some controls for the job. So we'll go to our utils and index. Now what are the things that we needed to post a new job? So first we'll do export const post new job form controls. Okay, so here what are the things we need, and also we need to do another thing, and that will be const post new job form data. So here we need the company name, we need the title of the job, correct, whether it's a software engineer or something like that, the type of the job, whether it's a full job, full-time job, or like part-time job, something like that. Then it will be location of the job, either it can be remote job or any place. Then we need the experience. What else we can add? We can also add a job description. If you want, you can add whatever fields you like, it's up to you. And also I'll highly suggest, don't blindly follow what I'm writing, try to add some innovative idea from your side also. That will definitely going to help you. Skills will be like comma separated, and then we are going to change it. So these many things we need. And now we are going to create the form controls. So we'll do label. I think although we are not rendering any label for now, but that is fine, we'll add this one, company name. Then we are having name, which will be company name. Then we are having placeholder, which will be enter company name. But here one very interesting is that when you'll be posting the job, let's say I am a recruiter and I currently working in Google, so now obviously I will not be able to post a job on behalf of Amazon, right? That doesn't make sense. So this company name will be always auto populated. I hope you're getting. So let's say from the profile info you'll be able to understand that like in which company the recruiter is currently working, or from which companies he or she is posting the job, and that will be auto populated. So here we'll give company name. And what else we need here? Component type. Yeah, so we also need the component type. This will be input. So now let's copy this and we'll paste it again. So this will be title, right? So this will be job title basically. This will be also input. Then we are having the job type. Sorry, this will be type, job type. Then we have location. So this will be our job location. Then we are having experience. All right. Then we are having two more, one is description and the skills. And then we are having skills. Okay, so these all the form controls we need. Now let's go to our post new job component. Now the first thing what I'm going to do here, I'll import a dialog. Right, now this will take some properties, so we need to manage those here. So here we'll do const so job dialog set so job dialog, and this will be use state of false. Here we'll pass open, so for open it will be so job dialog, and also I think we can pass on open change, so on open change. And here what we can do, simply we'll make the set so job dialog, this will be false. Okay, and inside dialog we need a dialog content, and here we will let me quickly check the structure how it is. Okay, inside that we are having dialog header, that is fine. So we'll do dialog header, and here we'll take dialog, I'll do dialog title or something will be there, title, yeah. So this will be post new job, and then after this we will take a div, we'll do class name here, we'll do grid gap of 4 and PUI of 4. Now I'm going to import our common form. Now you can see the advantage that you don't have to write the form every time, right? So here I'll do button text, we'll do save or add, then we are having a accent form data. So form data, we will create a form data, so we'll do const we'll do form data or job form data set job form data, and this will be use state of initial what is the name we have given, post new job form data. We'll do initial here. Okay, so this will pass here, so form data will be job form data, and set form data will be set job form data. And here we need to pass one other very important point, and that is, let me just go to the common form component. I believe we are passing this disabled, right? Something disabled we are passing, so disabled. So because this company name will be always disabled, so in this case we'll pass that disabled as true. Okay, and then here what else we can pass, so button text form data set form data, also you need to pass the accent and also the button disabled, but that is fine. Let's save it, let's say at least what we are getting here. Okay, on click of this I need to open this one, so we'll do on click, and we'll make set job so dialog, this will be true. Okay, now let's see. Okay, so we're getting form controls dot map, sorry we haven't passed the form controls only. So form controls will be post new job form controls. Okay, let's click here. So we're getting, okay, company name is disabled, this is fine. Job title, job type, job location. We need to give some style here in the dialog content. So what we can do, right, we'll give a class name, and here I'll do a SM, we'll do max w screen md, height we will keep this on as 600 px, and we'll do overflow auto. Let's see. Awesome. Now here we need to populate the value, right? Because we can't keep this on empty. So job title, job location, experience, description, skills, these all are correct. But company name, we need to pre-populate the value. So how we are going to do that? That is pretty simple. So see here what we can do. So we'll do destructure this one and we'll do company name, and this will be the profile info that we'll be receiving. So if I go to the job listing, right? So you can see that we are having post new job, we are calling from here, and we are getting the profile info here. So we'll pass this profile info as a prop in this component. So we'll receive this one here, and then we will be able to pass it. So we'll do profile info dot company name, save it. Now see what is happening. Click here. Okay, we are not getting this one, so this we need to check what is happening. So if I log this job form data, let's see what we are getting. Okay, so company name is coming undefined. What is the sorry, I think I got it. So this will be profile info dot recruiter info dot company name, I believe. So we have recruiter info dot company name, right? So if I log it, we are getting Google. So that means this user or recruiter is currently working in Google, so it will be always pre-populated. Okay, so now we need to first handle this add button here. So let's quickly do this one. And another thing, when we will close this dialog here, we need to reset all of this, right? Apart from this. So what we can do, simply we'll do this one. Set form data will be we'll always keep the same. Okay, so now let's see if I fill something and I'll close this and open this one again. So these two will be like resetted, but here we'll be having always the value. Okay, now we need to handle this button disable first. So we'll handle here only. So we'll do function handle add, we'll do post new button valid. So here we can do like return object dot keys of job form data dot every, we are having control. So we'll do control we need to do, so doing the keys, right? So we'll do job form data of control dot trim is not equal to empty. So if all the fields are not empty, then that means this button is not disabled. So this we can pass that is button disabled, and this has to, if this is false, then only it will be disabled. So now let's see if this is disabled, right? So now I'll fill all of this, fill. Now this is enabled. If I remove this one, disabled, this is working fine. Awesome. So I think the UI part is done. Now next thing, we need to create the model for this, and then we are going to create the actions, and then it is done. We just need to handle this, we have to basically render all the jobs here. So let's start working on that part. Alright everyone, so now we are going to create the job schema. So first we will go to our models, and then first let's create another model. So here I'll give this one as job.js, and let's close everything else. Alright, so first we will create, so this will be our job schema, and this will be new mongoose dot schema. So first we need to pass the company name, then we need the Alright everyone, so let's start. So first we'll take const job schema, and this will be new mongoose dot schema. So here first thing we need, we'll do import. So here we'll do company name, then we also need the title of the job, we need the location, right? we need the type, we need the experience, we need the description of the job, we need the skills. Now next thing, the recruiter that will be creating this job, we need to pass the recruiter ID also, right, to store it, that which recruiter created this job. So we need the recruiter ID, and then we need the applicants. Now what exactly applicants is basically, so let's say I'll post a job and some 10 candidates applied for this particular job, so I need to track the applicants. So this will be an array of objects, and each one will consist the name, which will be string, it will consist the email, which will be string, it will also, we also need the user ID, which will be string, and also we need to maintain the status. Now what exactly is status? Status is whether the application currently is accepted or rejected or pending, something like that, right? And then we'll do const job, and this will be mongoose.models.job or else mongoose.model. So this will be job comma job schema. Okay, let's keep this on caps, and then we'll do export default, and this will be job. Awesome. So this is done. Now next thing, what we are going to do, we need to create two actions. One will be to create or update the post, one will be to post the job, and one will be to fetch the list of jobs. So let's go to our actions, right? So we'll go to actions, and this will be our, one will be for create job action, and one will be to fetch job action, right? So first we'll do create job. Now create job will be very simple, so we'll do here export async, and this will be function, we'll do post new job action, right? Here we'll be getting the form data, and we'll be getting the path to revalidate. Then we'll do await connect to database, and then here what we are going to do, we'll simply do await, and we'll do job dot create excuse me. So we'll do create, and here we'll pass the form data. Alright, and then at the end we are going to revalidate. So we'll do revalidate, and this will be path to revalidate. Now this will automatically create the, or basically save our job in our database. Now one will be the fetch job action. Now fetch job action will consist two part. Pause the video and try to find. So one will be for the recruiter, right, and one will be for the candidate. Now you might think why. Now let's say, I'll give you one example. Let's say there are total 100 jobs posted, 100 job posted by 5 recruiters, right? So that means for recruiter, each and every recruiter will be able to see the jobs they have posted, but for candidate they will be able to see all the 100 jobs. So we need to create two different, right? So for recruiter it will be, so let's write export async function, and here this will be fetch jobs for recruiter action, and here what we need the ID of that recruiter, and based on that ID we are going to fetch it. And here we'll do await connect to DB, and then here we are going to do, so do const result, and this will be await, we'll do job dot find, and here we are going to pass the recruiter ID. Now see why we have passed this one. So do recruiter ID, and this recruiter ID will be this ID that will be getting or receiving from our component, and then we are going to return, we'll do json.parse json.stringify, and we'll pass the result. Now for candidate we're going to do this one later, but for now for recruiter this will be more than enough. So that means whatever job the recruiter have already posted, let's say I as a recruiter posted 10 jobs, so based on this ID I'll be able to get only those 10 jobs. But in our database, let's say there are 10 recruiters and all of them have posted 200 jobs. We'll not be able to see all the 200 jobs until unless you are a candidate. For recruiter it will be role specific. For candidate they will be able to see all the jobs posted by all the recruiters. The reason I'm repeating this thing because this is a very important concept that you should definitely know. So this is done. Now let's go to our UI end. So we'll go to where we need to go to our post new job, right? So where is that? So we have post new job. So here we need to create the action, right? Okay, so first here we'll pass a action. So we'll do action. This will be create new job, and now we'll create this one. So it will be async function create new job, and here simply we'll call await. So what is the action name? Post new job action. So we'll do post new job action, and here we are going to pass this job form data. So we are going to pass the job form data, along with we need to pass the recruiter ID, correct? So we need to pass the recruiter ID. So we'll copy this, and this recruiter ID we need to get it from our clerk authenticated ID. So how we are going to get that? But before that we also need to pass the applicants, which will be empty, because first time when I'll post a job we don't have any applicants. So these applicants will keep this one as empty. This is done, and next we are going to revalidate this page. So revalidate the jobs route. So this is the jobs route. We'll revalidate, and once we revalidate we'll be able to fetch the list of jobs here. But before that we need to get the recruiter ID. So what you can do, right? So let's go to our job listing and post new job. Here we are getting the user, and this user will pass it here. So this user is the current user, and this will receive here. And if I log, right, so we'll see what we are getting. So let's see. So you're getting line number 11, we are getting this object, and here we are having this user object. Now I think we are passing the user, right? What we are passing, let me check the ID. Okay, user.id is there, right? So in that case we can simply pass this will be user.id, right? So let's log, let's see what we are getting in this user.id. Okay, so we are getting the user, that is fine. Okay, so now let's remove this. So that means now we'll be able to track that which recruiter posted the job. So this is all about the adding a new job. Now what we need to do, we need to fetch the list of jobs, correct? So now we'll go to the main jobs page, so which is our jobs page. So we'll go here, this is our jobs page, and here now we are going to fetch the jobs, list of jobs. So we'll do const job list, right? And here we need to do two things. So first is that we need to check if the current profile is a candidate. So if that is a candidate, we are going to fetch the candidate action. If that is a recruiter, we are going to fetch the recruiter action, because currently we are not doing for the candidate. So later I'm going to change this one. So for now we'll do await, and here we are going to do fetch jobs for recruiter action, right? And here what we are going to do, we'll pass the user.id. Sorry, we'll do user.id here. So now this will give you the job list. And if I now save this and let's log here the job list, and let's see what we are getting currently. We are getting empty because we don't have any job posted for now. Let me give some comment here. I'll give my name so that it will be easy to track. So getting empty. Now let's post a new job. Okay, so I'll give a software engineer. Job type will be full. Job location is Bangalore. Experience 10 years. Description will give the same. And skills, okay, and skills I'll give HTML, then comma CSS, comma React.js, So React.js, Next.js and Tailwind, right? And now let's add here. Awesome job, guys. So now you can see that we are getting data here. Now we got the ID. Now this is a different ID. This is created from the MongoDB. This is the job ID. This is the company name, title, location, type, recruiter ID. That means this recruiter created the job and currently there is no applicants. I hope you are getting, right? And now one more thing we need to do. Once we'll save this job, right, and this is successful, so we can go here and we need to do one very important point, and that is we need to reset this form. So we'll do here, we'll do set form data. No, not set form data. What is the name? Set job form data. Set job form data will be this here. So we'll copy this. So we'll basically reset this. And we'll do also set so pop-up will be false. Alright, so now we are able to get this list of jobs. Now let's start working on the implementing the job list component. Alright everyone, so let's start working on the job listing page. So first we'll go here. So you're having the job list, and this job list we are going to pass to a job listing page as a prop. Now let's go to job listing page. Here we'll receive the job list. So this will be job list. Now here we are going to write the job listing logic. Remove this. Let's write a class name here. We'll do pt of 6 and pb of 24. Now inside this we are going to take another div. We'll give a class name. We'll give this one grid columns of 1, gap x of 8, gap y of 10, and for large we are going to do grid columns of 3. Alright, now inside this we are going to take another div and we'll take another class name, and for large we'll do column span of 4. So this is done. Now inside this we'll take one more div. We'll take a class name. We'll do this one as container, mx auto, p of 0 and space y of 8. Now here we'll take div, we'll take class name, we'll do this on grid columns of 1, gap x of 4, and then we'll do gap y of 8. For md we'll do grid columns of 2, and for large we'll do grid columns of 3. Now here we are going to take our job list, right, and job list dot length greater than 0. Then we are going to render, but for here also we are going to create two different components. For candidate it will be candidate job card, for recruiter it will be recruiter job card, because we haven't write the candidate logic yet. So for this one what we are going to do, for now we'll do profile info that we are having dot role, if this is equal to candidate. So for now we'll just return some paragraph. So this will be our candidate, or else here we are going to return our recruiter job card. So for this one I'll create another component here, and let's give this one name as recruiter job card, and this will be index.js, and here we'll do recruiter job card. Let's return a div. So here we are going to return this one. So if this is candidate it will return this, or else it will return recruiter job card. And here we are going to pass our item. Sorry, we have done some mistake. See, okay, so we need to map this. Okay, this part we haven't done, sorry for that. So here, or else this will be null, and here first we need to map this, right? So we'll do job list dot map, and this will be our job item, and here we are going to paste this logic. So what we are doing, that first we are mapping this, and then we are checking if this is a candidate, we'll return the candidate, or else recruiter job card. And here we'll pass this job item as a prof here, and this one will receive here. So currently you can see that we are getting only one, because only one job is posted. If I, let's say, go and create another job, so let's do this one as UX designer, right? Job type is part, job location is, let's say, London, experience 5 years, description will paste it this one, and this will be let's give this on a sketch, Figma, and let's add here. So you got another one, correct? It's getting updated. Awesome. So now we need to start working on this component. Okay, so here first thing I'll remove this one, and for this one I'll keep this one very simple. So and let's make this component also use client, because in later we are going to manage some state here also. So here I'm going to create a common card component, so that card we will be using in all the places, right? So let's go to our component and let's create a common card, and we'll do index.js. and here what we are going to do, so I think we have installed the card or not. Let me check. Card we haven't installed, so let's go here and click on card, and let's install this card also. Sorry, I think, okay, I think this is done. I thought it's not getting copied. Okay, so now this is fine. So now what we are going to do right here, let's copy all of this first, and then I'll create here, this will be export. So this will be our common card. Now here what we are going to do, we'll return a card, and we need to give couple of class name here. So we'll do a class name, and this will be flex. We'll do bg gray 100 flex column. Alright, we'll do gap of 6. We'll do rounded to XL. We'll do P of 8. We'll do transition. We'll do duration of 300. For hover we are going to do BG of white. For hover we are going to do shadow 2XL. Alright, and for hover we are going to do shadow, we'll do gray of 600 divided by 10, and we'll do cursor as pointer. Okay, now here inside this we will have card header, and I'm going to take a class name here also, and we'll make this on padding as 0. Inside this we are going to pass some icon from our parent component. So if icon is available we are going to render the icon, or else not, and this will receive from our parent component. Next we are going to check if title is available, so we're going to render a title. So I'll do card title, so we'll render the title here, or else this will be null, and this also we are going to receive from our component. Okay, so here we are also going to give some class name. So we will make this one as text XL max W. We'll make this one as 250px, and we'll do a text ellipsis. We'll do overflow hidden, and white space no wrap. We'll do font semi bold, and we'll do text gray 900. Let's make 950. So this will be our title, and after this we are going to have also description. Keep this one very simple. So if description is available we are going to return card description, and we are going to render the description, or else this will be null. And this description also we are going to receive from our parent component. Okay, so this is all about the card header. Now in the card footer also we need, and here we are going to render the footer content. For card description, let's give some class name. So we'll give margin top of 3, text gray 600, and footer content also you're going to receive from here. Okay, so now this will be our common card. That's it. Now what else we need? So let's go to a recruiter. So here from this component we are going to basically call that common card component, and not only from this component, from all the components, so that it will be easy to manage. So we'll call common card, correct, and here we are going to pass the icon first. And for icon I'll create a simple component here, and that will be my job icon. I'll do index.js. I'll do job icon, and this will return this. I already have copied, so this will return a fragment, and it will return this component, and this one I am going to use there. Okay, so here I'll pass the icon, which will be my job icon. Then we are going to pass the title. So this will be our job title, right? So this will be job item of title. So we'll do job item dot title. Then we are having the what else we need to pass? We also need to pass the footer content here. Okay, so footer content we will pass a button simply. So we'll do button, and this will be how many applicants we have. So for now I'll give like this will be the number of applicants. So currently I'll give some random value. So this will be 10 applicants. Later we are going to change this one. And for this button also, I think let's use the same style that we are using some places. So I'll copy this one, and I'll remove this disable from here. Let's see what is coming. Awesome. So I think this is fine. Now I think there will be some padding here, so that part we need to check, but let's see what else, if anything else is left here or not. I think these two will be more than enough. Let's do one thing. Let's go to our common card component first. I'll close this one, common card, and in the footer, right, we can simply pass the padding as 0. Then I think this will work. P of 0. That's it. So that means this user has posted this job, and on click of this button, right, they will be able to see how many how many applicants will be there. So for now we'll keep this one very simple. Let's add a new one. So let's add senior software engineer, right? But this will be full. Job location I'll give Bangalore. Experience I'll give 10. Description I'll give same. Skills I'll give React.js, Next.js, JavaScript, jQuery, and Node.js. We got the updated. Awesome. And this is working, right? So now the job part is done as a recruiter. Now when the candidate will log in, they will be able to see all the jobs. So let's see if this is working or not, whatever we've done till now from the whole. So I'll just sign out from here, and now I'll try to access the jobs page, right? So I'll go to jobs. Now it's asking for login because I am not authenticated. I will log in now, and we're getting 3 data, right? Awesome. This is fine. So now next thing what we need to do, basically first we'll complete the candidate onboard functionality first. As a candidate they need to onboard, and then we'll be fetching the jobs in from candidate role, from candidate point of view. So let's start working on that particular section. Alright everyone, so now it's time to start working on the candidate part, because there are a lot of things to do. So first what we are going to do, because these currently we are working on a recruiter role, right? So first we'll log out, and then we'll go to our clerk dashboard, and I'll create another user, because every time if we create using email, right, we have to basically send the password or the pin to the email, and we don't have that much email, so we need to create some kind of dummy users, right? So I'll give it johndoe@gmail.com, and password I'll give 12345678. I'll ignore the password policies, so this will automatically create a user. Alright, and I'll create the user here, and this user will be automatically created. Now see, if I go here and I log in, and I'll give this John Doe, and I'll give 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. I'll continue. Now it's going to the onboard page, right? It's working. So now I want to onboard this particular user as a candidate basically. So first thing what you need to do is to store this resume, right? For that one I have chosen to use Supabase because this is a really good, this is alternative to Firebase. So you're going to store in Supabase storage, and from there we are going to retrieve this one. So first I think we need to install the Supabase and Supabase.js, this package. So this we are going to install. Alright, so first we'll install this one. So we'll copy this and then paste it here. Now I already have created a project in the Supabase, so we need to go to the storage because we are going to store the PDFs, and then you need to create a bucket, and let's give this one name as job board. Okay, I think I'll not make this one as public. If you want, you can create your own ones. We'll do save. Now what you need to do, right here you have to go to the policies, and then you will create a new policies. I think this is fine, or let's go back and I'll do full customization. We'll give some policy name, policy 1, and I'll select all of these. Okay, then we'll do review and save policy. Same we will do here. I'll give policy 1, we'll do all, and for all of this I'll keep this one as true, will not give any condition or anything for now. We'll do review and we'll save policy. Same for the storage buckets also. We'll do new policy, full customizations, all. We'll give policy 1 and we'll keep here true. Same will also keep here true. We'll review and then we'll save policy. That's it. Alright, so now let's go to our bucket. So the first thing is that, so user currently in this onboarding page. So first we need to store this in our storage. We will get a path, and that path I need to store in our MongoDB database. So let's say how we are going to do that. So first we will go to our onboard page, and I'll close everything else for now. And here we need to do first create the Supabase client. Alright, so here now we'll create our Supabase client. So we'll do Supabase client, and this will be our create client. And here you need to pass these two things. So one will be the URL, I'll copy from here, and also you need to pass this API key. So we'll copy this one and we'll paste it here. That's it. Alright, so this will be our Supabase client. The second thing what we are going to do, we will take a state, and that is to store our file data. So we'll do const file set file, and this will be use state of null. Alright, and next what we are going to do, we'll create a method here, and that will be, remove this console, all this, and that will be function handle file change, and this will give me event. And here what we are going to do, first we will just do event.prevent default, and we will do set file. So quickly show you what exactly we'll be getting. So we'll do log, and we'll do event.target.files, right? So save it. Now we'll go here, and in this candidate portion, right, we are going to pass couple of things. So what are the things? So we are passing all of this. We'll do handle file change, will be handle file change, and I think that will be more than fine. Let's save it and let's see what we are getting. So here if I go right in the console, and let's choose something from here. So I'll choose this one, you can see that we are getting the file list, and on the first element we'll be getting the file. So what we can do, right, simply we'll do set file will be event.target.files of 0th. So this will automatically set the file in our storage, in our state. And once that is done, now what we are going to do, alright, so now this will store the file in our state. So now we'll take a use effect, and we will keep the file as a dependency, and we'll check that if file is available in the state, so then we are going to handle upload PDF to Supabase. Okay, and now let's create this. So we'll do async function, and here what we are going to do, and so this, I think, let me quickly check once. Okay, I believe that this will eject a storage method that we are going to use. Okay, so I think we need to do await. So we have Supabase client dot storage. Yeah, so this will basically give us a data, and also it will give us an error, in any kind of error. And here we need to basically do dot from, we need to give the bucket name. So in this case the bucket name is job board, so it will be job board, and then you need to basically use the upload method, that in which path you want to upload. So let's say I want to upload to this path, which will be public, and then slash, I'll pass this file.name. So file.name, file is nothing but this file that we have stored in this file state, right? So this will upload that. And here also what we need to pass, we need to pass the file. So if you see here, right, it will take the path, file body, and also the file options. So here we'll pass the file, and here we'll pass some options. We'll pass the cache control, we'll give a value of 3600, and we'll do a upsert as we'll make this one as false. So now this will automatically store in our storage, and then we'll basically check, we'll also log this data and if any error, and we'll check if the data is true. So what we need to do, can you guess? So here we will create, just like we created a recruiter form data, right? So we also need to create a candidate form data. So let's go here. So we already have initial candidate form data, so this part. So here what we are going to do, we'll do a const, I think we already have candidate form data. Okay, that is fine. Then we are going to use this one only. So we'll come here and we'll do set candidate form data, and this will be our candidate, this will be candidate form data, right? Yeah, candidate form data. And then we are going to pass the resume, which will be this data dot path. So this will give you the path. All right, and this path we are going to store in our database. So now let's save all of this. Let's see what is happening. So refresh this, and we'll go here, I'll choose this file, and let's see, got it, right? Awesome, we got the full path, ID, and this is the path that we need. Also we get the ID, but for now we don't need this one. Let's go to our job board, go to public, and now you have this in storage. This public is basically this path that you have given. That's it. So now this will automatically store the resume, and now what we need to do, we already have the actions, right? Create profile. So here now we'll be able to check that if the current tab, so we'll do current tab, if this is equal to candidate, so we'll pass the candidate form data, or else we are going to pass the recruiter form data. And here what we need to pass, we need to pass the candidate info. And from where this is coming, see, if I go to the model, right, so we have this candidate info, so these we are using. So candidate info will be candidate form data, then we are going to pass the role, which will be candidate. We'll pass the is premium user, will be false, and we also need to pass the user ID, and for both user ID and email this will be same. Copy this and we'll pass it here. That's it. Now this will automatically store the data in our database, and this will onboard this particular user as a candidate, and I think this is done. Now let's quickly test once. And also another thing I think we should do, and that is we will do handle recruiter form valid we are doing, right? and we'll pass another one. We'll create another method here. So for this one we'll do handle candidate form valid. Okay, and let's go here and we'll do function handle candidate form valid, and we'll do return object dot keys of candidate form data dot every. We have control, or let's do the key, and we'll do candidate form data of key dot trim should not be empty, right? If all of them are not empty, so that means this will not be disabled, so it should work. So if I go here, right, so now this is, see, this is actually disabled. So now we already, let me first refresh this one. So I'll choose another one and we'll do this one as 2. Now this will automatically store, and now I'll give the name here. So we'll do John Doe. Current company, let's say the person is working in Amazon. Location is Bangalore. Preferred job location is also Bangalore. Current salary is 20 LPA. Notice period 30 days. Skills HTML, React.js, CSS, JavaScript, and Next.js. Previous companies, let's say worked in Microsoft and Google. Total experience 10 years. College ABC college. College location, let's say USA. Graduated year 2014. LinkedIn profile, let's give some link here. We'll give any link for now. This is fine. We'll give this link. Okay, there is something is wrong here that we need to check. Let's quickly log this, because this should the disable is actually not working. So let's log this candidate form data and let's see what you're getting here. So we'll do candidate form data. So we are getting, okay, college. I think there are some, let's see, where is the spelling is wrong. So this will be college. Okay, so let me just refresh once and let's fill once again. So we'll go here and select this one. Name will give John Doe. Current company, let's say Amazon, Bangalore. Then current salary 20, notice period 30. Do HTML, CSS, React, JS, Next.js, Tailwind. Previous company is Google, Microsoft. Total experience 10 years. College ABC college. So USA. Graduated year 2014. And LinkedIn profile will pass this one and also this one. So now this is working. So now if I save this, it should go to the home page. So let's click here. Okay, something is wrong here. Something is wrong. Let's see. Okay, my mistake, man. Okay, Brim. So the issue is actually we need to pass the action here. So we haven't passed the action, right? So we need to pass the action, which will be create profile, right? Yeah. So this we need to pass. Now this would work. So let's see. I'll choose something. I'll choose this one. This would automatically store. Now I'll do John Doe. Company name Amazon. Location Bangalore. Preferred location Bangalore. Current salary 20. Notice period 30. HTML, CSS, JavaScript, React.js, Next.js. Previous company is Microsoft, Google, TCS, whatever we'll give here. Experience 10. College ABC College of Engineering. College location will give USA. This is 2014 and I'll pass this link only here. Let's save here. Let's see. It's going to the home page. Awesome. So that means now this is fine. and you can see that we are also will be able to see the activity here, correct? If I go here, right, so let's see what you are getting, whether we are able to see that candidate or not, the profile info basically. So now I'll go to profiles. There should be two. So one will be the recruiter. There we are having the recruiter info. Then I just now created John Doe. Here we are having the candidate info, and you can see that your name and all the things, resume, LinkedIn profile and everything are stored, correct? This is working fine. So now what will happen if I try to log out, and let's see if I log in here, right? So we'll do johndoe@gmail.com and 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8, and I'll enter. It should go to the main content. Even if go to the onboard page, right, it is going to the main content because candidate is already onboarded. Awesome. So now this part is completed. Now next thing what we need to do, we have to go to the jobs page, and we need to do or basically we need to explore or fetch all the jobs that all the recruiter have created. So let's start working on that particular section. Alright everyone, so now we are going to fetch all the jobs for the candidates. So let's say there are 5 recruiter and they all have posted 50 jobs, so we'll be able to see all the jobs. So for this one, first thing what I'm going to do, right, let's create another user here, and I'll create another user. Let's give this one name is johndoe1@gmail.com and 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. So I'll create this user as a recruiter. Okay, so this is done. Now let me just log out from here, log in 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. It will go to the onboard page. Now go to recruiter. I'll give John Doe 1. Company name, let's give this one Oracle, and HR support. Let's click here, so it will go to the membership. This is done. Let's go to jobs, post a job. We are getting Oracle here. Let's give this one a software engineer 3. So you have 1 2 3. This will be full. Location, let's give this one as London. Experience 10 years. Description same. Skills will give only React.js and Next.js. Let's add here. So we are getting this one. Okay, now let's sign out, log in, and now I'll log in with my candidate account. So let's go to our jobs. So now we'll be able to fetch all the jobs. So for this one, the first thing we need to create the action, right? So we will go to our actions. So here we have fetch job action for recruiter, and now we need to create it for candidates. So we'll do export async function. This will be fetch jobs for candidate action, right? Now because we haven't started the filter functionality yet, so for this one what we are going to do, we'll keep this one very simple. So for now we basically need to fetch all the jobs, right? How we are going to do that? So first we'll connect to DB, and now here we are going to simply do const result, and this will be await. So we have job dot find, and we need all the results. So this will give you all the results here. Now I'm going to just simply do return json.parse json.stringify, and I'll do result. That's it. So now this will give me all the jobs that are created. So now what we can do, simply we'll go to our jobs page. Now here you remember we have job list, so we have only doing for recruiter, right? So now we can simply check if the profile info dot role, if this is candidate. So in this case we are going to basically fetch from that candidate one. So we'll do await fetch jobs for candidate action, or else this will be for the from the recruiter action, right? And now this job listing we are passing already here. See, we are already getting 5. Awesome. Because 4, because 4 jobs are listed so far. There are 2 recruiter, one of them posted 3 job, one of them posted 1 job. So you are already getting. So now I'll go to job listing, and here I think we are returning this candidate, right? That's why. So now we'll create another component, and that will be candidate job card. So let's go to component and let's create candidate job card. Now here I'll create index.js. So now, so let's create this one as, alright, so this will also be a client component. So we'll do this one as candidate job card. Now here we will return a fragment, and here we are going to call the common card. So inside common card we have an icon, right? So icon, we already created the job icon, same I will use. So let's save it. I'll go to here, and for candidate we are going to import the candidate job card, and we are going to pass the job item, which will be our job item. Let's save it. Alright, so we are getting 5, and we'll receive this one here. Now next we are going to pass the title. So here, sorry, not here, we need to pass the title. So this will be our job item dot title, right? And then we also need to pass the description. So for description, let's pass the company name. So we will pass the company name here. So we'll do company name. So we're getting the company name, and also we'll pass the footer content. So in the footer content we will do button, and we'll use the same style as the recruiter job card. So here we use this class only. So copy this, okay, and I'll paste it here. Now here we need to pass the we need to pass the button text also. So this will be our details, right? So we'll do view details, right? And I think that's it. So now this will give you all the jobs that are posted by all the recruiters. So let's do one thing. I'll open incognito and I'll do localhost. Now let's say I'll just logged in using another account. So we'll go log in and use this one, and let's go to jobs, post another job. So let's give this one a senior consultant. Job type will be part, job location will be Bangalore, experience will be, let's say, 15, description I'll give same, and skills I'll give React.js, Next.js. Let's give HTML, CSS and JavaScript. Add here. Okay, now let's see if I refresh this. We are getting updated here, right? This is working. So that means these all the jobs are posted. Now when I will click on this view details, right, I want to open a drawer, and that will be a SATCN component only, and there I'll be having all the details of that particular job. If the user wants to apply for that particular job, they want to apply, and whenever they will apply, so the applicant number will increase, and that number this recruiter will be able to see that how many applicants or how many candidates applied for this particular job, and based on that they will be able to either select the candidate or they will be able to either reject the candidate. So this is one thing we need to do. Before that, first let's working on the view details component first. Alright everyone, so we'll start working on the job details page. So first we'll go here and let's install the doyer component also. So this is something like this. If I click here, right, we'll be getting this. So we'll copy this. Now in any of this scenario, right, if you are getting any issue while understanding, or if I'm going little fast, see, the only reason I'm going little fast sometime because or else I don't want this video to be too long. I know it will be very like monotonous kind of job to see, although I will highly suggest that please give some time and try to do all of this by yourself. This is going to definitely going to help you in understanding this concept, so that you'll be able to apply your own idea and try to do something differently. So this is done. So now the first thing what you need to do, right, so I'll copy this, all of these, the doyer things that we need, and I'll just paste it here. Now the first thing, I'll just minimize this one. We need to wrap this common card component inside this doyer. Okay, and here I'll wrap this and I'll take a state here, and that will be const so job details doer set so job details doer. This will be use state of false. Okay, so here we'll pass the open. So here open will be the so job details doer, and then on open change this will be set so job details doer. So this is first step. Now next what we are going to do, so after this common card we will take the doer content, and here I'll give a class name of we'll give this one as padding of 6. Now inside this we will have a doer header, and here I'll give a class name, and we'll do px of 0. Inside this I'll take a div, and we'll give a class name, we'll do flex and justify between. Alright, so inside this we'll take a doer title, and here we are going to render the job item dot title. Save it. So now what we need to do, basically one very important point, we need to trigger on click of this, we need to open the doer, right? So how we are going to do that? So for this one, if I expand this one, right, we have this footer contain this button here, view details. So we need to wrap this button inside this doer trigger. So this will automatically trigger. Now we'll paste it inside of this, right? Now let's save it. Now here what we can do, so if I go here, click, it's opening right here, it's coming. Now if you want, you can also make this one something, if you don't give doer trigger, you can also give like a on click method and just make this one. So let's see if that is working or not. I never check that one. So if I, instead of that, I'll give a on click, and here I'll make this set so doer toggle is true. So let's save it. So now let's see, if I click here, then also it will work. In both the ways you can do that. So let's use like that only, anything is fine. So this is fine. Now next thing what we are going to do, so after title we will take another div here, and also let's give some style in this title also. So we'll give a class name here, so we'll do text for Excel, we'll do font extra bold, and let's give text gray 800. Let's save it. Now let's see. Awesome. So here we are going to take this div. Now here we'll give a class name, so we'll do flex gap of 3, and inside this we are going to take another button, and that will be to apply button. So we'll do button, and this will be apply to the job, right? And there will be another button, and that will be to cancel, and this will be cancel. Now here I'll give on click, and what we'll do, we'll simply close the model or drawer. So we'll make this one as false, and we'll use the same style that we are using for this button also for all the buttons. So let's see, click here, we are getting apply and cancel. If I click here, it will cancel, and also if we click outside, this will also cancel. Okay, so now we know this cancel button, this is working. So now after this, what we are going to do, we'll take a doer description. So we'll do doer description, and here we were going to render the we'll render the job item dot description, and we'll give a class name here also. So for this one, we'll give a text to Excel, we'll do font medium, and we'll do text gray 600. All right, so we're getting here. Okay, I think, okay, description is both are same, that's I thought why it's coming same. Okay, that is fine. Now after this, what we're going to do, right, we'll take a span inside of this, and we'll render the location. So this job is in which location. So here we'll give a class name, and for this job we'll give a text Excel, we'll do font normal, and we'll do text gray 500. So we're getting, I think we need to give some space here, right? So let's give a margin left of 4. Okay, so this is fine. Now after this, what we are going to do, let's take another div here after this, and here we are going to basically render the whether the job is a part-time job or full-time job. So we'll take h2 here, and we will render the job item dot type, and here I'll do time. So this will basically render it's a full-time or part-time. Okay, now here we'll give a class name. We'll do width of 150 px, do flex, justify center, item center, height of 40 px, bg black, and we'll do rounded 4 px. Alright, and for this h2 we'll take a class name. We'll do text excel, font bold, text white. Okay, so we're getting here, that means something is wrong, that we need to check. Doyer content, okay, header, description. Okay, now it's coming here. I thought what is happening. And here we'll do a margin top of 6. Okay, so it's a full-time job, that is fine. So let's see if I open any other one, it's also full-time. This is a part-time job. Now next thing what we are going to do, right, we also need to render the experience. So we'll take another h3 here, and we'll do experience. Experience will be job item dot experience, this many year. Okay, and here also we'll give a class name. So we'll do text to excel, font medium, we'll do text black, and we'll do margin top of 3. Okay, now what else we can render? We can also render the skills. So now we'll take a div, we'll take a class name, we'll do flex, we'll do gap of 4 and margin top of 6, and we'll do job item dot skills, and we need to split it because we have comma separated, right? So we'll split with comma, then we'll do dot map. So this will be our skill item, and here I'm going to return a div, and now we'll take here inside this I'll take a h2 and I'll render the skill item. Here we'll do class name, we'll do text of, let's make 13 px, font medium, and text as white. And here also we'll give some, okay, we have text white, we need to give here, so we'll give a class name width of 100 px, do flex, justify center, item as center, height as 35 px, bg as black, and we'll do rounded 4 px. Awesome. So now we are getting the details also, and you can see that this is looking very nice and clean, right? So if I click here, we are getting the details, click this one, and everything is fine, right? So now on click of this, user will be able to apply for this particular job. So I think till now we have completed most of the, not most of the section, but most of the job section. We have a lot of other things to do. So in the next, what we are going to do, right, first we are going to like complete this apply functionality, and once the apply functionality is completed, then you'll go to the recruiter section, and in the recruiter job card we need to show that how many candidates actually applied for this particular job. So let's start working on this, on that particular section. Alright everyone, so now till this part we have completed like the job details view. Now let's start working on the apply functionality. So before that, first we need to create the job application schema. So for that, let's go to our models, and here I'm going to create another schema, and that will be my application.js. So these will be my single job applications. Okay, and here let's give this one name as const application schema. Okay, now here this will be new mongoose dot schema. Now what are the things that we need? Now here we need the recruiter user ID. That means the job I'm applying. Now these each and everything, now whatever we are going to create is very important and related. Okay, now here you can see that if let's say I am a candidate and I try to apply in this particular job, that means I need to get the ID of the recruiter that the job is created by. So that means let's say John is a recruiter and John is created this job, so I need to actually keep a track which recruiter created this particular job. So I need the recruiter user ID. So this is first step, and this will be string. Then I need the name. So name will be the candidate that I'm actually applying the job. Let's say I'm a Sangam is my name and I'm a candidate, I'm applying this job, so this is my name, so this will be a string. Then I need the email of that candidate. Then I need the candidate user ID. So candidate user ID is nothing but my user ID. So I'm a candidate and so in this case let's say John is applying, so John Doe's candidate ID is required. So we'll do candidate user ID. Okay, so this will be a string. Then I need the status, so which will be array, and also I need the job ID. That means which job I am applying. So if I click on this particular job, when I click on apply, I need the ID of this particular job. And let's another one, and this will be applied. We'll do job applied on job applied date, and this will be string. So these all the things. If you try to add some more features, try to think from your end and then try to add some more functionality or field here. Okay, it's up to you. Now here I'll do const application. This will be mongoose.models.application or mongoose.model. This will be application, and then we'll pass the application schema. Okay, then I'll do export default application. Okay, so now this all about the schema that we need. So we need the recruiter user ID, the job is created by which recruiter. I need the name of the candidate that is applying for this job, email of that candidate, candidate user ID, status is an array. You will able to understand why we are keeping this one as an array. Then we are having job ID and the job application date. I'll close this. Alright, so now the schema is completed. So let's see how many actions we need to create. So the first one will be need to create a job application action, right? Then we need to create one will be for fetch job applications. Now for this fetch one, we need to create both for candidate and also we need to create for recruiter, right? And also we need to do another one, and that will be update the job application. So this one we are going to do later. So these many actions we need. So first we'll start with the create job application. So let's quickly create. So we'll do export async function, and this will be create job application action. Alright, so here what we'll be receiving our data, and also we'll be receiving path to revalidate. Okay, so what we are going to do, so let's say I'm a candidate and I click on this view details and I apply this particular job. So when I'll again open this particular job, I should have this button either disabled or I'll be showing like this is already applied. I hope you're getting. Alright, so we need to get updated data back. So that is the reason we need the data and the path to revalidate. So we'll revalidate this path here. So first we'll do await connect to DB, and then we'll do just await. We'll do application. So we created applications dot create, and here we'll pass the data, and then we'll simply revalidate the path. Okay, so this will be our create job application. Now second will be to fetch the job application, and this will be for for candidate. So we'll do export async function, and this will be fetch job applications, and we'll give this one for candidate. So for candidate, what we'll be receiving, we'll be receiving the candidate ID, right? So we'll do await connect to DB, and then we'll do const, so we'll do result, and this will do await, so we do application dot find, correct? And then what we need to do basically, if I go to the model, right, so you can see that we are having this candidate user ID. So based on this candidate user ID, we will be finding which will be this candidate ID. And then what we'll do, simply return, we'll do json.parse and json.stringify, and we'll do this result. Okay, so this is done. So now this will be for our candidate. Now what will be for our recruiter? Now again, for recruiter, this will be pretty simple. We are already having the recruiter user ID also here, so we can create another one. So we'll do export async function, and this will be fetch job application for, and this will be for recruiter, and this will receive our recruiter ID. So we'll do await connect to DB, and then we'll do const result, and this will be await application dot find, and here we will be finding based on the recruiter user ID for recruiter, and this will be our recruiter ID. Okay, and then we are going to return the same thing. Now I'll just recap everything that what we have done. Sorry, let's copy this. See, first we have created the application. For candidate, we'll be passing the candidate ID, and based on that we'll be filtering. For recruiter, we'll be passing the recruiter user ID, and we'll be filtering. So now this is done. Now let's go to our jobs page, and here we need to basically fetch the application. So here we'll create another one. So we'll do const, we'll do get job application list, and what we can check, we can simply check using this profile info.role, right? If this is a candidate, so if this is a candidate, what we'll call, we'll call the await, and we'll do fetch job application for fetch job for candidate action, correct? And for user, for recruiter, we'll do await fetch job application for recruiter. This will be fetch job applications for candidate, and here we will be passing the ID. So ID will be our user.id for both the cases. Okay, now we'll be passing these job applications as a prop in this job listing page. So we will do job applications, which will be this get job application list. If you're not able to understand anything, just pause and try see or rewind the same thing again, or else you can comment it and I'll try to basically solve it. And we'll receive this job application in a job listing page, and let's see what we are getting. So if I log here, job applications, so let's see what is happening. I'll do this on below only. So we are having array of 0. Now this is fine. The reason is because we haven't swiped any job, right? So we haven't applied. So now what we are going to do here, we are having this apply button. So on click of this, we need to basically create an on click method. So I'll create on click, and this will be our handle job apply. Okay, now here we need to basically create our job application, right? And for job application, we have to pass couple of things. So I'll create this method. So I'll do async function handle job apply, and here what we need to pass, we need to call this await create job application action, right? And we need to pass these things. So let's go to our model first. Where is that? So I'll open that one first. So we're having applications, so we need all of this. Copy this, and I'll paste it here. So recruiter user ID that we need. How we are going to get this recruiter user ID? Can you get it? I guess it. So I'll just comment it out. I'll show you. First I'll log this job title here, job item. So I'll log this job item. Let's save it and let's see what we're getting. So we're getting this job item here, right? And if you noticed here in this job, we are having this recruiter ID, correct? That means which recruiter created this job. So this will give us this recruiter ID. I hope you are getting. So let's do one by one. So this will be our job item dot, and what is the field name? Recruiter ID. So let's copy this. This is the first step. Then we are having the name. So name will be, we need also profile info, right? So let's do one thing. I think we need to get the profile info also. So let's see where we are calling this get candidate job, this one. So here we need to pass this profile info also as a prop. So we'll pass it here in both the places, in candidate and in recruiter. And this one we will be receiving in this candidate job card. So we'll receive our profile info, and then let's log this here, and let's see what we are getting. So we're getting here, we'll be getting the name, I believe, candidate info dot name. So we are having job, the profile info dot candidate info dot name. So this will give me this candidate ID, candidate name. Okay, now you can see that although this might be little bit complicated sometime, but all the things are actually interconnected. So we'll do candidate info dot name. So this will be candidate info dot name. Then we are having the email. Email you will be getting from directly here. So we'll do profile info dot email. Then we are having the candidate user ID. How will be getting the candidate user ID? So you're having the profile info, right? So this is the current user, and here we are having this user ID. So this is the candidate user ID, correct? So we'll do profile info dot, here we can do user ID. So this one. Then we are having the status here. So first time if we are applying here, we'll make this one array and we'll do this one applied. So that means first time when you'll be applying, so this will be in the applied state. Then we are having the job ID. Now what will be the job ID? And job ID will be our job item. So this job item dot ID. So here, right, we are having the ID. So this is the ID of the job. So this will be our job item, dot ID. And here we'll do this one as new date to local date string. Okay, let's see what this is giving. I'm not exactly, so let me just copy and save it, and I'll paste it here. Yeah, this will give me the current date. Okay, so now this is fine, and then this will also receive the path, that which path you want to revalidate. So we want to revalidate this path, which is our jobs. So we'll pass here /jobs, right? And this is done. And then what we can do, right, we will be basically showing that you successfully applied something. That we are going to do later, some kind of toast message you can show like you already applied or something. But before that, what we need to do, we need to make this job details drawer as false when we apply. So we'll do set job details drawer as false. So this is done. Now we need to do another very important point, and that is, let me just close everything from here. So you're passing these job applications in this job listing page. So it will go here, we'll receive job applications here, and then we are going to pass these job applications as a prop here. So we'll pass job applications, and also we'll pass here job application as job application. Okay, and we'll receive here job applications, and I'll just log here, save it. Now we'll be getting empty. See what will happen. Okay, now we'll try it once. So now I'll open this one. Let's apply here. Awesome job. So we're getting one. Now if you noticed here, what we are getting here, so we're getting candidate user ID. That means this user already applied. This is the email, this is the job application date, this is the job ID. Okay, this is the name of that candidate, and this is the recruiter, means by which recruiter actually this job was created. So this is the recruiter ID, status is applied, and this is the application ID. Don't confuse with this ID, this is the application ID. Okay, so now what we can do, we can basically check that if I open this job again, so to view details, this ID is same with this ID that we are having, this job ID. That means this particular candidate already applied for this job, so we need to disable this job. I hope you are getting. Means I'll repeat again, if I open this job again and the job ID is same with this job ID that we are having, that means this candidate already applied for this particular job, so we need to disable this job, disable this button here. Okay, so let's see how we are going to do that. So what we can do, simply we'll go to this apply button. So we are having this here, right? So we'll add a disable property. Okay, and what we can do, simply let's do something like that. We'll add the job applications that we are having dot find index. We'll do, so we'll do job, we'll do item, and this item dot job ID, I believe, this item dot this job ID. So this item dot job ID, if this is equal to job item dot ID, that means the current job item that we are getting. If this is greater than -1, means the index is greater than -1, means this guy already applied for this particular job, so this will be true, or else this will be false. Okay, and if this is disabled, so we'll mark the opacity as 65. Now see, save it. Okay, open this one, this is disabled, and the same logic we can do here, that if job applications dot find index item dot job ID is equal to job item, that means current job dot ID greater than -1, if this is means will show applied, or else will show apply. That means either you have applied for that job or you need to apply. So now you already applied. Awesome. If I open this one, you already applied, so not be able to apply. If I open this one here, you can apply. So let's say click here, and if you open this one here, this is applied now. Okay, so now the job application applied part is done. Now what we need to do, so I think I already opened the recruiter part. So this is our recruiter view. So now here we need to basically show that how many applications we have for this particular job. Okay, and this is another very interesting point, and for this one this will be very simple, because if you see here, right, we will go to our actions. We already have this created that fetch job applications for recruiter, and based on the recruiter ID we will be basically getting that how many candidate already applied for this particular job. So let's start working on this particular part. Alright, so now in the recruiter view, what we are going to show, we'll be showing the number of applicants for this particular job, and that is very simple. So if I go to the jobs page, let's go to the jobs page first, and here we are already getting the job application list based on the recruiter. Okay, if the recruiter logged in, so here we will basically go to the job listing page. Here we are having job applications, and that we are passing in the recruiter job card. So we'll go to the recruiter job card, and for now I'll just let's go here and copy this first. So we'll receive this one here, right? So I'll just paste it, and now let's see what we are getting in this job applications. So this will be job applications for recruiter. Let's save it, and let's see what we are receiving here. Go to so you can see that we are getting array of 3. The reason is because till now we have there are 3 applicants for this particular jobs in this recruiter account. So if I go here, right, for each and every jobs, you'll see the recruiter ID will be same. So for this one, this is the recruiter ID QX3. For this one, this is also same. For this one, this is also same. So now what we need to basically render that how many applicants are there for each and every job, and that is very simple because we are getting the current job item also, right? So in this recruiter here we are getting this job ID. If this job ID is same with this current job, that means there is an applicant for this job. So what we can do, simply here we can basically render that if we'll do job applicants, okay, and we'll do dot filter. So we're having item, and we'll do if this item dot job id, if this is equal to job item dot id. Okay, and this will be dot length, so these many applicants. So let's save it and let's see what is happening. Awesome. So you can see that we are having 0 applicants. Obviously we have to do 0 applicant, not yes, but that is fine. That is very small things. We're having 1 applicants for this one, 1. Now I want to test one more thing, and that is, let's say I will create another user, okay, and then I will apply for this particular job. But before that, I just want to mention one thing. So I just going through my previous some of the sections in this particular project. So I noticed that I have created this for this Supabase, I created a bucket, and that is a private bucket. So there is some changes I need to do actually. So what I'll do, right, I'll create another new bucket, and that will be a public bucket, so that we'll be able to reach basically extract the public URL, and that will be helpful in the resume download feature and also the resume preview features that we are going to do later. But this one I'm going to do later. First let me complete some of the things, and then I want to change that, but just I want to mention that point so that you will be aware. But before that, let's do one thing. Let's go to our clerk, and let me see what is this John Doe 1 user is. I'll just sign out, log in, and let's do 1. I want to check whether this is a recruiter or a candidate. Okay, this is, I think this is a recruiter. Software engineer 3. Okay, then I think this will not work. So I'll go to clerk, I'll create a new user, and I'll do John Doe 2@gmail.com. give the same password, and we'll create. Okay, and let's log in here, and let's do one thing. I think it will be better if I just quickly do this one. So please do this one. So this is a new change I'm doing. So I'm creating a new bucket here, and I'll give this one as job board. So I'll make this change, job board, this will be public, and this I'll make this one as a public bucket. You can see that is fine, but I'll save this, and then I will go to basically policies, and I think go to this one. Public, I think we no need to do any. So I need to basically change this logic here, the name and everything. But before that, let me go to home, and we need to basically do the connection here. So we'll do connect. So from where we'll be getting this, let me check from where we'll be getting the connection URL and those things. Okay, so this is what I was looking. So we need this URL, so I'll quickly make this change. Okay, so let's go to our onboard page, and here I'll just quickly check whether this is correct or not. I think this is correct, and this is also I think correct. Yeah, so I'll just quickly make this change, right? So instead of this job board, right, we'll make this one job board public, because we just created a new bucket, right, and that is a public. So this is the only change that we are having. Okay, now let's see if this is working or not. So I created a with John Doe 2. Now I'll do continue, so it will go to the onboard page because this is a new user. Okay, I'm going to the onboard page, click on resume, and let's say I'll select this one. I think this should work. Let me check whether we are getting any error or not. I don't think we're getting. Yeah, I think this is fine. Now I will give some name. So this will be John Doe 2. Current company I'll give Amazon. Current location I'll give Bangalore. Preferred location I'll give Bangalore. Current salary I'll give 30. Notice period 60 days. HTML, React.js, Next.js. Previous companies I'll give Google. Total experience I'll give 5. College I'll give ABC College of Engineering. College location I'll give Delhi. 2020. Let's make 2018. And this one I'll give this. Okay, now let's click here. Okay, so now this is fine. So now let's go to our storage first and let's see if this is working or not. So we'll go to the storage, go to the public. Okay, public, and then we are having the resume. Okay, this is working fine. Now what I want to do, right, I'll go to jobs, and then if you noticed here, I'm in the recruiter view here, and if you noticed, I already applied for this user, and that is John Doe, I think 1 or something. Now I already created another one, and that is John Doe 2. So this is John Doe 2. Now I'll apply here. If I apply this one, so there should be 2 applicants, and here it should be updated to 2. And let's see if this is working or not. So if I go here, click, and then click on apply. So this is now applied. Now go here, and then I'll refresh this page. Now we're getting 2 applicants here. You got it, right? So this is working. And also if you noticed here, we're getting 4 applicants total. So 2 for this job, 1 for this, 1 for this. Awesome. So this is what I want to check. If I apply for this UX designer also, let's see, click apply, and I'll refresh this. So now I'm getting 2 applicants for this. So now what I want to do, right? So if I click here as a recruiter, I should be having some kind of drawer, and then there I'll be getting all the candidates. And if I click on candidates, I'll be opening a model, and there I'll be having the candidate details, and then there will be having a options to preview the resume. If I click on that button, there will be a new tab opening, and I'll be able to see the resume for that particular candidate. And as a recruiter, if I think that okay, this candidate is suitable for this particular job, either I can select that candidate or I'll be able to reject the candidate. So there are a lot of things that we need to do. Okay, so let's start working on. First, on click of this button here, I need to open a drawer, and then I'll be showing all the candidates. So let's start working on that part. So let's go here, and then in this recruiter job board, we need some state. Okay, so the first thing we need, we'll create here, so applicants model, not model, I'll say drawer, and we'll do set so applicants drawer, and this will be equal to use state of false. Then what else we need? We also need another one, and that will be our candidate details. We'll do current candidate details, current candidate details, set current candidate details. This will be use state of null, and then I'll be having another one, and that will be const so current candidate details model, and set so current. If you want, you can manage all of this using context and Redux toolkit, and I already have discussed in the previous section, right? And if I'm uploading this, or let's say if you're seeing this particular video as a separate video, I would highly suggest please watch the theory lecture section that I already uploaded in the previous part, and there I already covered a lot of things, how you will be able to do all of this using context or Redux toolkit, anything that. And if there are any issue or anything again I'm repeating, please message me on Insta or LinkedIn, I'll be able to help. So here we'll be having set so current candidate details model, and this will be use state of false. So these 3 for now we need. Okay, now what we are going to do, right? So here I will be creating another let's create another component here. So we'll go components, and I'll create another folder, and this will be my job applicants, and this will be index.js. So this will be my job applicants, and this one also will create as a use client. So this will be job applicants. Okay, now this one I'm going to import here. So we'll import job applicants in this recruiter job, and we'll be passing all of this as a prop. So what are the things we need to pass? First we need to pass so applicants drawer. Okay, and this will be so applicants drawer. Then we are having set so applicants drawer, and this will be set so applicants drawer. Then we are having so current candidate details model, which will be so current candidate details model. Then we are having set so current candidate details model, which will be set so current candidate details model. Then we are having current candidate details, which will be current candidate details. These all are nothing but these, we have already taken this state. Then we are having set so current candidate details, which will be set so current candidate details. Also we need to pass the job item. So this is the current job item, so we'll have job item, and also we need to pass the job applicants. Okay, now what we need to do basically here, we only need to filter those for this individual job we need, right, for this individual. So if I click here, only 2 applicants I need. If I click on this one, only 2 applicants I need to show. But if you noticed here in these job applicants, we are getting all of this as an array. So we are getting 5 total, because 2 plus 2 plus 1, 5. But if I click on this, I only need to show 2. If I click here, I only need to show 2. So that means I need to filter. So we'll do job applicants, and this will be job applicants. So these job applicants that we are having, and we'll filter it with, we'll do filter item, we'll do job applicant item. So we'll do job applicant item dot job id is equal to job item dot id. So these all the things that we need in this component. I'll quickly receive all of this as a prop first. We'll do so applicants doer, then we'll do set so applicants doer, so current candidate details model. Please do it, actually take your time, because I know this can be little bit complicated first time. We'll do current. The reason is this, the project that we are doing, it's not very straightforward, right, because there are so many relationships and everything. Although we haven't doing any that kind of complex features at all, these all are very simple one actually. And then we'll be receiving the job applicants. So these all the things will be receiving, and then what we are going to do here, we will be basically, I think we already installed the doer, right, we already have the doer component. Yeah, so we'll import the doer, and here I'll be passing the open property here. So this open will be our this show applicants doer. This will be open, and we'll do on open change. So here this will be set so applicants doer, and inside this I need a doer content. Okay, and here I'll create a class name, give a class name, and I'll give this one as max height of, let's give 50 VH. Okay, and here I need a scroll area. I think for this one I'm going to use from this scroll area I think we are having. So let's import, use this one. Okay, so this is done. Now I'll import this scroll area, and here we are going to use class name, and here I'll be doing height of auto, and we'll do overflow y auto. Okay, and inside this I will create another one, and that will be our candidate list component. So on click of this each and every, okay, let's go to the recruiter view. If I click here, we'll need to show all the applicants or candidate, right? So we'll create another one, and that will be our candidate list. We'll do candidate list, we'll do index.js, we'll do use client. This will be our candidate list. Okay, and I'm going to use this one here inside this scroll area. I'll import the candidate list, and I'll pass all of this. So we'll pass the current candidate details as a prop, do set current candidate details, we'll pass the job applicants, and also we'll pass the we'll pass another one, and that will be to show the pop-up. But before that, let's save all of this. Alright, so let's implement the candidate list component. So here I'll take a fragment, and we basically need all the things that we'll be receiving from this component first. So from job applicants, we're receiving the job applicants from here, so we'll pass it here, job applicants. We'll also be receiving this current candidate details as a prop. Sorry, this will be current candidate details. Then this will be set current candidate details. Also we need these two things, so we need show current candidates model. Okay, and we'll do set show current candidate models. Okay, so this also will be receiving here, and also this one. Okay, now in this fragment what we are going to do, right, first I will take a div. Let's take a class name. We'll make this one grid columns of 1, gap of 3, p of 10. We'll do md grid columns of 2, and for large I'll do grid columns of 3. Now inside this I'll check that if the job applicants that we are having and job applicants dot length greater than 0, or else this will be null. So I'll map this. So I'll do job applicants dot map. This will be job applicant item, and here I'll take a div. Okay, now here let's take a class name. We'll do bg white. We'll do shadow large. Let's make width as full, max width sm. We'll do rounded large. We'll do overflow hidden mx auto, and we'll do empty of 4. Now inside this I will take another div. Now here I'll take a class name. So we'll do px of 4, my of 6. We'll do flex, justify between, and item center. Here I'm going to render the name of the candidate. So here we'll do job applicant item dot name. Let's take a class name here. So we'll do text large, and we'll do font bold. After this we also need the button, so I'll import a button, and this will be to view the profile of that candidate. So we'll be view profile. For button I think let's use the class name that we are already using in some other places, right? So I'll use the same. Okay, now what we need to do, if I click here nothing is happening. So on click of this button I need to make some changes. So we'll go to recruiter, and here you can see that we are having the number of applicants. So in this button I'll give on click, and what we'll do, can you guess? So we'll make this set. We are having the set so applicants doer, and this I'll make as true. So we'll do set so applicants doer as true. Save it. Now see what is happening. Click here. We're getting, so there are 2 applicants, John Doe and John Doe 2. For this one only having 1. Okay, and this will be 2. Now let's say what next we need to do. So I click on this view profile. I need to open a model, and I need to render the details of this particular candidate, right? And for this one I think if there is 0 we'll disable this one. Okay, so here we can check that. I'll copy this part. Okay, noticed here. So let's do one thing. We'll add a disable property here also. So we'll paste it here, and if this length is equal to 0, so we'll make this one disabled, and in the disable we'll do opacity as, let's make 0.55. So let's see what is happening. So now this is disabled. Okay, so this is done. Now next thing, on click of this we need to open the model. So let's start working on that particular section. Alright everyone, so now on click of this view profile button we need to open the model. So let's start working on that part. I think for this one we are already passing some of the prop, right? So let's say we are having this view profile, and for this one we are having this show current candidate details model. So here we'll do on click in this one, and on click what we'll do, right, set so current candidate details model, will make this one as true. Okay, and then after this we will be basically creating another dialog here. So render a dialog, and here we'll pass so. Okay, sorry, this will be open. So here we need to basically show current candidate details model, and also you'll having on open change, which will be set show current candidate details model. Okay, inside this we will render a dialog content, and let's show something like candidate, and let's see if this is working or not. So if I click here, let's say click on this view profile, you can see we are getting this candidate. Click here, we are getting this candidate. Okay, so this is working fine. So now what we need to do, whenever I'll click on this view profile, I need to get the ID of this particular candidate. I need to fetch the details of this candidate, right? And then I need to render in this model. So I'll create another action, and this is important. So this we need to create, and this will be so this update. So this will be get candidate details by ID, by candidate ID. Okay, so this will be export async function. We'll do get candidate details by ID action. So this will receive the current candidate ID. Okay, so now what we are going to do, so first we'll simply here connect our database. We'll do connect to DB. Okay, and then we'll do simply const result, and this will be we are having the account, right? So something, let me check, profile. Okay, profile we are having. So we'll do profile dot find, we'll do find one, and we'll pass the user ID. Okay, so having the user ID, and this user ID will be current candidate ID that we'll be receiving. And then we are going to simply return json.parse, json.stringify the result. Okay, so now on click of this that particular button here, we will be fetching this. Okay, so now let's do one thing. So we'll go here in this candidate list. Now the first thing is that immediately we don't have to open the model. First we'll check that if the data is present or not, and if the data is present, then only I'll open this model. So here, instead of doing this, what I'll do, right, I'll first do here something like let's do handle fetch. We'll do handle fetch candidate details, right? And here we need the ID of that candidate. So from where we will be basically receiving, see, we are having this job applicant item, right? And if I go to the model, see how all of these are connected. So go to model of application, you can see that we are having this candidate user ID. This we need. So we'll do here where is that? So we'll do job applicant item dot candidate user ID. This will give me the current user ID of this particular John Doe. And here I'll create this, that. Okay, so we'll create async function handle fetch candidate details. This will receive the get current candidate ID. Now here what we'll be basically doing, we'll simply get the data. So const data, and this will be await, and we'll do fetch what is the action name that you have given. I think we have get candidate details by ID. So we'll do get candidate details by ID action, and here we'll be passing this get current candidate ID. Okay, so this will give you the data. Let's see if this is working or not. We get the data here. Okay, now let's save it, and let's see what is happening. So I'll click here. Okay, we are getting some error that property as object something is wrong, converting the structure to JSON. Okay, something we are doing wrong. I think in this action only we need to check whether this is user ID or what. Let's go to our profile here. I think user ID only we are having. Sorry, we missed the await here. Sorry. So this is the mistake here. Okay. Now let's see. If I click here, awesome. So now we are getting the candidate info. So you'll be getting all of this, right? Now whatever you want to render, you will be able to render here. Now if this data is true, so we'll go back here and we'll check if the data is true. Then I'll set this set current candidate details, which will be your data, and then I'll make the model as true. So now we'll do set so current candidates model as true. Okay. And now when I'll close this model, so in that case what we'll do, right? We'll do two things. So the first thing, I'll make the set current candidate details as null, and also we'll do set so current candidate details model, this will be false. So now see, if I let's click here, now it is opening after some time because it's first fetching the data and then it is rendering. Okay. Now what we need to do, we need to basically render all of this here. First let me just remove some of the console that we are using. Okay, I'm not sure from where this is coming. Let me check. Index.of10 recruiter job card. Okay, so remove this one from here. Let's go to candidate list and I'll log this current candidate details. Log current candidate details. Go to console. Now click here. So you're getting here. Now we need to basically render all of this. Start one by one. We'll keep this one very simple. So inside this dialog content, I'm going to render all of this. So let's start with we'll take here one div, and I'll take one h1, and let's render here candidate details. Sorry, this will be current candidate details dot name. I think we don't have candidate info dot name. Okay, we'll do dot candidate info dot name. So we're getting name here. What else we want to render? We also will render the email. So we'll do John Doe comma, then we'll do email. Okay, so we'll give comma here, and then we'll do again. Everyone, please note it. Like, don't comment like that this is looking very bad. The UI, it's up to you. Whatever you like, you will be able to change it. Okay, I'll keep this one very simple because this is already getting very long, this video, and this will be very complicated. So that is the reason I'm keeping everything very simple. So we're having candidate info dot, I think we are having direct email, so we don't have candidate info, so we'll do dot email. Okay, what else will render here? We'll render let's see, we need to render all of this. Okay, so after this we'll render the current company, then we'll render the job location, these two things. So here after this we'll take a p and we'll render here current company. So we'll do current candidate details dot candidate info dot, we'll do current company. Okay, we'll copy this and we'll do current job location. Okay, what else? Current salary. Then we'll do p another one, and we'll do current candidate details dot candidate info dot current salary. And I'll do this one as LPA. Okay, then what else? Notice period, and here we'll do this one like this, salary 30 LPA, correct? And we'll do, after this we'll copy this one and we'll paste it, and we'll do this one as notice period. So we'll do notice period, and we'll do here notice period. This will be days. 60 days. Got it? Next, we are having the preferred job location and previous companies, right? So previous companies and the skills, total experience also we need to do. Okay, I think this is much important. So we'll copy this here and we'll paste it and we'll do total experience, and we'll do total experience this year 5 year. Okay, then what else we need to render? We also need to render previous companies. So we'll take a div. Let's do one thing. Let's go to this what is the component that we have created? I think we are having another component, job details, right? Job details or something we have created. Let me go there. Job listing, candidate job card. Okay, so let's render what else we can render. So we can also render the skills and the previous companies. So we can do one thing, right? So this part we can copy. So this is from the job details page and we can use the same here. And this will be current candidate details dot candidate info dot skills dot split. So this will give you all the skills. Okay, and the same we can do for our previous companies, and this will be previous companies. Okay, and here I will give a like h1 and this will be previous companies. Let's give this one as items center. Okay, now let's go here. Sorry, we'll go to candidate job card and let's use some of the styles. So I'll copy this one from here. So here we are using, right? So paste it here. So let's make this one font medium and we'll do text Excel, or let's do text. This one I'll do 2 Excel and this one let's make Excel. I think we are using text white, so we need to do text black in both the places. Okay, then for this one I'll copy this the same and we'll do this one as SM and we'll do font normal. Let's see how this is looking. Okay, I think these all are fine for now, but main thing what we need to do here, we also need to render 3 things. So one will be to preview the resume. So after these, right, so we'll take a footer. So we'll do dialog footer, and here we'll take a div and we need the button. So one will be resume, or we'll do resume, then we'll do button select or reject. Okay, so one will be select and one will be reject. So here we'll take a class name and we'll do flex and gap of 3, and let's use the button style from here. Copy this and we'll use the same in all the places so that it will be same. Sorry, my mistake. That is the reason. So I think we are doing in the wrong place. We have to do it dialog. We will copy all of these and we'll paste it after this. So getting resume, select and reject. Okay, I'll change this one later, this UI, okay, because this is looking little odd, but that is fine. First, on click of this, we need to open a tab and we need to render the resume. On click of select, you will be selecting this particular candidate. On click of reject, you will be rejecting this candidate. So let's start working on the resume first. So first, we'll create a method here, and this will be on click, and this will be handle preview resume. Copy this. Okay, so we'll create this method. We'll go top, so we'll do function preview resume. So here we need to create our Supabase client, so we'll do Supabase. Let's copy from there only. I think we have already created, so I need this part, and then I will paste it here. Okay, now simply we need to do what we need to do. So first we need to basically get our data, and this will be from Supabase. I think what is the name of Supabase client dot storage. Then we need to basically give here dot from, and we need to give the board name. So we'll have job portal public. Remember, we have changed this one to public. And then here what we will do, we'll do get public URL, and we need to basically pass the resume link, and this resume link will be nothing but this current candidate details dot candidate info dot resume. Okay, and this will give you the public URL. So if I log this right here, this data, and this will be our resume. Let's see what is happening. I'll open console, click here, and now I'll click on resume. See, we are getting public URL here. Awesome. So now what we can do, simply we'll do const, we'll create document dot create element, we'll create anchor, then we'll do a dot href, and this will be data dot public URL. Okay, and then we'll do a dot set attribute, and this will be download, and we'll do like something like we'll do resume dot pdf or something, and we'll do a dot set attribute, we'll do target, and we'll do blank, so it will open in a new tab. Then we'll do document dot body dot append child, and we'll add this a, and then a dot click, and then simply remove this again. So we'll do document dot body dot remove child, and we'll remove this anchor. And this is all the things that we need to preview resume. Save it, see what is happening. I'll click on this resume. Okay, we are getting bucket not found. Okay, so job portal public. Let me check what is the name that we are using. I think job portal, not job board. My god, this will be job board. Okay, so now let's see. I'll click here. Awesome, opening, right? Now I can see that this is getting, now you'll be able to download this one from here, right? So now this part is done. So once the recruiter will see the resume, they will be able to select or reject. Correct? So now we need to start working on the select or reject functionality. But before that, we need to create another. So let's see if this is working or not. So we'll do John Doe. This is breaking here because we are having multiple. So we'll do, let's do one thing. We need to make this change. So here on this div, right, that we are having this part, we'll make this one for now as flex wrap, so that it doesn't break at least. Okay, and same we'll use this one for this also. Okay, let's take this one as div, and we'll use the same here, and we'll make this one as flex wrap also. both the places. Okay, now before start working on the select one, we need to create another action. So the action will be, so we need to update the job application. So job application means, let's say as a recruiter I view this profile, I click on select, right? Once I select this one, I need to update this job applications, that this particular candidate is now selected, right? So for this one we already have this update job application, you can see. So this we need to create. So we'll do export async function, and this will be update job application action. Here we'll get the data, also we'll get the path to revalidate. Now we need to basically destructure some of the things from our data. Now what are the things that we needed? We need quite a few things. We'll go to our application and we'll copy all of this, okay, and we'll paste it here so that it will be easy to copy, nothing else. So we'll do name, then we are having email, then we are having candidate user ID, we are having status array, we are having the job ID, also we'll be having the ID of that job application, and also we'll be receiving the job application date, job applied date. So these are all the things that we need. Okay, now after this we will simply before that only we'll do await connect to DB, and then we'll simply update this one. So we'll do await and we'll do application dot find one and update, and we'll pass this ID. I think I will not discuss all of this multiple times, this we already discussed. You're passing this ID here, and then we'll pass all of the data that we need to update. So we're having recruiter user ID, then we are having the name, email, candidate user ID, status, job ID, and job applied date. Anything else? I think this is fine. And then we'll pass here new will be true. Okay, now once all of these are done, we'll simply revalidate the path. So we'll do revalidate path, which will be path to revalidate. Okay, so I think that is all about the update job application actions that we needed. Now on click of this select, we need to create this method, or we need to do basically quite a few things here. So when I'll select this particular button here, what we need to do, right? So for this candidate I need to update the status array. Now remember, in the status array we are having applied for the first time. So when I'll select this one, so then it will be added to applied and selected. If I click on reject, it will be applied then rejected. Okay, so if I select this one and if that status array contains selected, so this button, both the button will be, this button will be disabled and this will change to select to selected. And if we are having rejected, so this will be rejected and this button will be disabled. Okay, so now I'll go to candidate list and we are having this select, right? So here we'll do on click and simply what we can do. Alright, so here we'll create a on click, and here let's pass this one as handle selected, handle what will do, handle update job status, something like that, and we'll pass this one as selected. Okay, and for reject this will be rejected. So let's create this method. So we will create this one as async function handle job status. This will be get current status. So this will be either selected or rejected. Okay, now here what we are going to do, first we need all the job applicants. So this we are already receiving here. So we'll do let copy job applicants, and this will be job applicants that we are having. Then we'll do const index of current applicant, index of current job applicant, and this will be copy job applicants dot find index. Okay, we'll do here item, and we'll do item dot. So in this, what we are having, we'll be having the candidate user ID, correct? So here we'll be having candidate user ID, which should be equal to, so we are having the current candidate details, right? Current candidate details dot user ID. So that means if I click on this profile, I will be basically getting the current candidate details ID and also the current candidate ID from this job item, from this job applicant. Okay, so now let's log here and let's see what we are getting. So index of current job applicant. So I'll open the console and I'll click here. I'll click on select. We're getting 1. Okay, and now what you can do, we'll simply do const job applicants to update, and what you can do, simply we'll do copy job applicants of index dot current job applicant, and here we'll do status because we are having the status array. So this will be getting copy job applicants of that index. So in this case this is 1, and then what we can do is simply do dot status dot concat. So first time we'll be having applied, and then if I click on the select button, so it will be applied and selected. So we'll concat the get current status, so it will be either selected or rejected. I hope you're getting. Okay, alright, so this is fine. Now let's log here job applicants to update, and let's see what we are receiving. Any error we are getting? Oh sorry, this is not required here. Okay, and I'll remove this one from here. So let's see what you're getting in this job applicants to update. So if I click on select, and we'll be receiving here applied and selected. Okay, so you can see that applied and selected, and this is the like candidate user ID and the job ID, and this is the name. So this currently we are basically selecting. So now simply here, if you noticed, so here we are having the job applicant item. So simply we can check that, not here, serving the current candidate. So and here we are having select. So what we can do, right, we need to basically, if this is selected, so we are going to basically mark this one as selected. If this is rejected, so we'll change this one to rejected. But first that, let me first update this one. So here what we'll do, once we'll update this one, we'll call the action. So we'll do await, and what is the action name? Your action name is, so we're having update job application, right, this one. So we'll do update job application action, and here we'll do job applications to update, and I'll pass /jobs. Okay, and now let's see what is happening here. So I'll refresh this page first, and we'll open this one. Let's open here. Now click on select. Now here, if I noticed, if I open again, let's click here. Okay, let's see what we are getting in the job applicants. Then I think it will be easy. If I log here job applicants, right, job applicants, and let's see. So getting 2. Okay, if I click here, now one of them is applied and selected. Awesome. And the first one is still applied, correct? That means this user is now actually selected. So once I'll open this one, what we can do, right, here we are having the candidate user ID for this particular user ID. So we'll check that if, so let's go to this place, and we'll pass here a disabled, not disabled, we'll do here that if job applicants, okay, dot find, we'll do item, and we'll do item dot candidate user ID. If this is equal to, or let's do one thing, let's make this one as find index. If this candidate user ID is equal to, this what is the current candidate. So we'll do current candidate details dot user id, user id. Okay, what okay, here it's already there. If this is greater than -1, so this will be already selected, or else this will be select. And here no, another thing we need to check, if this is greater than -1, I think something we have done wrong here. The reason is because if this is -1, so what we need to check, let me think. Okay, we need to basically check here that if that status array content selected or not. Okay, so how we are going to check that? So in that case, first we'll find the index here, or let's do here filter. I know this is little complicated, and here we'll do filter, or let's do find, and then we'll do dot status. If this includes, right, if this includes selected, then we'll mark this one as selected, or else this will be select. Let's see if this is working or not. I think we'll be getting some array status of undefined. Okay, I know that, so we'll do dot. Okay, now let's see. If I click here, this is selected. Awesome. Now if this is selected, we'll mark this one as we'll make this one like disabled or something, and this you can't do any operations. So in this case, we'll do the same logic. If we'll copy this logic here, we'll do or let's do one thing, let's make this one as disabled only. I think this will be better. So disabled will pass the same logic. If this is, that means this will be true. Oh, sorry, this will be true. See, I'm also getting confused sometime, or else this will be false. And if this is disabled, so we'll pass opacity of 0.65. Okay, this is fine. Now if on click of reject, we also need to make this one, but this is one of the step. Another thing, we also need to check if this rejected is working or not. Now I'm thinking whether we should keep this functionality that if you, the recruiter is selecting a candidate, let's say they change their mind and after some days they will be able to reject the candidate or not. But I think that is not ideal scenario, right? So let's do one thing. If this status includes selected or rejected, then only we can do basically the same thing. So here what we can do, right? So what I'm trying to say, if first time they have selected this candidate, they will not be able to reject this one. I think that doesn't make sense. Or if the first time reject this candidate, so they will not be able to select again. Okay, so in that case, what we can do, right, we'll make the same logic that either selected or rejected. Okay, and then we'll copy this logic from here, and we'll do the same logic in this rejected also. So we'll do disabled, selected or true, and here this will be disabled, opacity will be 65. So they will not be able to select or reject. And here you'll be able to see that, okay, what action I have given. So here it is clearly coming that this is selected. Okay, so this is fine. And here what we can do, we'll copy this part from here, and we'll basically check that if this content rejected, so we'll mark this one as rejected, or else this will be reject. Okay, now we need to basically check it with another candidate. That is the thing. So let's do one thing. Let's create another candidate here. So we'll create another user. So we'll do John Doe 3@gmail.com 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Now let's go here and I log out. Let me check what is the recruiter name here. So having, okay, so we'll log in, we'll do 3, continue, go to the onboard page, select this. So we'll do John Doe 3, we'll do Google. Then we are having Bangalore. Let's make this on something else, Accenture. Let's do 10, 30, HTML, CSS. We'll do TCS, 2 years, ABC College. We'll do India, 2018. LinkedIn profile, will copy this one. Same for this one. Onboard. Go to jobs, view details and apply. So this is applied. Now let's go here and we should have 3 applicants here. 3 applicants are coming. Click here. So we got John Doe 3. Let's click on resume. You are able to see the resume here. And now let's click on rejected. Now click again, open. So now we're having rejected, but the disable is not working. Okay, the reason is because I think this part is not working. So this part we need to check, but before that we need to finish another thing. So I will note it down, so we'll finish this one later. That if this content rejected, so we need to basically mark this one disabled. So once this is done, I think next what are the things that we need to do? So we need to finish another very important thing, and that is 2 things. One will be the activity. So in this page you will be able to see how many jobs you have applied as a candidate and how many you are selected by a recruiter or how many you have been rejected by a recruiter. And in the jobs page we are having this filter, and this is a very important feature. So this also we are going to do. So first let's finish these 2, but before that let me quickly check what is the issue here, why this is not working. Alright everyone, so I think the issue is actually here. So this should not work. So I think this we have made a mistake. So what we can do, right, instead of doing like this, we'll do OR here and we'll check if these contents either selected or these contents either rejected. And the same we can do here also. So remove from here and we'll copy this and we'll do OR these contents rejected. Okay, now it's rejected, and select, you can't select the user again. And if I open the second one, so here you already select this user, so you can't reject the user again. Okay, so this is working fine. Now next thing, we need to start working on the 2 things. So first we'll complete the activity page. So this will be very simple. We'll just render all the jobs that are applied by you, how many were actually selected and how many rejected, and then we'll start working on the filter features. Alright, so let's start working on the activity functionality. But before that, we don't have this page created, right? So we'll create this page quickly. So we'll do app, create activity page. If you want, you can also basically skip this page if you don't want to add this. I think this is optional. Okay, so here we'll do async function activity. Okay, so now first thing we need the current user. So this will be able to easily get it using current user from clerk. Then we need the job list. Now this job list, we already have an action that is called fetch jobs for candidate action. So this will be await fetch job for candidate action. And then also you need the job applicants. So we'll do const job applicants, and this will be I think we already have a fetch job applicants for candidates. So here we need to pass the candidate ID, right? So look, await fetch job applicants for candidate, and then we need to pass the user.id. Okay, so this will give you the job list and the job applicants for this particular candidate. So now I'll go to my component and I'll create another component here, and this will be my, let's give candidate activity, and this will be index.js. This will be a client component, and I'll give this one as candidate activity. Okay, So here now let's return a div with a class name of mx auto and max w7xl. So here I'll call the candidate activity and I'll pass these two. So we'll pass the job list, which will be job list, and also we'll pass the job applicants, which will be job applicants. Now here this will become little tricky, okay? I'm telling you for the first time only. So here it will become little bit tricky. Now we'll get here job list and job applicants, and first we'll log that what we are getting here. So we'll get job list and we'll get job applicants. So what we'll see, first we have already applied some of the jobs, and then we are having 10 total jobs. So then we are having 10 total jobs, and out of 10 we applied in 2 jobs. So from these we'll be able to identify, right? So this is what exactly we are doing. So let's see what we are getting here. So log, go to console. So we are having total 6, and if I go to my jobs, right, I think I only applied in 1 job, and that is in this senior software engineer job. So I'll go to my activity. So here I'm getting 6 jobs total, and then 1 of that I already applied. Now here the first thing what I need to basically do, I need to get all the statuses. So all the statuses means here this will become little tricky. So let's say there are 6 jobs, and out of which I only applied in 2 jobs. Now out of which 2 jobs, in 1 job I got selected and in 1 job I got rejected. So that means in total I have 3 status. So first one will be applied. Applied is common for all the jobs. Then I have 1 for selected and 1 for rejected, and based on that I need to create. So that means somehow I need to create unique statuses. Okay, so I'll do const unique status, and this will be unique status array will give. So from where we will be getting this one, so we'll be doing new set, right? And here I'll be passing these job applicants dot map. So we'll do job applicant item, and here I'll do job applicant item. So here we are having the status, right? So we'll do job applicant item dot status, and simply let's make this one as flat of 1. Okay, and this will give you the unique statuses. So if I log here unique status array, so let's see what is coming now. So you're having applied and rejected. Okay, so this will give you unique status array. So now what I'm going to do, I need to install the tab component. Let's see whether we are having the tab or not. We are already having tabs. Okay, so now after this we will take a tabs and we'll pass the default value. So we'll do default value as applied. Okay, class name will do as wfull. Okay, after this I'll take another div. I'll do a class name. I'll do flex items baseline, justify between border b. Okay, and we'll do pb of 6 and pt of 24. Okay, here I'll take a h1, and this will be your activity. Okay, and here I pass a class name, and this will be text 4XL, font bold. We'll do tracking tight, and we'll do a text gray 900. Let's make 950. So let's see what we are getting here. Tabs are not defined. Wow, I already imported this one. Okay, let's import it. So we're getting your activity. Okay, so after this what we'll do, right, we'll create our tab list. So here I'll take tab list, Okay, and I'm going to basically do unique status array dot map. So this will be my status, and here what I'll do, I'll import tab trigger and I'll pass this status, and in this value I'll pass the status. So now I can see that we are getting applied and rejected. Okay, I think I pasted it in a wrong place, sorry, my bad. I need to do it inside this. So we're getting applied and rejected. Now this will be dynamically updated. Okay, see, currently we don't have selected. The reason is because this user hasn't selected by any of the recruiter, so that is the reason. See what will happen. Go to jobs, now go to UX designer one, I'll apply this. Okay, now I'll go to my recruiter view. I now refresh this page, and here I have 3 applicants. Go to John Doe, and instead of rejected I'll do now selected. So now this user is now selected. For this I'll go here. Now see what will happen. If I go to activity, instead of 2 tabs, applied and rejected, you have selected 100%. If I go here, now you have applied, rejected and selected. You got it. Now we can move this on first here, that is fine, but that is coming in that order. Okay, now you see I selected is dynamically added here. Now let's say I'll give you one idea. So for example, instead of selected and rejected, you want to keep a workflow, so that additional feature you want to add. So what you can do right here, instead of adding 2 buttons, you can create a drop down, and then you can have multiple status like selected, in progress, in review, okay, in something else, and whenever you change the status of that particular candidate, this status will be automatically added here. Okay, so that is the reason I keep this on dynamic. So this is done. Now after this, what we are going to do, so I think after this div we will take a section. Let's take a div only, and we'll do a class name. We'll do pv of 24, et of 6. Now inside this we'll take a div. We'll do a I think, okay, inside this we'll take a class name. We'll do container, mx auto, p of 0, and we'll do space y of 8. Here I'll take a div. I'll do a class name. We'll do flex column, and gap of 4. Okay, now here what we need to do, basically first we need to map this unique status array. Okay, so we'll do unique status array dot map. This will give you status. Now this will become very complicated a little bit, because unique status array means each and every tab will have certain data, right? And whenever you change the tab based on the status, you need to show those jobs only. Okay, for applied you'll be having all the jobs. For rejected, you just have to show the jobs that you are basically rejected by a recruiter. For selected, you are selected by a recruiter. So in that case, here we need to do a couple of things. Now here first we need to render a tab content. So this will be my tab content, and here we'll be passing the value, which will be your status. So the value will be my status, and here you need to basically first do job list. Okay, now we need to open this one, or else this will become little complicated. So job list, what is there in the job list? Okay, so in the job list, if you noticed, so first we'll do job list dot filter. So this will be your job item. Now here what we are going to basically do, and here first we need to basically filter the job applicants. So I think let me check the job applicants array first. So we are having array of 2, and in this job applicants you will be having the status. Now let's see if I'm currently on the applied. So I'll check this status array whether this consists applied or not. If I go to rejected, I'll check if this current job consists this rejected status or not. Same for before for selected. So how we are going to do that right now, please see this one very carefully. So here I'll first do job applicants dot filter. Okay, and this will be my job application. Now here I will first do job application dot status, okay, dot index of this status array. So this will be either applied or rejected or selected. So this status item that you are having, if this is greater than -1, okay. So after this, what you're going to, let me first save it. So here, so you're doing this filter. So if this is greater than -1, then we'll do dot find index again, and here we'll do this will be like, let's give this a job item that we are having. So this will be our filtered by status, something like that. Filtered item by status. We'll do filtered item by status, and now we'll be getting the filtered data based on the tab that currently we are having. So based on the status, either rejected, selected, or applied. And now we will be able to check if this job item dot id, that job id is equal to this filtered item by status dot job id. Okay, if all of this, so here also you're doing find index, right? So here also you need to do -1, and now we'll do dot map, and this will be our final filtered item. I know this will become little complicated. If you want, you can also do this one in a different way also. So here I'm going to import our common card. Okay, here I'll pass the icon, which will be my job icon. Okay, and also I'll pass the title. So I'll pass the title, or what else we are having here. Sorry, I think we have done some mistake. Okay, it will be outside. So it will be title. So it will be final filtered item dot title, and then we are having the description. So in the description we'll do final filtered item dot company name. Okay, let's save this. I think we have done some mistake here. Let me just check. So okay, something is wrong here. So first we are filtering based on the let me just check. So we'll do job job application. This will be job application dot status dot index of that status item. Now let's save it. Okay, we are not getting anything. If I go to rejected and selected, so something is wrong here only. Okay, so first we are status by this one, this is fine. Then we are doing job item, current job item is equal to filtered item by, oh sorry, this will be job id. See, okay, now we are having, so this many we have applied. If I click on rejected, I only rejected in this one, and if I click on selected, I got selected in this UX designer. So now let's go to, so first I'll again apply. So first we are having all the jobs, okay, step by step. We are filtering, and then we are checking the job applicants. So in the job applicants we'll be having the array, and in that array we'll be having either we'll be having applied, and then we'll be having either selected or rejected. So that filtering that we are doing here, and based on that, once the filter is done, then we are doing the find index, and then we are checking the current job item dot id is equal to the job id, okay, of that application. Once we'll get that, we'll basically filter the current job based on the tab that currently we are having, okay, and then we are basically mapping that. So let's go to jobs, and let's try for this senior consultant. Click here, apply, and let's go and refresh this. So senior consultant has one applicant. Click, and let's do this one as select. Okay, and now if I go here, activity, I'll be having 3. So senior consultant you are having, and then if I go to rejected, only 1, but if I go to selected, so senior consultant you actually selected here. And this is working fine. Now if you want, there is a task for you, and that is there is a property that is job applied date that you have added. So if you want, you can also add something like that, you applied on this job on this date, okay, something like that. But I think for now this will be more than enough. So now what is happening, you are basically filtering based on the status, and here we'll be able to see the status, that how many you actually got rejected and how many you actually got selected. So that's all for this particular section. Now in the next section we'll be starting a very important part, and that is the filter functionality. So let's start working on that particular section. Alright everyone, so now let's start working on the filter functionality. So first thing what we are going to do, will be creating the filter categories, and that also we need to create dynamically. Now you might think why. The reason is because we are going to filter by company name, title, type of job and the location. If you want, you can add any other like filter also. So that will be dynamic because we don't know how many companies that will be having, how many title will be having, how many type and location, right? So for this one I'm going to create another separate action, and that will be only to create the filter categories. And now you will understand why I'm creating this one separately. Okay, so for this one let's create another one, and this will be to create filter categories. Okay, so this will be export async function create filter category action. So we'll do await connect to db, and then here what you're going to do is simply do const result. This will be await job dot find. So we'll be returning all the jobs, because if we get all the jobs, we'll be able to get all the menu, all the filter items or basically categories that we need. Then I'm going to return json.parse .stringify, and then we'll pass the result. Okay, now let's close other files, and I'll go to jobs, and we'll basically get our filter categories. So we'll do const get or do fetch filter categories, and this will be await create filter category action. Okay, now here I'll pass this one as filter categories, which will be fetch filter categories. Okay, so this one step. Now next thing what we are going to do, so in the job listing page we'll be receiving these filter categories as a prop. So we'll go to job listing page step by step, and now here I'm going to basically create the filter menus. Okay, so I'll create here const filter menus. So here what I'm going to do, I will be creating array. So here I'll be having the ID, which will be my ID. So first ID will be my company name, so by company name I'll be filtering, and here label will be company by company. Okay, or company name, whatever. Then I'll copy this, paste it 4 times. Second I'll be by title, and label will be title. Then I'll be having the type, and this will be type. Then I'll be having location. Now I'll move this one in a different file, I think that will be better, and this will be location. I think we already have some utils, right? Let's move this one, actually this part. I think we are having this utils here, not utils. We already have created another one. Okay, so let's keep it here. So we'll export const, and this will be our filter menu data, something like that. Menu data array. Okay, and now this one I'll import here. So I'll do filter menu data array, and I'll do dot map. This will be my item. Okay, now here what we need, simply we will need the item, ID, which will be this item.id. so you're having item.id. okay, then we are having the name, which will be item.label, and then I'll be having the options. Okay, so these options means, let's say company we are having Google, Amazon, Microsoft, so those will be the options. So here I'll be having this one as new set, and now I'll be getting these filter categories, right? So this filter categories dot map, this will be my item, list item, let's do. And here what we are going to do, simply we'll pass this list item of this filter item that we are having, filter what is that item, this item dot id. Okay, now let's save it. Now let's see here what we are getting. So we'll log here filter menus. So let's log here filter menus. So getting 4, we are getting company name. Options, we are getting Google and Oracle, these two. If any recruiter create another one with, let's Amazon, so automatically Amazon will come, and that also we are going to check. Title, we are having all of these. Then we are having the type, either it can be full-time job or part-time job, and also we are having the location, Bangalore and London. Okay, so that means these we are getting dynamically. Now I'll go here, and I think I'll create another component here, and that will be my menu bar. So this is the one. So you click here. If I see, so this one, this is kind of new and I find it interesting, so that's why I thought I'll better use this one. So now we'll go to this and paste it. Now let's try and see if this is working. So I'll go here and let's create another user. So we'll do johndoe4@gmail.com 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8, and I'll create this one as a recruiter. Okay, so now let's say if I go here, let's go to this and I'll log out. Let's go to login and I'll give johndoe4, continue, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8, continue. So it will go to the onboard page. I'll do as a recruiter. I'll give johndoe4, company name, let's give this one as we'll do this one as TCS. Okay, company role HR recruiter. Let's onboard. Now let's go to job, post a job. Okay, so this will be my something like software intern. This will be full. Location, I'll give a different location. Let's give this one as USA. Experience 5 years. Now experience why 5 years, 1 year, and we'll do the same description here. Skills will give only HTML and CSS. Add. So you get software engineer intern. Now see what will happen if I go to this this page and refresh. You'll see currently we are having only 2, right? Company name, Google and Oracle. Now here you'll be having one more, that is will be TCS, because just now I just created a one with TCS, right? So here now you're having an array of 3, correct? And here you are having TCS also. And go to location, here you are having USA also. Okay, so this is dynamically getting generated. Okay, so now this is done. So now we need to, here instead of this filter, we need to create the UI. So let's create. So I'll remove this part from here, and I'm getting like it's very long, so I'm also getting tired. So this is menu bar. So till this part, if you guys are liking this video, please give a like. See how much effort I've given to create this. Okay, so this will be trigger, and here what I'll render, right? I'll render this sorry, another thing we have mistake. We need to basically wrap these filter menus. So menu bar, and inside this we have this filter menus, right? Or what we have given, filter menus here. So we'll do map, and this will be filter menu, and now I'll paste it here. And inside of this, in this sorry, here we don't need the trigger. I think first we need to get the menu bar menu. Okay, and inside this we need the trigger, and here I'm going to render filter menu dot we have name. Save it. See, we are having this. Okay, company name, title, type and location. And now after this we need menu bar content. So we'll do menu bar content. So here I'll render filter section. We are having what? Filter menu. So we'll do filter menu dot options, and we'll do dot map. So we'll do options, we'll do option and option index, and here I'm going to basically render menu bar item. So let's give a key here. So key will be option index. Okay, class name will give, so we'll do flex item center. Inside this also need to take on click, but that is fine for now. But inside this we need to have some div. Okay, and here we will be having a class name. So we'll give height of 4, width of 4, border we'll do rounded, we'll do border gray 900, we'll do text indigo 600, and let's do 600. Okay, and this is fine. We'll close this, and after this, oh sorry, we need to remove this part from here, and we'll import our label, and here we need to basically render the option that we are having, and here we will basically give class name. So we'll do ml of 3, cursor, we'll do cursor pointer, text sm, and text gray 600. So let's save it and let's see what you're getting. Okay, so you can see that you're getting Google, Oracle, TCS, this all the title, type and location. Okay, this is working fine. Now on click of this, now we need to handle the filter, and you can see that this is looking very nice. Okay, so now what we are going to do, we will be having a on click. So in this menu bar item, so we'll do a on click, and here we will basically do handle filter. And what we are going to do, right, we will pass this filter menu dot id, and also need to pass the options, the current option. So these options, so let's say if I click here on this Google, so that option I need. Okay, now let's start working on the filter functionality. So here the first thing we need to take some state. So const filters set, we'll do filter params, set filter params, and this will be use state of empty object. So this is the first. Now next thing, we will basically create function, and we'll do handle filter. So we'll do get section id, and we'll basically get the current option. So current option. Okay, so first we'll do copy filter, which will be filters filter params. We'll do copy filter params. Okay, now after this, what we are going to do, basically we need to make this an object. Sorry, we need to basically get the current section. So either we are clicking on this company name, title, and those things. We'll do const index of current section. So here what we are going to do, we'll do object dot keys of copy filters params dot index of get section id. Okay, so here this will be first time, obviously it will be -1. So we'll do if index of current section is -1. So we'll do copy filter params will be copy filter params, and we'll do get section id will be this get current option. Okay, now see what is happening here, because this we need to check. So if I go here log copy filter params, and let's see. So I'll come here and let's click. So we're getting company name, which is array of Google, right? If I click here, this will be title, which is software engineer. But if this is not -1, so second time I'm clicking, now here this will be, we need to now get the current option. Okay, so we'll get const index of current option, and this will be copy filters params of get section id, and then we'll do dot index of get current option. Okay, and now we'll check if the index of current option, if this is -1, so we'll do copy filters param of this get section id dot push, and then we'll push this get current option. Okay, else we need to basically remove it. So basically what we are doing, if this item is already selected, if I select again, we need to uncheck it. So we'll do copy filter params of get section id dot splice, and here this will be index of current option comma 1. Okay, so now let's see what is happening in this copy filter params. And at the end, if I go here, right, so not copy filter params, after this at the end what we are going to do, we'll do set filter params will be copy filter params, and we are going to store this one in our session storage, so that if I refresh this page, this will be basically stored. So we'll do session storage dot set item, and we'll do filter params, and this will be our json dot stringify copy filter params. Now let's log this one here, so we'll do filter params. So first time you'll see this will be, if I select here, so we'll do filter params, company name 1, we are getting some error, so this we need to check what is the error that we are getting. Cannot read property of, so we are getting push of undefined. Okay, so this is the problem here. This will be get section id. Okay, now this will work. Let's go here, we'll do params, so we'll click here Google. Okay, now it is coming Oracle, but if I click here Google, now coming 2. If I click here TCS, it's coming 3. If I go to title and click here, now title is coming. Okay, now we need to basically select these two, so this we can easily check. So we need to give some conditions. We'll go here, right, so which part we need to go in this div, let's make this one as template literals, and we can remove this part. Now we are having height of, so here we'll give some condition. So we'll basically check that if filter params and object dot keys of filter params dot length, if this is greater than 0, and so we'll do filter params, so we have filter params of, so having filter menu, right, so filter params of filter menu dot id. Okay, and we'll do filter params of filter menus dot id dot index of the option that we are having, if this is greater than -1. So in this case this will be bg black, or else this will be empty. Okay, so let's see where we are doing wrong. Cannot read property by index of undefined. Okay, here something we're doing filter menus, we are doing filter menu, this will be, now this will work. Now Google, Oracle, title, let's go select software engineer 3. Software engineer 3 is coming full and part, and you can see this is working fine. and you can see that these all are working fine, and also this will be getting stored in our session storage, right? So now very important point, now this is extremely important. Now what we are going to do, right, whenever I'll select something, I need to basically append this on here. So question mark, then it will be like company name, Google, comma, TCS, comma, Oracle. How we are going to do that? So we don't have any dynamic component we have created, right? So this one we need to basically achieve using useRouter. So for that there is excellent package that we are going to use, and this is a really good package, and that is called query string. Okay, so this I'm going to use. So I'll copy this, and first I'll install this one. Now here we need to basically create some of the functionality, how we are going to create this form query. Okay, so first let's go to our utils file, I think here, and here I'm going to create a function, and this will be export function. This will be form URL query. So here what I'll be receiving, I'll be receiving the params, and I'll be receiving the data to add. Okay, this will automatically dynamically add all of this. So we'll do let current URL. So we'll change the URL, which will be, so we'll basically get QS from query string. So let's import it first. So we'll do import QS from query string, and then I'll do QS dot parts params, and now we'll check here if object dot keys of data to add dot length, if this is greater than 0. So then what we are going to do, right, we will basically first map with object dot keys data to add dot map, and then we'll having key. Now here we'll check if data to add of dot key dot length is equal to 0. So I'm going to delete current URL of that key, else I'm going to add this one. So we'll do current URL of that key equal to, we have a data to add of key dot join, and I'll join with this comma. Okay, and then at the end we are going to return QS dot string file URL, and here I'm going to pass the URL, which will be window dot location dot path name, and I'll be passing the query, which will be my current URL. Okay, and here we'll pass another property that will do skip null as true. Okay, this is what exactly we need. Now once this is done and we have handled the this filter logic here, so what we are going to do, whenever user will basically load this page for the first time, let's say I selected something, and if I refresh this, right, this page here, see what will happen, this will be gone. So I need to set these values. So I'll take a use effect here, and I'll keep empty dependency, and I'll do here that set filter params will be json.parts, and we'll do session storage dot get item, and here we'll do filter params. So this will store this one on page load. So if I, let's say, select unselect, and let's say select TCS and refresh this, so now see what will happen. If I go here, TCS will be still selected. Okay, now when everything is done, now we need to update this URL here. So what I can do, simply we'll take another use effect here. Okay, and here I'm going to keep the filter params, and also need to keep the search params as a in this dependency. Search params will get it from here. So we'll do const search params. This will be I think use search params. Okay, so we'll do search params here. And now here what I'm going to do, simply we'll check if filter params and object.keys of filter params dot length, if this is greater than 0, so I'll do here let URL is empty, and I'll do here URL will be form URL query that just now we have created. And here what we need to pass, we need to pass the params and data to add. Now params will be what? Params will be our, so we'll do params, and this will be the search params dot toString. So this is already existing URL, and here I'll pass the data to add. So data to add will be my filter params. Okay, and now after this we need to basically do here const router equal to useRouter, and we'll do here router dot push. So we'll push to the URL that we have created, and here I'll do scroll as false. Okay, so now here see, if I, awesome, see it's already coming. So if I come here, let's say notice here company URL TCS, I'll click here, TCS is getting removed. If I select this one, this will be getting removed. Type unselect, and these are not coming. Let's say click on London, so location London is coming. Click on Bangalore, and Bangalore is getting added here, and this is working fine, right? And this is a very good features that you should know, that how dynamically we have created all of this. So now what we need to do, now the work is not done yet, because we need to basically filter it from backend, right, from our database, this data. But how we are going to access this data in this jobs component? Here you need to pause it and find it. So we need all of these search param in this component, in this jobs component, so that we will be able to pass it, and then we'll be filtering the data. But how will be getting this one? So here we have this concept that we will receive the search params here, right? So this will automatically receive the search params. See what will happen if I just log the search params here. Okay, I'll go here. See what is happening. So you're getting location right here. Now go back, click on company, Google. See, got company name here in this component. And if I click on this Oracle, you will be getting Google and Oracle. Location is London and Bangalore. Now it is very simple. So you just have to pass the search params, and then you just have to change some logic. So now we'll go to our actions, right? So let's go to our actions. So we'll go to our actions, and here you remember we have done fetch jobs for candidate. Currently we are no, not this one, sorry, my bad. I'll think we have fetch jobs for candidate. Here we are not doing any filter, but now this time this will receive a param. So it will receive a filter params. So we'll receive filter params, which will be empty object, and this one I'll be passing from there, right? So we'll be passing it from our this. We'll go to this. So this search params I'll be passing here, fetch jobs for candidate. So I'll passing this. So it will go here. So it will receive the filter params. And now what you need to do? We need to do some logic here, correct? So what logic we need to do first? We will basically do here let updated params. This will be empty object, and here I'll do object dot keys of this filter params dot for each. Here I'll be having the key. Let's do filter key, and here I will do updated params of that filter key is equal to, so we need to find it in our MongoDB database. We'll do in, and this will be our filter params of that key, and then we'll split it with comma, because we are having comma separated here. So this will give you updated params, right? So now let's log here and let's see what you're getting in this updated params. Okay, we are getting some error. Key is not defined. What key we have done? Sorry, this will be filter key. Yeah, filter key. Okay. Okay, now you see here. Okay, let me log updated params. Let's see what you're getting. Okay, now you see company, we are getting in Google and Oracle, London and Bangalore. Now if I scroll down at the end, I'll add another one. I'll add TCS. So now I'm getting Google, Oracle and TCS. So this is nothing but this is checking and this is splitting by based on comma, and so we'll be able to find it. So now what you can do, instead of passing it here like this, so you can simply check that if these filter params, right, and object dot keys of filter params dot length, if this is greater than 0, so we'll pass the updated params, this one, updated params, or else this will be empty, means it will return all the jobs. Now see what is happening here. So now we'll refresh this page. Okay, now if I just uncheck, so you're getting all. I'll click on this only TCS. We are not getting anything because for this TCS and this type location we don't have any. So if I unselect, now you're getting, I go to TCS and let's say if I select on London, so TCS London don't have any job, but if I go to Oracle, also don't have, I think Oracle we have a job. Okay, now let's go to our Bangalore location. So you're getting another job with Oracle. Click on Google, now you're getting all the jobs. Okay, now this is working fine. Now we will be able to also check, let's say if I uncheck all of this, uncheck Bangalore and London. Now let's say I'll go to title and select only software engineer 3, only getting software engineer 3. Go here, click on software intern, we are getting software intern. Click on IT consultant, we are getting this one. And even if I refresh this page, you will be getting the updated data. Here all are 3 selected, and even if you remove this right from here, see what will happen. Oh sorry, if I remove from here, what is happening, man? So we'll do localhost 3000 / jobs and see what will happen. This is automatically getting appended here, right? Now this is fine. Now if I go back to this URL, let's say home page, and come back here again, see this is getting added here. So what we can do, right, when we'll change this particular any link here, we need to basically remove the session storage. So that we can do simply, and that we can do very easily. So you can go to the header component, and let's go to our header component first. And I think we are having this menu item on click. So where is that? Okay, here. So we can take on click here, and we'll do session storage dot remove item, and we'll remove the filter params. That's it. So now let's see if I change this one and come back here. So we'll be getting all the data. Select on Google, we're getting data related to Google. Let's click on Bangalore, we are getting only based on Bangalore. Refresh this page, and even if you remove this, this will be automatically added here, and you can see this is updated. Awesome. Now this is done, the filter functionality done. Now 2 things are left. one will be the membership and the account. So first we'll complete the account. Account will be very simple. We'll not go into much details for now, like updating the resume and everything. So what you're going to do will be rendering all the account details, and if you want, you'll be able to update some of the details in your account section. So that's all for this particular section. I'll move on to the next one. Alright everyone, so let's start working on the account page. Now account page will be very simple. So let's create an account page here. Page.js, and I'll close everything else. So this will be my account page, and here I'll be creating a component, and this will be my account info. Let's create index.js, and this will be a client component, and this will be account info. So let's return a div, and I'm going to import this account info. Okay, let's go there. So we're getting account info. Alright, so the first thing, we need the current user. So we'll do user, and this will be await current user, right? And also we need the profile info. So we'll do const profile info, and this will be await fetch profile action, and here we'll be having, we need to pass the ID. So this will be user.id, and if not equal to profile info, so we'll just redirect the user to the onboard page. Think what is the name, let me check. Okay, so what is the name? Think onboard. Okay, so we'll do onboard. That is fine. Now let's go to the account page. Now we will start working on the account info. Here we need to also pass the profile info, so let's pass it here. Okay, so now we'll receive this one as a prop, and here we'll start working on the UI first. Okay, so first we'll return a div, and here we'll take a class name. We'll do mx auto max w7xl. Inside this we'll take a div, we will take a class name, we'll do flex items baseline justify between, we'll do here pb of 6, border bottom, and pt of 24. Here we'll take a h1, and this will be account details. Here we'll take a class name, we'll do text 4xl font bold, tracking tight, and text gray 900. 950 I think last time we have done. Okay, let's save it. Font bold. Okay, now after this we'll take another div, we'll take a class name, we'll do py of 20, pb of 24, and pt of 6. Inside this we'll take a div, we'll take a class name, we'll do this one as container mx auto p of 0 and space y of 8. Now here we need to basically render the common form. So common form will be, first we need to go to our onboard page. The reason is because, let's go to our onboard page, it will be easy to understand. So what we are going to do at the end, we will be basically rendering all of this. So we are having this recruiter form data, and also we are having the initial candidate form data, right? So we'll go to our account info, and we'll do here const candidate form data set candidate form data, and this will be use state of initial candidate form data. Then we'll do const recruiter form data set recruiter form data, and this will be use state of initial recruiter form data. Next thing what we'll do, simply we will take a use effect, right, and we will keep this profile info as a dependency, and we can simply check that if the profile info dot role, if it's a recruiter, so we'll do set recruiter form data will be profile info dot recruiter info, because this is what we are having. Let me check once in the model. So we are having the recruiter info and the candidate info. And might think I'm not discussing all of this because these all are already related. So I hope by now you'll be having some idea that from where these things are coming. If this role is a candidate, so this will be set candidate form data will be profile info dot candidate info. Let's save it. Now let's log here candidate info form data and recruiter form data, and let's see what is coming. So this is a candidate. So if I go here, right, and remove this, so we're getting object, one is empty, and in one we are getting all the data. Awesome job, this is working fine, right? And similarly, if I go to this recruiter section, I'll be getting the recruiter data. So you're getting the recruiter, and your candidate info is empty, and that makes sense, right? Okay, now we need to render the form controls, and that also I think we have done. So what we can do, simply here we'll take a common form, and here we need to pass a couple of things. So first we need to pass the form controls. So form controls will be, let's go here, I have candidate onboard form controls. So we'll check that if the profile info dot role, if this is equal to candidate, so we'll do candidate onboard form controls, or else this will be recruiter onboard form controls. Save it, and let's see what is coming. Something is wrong here, is it? Okay, we need to pass the form data. Okay, that is fine. So we'll do form data. Form data will be profile info dot role, this is equal to candidate. So we'll pass the candidate form data, or else this will be recruiter form data. Now let's see. Okay, all are basically added here. College is not coming. Okay, this part we need to check what is the problem. And here next thing, so form data, set form data we need to pass. So again we'll do this, copy this. So this will be set candidate form data, and this will be set recruiter form data. And here, because we are not updating the resume functionality for now, we'll hide this one. So we'll do candidate form data dot filter, and we'll do form control, and we'll do form control dot what we are having, let me check, control dot name is not equal to resume. So we'll basically filter that part. Okay, so this is fine. Now we also need to pass the I think we need to pass the button text, right? So this will be update profile. Okay, so these all are fine, and here we need to basically filter the resume part also. So that is one trick. So this resume we need to remove. So here what we can do, right? So let's do one thing. We'll create another one here, or else this will become complicated. So we'll copy this. So we'll do candidate account form data. Okay, and I'll remove the resume part from here, and this will be, we'll do account form data. Okay, these all are coming correct, but this college is not coming, so this part we need to check what is the problem here. But before that, first we will create the action one. So we need to create another action that will be to update the profile, right? So we'll go to our action, and we'll create another one, and this will be update profile action. So this will be export async function update profile action. So here we'll get the data and path to revalidate. We'll do await connect to DB. Okay, now after this we will basically receive all of this. What are the things that we need? So first go to that. So we'll go here in the model, and I'll copy all of this so that it will be easy to use there. We'll copy all of this, I'll paste it here. So what are the things that we need to destructure? Okay, so we need the user ID, we need role, we need email, we need is premium user, we need membership type, membership start date, membership end date, then we need the recruiter info, and we need the candidate info. This will be from data, and we can remove this from here. Okay, and also we will receiving the ID, profile ID. So now this all will be receiving, and after this we'll just do basically await, we'll do profile find one and update. Here we'll pass the ID, which will be this ID, and then we'll be passing all of this here. So we'll pass user ID, role, email, is premium user, membership type, membership start date, membership end date, recruiter info, and candidate info. And then we'll make the new as true, and at the end we'll do revalidate path, which will be path to revalidate. Okay, so this should update our profile. Now I'll go there. Now the first thing I need to check what is happening with this college. Okay, and also I'll log this profile info here. So first this thing I need to check. Okay, what is happening here? Okay, I think there is some intermediate issue. So let's log something here. We'll do candidate form data. So here we are having candidate form data. I think college is also there, right? Current college. So if I go to this candidate info, Oh, college is not at all coming, is it? Let me check whether the college is there. College is there, but in this profile we haven't added college. See, okay, this is a huge mistake that we have done. Sorry guys. So this we need to make college here. That is my mistake. Okay, so this part I think we missed. So let's start from the first. I'll create another 2 user. I think that is the reason it's not working. Okay, so let's, I think nothing to worry. I think we'll create 2 more user. So I'll do John Doe 5 @gmail.com 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Create, and we'll log out from here. Login. We'll do 5. Continue. So let's select something. No, and then I'll do John Doe 5. Current company I'll give something. Location I'll give Bangalore. This one also I'll give Bangalore. Currency I'll give 15. Notice period give 30. I'll give HTML React. Previous company I'll give Amazon. Total experience I'll give 5. College I'll give ABC College. College location I'll give 2017. And let's use this. Okay, something we are missing here. Sorry, there is some network issue in my Wi-Fi, so that is the reason. Let me select again. So do John Doe 5. Company I'll give this one. Location Bangalore. Same location. 10 30. HTML Next. CSS React.js. Tailwind. Amazon. 10. College ABC College. India 2017. And I'll use this one. Okay. Still it is not coming. Okay, something is wrong here. Okay, resume is not working. I think we have uploaded the same resume. Let me try with this one. Now I think this would work. Yeah. Okay, now let's select here. Okay, now let's directly go to the account and see if this college is getting updated or not. Still college is not working. Okay, so this part we need to check what is happening. So go to browse collections. So we'll go to profiles. Here, see, college are not getting added only. This is very weird. Okay, so what is the problem is happening here? Let's go to our onboard page. And I'll log this here. So this is getting updated, but this, okay, let me restart this once. And I'll just delete this user from here. Okay, then we can basically add the same again. Okay, so this is deleted. Now let me go log in again. Okay, it's going to the onboard page. That is fine. Now click on resume. I'll select this one from here. Okay, I'll give this one as, I think this is John Doe 5, right? Yeah, so I'll give John Doe 5. I'll give some name, location, salary 10, notice period 30, HTML, previous company Google, experience 10, ABC college, location 2018, and let's paste both. Now see what is coming in this college. See, college is there, it's ABC college. So let's try to onboard. Now let's refresh this here. So we're getting now college. Awesome. Now if I go to account, we're getting ABC college. Awesome, finally. Okay, so this is one issue there was, so this is now fixed. So now what we need to do, right? So we need to basically check that whether these all are getting updated or not, and after updating we should have the updated result here. So we'll go to the account info, and then I think we already have the form. I think we also need to pass the form action, right? So this action we need to pass, correct? So we'll pass the action. So we'll do action, and this will be handle update account, and this will be simply, so we'll do async function handle update account. Okay, so here we'll call await, and then we'll do update profile action. Now we'll check that profile info that we are receiving dot role, if this is candidate, so we'll pass something, or else we'll pass for recruiter. And to revalidate, we revalidate the account page. And here what we need to pass, we need to pass quite a few things. So first thing, you need to pass the user ID. Okay, then we need to pass the email. Then what else? Let's go here. We need to pass the role. Then we need to pass the is premium, all of this. So copy this, and then we need to pass the, if this is a candidate, so we'll pass the candidate info, so which will be nothing but, so here another thing we need to do, and that is, so we'll be getting the profile info, right? So in the candidate info we need to pass two things. So first we'll pass the candidate form data, and then we'll pass the resume, because resume also you need to store. So and that will be profile info dot candidate info dot resume, and for all of this will be profile info dot user ID, profile info dot email. You can also directly destructure the profile info, but I'm just doing separate so that it will be easy to understand. So this will be membership, and this will be premium user, this will be membership type, membership start date, and this will be membership end date. Okay, and for recruiter, all of this will be same, only this will be recruiter info, and here this will be recruiter form data, and we don't need the resume. Okay, I think this should work. So let's say I'll change my current company from Wipro to Amazon, or let's do TCS. Let's see if this is working or not. So let's click on update profile. Okay, now this is not getting updated, right? If I submit, still getting Wipro. If I change this on Bangalore to, let's say, Delhi, this is not getting updated. I got it. The reason is because we're not passing the ID. Okay, this ID you need to pass, and this ID will be, let me quickly check the profile info what you are getting here. We are getting the ID also, sorry. So you need to pass the ID here. So this will be profile info dot ID. Same will be for here. So the ID which will be profile info dot ID. Now this would work. So now I'll change this one to TCS. Updated to TCS. Right, change this one to Mumbai. This is updated to Mumbai. Change this one to, let's say, 4000, just to check. Update, refresh this, we are getting 4000. If I go for this one, now let's refresh this. So we are getting HR Recruiter. Change this one to Google. Update profile, refresh this, are getting Google. HR Recruiter, let's see specialist. Update, recruiter specialist. Now we'll be adding some more feature like some kind of toast, so that it will show here notification that okay, this is updated successfully or something. But for now the functionality wise this is done. So till now we completed the recruiter and candidate, the onboarding section, job section, filter section, activity section, account section, job details, candidate details, resume preview, all of this. Only thing is left, and that is the membership. So we will end with this, and then at the end we are going to simply create some basic UI on this homepage, and this will be done. Alright everyone, so now the only thing that is left is the membership section and also the homepage. So first let's quickly implement the homepage UI. So for that one, what we are going to do, right, we will basically go to our main page.js file, which is the root file. So this one here, and let's close everything else. So let's start working on the structure. So here we'll take a fragment. Inside this we will take a div. Let's give a class name of bg white. Inside this I'll take another div. Let's take a class name, and I'll give this one name as relative w full. Now let's take another div here, and we'll take a class name. We'll do mean height screen, and we'll do flex. Now here we'll take another div. We'll take a class name, make this one as container, aim auto, and p of 0. Now let's take another div, and here we'll make class name, we'll do flex, item center, flex wrap. Okay, we'll do gap of 12, and for large we'll do gap of 0. Okay, now inside this we need basically two div. So left side will be having text, and right side we will be having the image. So here for the left one we'll take a class name, and we'll make for large. For this one we'll do width of 5 by 12, and we'll do a space y of 8. Alright, now here let's take a span, and for this one we'll take a class name. We'll make flex space x2. Alright, now here we'll take one more span, and let's give something like, and before that we'll take another span here, and we'll take a class name. So for this one we'll do block, width of 14, MB of 2, we'll do border B of 2, and we'll do a border gray 700. And inside this span we will do one stop solution to find jobs, and here let's give a class name. we'll do font medium, we'll do text gray 600, and I think that's it. Now let's save it. Let's see what we are getting. Okay, so here we are getting this one-stop solution to find jobs. This is fine. Now after this span, we will take one h1 and we'll take a class name. So we'll do text for Excel, we'll do font bold. For MD we'll do text 6XL, and I think that's it. Now inside this we'll do like the best, we'll take a BR, and here we'll do job portal app. Okay, now after this we will take one more P, and here we'll give something like find best jobs from top product based companies and build your career. And in this P will give a class name. So let's give this one as text Excel, text gray 700. Let's save it. Let's see how this is looking. Okay, now after this paragraph, here we are going to take a div, and we'll take a class name of, we'll do flex, and we'll do space x4. Here we need to import our button, and we'll do browse jobs. Let's see the class name that we are using in other places, and we'll use the same. So we'll copy this one, and we remove this disable feature from here. So one we are having browse jobs, and another one will be post new job. Okay, I think this is fine. Now another thing we can do, I think we can also make this one to a link, I believe, and let's do the same here also. We need to give a href, so we'll go to the jobs page in both the places. The point is, in this case we need to again write the CSS. So what we can do, right? Let's do one thing. We'll keep this on button only. Let's keep button, and I will do basically here, I'll create a component, and let's give this one like home page button controls, something like that, and we'll create index.js. Let's make this one use client, and here we'll do home page button controls, and I'll use this one here, so this part, and I'll import this home page button controls, and we'll paste it here, and then I'll import the button. Okay, now the point is we need to make some changes, but that is fine. But before that, let's go to this. So button, after these two divs, so I think this is here, so we'll take another div here, and for this one we'll do a class name, we'll do hidden relative MD of block, and for large we will do W of 7 divided by 12. I think we are doing in the wrong place, we need to do it. Let me see what is happening. Okay, first I'll use the image here, we'll give a source. So for source I already created a URL, so you can also use the same. and then alt I'll give like job portal, and let's give a class name. We'll do relative and email of auto. Let's see what is happening here. Okay, so this is fine. So this is all about the basic structure that we need. Now one thing we need to do, so let's say currently if I'm a Auth user, so that means I'm actually not authenticated. So that time what I'm going to do, right, I'll be showing these two button here, correct, and then on click of that it will go to the jobs page, and same will be for this one. But let's say I'm already authenticated and I am a candidate, so candidate will not be able to post a new job, right? So in that case what will show in candidate view will show browse job and activity, and for recruiter will show post new job, something like that. Okay, so that we will be able to do. We are having this user, right? So we'll pass this user here as a prop, and also we'll pass the profile info. So both will be receiving here. And now, so what is happening here? Only plain objects can be passed to kernel supported. I think we need to, let's do something like this. Okay, json.parts json.stringify of user. Okay, so now we'll receive this one here. So that means if the user is not true, or that means the user is not authenticated, so we'll show this one. So first we'll check if user is true, and then we will check if the profile info dot role, if this is candidate. Or let's do one thing, let's change this one. I think let's do it here only. I'll remove this part from here, and browse job is fine. So browse job in both the cases it will go to the jobs page. So we'll do const router will be useRouter. Oh, sorry, this will be useRouter from navigation, and on click, so in this case this will go to router.push, and it will go to the jobs page. So this will be browse jobs, right? And the only difference will be we need to basically check that we will check here that if user is true, and then if we'll do profile info dot role is equal to candidate, so in that case we'll show this browse jobs, or we'll show jobs dashboard, because for recruiter it will be jobs dashboard, or else we'll simply show like browse jobs or find jobs for unauth user. And in all the cases you go to the jobs page only. So this is one logic. So in this will be browse jobs. So let's see if I now sign out, so it will be find jobs. Okay, and now for this one, right, so what we are going to do, we'll basically check if user is true, and then we'll check if profile info dot role, if this is candidate. So in this case we'll show like your activity. We'll check find activity or something, find, or let's do your activity. So it will go to the activity page, and for recruiter will show post new job. Okay, and in other case we will receive, will show the same post new job. Okay, now on click here we need to do, I think will be some post new job. On click we need to write some logic, right? So here what we are going to do, basically simply we'll do router dot push, and what we can do, simply we can write logic here only, that if, so in this case I'll copy this one, if user and profile info role is candidate, So in that case it will go to slash activity page, or else it will go to slash jobs page. Okay, what I am doing wrong here, or else it will be slash jobs. So now let's see if this is working or not. So if I click here, so it's going to the jobs. I'll continue. Okay, this is going to this page, but that is fine. Something, let me refresh this. Let's see what is happening here. Okay, so we're getting browse job and your activity. Click here, it's going to the activity. Click on browse jobs, it's going to the jobs page. And if I now sign out, let's click on post new job, and now I'll log in with a recruiter. Okay, something is wrong here. Alright everyone, so here the problem what I notice is that, so when we are basically, let's say if I log out right from here, and if I click, so it is going to the home page, or basically in the auth page, but this page is not getting refreshed. To solve this problem, what we can do, because here in this page we'll use a use effect and simply we'll refresh this page once. So we'll do router.refresh. That's it. So now let's save it. Now you can see that this will be getting updated. So if I now log out, okay, let's click on login. Sorry, not login. We'll click on this find jobs, and I'll log in with a candidate user. Click on continue. Now you can see that we are getting browse job and your activity. So click on browse job, going to the jobs page. Click on your activity, it's going to the activity page. And now let's sign out, log in, not log in again. We'll go to post new job, and I log in with a recruiter. Continue, and this is getting updated. So if I go to jobs dashboard, it is going to the candidate jobs dashboard, and if I click on post new job, it's going to this page, and this is working fine. Okay, so this is all about the structure we need. Now one more thing we need to change, and that is go to the header component, and we'll give some style here. So we'll do font bold, and we'll do text for Excel. Let's see how this is looking. Okay, so this is fine. I think let's make 3 Excel. Yeah, okay, so now all are done. Now we will be start working on our membership page. Okay, so now here I already created a some dashboard here. Actually I already have set up the Stripe dashboard, and here you'll be getting this publishable key and also the secret key. Now please it's a request, don't use these keys from here directly. Okay, please create your own and try to use the same, because we will be developing in the test mode, right? So you should not use someone's else key here, and that is not a good approach. So now here the first thing we need to basically install some of the packages. So the first thing we need to install, and that is we need the Stripe.js, and also we need to install the Stripe, these two things. So we'll go here and we'll install Stripe. So we'll do npm install Stripe, and also need to do @stripe / stripe.js. Now first thing we are going to basically create the very basic structure. So let's go to our premium page or membership page. So we'll go to, I think these two are done. Let's go to premium page membership. Yeah, so here, and I'll close everything else for now, and here inside components I'm going to create a membership. So we'll create membership. Let's create page.js, sorry, index.js, and we'll mark this one as client component. So we'll use client, and this will be membership, and here we are having membership page. Okay, now I'm going to import it here. So we'll do membership, and we'll convert this one to a async method. And here we need the two things. So the first thing is the user, so we'll do await current user, and also we need the profile, so we'll do profile info, which will be await, I think, what is the action name, let me check once, fetch profile action. So we'll do fetch profile action, and here we'll pass the user.id. Now the first thing we need to check, if not equal to profile info, so we'll redirect the user to the onboard page. I think this we have already done multiple times, and here I'm going to pass this as a prop, this profile info. Okay, now let's start working on the component. So here now in this premium card component there are multiple features that we'll be able to do, but I'll keep everything simple. So what we'll be having three tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, and based on that we'll be creating some kind of subscription model, so that each and every user, or like in 1 year, 2 year, 5 years, they will be able to subscribe to this particular plan for both candidate and recruiter. Now for both candidate and recruiter, what are the features that we are going to create? So first of all, if you're creating a very large application, you can add multiple features to this premium one, but we're going to keep everything very simple. So for candidate, if you are a premium user, you will be basically able to apply to like any n number of jobs. But if you're a basic user or not a premium user, you can only apply, let's say, 5 jobs. Once you'll apply 5 jobs and try to apply again, so it will basically tell you that you have to basically take premium membership, or else you'll not be able to apply for a job. On the other side, for recruiter, if you're not a premium recruiter, so you'll not be able to post more than, let's say, 5 jobs. Whenever you try to add more than 5 jobs, in that case you'll be getting some kind of notification that you need to opt for membership, then only you'll be able to create unlimited jobs. For now, we'll keep this on two things simple, but if you want, you can add any number of features in that particular scenario. Alright, so now the first thing is that what we need, right? We basically need the, so let me first create the structure once, then after that we'll be start working on the functionality. Okay, let's go to our membership, and we'll keep this on div, we'll keep this on class name, we'll do a mix of auto max w7xl. Here we'll take div, class, we'll do flex, item baseline, justify between, we'll do border b, pb of 6 and pt of 24, and here we'll be having h1, and let's keep this on a choose your best plan. Okay, now I'll give a class name here, so we'll do text 4xl, font bold, we'll do tracking tight, and text gray 900. That's my 950. Okay, for now this will be fine, because later we are going to add some more feature, but first we will be creating the structure. So after this we'll take a div, and here to create a class name, so this will be py of 20, pb of 24, and pt of 6. Here we'll take a div, we'll do class name, we'll do container mx of auto, p of 0, and space y of 8. Now inside this we'll take another div, we'll do class name, we'll do grid columns of 1, gap x of 4, gap y of 8. For MD we'll do grid columns of 2, and for large we'll do grid columns of 3. Now inside this we need to create our plans, so let's go to our utils, and here I'll create our membership plans. Okay, so what you're going to do basically, let's do export const membership plans. So here we'll be having a heading which will be, let's say, basic. Then we'll be having price. Any price will give, like, let's say 100. Do type will be basic, and disabled, I think let's give only 3. If needed we'll add more, so we'll copy and paste it 2 more times. And this, let's give this one as teams, or let's give this one basic. Yeah, let's give teams, something like that. Or heading will give this one as tire. I'm thinking like tier 1, tier 2, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 is fine. We'll give tier 1, tier 2, and this will be tier 3. And in the type, this will be, let's say, teams, and this will be enterprise or something. Let's give this one like 1000, and this will be 5000, something like that. Okay, now let's simply map this. So we'll go here, and inside this we'll do membership plans dot map. This will be our plan, and here we are going to import our common card component. Okay, now here the first thing, we need the icon. So in the icon here, what I'm going to do, I'll take a div. Now inside this div we'll take a class name, and now here I'll take another div, and I'll render the job icon. Okay, and after this we'll be taking one h1, and I'll be rendering the plan dot heading, and here I'll take a class name. So we'll give this one as font bold text to Excel. So we're having tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. Now after this we will basically take a title. So title will be, we'll give something like dollar, anything like here you can change based on your choice. We'll give plan dot price, and let's give something like per year, and also we'll give description, which will be plan dot type. Okay, and after this we'll be having now here we need to basically write some logic, so we need to add a condition here. So if you see, right, see, we are having the footer content, then it is fine. So in the footer content, so we'll render a button. For now we'll give this one something like get premium. Okay, and let's use the button class. Okay, and this is fine. This is all about the very basic structure that we need. Now what functionality we need to do, whenever I'll be clicking on this get premium, so I need to create a ID. So that ID will be my price ID. So I'll be creating a price ID, and that price ID I will be basically so in this case either you can create a like server action, or will be creating 2 API routes. One will be that will basically give us the Stripe price ID, and then I need to call a API endpoint, sorry, payment endpoint, and once I trigger the payment endpoint, it will go to the Stripe checkout page or the payments page. There you will be filling all the information like card information. Once it will redirect back to this particular page, we'll be updating the profile. So what profile? So account profile. That means now this user is a premium user, so we'll be giving the membership type, which will be either basic, teams, or enterprise, correct? And then we'll be giving the membership start date, which will be from today, and the membership end date. So let's say for tier 1 it will be 1 year, for tier 2 2 years, for tier 3 5 years. So we'll be updating that, and once we'll update, we'll change this one from choose your best plan to you are a premium user, and then on the right side we'll be having the current plan. So if you are opting for basic, here it will come basic. For teams, here it will come teams. For enterprise, here it will come enterprise. So this is exactly what we are going to do. So first we'll set up our Stripe, and then we'll be creating two API routes. One will be to create the price ID, and then we need to create the API payment endpoint. So let's start working on that particular part. Alright everyone, so now let's start working on the functionality for the payment. So first, when I'll be clicking on this button, any of the button, for each and every time I'll be clicking, because we are going to create a subscription mode, so we need to create a price ID, and that price ID we are going to pass to a payment or redirect or the checkout API of Stripe, and based on that it will automatically handle the payment. So first what I'm going to do, right, let's do one thing. Instead of creating an API route, we'll create two actions only. Okay, so here the first action will be to create Stripe price ID based on tier selection. So based on tier selection means every time I'll click on tier 1, tier 2 or tier 3, I need to create this price ID, and then I'll be creating our payment logic. Okay, but before that, the first thing what we need to do, we need to create the Stripe instance here. So I'll do const Stripe. Okay, and this will be require Stripe, and here you need to pass the secret key. I already have the secret key here, so I'll already copied, so you can use yours, and I'll pass it here. Okay, then after this we basically need to create our price logic here. So first what I'm going to do, right, so let's create export async function, and this will be create price ID action. Okay, this will receive a data, and here what we are going to do, right, we'll be creating a session. So we'll do const session, and this will be await Stripe dot prices dot create, and here we'll be passing the currency. So here I'll be passing this one as INR. If you want, you can pass others also. The reason is because I can't do USD. There is some restriction, the international restriction from Stripe. Okay, so that is the reason. So based on the country that you are watching the video, you will be able to change this currency, and then we'll be passing a unit amount. Okay, so here I'll be passing this data that will be receiving dot amount into 100. We'll do a recurring object, so we'll do recurring, we'll do interval, and interval will be per year. Okay, and then we'll be doing, let's say, product data. So we'll do product data, and here I'll be passing a name which will be premium plan. This will be the session object, and then what we need to do, simply we'll return success as true, and here I'll be returning ID which will be the session dot ID. Okay, so this will be our action. Now next thing what we are going to do, we'll go to our membership, and in this get premium button I'll take an on click, and this will be handle payment. Here I'll be passing the plan. This is my current plan, so if I click on this one, I'll be getting the information of this plan, and here we'll create this method. So we'll do async function handle payment, will get current plan, and now here we'll basically get our price ID. So we'll do const extract price ID, and this will be await, and this will be create price ID action, right? And here what we are going to pass, right, we will basically pass the amounts. If you go here, we are having this amount, so we'll pass amount, and let's do this one a number, and this number will be this get current plan dot price. So this will basically give us this each and every price for this every plan. And first let's log this extract price ID. Let's see what you're getting. Save it, and let's say if I click get premium, we are getting success true, and ID, you can see we are getting a price ID. If I click here, we'll be getting a price ID for each and everyone. So this price ID that we need. Okay, now we need to create our Stripe. I'll copy this one. We need to create the Stripe promise on the front end side also. So do const, we'll do Stripe promise. For this one we already installed this stripe/stripe.js package. Load Stripe, and here we need to pass this. Okay, now once this is done, we'll simply check that if the extract price ID, if this is present, so in that case the first thing what I'll do, I'll set something in our session, and that will be set item, and this will be current plan. This will be JSON stringify, and this will be get current plan. And then I'm going to call our another thing, and that will be our payment action we need to create. So we'll go to our action, and let's create another one. So we'll do export async function, and this will be our create payment Stripe payment action, and here we'll be receiving the data also, and we'll do const session. So this will be await stripe dot checkout dot session dot create, and here we need to pass, the first thing we need to pass a payment method. So we'll do payment method types, and this will be card. Then we'll pass a line items. This will be getting from our data, so data dot line items. Then we'll pass a mode, and let's give this one as subscription. Alright, then we need to pass a success URL. So here we'll use this one. Let's go to our, let's copy this, pass it here. We'll do /premium plus we'll pass status equal to success, and then we'll do a cancel URL. This will be also same, sorry, it will be premium or membership. I think it will be membership, plus we will do here status equal to cancel. So payment method types, line items, mode, success URL. If you're not creating a subscription model, I think you have to give payment or something here instead of subscription, but not sure, you can check the official doc. And once this is done, we'll simply return success, will do true, and we'll return the ID, which will be session.id. So this is exactly what we need. So this will basically create our session ID. So once we'll go to the once we'll create this session ID, it will go to the Stripe checkout page, and there we need to basically enter all the information. So now let's go back, and here we will be checking that if the price ID is present. So now we'll call that await, and we'll call create Stripe payment action, and here you need to basically pass the line items. So we'll do line items, because this is what exactly we'll be receiving, and line items will be this array of object. Here you need to pass the price. Now what will be the price? Price will be this result.id, which is basically not result.id, it will be this extract price ID, extract price id.id, because this is what will be returning from here. This will be .id, and then we'll be passing a quantity which will be 1. Okay, now once this is done, after that So I think we need to redirect. So I think this should give us the session. Let's see what is happening in this result. If I save it, so let's say if I click here, okay, we are getting some error, and that is cannot read property of create of undefined. Okay, sorry, I think this will be sessions, not session, my bad. Now this would work. If I click here, see, we are getting this this ID here, right? So this is the ID, that this is your payment ID. Now here we need to basically pass this payment ID in our redirect to checkout method. So simply call here await, and we'll do stripe we'll create here is stripe. So do const stripe will be await stripe promise, and here I'll do stripe dot redirect to checkout, and here we'll be passing the session ID. This session ID will be this result.id. This result.id is this ID that is getting created. So we'll be having result.id. Okay, now let's see if I click here, it should go to the Stripe page or not. So let's click here. Okay, it's going to this page. Now once what we'll do, right, once we'll subscribe here, what are the things that we need to do? First let's discuss. So it will come back here. If this is successful, what will happen, right? You can see this success URL, the status should be there in the URL. Status will be success, and from that we'll be able to identify whether the path name, current path name, consists success or not. If this is success, we need to update the profile, correct? So first let's see, let's give some name here. So do john@gmail.com, and I already have some saved here. Do 1 2 3. I'll give John. Let's give so it should be successful. Once this is done, it will go back, and you can see membership we are having status is success. So now we need to basically check if this status is success. We need to update this. So how we are going to do that? So first thing, we'll be getting our path name. So look const path name, and this will be our useSearchParams, and then we'll take a use effect. After this, take a use effect, and here we will keep this path name as a dependency, correct? And then we'll simply do if this path name that we are having dot get, and the status, if this status is triple equals to success, that means we are going to do update profile. Okay, so this is the method we are going to create. So this will update profile, and here what we are going to do, right? So here we'll be having async function. This will be update profile, and we need to basically pass we need to basically call this action. Now update profile, I think we already have action, right? Update profile action. So we are having membership type, start date, end date, these things we need to update, correct? So now what we'll do, simply first we need to get the current plan. If you noticed here, we already stored this current plan in our session. So see, the plan is tier 1. This is the type of basic. So first we'll get the current plan. So we'll do const fetch current plan from storage, and this will be json.parse session storage dot get item, and this will be current plan, right? And then we'll be updating the profile. So we'll do await update profile action. Now here we need to pass the data. So the first thing, we'll be receiving this profile info. I think, okay, 1 minute, we will be receiving this profile info as a prop right here. So we'll pass this as a receive, and then we'll pass this profile info. Then first thing we'll do is premium user. Let me check the model once what we are passing. So we're having profile, so let's do is premium user. So is premium user now will be true, because the user is opting for a premium user or premium plan. Membership type, so what will be the membership type? This will be this fetch current membership plan dot type. Then we'll be having membership start date, and this will be membership start date will be, let's do new date dot to string, and then we'll be having membership end date. And membership end date will be new date of, so here we'll do new date dot get full year, plus here we need to check if this fetch current plan from session storage dot type, if this is basic plan, so we'll only add 1, or else if this fetch current plan from session storage dot plan, if this is equal to teams, so we'll add 2, or else for enterprise we'll add 5. Okay, then we'll give comma, then we'll do new date dot get month, then we'll give comma, we'll do new date of get day. Okay, now once all of these are done, we need to refresh this page, this membership page. So what we'll do, right, so after this we'll pass / membership, and then let's log here profile info, and let's see what we are receiving. We already got it. The reason is because currently we have this status is true, right? We need to check with some different user, but this is working fine. So now what we'll check, if this is a premium user, we'll change this one to like you are a premium user, and on the right side we'll be having a button, and also we need to do some logic here. So let's say if I'm already subscribed for this plan, I'll remove this button from here, and these buttons I'll change from get premium to update plan, something like that. Okay, so let's write that logic. So simply here we'll check, where is that? So here, so we'll check if this profile info dot is premium user. If this is true, so we'll do you are a premium user, or else we'll add choose your best plan. So you are a premium user, we are getting. And after this, here what we are going to do, right, so we'll add a div, and we'll simply render. So let's do one thing. So the first thing is that we'll check if profile info dot is premium user, this is true, then only we'll render, or else this will be null. And here I'm going to add a button, and here I'm going to render plans that we are having, membership plans dot find. So we're having plan item, and we'll do plan item dot type, this is equal to, so we're having the profile info dot membership type. Okay, and then we are going to do dot heading. Let's save it, let's see what you're getting. So you're getting tier 1, awesome. And let's add some style for this button also. I'll remove this disable from here. Okay, so now we're getting tier 1. Now what we need to do, we need to add some logic here in this get premium section. So what logic we need to add? Now the logic will be something like this, that when I'll be already at a tier 1 premium user, I'll remove the button. If I'm a tier 2 premium user, I'll remove button from both, because if you're already a tier 2, you can downgrade the membership, right? So you can't opt for tier 1, you can only opt for tier 3. If you are already a tier 3, you can't opt for this tier 1 and tier 2, so all of this button will be removed. So here what we will simply check that if the profile info dot membership type, if this is equal to enterprise, or we'll do it profile info dot membership type is basic, that means the first one, and we'll check the index. So here we'll give an index in this here. So index will give us the first 0th index 1 and 2. So here we'll do if index is equal to 0, okay, or we'll check if profile info dot membership type is equal to teams and index is greater than or equal to 0 and index is less than 2. If this is the case, we'll basically do null, or else we will render this button. Now let's save it. So now this button should not be there, you are already opted, correct? And here what we'll do, so we'll simply check here that if profile info dot membership type is equal to if basic, or profile info dot membership type is equal to teams. So we'll do update plan, or we'll do get premium. So if I save this, now this both will be update plan, so you will be able to update the plan. So now let's see what is happening. So all the functionality are done. If we try to go for tier 2, okay, and now in that case this button should not be there. Forget about this money and everything, these all are like dummy project, right? So this is not a real scenario. The main thing is we need to check that whether the functionality is working or not. So this button should not be there, this will change to tier 2, okay, but this update plan button should be there. So let's see, click on update plan. So give something here, and let's click on subscribe. Now I'll go back. Awesome, it's automatically updating. See how fast this is. So it's now, because we are actually revalidating the path, that is the reason. So if we go to actions, right, you can see that we are revalidating the path when we are updating the profile, and this is also getting changed to tier 2. Okay, so now you are a premium user of tier 2, and if I go to direct update tier 3, now this should change to tier 3, and all the buttons should not be there. So we'll do something, let's do sangam@gmail.com 1 2 3, click on subscribe. So you are tier 3, and now you can see that you're not able to see any of this. And I think we have completed all of this. Now we need to once check all of the functionality, but I think most of the things are done. Now one logic that we need to do, and that is when you will post this job, right? Now this is a home task for all of you. I'll not add this functionality. So what you need to do, two things. For recruiter, you will check that how many posts or jobs this recruiter already posted. In this case, this is 4, and you need to check that whether this recruiter is a premium user or not. If it is not, so once they will add 5 jobs, they will be basically getting a warning like you will not be able to add any more job. You need to either opt for premium, or you can only post 5 jobs max. And for candidate will be, let's say if the candidate is applying more than 5 jobs, so for them also it will be same. So this is, but let's implement that also. But for now I think most of the things are done. Account and everything are done, membership is done, jobs done, applicants, view profile, resume preview, download is also working, right? Post a new job will work, and home page is also done. So now let's quickly add some of the extra features, like that disable feature, like if you are not a premium user, you will not be able to add more than 5 jobs, that functionality, and then I think this should be done. So let's add that logic also, right? So I think it will be better. So let's go to our, so I'll install another component, and I think we have something like, what is that? Yeah, this one. So let's copy this, or I think we have another one. I think yeah, toast. So this is the one that we need. Okay, so let's install, copy this. So now first we'll start with, let's say, recruiter. So let's do one thing. Let's go to our dashboard, and I'll create another dummy user, and let's give John Doe 6, the same name I'm giving, so that it will be in track, or else you can give different name also. And I'll give 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Create. Let's log out, login, John Doe 6, continue. I think what we are doing, I think we need to, let's delete this user. I think we need to remove the password policies. So create new user, do johndoe@gmail.com 6 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Create. So now let's click on login, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. So we're going to the onboard page. I'll onboard this one as a recruiter. I'll give John Doe 6. Company name, let's give what company you can give. ACL. Company role, HR specialist. Onboard as a recruiter. Now it's going to the membership page. Awesome. You can see immediately, right? So now we'll be able to say, let's say I don't want to opt. So I'll go to the jobs. And now first thing, let's go to our job listing page. And then I'll go to the, scroll down. We'll go to recruiter job card. I'll close everything else. Here we'll be getting the job list, right? That how many job list. Okay, let's go to the job list page. Job listing. Here we are having job list. Now what I will do, right? So here we are having the post new job. Yeah, here we will pass. So here I'm going to pass the job list. Save it and go to post new job. I'll receive the job list and I'll log the job list here. Job list. So currently this user don't have any job, right? So it should be empty. So you can see empty. Now I'll do post new job. So I'll add a job like software engineer 2 full, or let's do part. Job location, will give this one as anything, Mexico, experience 10. I'll description, I'll give same. We need only React.js. Now I'll post this job. We got one. Okay, now let's say I'll add another job, and then we'll give the restriction that if you're not a premium user, you'll not be able to post more than 2 jobs, something like that. Now it's up to you what you can do, right? I'll give you another idea. Now here you'll add some more features, and based on that you'll be able to create your project. So if let's say you are not a premium user, you will be able to add 2 jobs. If you are tier 1 premium user, you'll be able to add 5 jobs. If you are tier 2 premium user, you will be able to post 10 jobs. If you are tier 3, you'll be able to post unlimited jobs, something like that. So this idea you need to bring by yourself and then try to implement those. For now, what I'm going to do, right, in the jobs page, I'll check if this particular user posted more than 2 jobs. So let's say 2 jobs are already posted and this user is not a premium user, so I'll give the restriction. So I'll post another one. Okay, so I'll do senior engineer full, I will do Bangalore, experience will give 10, and description I'll give same, skills I'll give HTML, CSS, add. So now we'll be getting two job. Okay, now let's say if I try to post a new job here, I should be getting the restriction. So here where we need to do, right, on click of post a job, here we'll be getting, we are doing set so job dialog. So here I'll be creating a method now. So I'll do handle add new job, correct, and here I will create this method. So we'll do function handle add new job. Now first I'll check here, we'll be getting the profile info, right? So we'll check if this profile info dot is premium user, if this is false, so that means we will basically return immediately. Now I'm going to show the toast, or else we'll do this so set so this will be true. So now let's save it, let's see what is happening. So if I try to post a new user, right, nothing is happening. Now I'll show the toast here. So the first thing I think we need to use this one in our main root layout. Go to root layout here, and I'll paste it here. Toaster I'll import. Now I'll go and copy this use toast and go to post new job, and I'll use this one. So here I'll show toast. So here I'll do like const toast will be from use toast, and then I will basically use the same here, that you can post max 2 jobs, please opt for, we'll do please opt for premium membership, please opt for membership to post more jobs. I hope you are getting. Now let's save it. Now let's see what is happening. So I'll close this. Okay, this is not coming, so I think something we are missing here, so that we need to check what we are doing wrong. So I think here this is fine, where we are doing it wrong. Let's go to layout page. Sorry, we need to paste it outside of this. Now this would work. So if I click here, so you're getting, you can post. Okay, now another thing we need to check, not only premium user, and we need to check if the job list that will be receiving, if the list is dot length we'll do greater than or equal to 2, or if this is equal to what we can do, greater than or equal to 2. I think this is fine. Yeah. So now let's see if I close this. So we'll be getting here. Now if we will be make this one 3, so then this should not come. So let's see. So now it's coming, right? So this is the restriction that we have given, that if you are not a premium user and you already posted 2 jobs, so you can post only max 2 jobs here, not more than that. I think we can also pass something like some variant, and those things will be able to pass. See what is the code, let's see. So here we are doing variant destruction title or something like that. Okay, let's copy this and let's see how this is looking. And accent will post, and we'll post a link here, and we'll do href, and this will go to / membership page. We'll do choose membership. So let's see. Okay, I think this is fine. think let's remove this one. This is not looking good. We'll keep it. Okay, now this is fine. So this will be for your recruiter. Now we need to do the same for our candidate section also. So for candidate, when you will be posting or applying a new job, right? So that time you need to do. So let's go to our candidate job card, and here also need to pass the job application. So we are already passing. So for candidate, we'll be already getting the job application. So now we'll be able to check that how many this candidate already applied for a job. So we'll create another user here. So let's do this one as johndoe7@gmail.com. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Ignore, create, and I'll just sign out from here. Login 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Alright, so now let's select a resume here. So we'll go to documents and let's go to my resume, and I'll select let's say this one. Let's do John Doe 7. Current company I'll give Microsoft. Job location preferred same. Current salary 15. Notice period 30. We'll do React, Java. Previous company Amazon. Total experience 12. ABC College. We'll do India 2014, and I'll use the same here. Okay, now let's onboard. Now let's go to jobs. So here we are having all the jobs, right? And in the job application you should have 0 because this is a new user and he haven't applied for any job, so you're getting 0. I'll go to view details and I'll apply. We're getting 1, and now let's say once I'll apply one more time. After that time you will not be able to apply because if this user is not a premium user. So I'll apply once again. I'll do apply. So 2 job. Now let's go to our handle apply. So here we are having apply job, right? And we are having handle job apply. So now we'll be able to check that if not equal to profile info dot is premium user and if job applications dot length is greater than or equal to 2, so in that case we will return and we'll show the same logic that we have done here. So we'll do toast, and this will be use toast. Roast we are doing now. Use toast. Okay, so this will be you can apply max 2 jobs. Please opt for membership to apply for more jobs. Alright, save it. Now let's see what is happening. I'll open another job. Let's try to apply. We are getting this one. We'll not be able to apply. Okay. Also, we can do another thing, right? We can basically close this here. So let's see how this is looking just for experimental purpose. Save it. Let's click apply. This is looking good. So now you can apply only for max 2 jobs. Please opt for membership. And I think all the functionality is now completed. So I think that's all for this particular video. So if you like this video, give a like, comment down, and please subscribe to my channel. I'll see you in my next video. Till then, good luck and peace.